5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom only at 5hourenergy.com.
And our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
41 seconds to go. Levis approaches the line of scrimmage, takes the snap, takes a knee. It is over. The Houston Texans get upset by the Tennessee Titans, 32-27, squandering opportunity after opportunity and seeing their record drop to 7-5 with another division matchup with Jacksonville on the road coming up.
It's a disappointing loss for us. We didn't do anything well enough to win this game. Out of all the positives that we did have, there were way too many negatives, right? Too many negative plays, right? We score, we get a penalty, we get touchdowns called back, get penalties on special teams. It's just way too many negative plays defensively, like unexplainable, right? Explosives for touchdowns. We didn't play good across the board, and that starts with me, obviously. And we weren't ready to go as a team, so that starts with me.
It does indeed. Welcome in, everybody, on a Reaction Monday here on Sports Radio 610. Good to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us, with you for the next couple hours here on Sports Radio 610. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. How are you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm miserable, Sean. I'm absolutely miserable. This is, you know why? You know why I'm miserable, especially because this is exactly the kind of game where afterwards somebody that expected the Titans to win can very, very easily say, well, what'd you expect? Because really every single thing that I worried about going into this game where I said, hey, this could be a good gauge, even though the Titans are a bad team, the Titans do some things that the Texans have struggled with, and then boom, oh, shot plays by the offense. Yep, there you go. By the Titans offense.
Yeah.
You know, the defense susceptible to big plays. Okay, got that. All right. Are you able to run the ball versus a team with a physically dominant defensive line? Not even close.
How'd that go?
Not even close.
Yeah.
Lions, Vikings, the Texans have been able to do a single damn thing against them. All of Joe Mixon's powers are rendered moot or mute, whichever one's proper there.
Whichever one is the worst one, yeah. Exactly.
Hey, you guys have gotten bitten by injuries before. Have you fixed that? Oh, sure, we got that. No, you don't have that fixed whatsoever. But then the weirdest thing is damn Kaimi Fairbairn missing a 28-yard field goal.
Yeah.
And that's a record ties a record for 50-plus yard field goals.
Yep, for the season. Yeah.
Am I missing one of the obvious things? I feel like I'm missing one. CJ just not being himself.
Well, and throw in penalties, too, because they had 9 penalties in the second half of this football game, and none of them came at a time, it felt like at least, where the penalties were, somewhat benign. Like, okay, it's a false start at midfield. It's 1st and 15 at our own 45 now. No. You got illegal blindside blocks on the last drive of the game, so you were starting at the 8 instead of the 27-yard line. You were getting holding penalty. There's never a good time for a holding penalty, and this offensive line has holding penalties in it. Back-to-back false starts to turn a 3rd and 6 into a 3rd and 16 at midfield. So I mean, I'll throw you have a nice list. I'll throw the penalties in there with it as well. Like
the procedural stuff, and this is where it all comes back on Bobby Slowick. Look. Whenever you're looking at something and it's really hard to define exactly what's wrong with it, hell yeah, blame the manager. You walk into a restaurant and everything's just a little bit off. Like, this is the worst Denny's I've ever been in. Fire the manager.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you what, I cannot take seeing another Nico Collins huge play called back for something damn procedural.
Right.
Including last week with Laramie Tunsil.
Yes.
Too far downfield. Simple. That's a detail. Fix that. Don't execute like a bunch of slack-jawed idiots out there. You get another Nico Collins back because of illegal motion, 2 men in motion.
Yeah.
All this idiot in stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, you're going to lose. You're going to lose versus the Titans. You're going to lose.
Lose to the Jags on Sunday if you do this stuff on the road.
Hey, what's this team going to do in their playoffs? Do you think they'll run up against a team that has good defensive linemen at some point? Hey, do you think they might run up against a team that can kill you with shot plays offensively? Where in the playoffs are they going to face a quarterback as good as Will Levis? So 100%. We wondered, okay, how much could you actually learn from a game versus the Titans? We learned a lot. Yeah, they are not ready for prime time.
We did.
They are regressing and getting worse as the season goes along. They've lost 4 of their last 6 games.
Yep.
They're not a good football team.
They're not. And here is the biggest concern for me. This is by far the biggest concern, is that the 2 biggest beacons of hope for this franchise starting last season in training camp were DeMeco Ryans as the head coach and C.J. Stroud as the quarterback. And both, and DeMeco asked us to put it on him in that cut we played in coming in. They are both showing serious flaws right now. I'll start with DeMeco, and this is a big one. I have serious questions right now. There's a lot that comes with DeMeco Ryans that's really, really good. And a lot of it we don't see on a day-to-day basis because it's the rejuvenation of the building and the franchise as a whole. And I acknowledge that those things are important. I think that energy is a lot of what fueled you to getting to 10-7 last year with a very young football team. I acknowledge that is important, and it will be important moving forward. And this is not me bailing on DeMeco Ryans. But I have serious questions. You're talking about, Seth. The list that you had are systemic things that have reared their heads all year long, particularly on the offensive side of the ball. And the solution has been to continue to trot out the same thing every week, the same scheme, the same methodology, the same mentality, the same guys every single week. I have serious questions as to whether DeMeco Ryans is what I'll call a wartime consigliere. You see the movie The Godfather? Remember they fired Tom, the lawyer who was the consigliere, to Vito Corleone because, hey, man, you're a great consigliere when times are good and business is booming. But when things are going a little sideways and you need a little bit more meanness, a little more gumption, a little more got to make some changes here, you're not the right guy. And I'm not saying fire DeMeco Ryans, but what I am saying is there are questions right now as to whether or not he's the right kind of head coach to solve these serious problems that they have right now because there have not been any solutions yet. The only change that's been made is because C.J. Stroud landed on top of Kenyon Green on a play that Kenyon Green screwed up. Other than that, it's the same stuff on the offensive side of the ball. People can point the finger at Bobby Slowick. This is D'Amico Ryan's problem too, and it might even be a bigger D'Amico Ryan's problem now. That's my question. Like, dude, this is the first serious thing you've had to fix with this team since you got – last year was a honeymoon. Stuff could go wrong, and we didn't care. People care this year, and I think you're doing a pretty good job as a defensive coordinator. Big plays allowed notwithstanding. By and large, this defense has been very good. The offense has not, and the offense is getting worse, and that goes to the second thing. C.J. Stroud is getting worse. On your watch, the year was outplayed by Will Levis yesterday.
Yeah.
It's unacceptable.
It wasn't particularly close. You know, CJ's interceptions over the last few weeks have been decidedly non-rookie CJ Stroud interceptions. I think they're ones that he wouldn't have thrown in his rookie season. Yeah, this is spiraling quickly. The only good thing that I heard once yesterday was when Jimmy Ward was on the postgame with you and Clint, and he said, "Hey." And Jimmy's about as honest as it gets. I mean, he was very open about his own bad play early in the game. But just that there's no chatter from guys, you know, whining about this, whining about that, at least not that he's heard. So, like, the core DNA of the team, it's not like it's a bad team full of bad dudes, but they have severe underperformances offensively right now, and none of it's getting better.
No.
And the problem is, when you look at the offensive linemen individually one by one, there are plenty of good teams that have average offensive linemen out there, but who aren't just so routinely getting eviscerated and or making idiotic plays that make it. And they've shown you're not a big physical offensive line. Then you've got to show some level of expertise and scrappiness or what have you in developing an outside zone run game. They do nothing.
This was, of all the things D'Amico said in the post game, I thought he was say this one was not one of them. This was not his finest moment as the head coach of this team. Sorry about that. That was not my finest moment as a host. This was not D'Amico's finest moment. He put the game yesterday he put the loss on the defense yesterday.
The concern for me is we need to play complementary football, right? We play complementary football, we win games. When we don't, we're not relying on one side, right, to carry the entire team. So whatever happens, our offense gave us enough points to win the game. So that starts with the defense. We didn't do enough to stop them. We didn't stop the run, and we didn't run the ball well. And we gave up way too many points on defense. So our offense did plenty. They gave us enough points. In defense, we had to be able to stop them.
I was shocked by that. I was shocked. The
offense gave you 20 points.
I was shocked. The offense gave you 20, but they didn't give you 27. The defense gave you 7 of those. They gave you 20 points. I was shocked. You don't have to point fingers at one side or the other. Like, you can say that both sides, because the defense did some good things, but yes, ultimately, those back-breaking huge plays count for the defense. I totally understand. Complementary football can be bad complementary football, too. It can be a thing where all sides have failed, including special teams, by the way. Kaimi Fairbairn, last I checked, is a specialist. He shanked a 28-yard field goal. The offense got gifted 10 points, but they got gifted 7 points by Jimmy Ward on a pick six. As far as the points the offense actually scored, they had a one-play drive in the first 15 seconds of the game, thanks to Damian Pierce on an 80-yard kickoff. And then they got gifted a possession on a muffed punt where they managed 4 plays for 7 yards and kicked a 54-yard field goal. Like, that's half the points they scored. They had a 78-yard drive for a touchdown. Other than that, best
Sean,
I can tell,
in the first half, perchance?
It was in the first half, Seth.
Yeah, that's when it happened.
I promise you it's not in the second half of any of these games. Other than that, the longest drive they had was a 55-yard drive for a field goal. Like, that's
I'll tell you another one.
How do you point the finger at the defense as opposed to the offense?
Especially when, my God, is there anything worse than a Texans takeaway on defense these days because you can just dial up 3 points at best out of the offense.
Right.
Like, oh, boy, here we go.
Yeah.
Just wait. We're going to have a 6-play, 9-yard drive somehow because at some point an offensive lineman's going to get penalized.
Yeah.
And, oh, I'll tell you, the most frustrating and infuriating one, this goes on Bobby Slowick and D'Amico, is just simply that 4th and short on your own 40, decide whether to go for it or not. CJ's looking at the sideline for a call.
Yeah.
Instead, you roll out.
Clown operation.
You bring the punt team out there, and they take a delay a game.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on?
It's a clown operation.
What the hell is going on?
Yeah, it's a yesterday. Look, yesterday was a clown operation on every level. You lost to the Tennessee Titans and Will Levis at home, and Will Levis pieced you. So yeah, I'm not sitting here saying no. It's not. It was the offense, not the defense. It was both.
It was both. Right. The defense. I mean, how many times, as Cody Stutes pointed out this yesterday, like you're getting to the point now. How many teams have been this weird? You've lost a game where you had 5 interceptions on defense and still managed to lose that. You have 8 sacks yesterday.
7 in the first half. It's 7 in the first half.
8 sacks yesterday and yet got pieced by the guy who had gotten sacked 8 times. Right. Will Levis started off. What was the streak? 11 for 11? Did it go beyond that? I can't even remember.
He was 9 for 9 and 11 for 12 at points that I looked at the box score. Yeah, he was 11 for 12 at halftime. It was when he wasn't getting sacked, he was completing big chunk plays down the field. It was one or the other. All right, we got a lot to get to. You mentioned Jimmy Ward, Seth. I want to get to that. Jimmy Ward, we had our best post-game show interview yesterday, I thought. Jimmy Ward was brutally honest with something that we've been pointing out about this team. We've been told, hey, man, win's a win. Win's a win. Jimmy Ward was brutally honest in the post-game show yesterday, I thought, about how this team has handled their business this year. And will it change? We'll hear from Texans safety Jimmy Ward coming up next. But Yuengling Flight, we had our last Flight by Yuengling college football watch party. If your name ain't in the hopper now for the
fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. With every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Gerland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
A lot of people weighing in on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. We'll get to some of your thoughts in just a second, but everybody...
Are people happy?
Everybody's very frustrated right now. Someone said, all caps, clown operation, perfectly said. They were yesterday. They've been a clown operation the whole time. Don't get it twisted. But yesterday, that was a clown operation on all sides, on all facets of the game yesterday.
You let Amy Adams-Strunk come in and basically say, "Oh, we own this now."
Yeah,
too.
Man. That's. Oh man, I haven't even thought about that. Yes, they did. Jimmy Ward was on the post-game
She slept in
show.
the Astrodome the night before.
She did, for old time's sake. Jimmy Ward was on the post-game show yesterday, and I got him scheduled for the post-game show after he got the pick six. You know, I was excited. I thought, all right, this is where it turns. They put these guys away. They're going to, they're the better team. You needed to play from the defense. They got a field goal to actually go up 27-23, and now I'm like, all right, yeah, you just got to keep them out of the end zone. Just don't. If you don't give up any big 60-yard plays, you keep them out of the end zone. Literally 5 seconds after I said that, Okonkwo, his name, tight end goes 70 yards for a touchdown.
You know what? I was listening. I was it was a hodgepodge of watching on TV and listening on the radio yesterday.
Yeah.
And that was exactly I missed that play. I stepped back out from the bathroom, and I hear Andre just flipping the hell out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what possibly could have happened that was so – that's
what
pretty
happened.
bad.
Yep.
That's pretty bad. Henry To'oTo'o gets sucked up on the play action, as the Texans defenders tend to do.
Yeah.
And then the tight end catches the ball, and you know, there were a few Texans threw their bodies in that general direction, but generally uncontested into the end zone.
Yep. So Jimmy Ward, as soon as he got that pick six, I text Omar, who heads up PR for the Texans. I'm like, Jimmy's our guy. Let's get him on the postgame. Yeah. And then the Texans lose. And in some ways, I was even more glad we got Jimmy Ward on the postgame, because after a loss, you just never know with a player. Jimmy Ward, I knew we were going to get some unvarnished opinion on where this team is at right now. You know, he's honest to a fault, I would say, in interviews, and he did not disappoint. Here was Jimmy Ward wondering why the team plays and yesterday played down to its level of competition.
Starts from the top. Starts from captains. Starts from the vets. It just we gotta play good. First of all, we gotta play good, and then we gotta start calling people out. We gotta have that's just how it goes. We gotta have our own players meeting. We had a few of those already. Probably gonna have to have another one, and just try to see what's going on, man. Like I don't like to say this, but I feel like we play down to our competition at times. Like throughout this year, when I've been looking at it, it's like I don't know what it is. We've just been taking some of these guys lightly, especially in the first half. Well, no, take that back. It was the second half slump that we was doing over the last few weeks, but this week it's like we woke up and it was the second half. Like we can't do that. That's losing football.
Okay, so I mean, he's saying something when he said that. In my mind, I'm going, "Oh, you don't say." That game they played yesterday is the same game they've been playing for a year and a half now. It just happened to fall the other way this time.
Yeah, you know what, Sean? I mean, in a lot of respects, we talked earlier about how this team clearly isn't ready for prime time. In that, when you get to the playoffs, hey, you're going to face a team that has good defensive linemen at some point.
Right.
Hey, you're going to face a quarterback that's better than Will Levis at some point. Like these are the things you're not prepared for. And I think really the two biggest non-swarm performances that jump into my mind, if you had to ask me right now, as Jimmy Ward was talking, were the Jets game, where you showed up and weren't swarm-like in the second half. The offense was never swarm-like the entire game. Or this game, where the defense shows up and they're incredibly non-swarm-like in the first half and then in doses in the second half. Okay, are you ready for prime time? Well, it seems like on a short week, y'all suck. Like, a Thursday night game, we can't possibly play the Jets after only 4 days rest.
Yeah, and this was a short week.
That's what it felt like to me, and I was disgusted by it, because I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, they can't possibly just be looking like this because they're kind of out of sorts after a short week because of a Monday night game at home, right? That can't possibly be it. Yeah. And then that's what it looked like. So it's just, you add it to the list of things that this team's not ready for, and they're clearly not ready for for prime time, playoff, et cetera, action.
Yep. No question. Here's one more from Jimmy Ward. Why, I asked him, I think we got the question in here with this, why does the foot come off the gas pedal with you guys? Can you take us down onto the sideline at all or inside the huddle at all as to why sometimes the foot comes off the gas pedal a little bit maybe and these games end up being a little closer than they should be?
I really have no clue why we get comfortable and why we take our foot off the gas. Maybe we probably feel like a team is going to quit. Like for me, like I said, I don't stop. I don't necessarily. I know it's a 4-quarter game, so I can't speak on the team, and that's the thing that we got to figure out.
Yeah.
You know, we got to figure out like how can we play 4 quarters and finish a game.
The only thing I have to go on is what I observe the head coach say and what I see on the field. I'm not in the locker room. I've never been in the locker room, like during the week. You're a former player. So I'm coming at this from the angle of somebody who is a fan of the team, a big fan of the team, somebody who has, like D'Amico, I've been in management positions before, having to get into the psyche of your people and things like that. All I see is a head coach who talks about how close these games are and how to a play here and a play there comes down to a fourth quarter. You got to finish. These games are all close. It's an 8-8 league. It's hard to win in this league, all these things. And I just, Seth, I feel like sometimes if that's what you say all the time, you speak things like this into existence when you're not talking about dominating. And maybe they are behind the scenes. That's why I concede I'm only seeing the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
But, man, D'Amico Ryan sure talks about a guy that the goal is just to be hanging in there in the fourth quarter, and then we got to go finish and make plays. And I don't know, man. They play like a team whose head coach says we want to be in there in the fourth. Games that they're up 20-3 on the Bills, I look at it, I go, well, this is going to be a close game in the fourth quarter because I feel like they've had it drilled into their heads how close all these games are in the NFL in the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah. It's tough because this game, let's say Kaimi Fairbairn pulls off the impossible and makes a 28-yard field goal.
Okay, yeah.
Let's say he pulls off the impossible.
30
Miracles
to 30.
do happen. Yeah, that and it's a tie game, and then who knows what happens after that. I think we'd be having the same conversations after this,
agree.
right?
Yep.
Because we've been having them all season long.
Yes.
After wins, that whatever you want to call it, killer instinct. This is the problem. They have the potential to do that defensively. They don't always live up to it, but they have the potential. They do not have that potential offensively.
No.
They are just simply not a good off. They haven't been. CJ's been one of the worst quarterbacks in the league over the last 6 games.
Yep.
Like they're not a good offense. So I don't know. I'm torn. I feel like yes, there is a huge, not even a kernel, but a large truth given that the mentality and that part of it. But I don't know what you would do with that mentality.
Yeah.
I feel like you're walking around with a big old Colt 45 but no ammunition.
Right.
Like, yeah, look at me.
Yep.
I got a big swagger and like, oh, don't hit me. That's what the offense is right now. They're boys. It's boys versus men.
Yeah.
That offensive line, they are little boys out there thrown into a frat party for the first time in their life. Yeah, the Titans' defensive line was basically forcing them to butt-chug beer all afternoon.
They're bad.
And now they've got alcohol poisoning in the hospital.
They're bad.
Okay?
They're bad. And you know what? Stop interviewing Titus Howard after these games. Just stop
What did
interviewing.
he say? I didn't even.
Just
what
stop.
did he
I don't.
say?
It's not like he just said we got to figure out who we want to be over these next few weeks. Like, oh, okay, now you got to do that. All right.
I didn't realize you were having an existential crisis.
We got to figure out who we want to be. I don't need to hear from the people who are completely failing at their jobs talk about, like, we got to figure out who we got to be. The guy who said they let the Jets game slip away. Like, it's just, I just don't, after a game like that, I just don't need to hear from him. I guess I can choose not to hit play on the video, but I just see the video and I'm like, oh, I'm watching the replay of him trying to hand fight with Jeffrey Simmons or whoever was rushing from the outside. And he looks like a little kid trying to swat flies.
I'll go back to what I said at the beginning, which is it drives me insane when a team loses and it's so easy for somebody to say, well, what did you expect to happen? Because everything I did, I did a little preview video since yesterday. I was just, I barely knew that I was on planet Earth, but I put out like a 3. The video was almost dead on accurate, except that every single thing that I basically was saying, hey, the Texans need to do this, the Texans didn't do it. Yeah. And it starts with those interior defensive line. I thought, all right, Jeffrey Simmons and Tavondre Sweat are a big headache and a big problem. Can you just adequately handle these guys. You don't have to beat them or dominate them or anything. Can you just look adequate versus them? And no, clearly they could not.
They could not.
I was foolish to even entertain it as a notion. I was just like, I'm as dumb could be, because it was like I had placed money on the sun not rising this morning.
Yeah.
That's somehow this absolute certainty, the Texans' offensive line getting destroyed by Jeffrey Simmons and Devondre Sweat, somehow wasn't going to happen.
Right. They were the Texans, up 7-0, 18 seconds into the game. I mean, they spotted you. They spotted you a 7-point lead that the Titans did. Like you literally started
so good in the first 3 plays of a game.
Yeah.
Going back to last year versus Indy.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh,
and Nico, my God, how many times are we going to – it's a crime.
Yeah.
It's a crime what they're doing to
Talking
Nico.
about the penalties you're talking about?
You just keep negating these huge Nico plays with idiotic penalties, procedural crap.
It's bad. They were up 7-0, 18 seconds into the game. By the 11-minute mark of the second quarter, they're down 17-7. It's just – it's maddening.
Jimmy Ward, to his credit, brought it up unprompted, the big play that he let up early on.
He did. Yep.
Where he got pretty technical, but basically he admitted he should have been driving to the post. Not going to be able to come up with that. That's not a physical issue, and I know people get upset when they see, why is the safety on this guy? Well, he's not manned up on him, but he should have anticipated the post coming over, and he talked about how it was good. Brandy loves Jimmy now because, right before that, I'd been talking about the difference between veteran players and young players is identifying the greatest threat. And Jimmy screwed up there. He didn't identify. He should have really realized, okay, that's my biggest threat right there. I got to drive to the post.
Yeah.
And he didn't do it. But there were other times in the game where the defensive line is the defensive tackles. There's times in that game with some of those traps, the trap for the touchdown. I was talking to Brandy during the game about that, about you see these guys they're not identifying the greatest threat.
Yep.
And the defensive line is getting crushed on some of these plays where, yes, you are an upfield aggressive defense. There's a few little checks and balances to that. You got it. When you're a team where the defensive linemen just get upfield as fast as possible, there's a few little key indicators where you got to throttle it down a little bit. And these guys are blazingly unaware in those situations, and the Titans were able to take advantage of it.
Big time. Text message.
Brazenly.
5-Hour Energy fan line. If the Ravens lose tonight, all the teams who haven't had a bye week yet will be 7-5, besides the Colts, who are 5-7. Maybe fatigue is catching up with these teams. I don't want to make excuses for the Texans. I don't think the lack of a bye week yet is the reason why you don't know whether or not you want to punt or go for it on 4th down. I don't think it's the reason why you give up big chunk plays. I will say, in terms of maybe just the general wear and tear on the team, this Week 14 bye week is for the birds. I think we need to get back to next year to where it's Week 7 or 8. You know what I mean?
I was a big bye week denier.
Yeah.
I did not want to acknowledge that it had anything to do with anything. I believed my own propaganda too long, and it's blown up in my face.
Yeah, it's a good text. It's not why they lost yesterday, but it's not something I want to experience again. Text message, 5-Hour Energy fan line. The Texans will finish 8-9. CJ's brain is fried. Management was slow to act in making O-line changes, specifically Kendrick Green. I think they mean Kenyon right there. And it cost us our second pick in the draft.
Kenyon, Kendrick, Juice Scruggs, whatever it might be, your left guards have been garbage. You know, just absolute garbage. It's just it's unbelievable. This is the thing about the whole energy thing. You know what? This is the thing. It can be an explanation, but it's certainly not an excuse because of the same short week thing that we were talking about before. You know what? This is what's so un-D'Amico Ryans like about this team. Okay, you've got a short week. It's a Thursday night game. Oh, it's a short week. You had a Monday night game. Oh, the bye week is late. So what do? You just give into it. You just give into it. And this is where, okay, everybody, indulge me in being a grumpy old man a little bit. And I'll tell you, this is a sentiment that's also shared by some young people. When you're a team that jumps deep into the sports science, the rest and recovery, the GPS tells us this guy needs a break. Ooh, we're going to wait an extra week to let this guy come back. It invites softness into your organization. It invites softness. There's a certain hardness and toughness that comes from fighting through crap. This team pointing to their damn GPS monitors. They might as well be, my legs don't feel ideal. My legs are not, they're not what I feel they should be. Oh, maybe no. Throw the damn GPS monitors and the sports. At least half your sports scientists are too soft. Throw them out of the building. Kick them out. Because it's soft. This is a soft football team right now. Yeah. They are soft.
Yes.
As a team, they're soft. Your field goal kicker is soft. You can't make a 28-yard field goal?
That is a great take on the GPS and the sports science. That is phenomenal.
GPS screwed me twice this weekend. Once in a complicated, interstate exchange, and another time in the football game.
Well,
on
you're
Sunday.
just a soft driver. I mean, that's the problem. You're soft. All right, let's get to headlines. I think we know how things went with the Texans yesterday. We'll get to the rest of the NFL. A little bit of Astros news, a little Rockets, a little college. We'll get to all of it coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about my friends over at Daly & Black, the great attorneys over at Daly & Black. If you're
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom only at 5hourenergy.com.
Rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellman's Real Mayonnaise, your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
At the Home Depot, the holidays have arrived.
And so is all my family. So
and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Clinic.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get
41 seconds to go. Levis approaches the line of scrimmage, takes the snap, takes a knee. It is over. The Houston Texans get upset by the Tennessee Titans, 32-27, squandering opportunity after opportunity and seeing their record drop to 7-5 with another division matchup with Jacksonville on the road coming up.
Yeah. Texans got upset. Now we're getting upset this morning. Different kind of upset. But, Texans lose yesterday 32-27 to the Tennessee Titans. And as Seth pointed out earlier, all the things that you expected to happen if the Titans were to win this game all happened.
They beat them exactly the way you would have expected them to beat them.
Exactly, yes.
Yep. That's the most frustrating thing.
You can see it coming. Here comes
Yeah.
Hey, you know how I might die by standing in the middle of the road? A truck running me over. Look, here comes a truck. Oh.
Yeah. You know what? I drive home drunk every single night, and I haven't been in an accident yet.
Right.
Well, yeah, at some point you're going to get in an accident.
Yeah. Yesterday was the accident.
They drove right into the median yesterday.
They did. And so big chunk plays couldn't deteriorate the Titans' defensive line, committed a boatload of stupid penalties, and the biggest epidemic with this team is its inability to generate any offense in the second half of games. It happened again yesterday. Right now, as of the last two games, the loss to Tennessee and the win over the Cowboys, the defense has outscored the offense in the second half of games 14-13. With the Derek Barnett scoop and score last week and the Jimmy Ward pick six this week, the offense has only generated 13 points. Here was C.J. Stroud yesterday following the game on the team's struggles in the second half.
You can point a lot of places, but I always point at myself. I'm the leader of the offense. I got to get us rolling, get our rhythm, we got to find a better way to end the first half better, start the second half better. And, that's ultimately starts with me and, taking care of the football and, getting into a rhythm, running the ball well, getting us into the right reads, the right looks. So, I would just say that's why. That's how we're going to get better. It's just I got to be better.
Yeah, he does. He knows it. CJ's accountable for it. We'll go through CJ's day at the top of the hour. It was definitely a tale of two afternoons for CJ Stroud. It felt like that first interception he threw right at the end of the half was like a pin that just popped a balloon for him. And he was not good the rest of the day after that. But, I think, Seth, you nailed it. The frustrating thing about this is it's like if you ask the question, why did you lose? You lost because of all the things that everybody was listing all week long as to these are the only ways you can lose to this Titans team.
Including the whatever now is J. Stroud. That's probably the most curious and unexpected one. A lot of these issues on the team right now, you could have pointed to as things that we talked about in the offseason, things that we talked about during training camp. I was I was growing increasingly just terrified of what the offensive line was going to look like as training camp went along. And people would make excuses. The O-line propaganda machine was all revved up about how, no, these are no big deals, all that. But CJ missing easy throws, CJ making decisions that he didn't make last year, all of that. And CJ being in a funk that's above and beyond just, hey, it's a product of all the bad stuff going around him. There's just too many times in these last few weeks where the protection is there, the receiver is open, the ball is thrown poorly.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
And I can't – yes, he's taken a lot of punishment over the course of the season and everything. At a certain point, though, you don't make excuses for the quarterback.
No.
That's why they're the highest paid guys out there. That's why it's so hard to find good ones, because you don't make excuses for them. They're supposed to be unwavering in certain things, and CJ has wavered in a lot of those.
Yeah, he's wavered, and I think the biggest thing for me, well, we'll talk more about CJ at 7 o'clock. We'll go through his afternoon yesterday. Around the NFL, look, if you're still a Texans fan who's counting on getting to the postseason, wasn't all bad yesterday. The Colts did lose to the Detroit Lions 24-6, so the Colts right now still remain 2 games back of the Texans. The Colts' schedule is significantly easier than the Texans' schedule the rest of the way. I mean, that Dolphins, Chiefs, Ravens trifecta over 11 days, after the day after losing to the Titans at home. I mean, that looks like you may as well be playing 11 on 15, it feels like, over the course of those 3 games. Like, it's, whew. I mean, you got to get through Jacksonville first, but the Colts lose to the Lions yesterday, so that went according to script, so that was good. Miami, who we just mentioned, that game has been, I said this past week, Seth, like, the Miami game has felt like it's been kind of forgotten over the, as you look ahead at the rest of the schedule, like, got these division games, and oh yeah, that's right, you got the Chiefs and the Ravens in a 4-day period. When they come back from the bye week, they play a Miami team that's starting to look like the Miami team a lot of people thought they were going to be this year with Tua back now. Tua had 4 touchdown passes yesterday. They beat the New England Patriots. I believe they're 5-6 now. Like, they've put themselves back into the swamp of teams that still have a reason to try the rest of the year.
No, and I think this is, again, where we talked earlier about this team on short weeks just looks like they come out complete. They look like they're coming out on a short week ready for a Friday practice, right? Yeah. Hey, isn't this normally when we would have a Saturday walkthrough today? Mm-hmm. So let's just go out and treat it like a Saturday walkthrough. So when you come up on not just a short week, but an incredibly short 12-day period where you're going to face several of the best teams in the league, you better figure that out sometime in the next month.
That's right.
It's like, oh, you're a little tired, your legs feel a little dead. Yeah, just go out there and play. Jackasses.
It's a great point. The Chiefs and the Ravens games, both short weeks. You come out of the bye week for the Dolphins, so at least you get extra time for that. But a week, the Chiefs, and a 4-day week for the Ravens.
Yeah.
Yuck. Headline. So we'll keep moving. Dallas beats Washington. Yes, Washington's starting to get exposed a little bit here. Dallas gets a win. Hey, maybe Micah was right. Maybe Micah Parsons was right. Hey, we're a damn good football team. Went into Washington and beat the Commanders yesterday.
The Cliff Kingsbury cliff that his offenses fall off. Look, Cliff, I think he's probably best suited to be a high school coach, really. You need to, because he's only good for so many games, and then his offense falls apart. So he needs a shorter schedule, really. Or you bring him in halfway through the season.
That's what I was going to say. Like, you make him a 9-week OC, just like a part, like a contractor.
He needs to just go around signing 1-year deals with teams that have struggling offense. Like the Texans, maybe.
Just for the rest of the year. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's make a trade. The trade deadline doesn't apply to coaches, right? We can send Slowick to Washington for Kingsbury. We can do that, right?
Yeah.
All right,
that's what we should do. We should spend – I think Slowick should come in and be your first quarter coordinator because, man, he does seem to be pretty good at dialing up shot plays in the first quarter.
Yeah.
And then everything is – but that's your highlight your highlight offensively is going to be somewhere in the first quarter. If it doesn't get called back because of a penalty.
That's right. Astros news, they offered contracts. They tendered offers to all of their arbitration – all 8 of their arbitration-eligible players, including Framber Valdez and Kyle Tucker. So we'll see how that plays out now over the next couple of months. I think Astro fans hoping that there's an extension in the works for at least one of those 2, if not both. College football, the new AP round after a wild weekend of college football. Top 5, Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame. So 3 of the top 4 are Big Ten teams. As far as teams of interest, SMU up to 9th. in the AP poll. We'll see what the playoff poll looks like tomorrow night. Alabama falls to 13th. They got blown out by Oklahoma this weekend. A&M falls to 20th. They lost to Auburn in 4 overtimes, maybe looking ahead to Texas a little bit. Still, Aggies control their own destiny to get into the playoff. They beat UT and they win the SEC title game, and they will be one of the top 4 seeds. Colorado loses to Kansas over the weekend, so the dream of Dion in the college football playoff took a big hit this week. It's not dead, but it ain't looking good right now. So kind of a wild college football weekend. Rockets split with the Blazers.
Did he blame sports writers for that one?
No, actually, you know what? There's a video that popped up of him in the locker room with his team. This is where I give Dion credit. You know, a lot of teams only show the victory speeches. With Dion, and this may be because he's got a camera crew following him around everywhere, he got into his team pretty good and said, y'all started believing all the press clippings this week.
Yeah, no, that's the whole thing about Dion that fascinates me so much is that he is an old school coach in a lot of ways. You know,
Really
like old school.
Yes.
And I think sometimes people confuse his embracing of all of the just like media side of things and hype side of things, that they don't realize that, no, he is old school when it comes to. So like the intrigue about him is his ability in this new world of NIL and everything else and social media to kind of to be able to find the balance. Yeah. So it's fascinating. And you got to keep in perspective the fact, the Colorado job was a bigger turnaround than I think anybody wanted to really give him credit for when they got off to the fast start. So than a lot of people wanted to give him credit for.
They were 1-11 the year that he got there. I mean, they were dead in the water. I give Dion's done way more positive for that program. I mean, he's been hugely positive for that. Now we'll see if he sticks around. Signed a big 5-star over the weekend. He stole a recruit from USC, a 5-star quarterback. So we'll see if he's sticking around there if the NFL comes calling. Rockets split with the Blazers in their 2 games this weekend. So the Rockets 12-6 right now, 3rd in the Western Conference in Minnesota to take on the Timberwolves tonight. Up next, we'll go through CJ's day, the 2 sides of CJ Stroud through the voice of Mark Vandermeer. We'll do that. We had a crazy caller to the postgame show that we'll get to as well, and we will acknowledge at about 7:20, 7:25-ish. We'll acknowledge big performances from over the weekend in a segment we call Acknowledge Me. We'll do that all coming up next as we head into the 7 o'clock hour. But first, I'm talking to you guys. It's starting to get into the holiday season. You're going to be doing your holiday shopping. You need a gift for your wife or girlfriend.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It is Jump to Your Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Here's C.J. Stroud, shotgun. Joe Mixon to his right. First down at the Tennessee 19. Stroud takes the snap. He's got time in the pocket. Floats one right side end zone. Caught. Stover. Touchdown. Just like that, the Texans take the lead.
Yeah, felt good, man. 18 seconds in, you're up 7-0. 11 minutes left in the second quarter, you're down 17-7. And that's the 2024 Houston Texans in a nutshell. Just no killer instinct, can't take an early lead like that, build on it, and dominate a bad football team. Instead, they allow a bad football team to hang around. My biggest concern is that the two people that we have hitched our wagon to the most since the beginning of last season, DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud, they're showing some serious flaws right now. We'll get to DeMeco a little bit later. We hit him pretty hard in the first hour of the show. But C.J. Stroud yesterday, Seth, and C.J. Stroud in general over the last month and a half or so, has not been good. I was enthusiastic about the first half, though. Despite falling behind 17-7, they were able to come back and tie the game at 17. There were two big plays that got me excited about, okay, this is starting to look like C.J. again. The first one was this one to Tank Dell.
C.J. boots out to the right. Stroud looking to square up. Fires downfield to his left. Tank Dell with the catch at the 25-yard line. Breaks the tackle, but he can't get through the second man at the 21. Huge play to Tank. Texans at the threshold of the red zone.
We can do that too.
That was you know what play that was, I think? That was the Dalton Schultz touchdown against the Browns in the playoff game where C.J. boots out right and throws it back across the field.
Yeah.
That was the play, and he did it to Tank Dell this time. And it was a 39-yard play. Just dropped it right in the bucket to Tank. And I'm like, all right, man, that's C.J. Stroud right there. A little later on in the first half, he hits this deep shot to Nico Collins.
C.J. Stroud, shotgun. One back, Mixon. First down, Texans at the Houston 35. Here's the snap. Stroud to throw. Airs it out deep down the left side for Nico. He's got it at the 20 and tackled inside the 10-yard line. Big play to Nico. First and goal, Houston.
So it's still in there, man. Like, it's still in there somewhere. Those were two gorgeous deep shot chunk plays.
A couple of the outs, too, were the old, the one to Tank Dell in the second half, the one to Nico that didn't look like where they came up and got the playoff quickly because, the
one to Schultz to the left side that was right down in the lower pocket there. I mean, yeah. I mean, those throws are still in there, man, and they were in the first half. At the end of the first half, I was sitting next to Lopez, and I said, you know what? My big takeaway in the first half, because the Texans were trailing 20-17. I think they're going to win the game. We saw some big chunk plays from CJ again. Dropping back, he had protection.
Yeah.
Play was well executed, and then. Right at the end of the first half, get the ball back. Let's be aggressive. Let's try to get some points. And this happened.
Stroud takes the snap. Stroud fires and picked off. Oh, no. Brownlee's got it. Tagged down at the 20 as C.J. was trying to find John Mechie, and he threw it wide, and the Titans have the ball at the Houston 20. The worst-case scenario right here. They turn it over in their end.
Yeah, worst case scenario. I admire the aggressiveness. Let's go try to get points, especially when the other team's getting the ball to start the second half, like the Titans were.
Yeah.
And credit the defense there. They came up with two big sacks to at least, A, hold them to a field goal, and B, make the field goal a tough one. It was a 56-yard field goal that they had to try there.
Right.
Defense did their job.
It turns out they could trust their field goal kicker yesterday.
Yeah.
We can't trust Kaimi Fairbairn anymore. Any of the magic that was there early in the season, Kaimi's just missing point blank field goals and extra points and what have you. It just that's the unexpected. That's the unexpected part of the Texans falling apart that I didn't expect to happen.
Yeah. So CJ, good first half up until that interception, and then that interception was like a pin in a balloon, man. Like, it was bad the rest of the way, including towards the beginning of the second half, this interception right here.
CJ fakes the give. CJ under immediate pressure, looking, throwing over the middle, and intercepted at the 45-yard line and brought down at the 39-yard line. Murray.
Got 9 interceptions on the season now.
9 interceptions on the season, and then the ones in the last few weeks have been kind of ugly and not ones that you would expect. So, okay, communication on the first one between him and Mechie. Ultimately, I always put that back on the quarterback because it's the quarterback's job to be sure your receivers are running your offense.
Yeah.
The Tom Brady, I think, was one of the best receivers coaches who ever lived. So ultimately, yes, that goes back on Slowick and C.J. Stroud when these things are routinely happening, when you're having ugly interceptions. On that specific play, you can blame John Mechie for not reading it the same way as C.J., but the sum total of everything is that it is a disjointed operation right now.
Yes.
And then the second interception, I don't think it was necessarily a bad decision, but it's a bad decision if that's the throw you're going to make. Right. You got to have more zip. And I know pass protection wasn't perfect on that play. And if it was in isolation, it would be one thing, but it's not in isolation now. We're seeing this over and over again.
Yeah, I'm looking at CJ's game log here, and other than the Indianapolis game that they won 23-20, he's been below an 80 passer rating in every game other than that Indianapolis game over the last 6 weeks. He was 78.7 yesterday. That's the best game he's had of those 5 that he's been under 80. But the second half, man, not after that first interception, Seth, after that interception that was the miscommunication with Mechie, 9 of 16, 98 yards. That second pick that we just played took 3 sacks for minus 26 yards, not all on him, but partially on him. And then this one, like at the end of the game, obviously like the perfect microcosm of the day, the closeout here, the safety for the Titans.
3rd down at 17 from the Houston 1. Stroud of his end zone in the gun. Gets the snap. CJ escapes to the right side, and he's sacked out of the back of the end zone. Safety.
That's where, Seth, I was like, and really from the get-go with that drive was doomed from the start because of M.J. Stewart getting a penalty on the punt return. I mean, credit the defense. Like, Kaimi misses that 28-yarder, and the defense comes up big. Daniil Hunter gets that huge TFL on 2nd and 3 to make it 3rd and 6, and then they get pressure on Will Levis, and they get off the field. They get the ball back, and they return the ball to the Robert Woods returns the ball to the 27, but it gets called back by a penalty on M.J. Stewart, who had a couple bad penalties yesterday, and they start at the 8, and they just move backwards from there, and then CJ, the safety. Like, that was, in that moment, I'm like, man, that magic that we felt at the end of that Tampa Bay game, where we came in here on Monday, and the first thing I said was, we've got one of those guys who you just cannot give that opening to at the end of games now at quarterback. You cannot leave C.J. Stroud a minute left on the clock with a 1-score lead because he's going to get you. That magic is gone. And maybe it comes back, but like for now, that magic is gone. Like they can't score points in the second half, let alone in the last 46 seconds of a game.
As it is right now, like you take your bias out of it, whatever. Go ahead and look at what people thought about this offense in the offseason. Objective observers from around the hardcore film watchers and what have you. This team, offensive line issues included, this team is drastically underperforming what they look like on paper.
No doubt.
Offensively.
No doubt.
They're just bad. And this is and it is it's not, I wouldn't even call it a slow unraveling. It's been a steady and consistent unraveling of any of the promise they had in the preseason as the year has gone on. And if something doesn't change between now and the end of the season or the postseason, it's impossible to look away from Bobby Slowick. What are you going to say? Like, show me the offensive coordinator out there who has all pros at all 11 positions on offense. Right. The offensive line is not an excuse. Injuries are not an excuse. No. None of this is an excuse. And it falls back on, at some point, just as you do with quarterbacks or various players, you got to try somebody new at offensive coordinator because Bobby Slowick is falling to dust.
Yeah.
In terms of any sense that this guy knows what he's doing, this is an inept offense. They look clueless out there.
Yeah.
You know, and it's a grab bag of issues. It's not one specific thing. It's all over the board.
Yeah.
Every single position.
Yep.
Quarterback included.
Yeah. No, honestly, I mean, you didn't say anything wrong right there. You're absolutely right. For me, it's more on D'Amico now. Like it's more on D'Amico now. It's ultimately up to the head coach to lead change with something and fix something that's going wrong. They've done nothing to fix. They haven't changed anything. The only change they made
efforts. They've made efforts to fix it. It's just none of it's working.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess
they've tinkered with it. They've tinkered with their protections. They've tinkered with what they're doing in the run game.
Yeah.
All of that. But every time they tinker with it, you get a short little burst of like, oh, the defense wasn't ready for that, and then you realize, oh yeah, but they're not actually doing the tinkering isn't being performed physically well. It's just the element of surprise.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, guys are getting physically beat.
Yeah.
You know, and or CJ's making bad decisions or whatever, or John Mechie's making the wrong read in coverage. It's all over the board, and it stinks.
Yeah,
it just stinks.
It's super concerning. Like we've been saying it for 2 months. This is a crisis. This offensive line, this is an offensive crisis for this team, and the crisis is not getting solved right now.
Well, and that's the other thing too is I have no way of telling. I don't know if I can bring up historical examples of having your highest paid offensive lineman be so incredibly bad at well, actually he's really good at committing penalties. He has a commanding lead on penalties in the league right now.
He's the best. Yeah.
He's at 15 penalties on the season. Tyler Guyton. Has he been all pro like the last 4 years or not?
He's a rookie, Seth.
I don't know if this is something that good offensive linemen typically do or not.
He's on his way though, this Guyton kid. He's on his way.
Laramie Tunsil, a three penalty lead in that regard. Pre-snap penalties, he's also got a 3-snap lead over everybody else. He's got 10 false starts. Nobody else has more than 7.
All right, a little bit on the post-game show yesterday. We'll get to Acknowledge Me in just a little bit. We had a caller named Nicole that called into the post-game show. Seth, you've not heard this yet.
No, I haven't. I saw it referenced, but I didn't. I thought it was a joke.
It got picked up by a few of the aggregators, too, out there. Yeah, like, you won't believe this, with the, red sirens, on the post-game show for the Texans. I know. We went slightly viral. A caller named Nicole called in and had a major concern about why things were happening, like Kaimi Fairbairn missing chip shot field goals, Bobby Slowick continuing to repetitively run plays that don't work. Here's what she thought. Nicole, appreciate your patience. Welcome in.
Hi, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to air a couple of several grievances that I have, and I'm going to establish that the NFL, the refs in Vegas are a cartel that manipulate all the games as they wish. And I feel like some players, such as Kaimi, are subject to being paid off at will because they're so good. He's so good. I don't believe he intentionally loses his kicks. I think he's paid to do so. And potentially, to my next grievance, is that the play calling can also be subject to being subject to the cartel. And that dude, I forgot his name, but he sucks.
His name's Bobby. His name's Bobby Slowick.
She didn't even specifically say offensive coordinator.
Well, we got another cut coming up here. Trust me, she meant Slowick. Yeah, she meant. But he sucks. Okay. So her hypothesis. We got a lot more. Trust me. Her hypothesis is that the cartels, and it seems like not like the drug cartels like we saw in Breaking Bad and stuff, but some gambling cartel out in Vegas.
I mean, she said it was the referees that were the cartel, but I would guess she means that they're an instrument of the cartels.
Yeah, probably so. But somehow this wasn't Kaimi just missing it because he shanked a field goal.
She's accusing Kaimi of. Well, she said he didn't intentionally do it, except that he's being paid to do it.
Yeah, being paid. So
that's being like I don't. I didn't choose to have sex with people for money, but they paid me to do it.
Right.
I had no choice.
Right.
Yeah.
That is.
I'm not really a prostitute. I just accept money for sex.
The bottom line,
because they pay me to do it. I don't want.
The botbottom line is that she thinks there's something untoward going on, where there's cartels involved in the Texans' poor performance yesterday. Here she blames the cartel for Slowick's bad play calling.
I don't know why he always calls that play where you throw to your left or your right and you have to catch up to the line of scrimmage. I don't know why he does that. It never works. It never freaking works, and he does it all the time. I feel like he's sabotaging us. He always has Mixon come to drive right into a pile of guys that,
yes.
I mean, why is it
yes.
so unorthodox to run out left or right? I mean, I'm not a play caller. I'm just a girl. But why doesn't he ever have a play go out to the left or the right? I don't get it. He also could be subject to the cartel.
Yes.
Slowick. The cartel's got to Slowick, man.
This is an answer. I've been looking for answers.
Yes.
This is an answer.
This actually is an answer. Like, why do they keep running it into a brick wall on first down and conceding 2nd and 11? Cartels, hello. Yeah.
Hey, Nicole, your explanation is as good as any, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you
Nicole's speaking? Yeah, I can vote for this.
Do you want more? Give
me more.
You picking up what she's putting down?
Give me
I got more.
because I need to pull other people in. I'm somewhat informed now.
All right.
I've done enough. This is my own personal research. Is listening to Nicole, Sean. I've done the research, and you can't disprove any of this.
Okay, so we got Kaimi, cartel. Slowick, cartel. The big fear.
Right. Not because they intend to, but because they're being paid to.
Subjected to the cartels. The big fear, C.J. Stroud.
Third grievance, poor C.J., he may be smart enough to know that these things are happening, or he may be shot down because I believe he's just as good as the old golden boy, Patrick. And right now he's the golden boy. So, and he's what we need to strive towards. So I'm not making excuses for the bad things we did today, but CJ is right up there with him. And you can tell that his confidence is being shot. And why is that? Is the cartel doing that to him? I believe so.
I mean, so Texan fans, I would feel a little better about this if I were Texan fans. Like, wow, this is inexplicable. How could Kaimi miss a 28-yard field goal? This is inexplicable. How could somebody be this inept as an OC to keep calling the same plays that don't work? This is inexplicable. How could C.J. Stroud have such a huge step backwards in year 2 of his NFL career? Cartel. Hello. It's the cartel.
I'm glad she brought up Mahomes because I'm looking right now. It looks like the Chiefs are 0-5 against the spread in their last 5 games.
They play close games, man. That's all. The cartel might have gotten to Mahomes.
After the game, there was a quote yesterday about how they need to have a blowout win here at some point.
Yeah.
And I think what he probably meant to say was like, we're making it a little too close. If the spread's 10.5, we got to only win by 10, not 3.
I don't know if you guys know. I heard from the cartel. Have you guys ever heard of the cartel before? I heard from the cartel got to me, okay? It got to me. That's why we play so close.
All right, CJ, and remember, because she's a fan, she's not blaming any of them.
No.
They're just accepting the money to do this.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's as good as any for me. At least that makes sense.
I got one more. We got one more, Nicole. We got one more, Nicole. Because I said, so what you're telling me, Nicole, is what I said to her. I said, you're telling me the cartel is the reason why the Texans lost to the Titans today. And she said, no. This has been going on for multiple weeks now.
So I believe Kaimi threw the game on Thursday night football. And this is not just about today. This is about what I've been witnessing weeks on end. And the quote unquote, my statement of the cartel, they've been at it for many, many years. So they know just when a call is needed to throw a game, to push the momentum in one way or the other. So you're the professional. So I know, you can see when that is happening.
Right. She knows I know. I mean, I live in that gambling world. I know you know, Sean, you D-Gen. I know you know. Hang on, I got to read this. 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Let me clarify, guys, for Nicole. The Texans' play calling is so stupid, they have to be getting paid off.
It is almost. I really honestly wish that I could just take this leap and believe all of it and say, well, hey, look, because the classic The classic, this is where everybody gets themselves into trouble with all this. Like, you can't prove this didn't happen. Right, yeah. Right, you can't prove that lots of things didn't happen.
Right.
Like, you need actual evidence. I'll tell you from a player's perspective.
Yeah.
The only time I really remember this, and this was before social media, was the year we went 2-14 in 2005.
Yep.
And Chris Brown, who 100% I can tell you was not being paid off by any kind of cartel, missed some bad field goals. And people were convinced that this was because he was instructed to, because we were trying to draft Reggie Bush. That we were trying to get in. Yeah. And I'm like, man, you have these conversations with Chris Brown after these games and everything to know exactly how devastating it is.
Yep.
That's where ultimately it's the most as a player, you're kind of like, are you serious? Like, I'd rather you guys just call me a bum than attack my integrity.
Right.
Because my defense is, no, we're actually just really bad at our jobs,
bad.
all right? I'm sorry. That's my impassioned defense. Is like, no, actually, I'm just bad at what I do, okay?
My God. That's
funny. I would prefer that I were being paid off, honestly, because I would have some control in that matter, unless I was being blackmailed.
This is the text message. That girl reminds me of Mama Stoerner. I think it's the opposite. Now, I'm here for a Nicole and Mama Stoerner podcast. I think that would be great. Mama Stoerner will just tell. Mama Stoerner would never accuse people of throwing things. She would just tell you how bad you suck at stuff.
Have you ever seen on social media the grandmother whose grandson will do things like he'll take her picture and put it on like a shampoo container in the store at Walmart, and there'll be like 10 of them lined up. And she'll be walking through and looking at the products, and she'll be like, "What the hell? What the hell happened? Where?" And then she gets irate. He did it with a billboard once. It was, the face of constipation, and it was her face up on a billboard.
That's pretty good. How did we get here? Mama Stoerner? Is that how we?
Yeah, Mama Stoerner. She reminds me of how angry Mama Stoerner would be. Thank you. How I got there.
It's really funny, but how did we get here?
Well, the whole thing about Nicole is she was very open and transparent. It's cool sometimes to see it through the eyes of somebody who is relatively uneducated or uninformed, because it is true. If you're watching football, we've all watched football with somebody who's like, why doesn't the quarterback just throw it to where there aren't any people?
Right.
And then you got to explain that, like, okay, well, the defensive back would have been there, but he saw where the throw was going. But Nicole's watching the games, and she's like, how come they're running the ball into that brick wall of people at the line of scrimmage? That doesn't seem to make much sense.
Right.
And it's hard. It gets harder and harder with Bobby Slowick to explain exactly why they're doing what they are doing. At some point, you're just like, yeah, probably a cartel. I don't know. Whatever. Probably a cartel.
Text message, finally someone's making some sense.
This offense has not performed well enough to escape the accusations of being an instrument of the cartel. I'll tell you that much.
God.
They haven't escaped that scrutiny.
Let's acknowledge a few people here. We do a little segment called Acknowledge Me. Not much to acknowledge with the Texans, but I think there were two guys to acknowledge. But first, I'm going to do it. I'm going to be classy. Will Levis.
Acknowledge me.
Was the better quarterback yesterday, man. He won the duel with C.J. Stroud. 18 of 24. 278 yards, 2 touchdowns. Now, granted, one of his chunk plays was just a dump down to the tight end that the Texans just completely blew. 70 yards. 70 of the 278 yards came on that one play, but guess what? They executed it, and he gets credit for it. The 63-yard play to Calvin Ridley, that was a great throw. He had pressure in his face. Will Levis was sacked 8 times on the day, and he kept getting back up.
Yeah.
Give Will Levis a lot of credit yesterday, man. Got to acknowledge the Mayo King.
He did exactly what we were afraid he would do, which is he's capable of these shot plays. And yet he was also very efficient to begin the game. He was 11 for 12. It's it's in him. He's shown that he's able to do that even in his bad games. He's got a nice, really easy release where it's a flick of the wrist sometimes on these deep shots. If you give him the opportunity, he's going to take advantage of it. And he had been playing better. This is the big unknown about Will Levis coming into this game. He's been back for 3 games now. In his first 2 games back from his injury, he was playing the Chargers and he was playing the Vikings. So he's playing two good defenses, but looked better.
Yeah.
But they're not scoring more than 17 points in either of those games. So you're wondering, all right, what exactly is he? He still threw another bad interception for a pick six in this game.
Did.
And yet the upside is still there. You can see it. So
no doubt.
Kudos to him.
Kudos to Will Levis. No, the big number I saw, Seth, and what you're talking about pre-injury and post-injury,
yeah,
I think 5.7 yards per attempt before the injury, just a bunch of dink and dunk and dunk and dink. Coming back from the injury, he's averaging, and I'm sure it's gone up now, over 8 yards per attempt. He averaged almost 12 yards per attempt yesterday.
Part of it is this offense starting to kick in. How did the Texans really have their back broken yesterday? Play action. They run zone run to the left. It's play action. And Henry To'oTo'o is completely bitten on the play action. All the stuff that defenses don't do versus the Texans because they're not fooled by any of it. The Titans are figuring it out. Took half a season, Bobby Slowick.
Yep.
Half a season.
Bobby's,
this is why teams hire offense. It took half a season.
It's bad,
and you're getting crushed by it.
It's bad.
But now here we are. Well, it takes time for the zone run scheme to work out, especially. This goes back to D'Amico. You hire an offensive line coach with no familiarity in this system.
Yeah.
The offensive line plays like they've got a coach that's got no familiarity in this system. That's on D'Amico. On D'Amico.
It is, man. You got to hire well for sure. I will now acknowledge a couple of Houston Texans. This is the duo that kept this team in the game yesterday. Danielle Hunter.
Acknowledge me.
Let's listen to it, man. Let's hear the montage.
Levis shotgun. Pollard behind him now. They're getting to the pistol set. Four-man front for Houston. First down from the Tennessee 22. Here comes Hunter. And Danielle with a sack on Levis. A beauty. Four-man front for the Texans. Levis is going to throw it this time. Now pressured out to the left. Levis in trouble. Levis sacked. Danielle Hunter with his second of the game. Levis under pressure again immediately, and he's going to be sacked again.
Unbelievable.
Mario Edwards and Danielle Hunter get there to bring down the quarterback. A big loss on the play.
Danielle is on a heater right now, man. 3 sacks, 5 TFLs yesterday. He has been a beast. He's double-digit sack guy now again for however many times in his career. He's up to 10.5 sacks. Now, that has been a dynamite signing for this team. He's been excellent.
In terms of off-season acquisitions and off-season just how things looked in the off-season, the pass rush in total, including Will Anderson and what you'd hope to get out of him, is the one area that I feel best about right now.
Lived up to the hype, yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm happy with Joe Mixon. I don't think that I think in another situation it would be way more impressive. I mean, this team now versus the 3 genuinely good run defenses they've faced, the Vikings, the Lions, and now the Titans. Yeah. The Titans were 5th in yards per carry against going into yesterday's game. They just haven't done anything. You know, Joe Mixon averages 1.8. The Vikings game, Joe Mixon wasn't there.
Yeah, he wasn't there.
Like, okay, maybe it'll be different with Mixon, but it was also one of their worst rushing performances of the year.
That's right.
When they go up against full-grown men, they get turned into pathetic little boys whose nose is running, who's crying because they've lost a mitten. All of that. It's boys versus men when they go up against good rushing defenses.
Undoubtedly is, man.
My gosh, Tavondre Sweat and what he did to to Shaq Mason.
Oh
my God.
I was like, where is the offensive lineman on this play? And Shaq's literally like sitting on the ground.
He swatted him away. And Shaq, by the laws of physics, it should be hard to swat Shaq like that.
Low center
of gravity. He's a big man who's like 6'1".
Yeah.
And yet Tavondre Sweat just swatted him away.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Like a disused tissue.
Mm-hmm. While we're acknowledging Danielle Hunter, his partner in crime, Will Anderson.
Acknowledge me.
Let's hear his two, Ben.
3rd down and 6 at the Houston 31. Levis out of the gun. He's got a little time now trying to scramble, and Will Anderson rips him down for the sack. Welcome back, Will. That's 8.5 on the year for Will Anderson Jr. 2nd and 10 at the Houston 20. Levis in the gun. Here's the snap. Here's pressure and a sack by Will Anderson Jr. back at the 29-yard line. Will, 2 sacks on the day. A big one at a big time. 3rd and long.
Okay, so Ross Tucker was on the call yesterday. along with Jay Feely, who I feel like Jay Feely, I hadn't listened to him in a while. He's come a long way. And from being kind of like the guy that they asked about the kicking and everything to like Feely really, you can tell he's really been studying over these last few years. But I think that the cool thing about yesterday, and Ross pointed this out a couple times, was that J.C. Latham, the left offensive tackle, was an Alabama guy, and he should know Will Anderson from practicing against him. And I loved it because Will Anderson in college, he was a speed to power guy. You know, he's going to rush upfield, then turn in and bull rush the offensive tackle. Last year, Will was doing the same thing, and in the NFL, it doesn't work out as well because you've got full-grown men that know how to anticipate and stop your bull rush. With Latham, the difference is Will was in college, except now he's working edges.
Yeah.
He's finding the soft shoulder of the offensive tackle. And Latham was probably like, oh, yeah, I know this, I know this. Hey, what the hell?
Hey!
Will Anderson gone and went through puberty all over the summer.
New tricks.
Yeah, because Will was doing a lot of the same except attacking an edge as he was doing it. And that's where he's come along as a pass rusher. He's just got a much better feel for how to attack the weakness of an offensive lineman. So that was cool to see. I had a few listeners reach out to me that said that they love Ross from his appearances with us, but that made it doubly hard to hear him gush over some of the things that the Titans did well.
Well, we're going to talk to him tomorrow.
They felt betrayed.
I mean, he covered that game. We'll talk to him plenty about the game tomorrow, get his post-game thoughts on it. He joins us at 7 o'clock on Tuesdays, Ross Stark. We'll give Ross a little acknowledgement, too, because we've had a few people on the text page say Ross did a really good job yesterday. Yeah, Ross is excellent. He's really good. He's really good.
He was making too many excuses for the Titans' offensive line, but we'll take it up with him on that. He was blaming Will Levis for almost every single sack.
Okay. Yeah. He's an offensive lineman, so there you go.
He had a point. I feel like we'll take him to task for this tomorrow.
Okay.
I felt like his bias seeped through a little too much.
Sounds good. Hey, quick acknowledgement. Saquon Barkley.
Acknowledge me.
255 yards rushing last night. 302 total yards from scrimmage last night for Saquon in their win over the Rams last night. Saquon making a run at MVP, man.
Oh my gosh.
He's making a run at MVP because it doesn't feel like there's a quarterback who's really taking the award by the throat. I think John's a favorite right now, but Josh Allen wasn't that great the first half of the year. We saw him here at NRG Stadium. So
my one saving grace in being skeptical of Saquon Barkley in the offseason has been Derrick Henry, was pace for pace with Saquon Barkley in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
He's starting to fall off a little bit. I really need Saquon. I really need Derrick Henry to have a real surge here late in the season.
You'll get him tonight. Tonight they play. Yeah. It's the Harbaugh Bowl tonight.
It's so it's something that's like I still. In Saquon, I don't want to wish for this, but Saquon, one of my big concerns about him was his ability to stay healthy.
Yeah.
And not just and play well throughout the season, even if he is banged up. But so far, Seth's looking kind of dumb on that.
They signed him to a 3-year deal, and they're running him like they're not really into years 2 and 3 of this thing. They're
you got to smoke him while you got him. I can't. Yeah. Whenever you bring up the advanced stats, all that, it's like, look, it is what it is. We're rolling the dice on this.
Yeah.
We're gonna stop being awesome right now.
It's hard to argue, man.
Yeah.
They're 9-2. Like the Eagles, and they figured things out. And that's the ironic thing. You know what? Nick Sirianni, Ben. I want to acknowledge Nick Sirianni.
Acknowledge me.
That after week 4, he brings all his kids to a press conference, and he's just completely dismissing the Eagles were playing like crap, and he's like, guys, we'll fix it. It's no problem. Why are you guys this guy got one kid on the left knee, one kid on the right knee, the other two looking like they don't even want to be there at the press conference, and Nick Sirianni's like, guys, you worry too much. It's all going to get fixed. And sure enough, man, 8 in a row. It's the opposite of last season, where he was downer at the end of the year, man. They're picking up steam now 11 games into the season. So actually they started 10-1 last year, so technically they're not as good, but it feels like
they fell apart.
They fell apart. It feels like they're moving in the right direction. All right, that was acknowledging big performances from over the weekend. The Texans' percentage chance to make the playoffs as of right now. I'm going to tell you what it is when we come back. Does it feel remotely close to this right now? Do they feel like they have this percentage of chance to make the playoffs? That is coming up next.
Hey, you're thinking about popping the question, asking somebody to marry you. Look, what's your percentage chance that you're going to knock it?
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
The reaction's not good, man. The reaction is not good. Texans doing a lot of the same things that have been allowing bad teams to stay in games, and they win. The Texans win in the end. Now they're losing these games. They're losing to 2-win Jets, losing to the 2-win Titans. This just in. You know how many wins the Jags have, Seth? 2. That's how many. Yeah, they've gotten really good at losing to 2-win teams over the last month or so.
And the fun, it would almost at least be less frustrating if the Texans had blown out teams along the way.
Correct.
Or just had signature victories against good teams or what have you. And they have not done that. So it just seems like you're holding on for dear life no matter who the opponent is. So, yeah, I thought Clint, by the way, today made a really good point at one time. It was after the D'Amico press conference, I think, when they point to these situational football issues where, okay, they're making mistakes in critical areas or key areas, and they got to stop that. And Clint, to paraphrase him, just said, yeah, but they're making those same errors throughout the game.
They're just bad.
So, yes, they're going to pop up because they pop up in non-critical situations. How many times are there critical situations specifically because somebody made an error that turned it into a critical situation?
Yep.
Oh, it's 3rd and 20 now, you say.
How did we get here?
Instead of 3rd and 10.
Yeah.
Because your offensive linemen just have no respect for law or order. They're a bunch of scofflaws out there. They just don't care. They say they pee all over the rule book.
Yep.
That's their pep talk every morning before the go into the bathroom, they go into the shower, they put a rule book on the shower floor, and then they all pee on it. They have a big old sword fight together.
Big old sword fight.
Yeah.
Just doing a quick dashboard check on the Texans' postseason chances, according to PlayoffStatus.com. You tell me, Seth, does this feel like a team that has an 89% chance to make the postseason right now? Because that's what the computers and the simulations are telling us.
Well, Sean, you got to remember, they still have a game coming up against the Titans. Who are they? They suck,
that's
right?
true. That's
true.
Yeah.
They've got the Jaguars coming up, and they certainly couldn't lose to a 2-win football team.
Right.
No, I don't. Everybody that wants to say I told you so or what have you, this game right here, even if the Texans had won, even if Miami for trouble to make a 28-yard field goal, and then they win the game after that.
Yeah.
I think I'd be saying the exact same thing. No, you're not going to do a damn thing in the playoffs when you play the way you've been playing.
Yes, that is where mentally I was preparing myself for the post game. Because I was like, okay, they're in the fourth quarter, I'm like, all right, they're up 27-23. I'm like, all right, they're going to win this game. But there is a lot to worry about still with this team. And I guess they did me the good service of not sounding like a negative Nancy amidst a win. They said, no, Sean, it's cool. We'll just lose, so your negativity is actually very, very applicable. Now, they still have a 2-game lead in the division. The Colts are kind of a mess. I would say the rest of the division's a mess, but you just lost to one of them yesterday. But the Titans are 3-8. They're not catching you, I don't think. So, yeah, like the math is out there, but this team is capable. I'm with you, Seth. Like they're I'll tell you what, like 0-5 has a much bigger chance of happening than 5-0 down the stretch here. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. The thought of them going on a run or something. I mean,
that ain't happening.
And just, boy, I know that this is a sentiment that a lot of people share. And usually I would try to be like, Joe Rational about this. I don't want to hear about any more players-only meetings.
As soon as Jimmy said that yesterday, I'm like, well, that's a bad look. I'm glad you brought that up because I know I know you as a former player, you kind of bring a little bit of sanity to the perception of the players-only meeting.
Yeah.
But Jimmy Ward, with a quote that we played from him earlier, where we were asking like, "Hey, man, like, why do you get all these close games?" And he talked about playing down to the level of competition. And he made it sound like they've had multiple players-only meetings, and there might need to be another one here soon. And that's another, to me. This is, again, a fan who's never been in these, quote, players-only meetings. I'm like, isn't this the job of the head coach eventually to get these guys to get their act in order? Like,
yeah, there is a part. Yes, leadership from within is awesome and everything.
Yes.
But the problem is on offense right now, they're playing like children. They need guidance. You never say, Boy, this junior high has a whole lot of issues. You know what we really need? We need the junior high students to really get together and lead from. We need leadership from the junior high itself.
We need the 8th graders to really take the reins.
Yeah. The offense is performing like a poorly performing junior high. Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you need the Joe, the Batman from the movie there,
right.
Or whomever to come in, but it's not the students themselves that are the issue. The other part about it, too, is maybe more relatable is anybody that's listening who's ever been in a company that's struggling or something that, like, when is it ever the actual solution when it's like, God, maybe we need to have more meetings? It's been my experience in organizations of all variety that when you start thinking that, like, maybe we need more meetings, that's just that's a symptom, not a cure.
Excellent point. Excellent point.
Maybe I need to have more headaches, to stop having these headaches.
I liked Jimmy Ward's interview that he did with me and Clint in the postgame, but when he brought up the players-only meetings, like, no, that's also not it. D'Amico, this was, I thought this, D'Amico's had a lot of good moments, man, as head coach of this football team, and I'm hopeful for many, many more in the future. This, to me, was his worst press conference moment after a loss yesterday. The question was, are you concerned that you need more from the offense? Keep in mind, need more from the offense. An offense that has scored a total of 7 touchdowns in the second half of football, 12 football games this year, 7 touchdowns in the second half.
The concern for me is we need to play complementary football, right? We play complementary football, we win games. When we don't, we're not relying on one side, right, to carry the entire team. So whatever happens, like our offense gave us enough points to win the game. So that starts with the defense. We didn't do enough to stop them. We didn't stop the run, and we didn't run the ball well. And we gave up way too many points on defense. So our offense did plenty. They gave us enough points. And defense, we had to be able to stop them.
They didn't give you enough points. The defense gave you 7 of those points on a Jimmy Ward pick 6. So the offense scored 20. 7 of those came on a one-play touchdown drive in the first 15 seconds of the game. 3 of those came after a muffed punt where the offense moved the ball 7 yards on 4 plays. So the offense in the second half of this football game, when you take penalty yardage out, like the net yardage in the second half, they ran 29 plays and gained 54 net yards.
Oh, my God.
Let me say that again. D'Amico Ryan's offense that in the second half of this football game ran 29 plays, and when you add it all up, penalties and everything, gained 54 yards, did enough to win the football game.
Sean, this is the problem.
Why does he do this?
This is the problem right there. That's a speech you give to the defense on Monday morning.
Yeah.
That's hey, listen, we don't make excuses. We got to do enough. Look, that's a bad offense we played that struggles to score them more than 17 points in a game. And that's something a defensive coordinator says.
Yeah.
When it comes to looking at the sum total of everything and the big picture, no. The offense was an issue yesterday as well.
Yeah.
Multiple things can be true. It can be both the offense and the defense. And you're right. That feels like a defensive coordinator who happens to be the head coach.
Yes. Oh, bingo. Yes. That's what it feels like, and that's a concern. That's a major concern, especially when you got so many
only meeting about that.
So many problems to fix. You, me, and Ben after the show, Seth. Players only.
They're running out of time during the day to have players only meetings. That's the hardest thing they're going to have to. Be sure you check your GPS monitors to be sure you guys aren't meeting too much. The fatigue will set in.
All those short weeks coming up. How are they going to
squeeze? Go get your damn hot apple cider and a nap and a hug from Grandma.
Oh man.
You know,
Seth. Antibodies to you.
Antibodies and dash your GPS monitors against the rocks. Get back to old school football, damn
Amen to that. Amen to that. All right, we're done. We are out of time. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer, they're going to take you through the next couple hours. Keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610 all day long as we do the autopsy on yesterday's horrific loss to the Tennessee Titans. Before we get out of here, though, I want to thank Flight by and
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. SportsRadio.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
41 seconds to go. Levis approaches the line of scrimmage, takes the snap, takes the knee. It is over. The Houston Texans get upset by the Tennessee Titans, 32-27, squandering opportunity after opportunity and seeing their record drop to 7-5 with another division matchup with Jacksonville on the road coming up. And you thought Detroit hurt. Ha! I'll show you Payne. That was Payne. That's lost Payne right there.
That was
Detroit
Payne.
hurt, no question about it. But this is level of Payne. This is divisional, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Your natural rival historically, the former Oilers, all that crap. And they come in here and look tremendous relative to what their record was and beat the Texans on a day where you made mistake after mistake after mistake. That was really hard to take. Had multiple opportunities. That's why I said that in the final call. In the final, whatever, fourth quarter, let's just go with that, Johnny, as you had so many chances to win this game. So many ways you could have won it. Muff punt. Here, take the ball again. Nope, sorry. Can't do much with it. We'll take the field goal. Emi sets the record, 12 from beyond 50, all-time best in the NFL with 5 games to go. He can put up a number that's going to be really hard to beat, but misses the 28-yarder, like you said in your article, a field goal he can make in his freaking sleep. But that's not, you can't put it all on him because the blame gets shared evenly. It gets spread around all over the place. Defense, they did some great things. 8 sacks. Pick 6 to take the lead. That should have been it right there. Game over. You're going to win it. Sail into the finish. But no, it didn't happen that way. Obviously, built a 4-point lead, and then Chig Okonkwo somehow running free. Run, Chig, run.
I'll tell
running
you how he ran free.
All right, well, numerous guys. It just seemed one of those situations. Are you going to get him? I don't know. Are you? Well, he's in the end zone already. So I guess we're not going to get him on this particular play. So with all the good things they did, that's why this game away was talking about, well, too many points scored. We can't allow them. Because he's a defensive guy by nature, and he looks at that like, hey, you guys blew the game right there. Now, he didn't say that literally, but you felt like that in his post-game comments where he said, we can't allow that many points. We put up enough points to win. Well, the defense helped you out with the 7 because they had the pick 6 by Jimmy Ward. And they made numerous stops. I mean, even after the miss from 28, you get the ball back. But how about this for bad complimentary football? Penalty on the ensuing punt. Now you're pinned back. Now how'd they get to the 1? Take a sack?
Sack.
All right, great. Sack.
Simmons sack.
And then you're out of the back of the end zone, and Dan Orlovsky, whatever. Look, he was under pressure. That's not Dan Orlovsky to me. That's just one of those, like, he's got nowhere to go. He's just trying to get out of Dodge, and ran out of field. I mean, what do you want him to do right there? I guess, just chuck it. Even after that, you had a chance at the onside kick, minimal at best, of course.
And you got the ball to bounce out.
Yeah, you kind of got the
ball.
You got the ball
to bounce out. You just got the bounce.
But if you get it even, Johnny, on a day where you can't protect him and you got penalties, you still have the procedural stuff rearing its ugly head. Some weeks it's better, some weeks it's not. You've lost 4 out of 6. And in the close games, Last year, what were you, 6-3, something like that? You're 5-3 in one-score games this year.
Yeah.
Now, the Jets is an 8-point loss, but I don't count that as a one-score game. That's a lopsided loss to me because you had the field goal. I think you went onside after that. That didn't feel close at the end.
Yeah.
But in the close games like this, like Detroit, you're 5-3 right now. Green Bay, you're 5-3 right now. Games. You lost lopsided Minnesota, Jets. All right, it is what it is. You got Jacksonville this week. I said this about the Jags. The whole is less than the sum of the parts with Jacksonville. Yep. What are they? They should be a lot better than this. I'll say the same thing now about the Texans. They are not adding up to what they should and could be.
That's right.
The whole is less than the sum of the parts. They've got parts. They got to make it work better. The head coach has a tremendous situation going on right here. D'Amico Ryans, you want to talk adversity? You thought 2 weeks ago was adversity? I'll show you adversity. You're in the division, and this now on Sunday becomes, I'll call it a virtual must-win. Not a must-win because it doesn't eliminate you from anything, but you lose this one going into the bye. Then you have the gauntlet of Miami, Kansas City, Baltimore. I know you play them one at a time, but my gosh, if you lose to Jacksonville and Tennessee back-to-back. That's why this is a virtual must-win game. Got to get it Sunday in North Florida. And how many times in the history of this franchise have we desperately needed a win? And those guys are there to help us out. Please, men in teal, please assist as the Texans desperately need to get to that 8th victory heading into the bye and then get ready for the stretch run rested. Gosh, does this team need a bye? I'm all over the place. This team needs a bye in the worst way. What is the bye doing at Christmas? Since when did that come up on the menu? Hey, here's your bye. Happy holidays. What? The bye should be for like October 30th. I know we have 32 teams to accommodate. It's tough. 6 teams had byes this week. 6 teams. We had weeks like 2 weeks ago. 2 teams had byes. What do they get a bye? Anyway, I know we can't do anything. I
feel like a marathon fan. I'm holding a cup of water, and you're like going by. I'm like, do you want the water? You need the water?
I need more coffee.
You want the water?
More coffee for my opening rant.
Take the water.
We need a bye, but we're not going to get it.
You know what I like about the fact that you ranted is the fact that I'm not going to. I'm going to be very zen today.
Okay, I will be too. Look, we're going to have fun today.
But I'm going to read you. I'm going to read you something.
Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
going to read the fans something.
Is this going to make me unhappy?
There are 2 things first off, I'm going to read you this. Okay, I want you to tell me what these are. 17, 17, 14, 31, 17, 10, 14, 20, 17, 13.
All right, you tell me what these mean.
Those are the point totals for the Tennessee Titans this year. You notice that every teens. You notice only
it felt like the Disney Channel. A lot of teens.
You notice that only 2 of them
went beyond
20 plus.
Right. Patriots.
And none was more than 32. So the Titans scored their most points yesterday. Of course, that safety put it over the top.
And they got sacked 8 times.
They got sacked. Okay, so there are a number of things that can read you.
Hellman's called, and they want to renew the endorsement now.
They should, because Will Levis, well, there are a number of things we can talk about Will Levis. Will Levis had 278 yards throwing, passing, whatever you can call it. He got 198 yards on 4 throws.
Wait, 4 passes,
4 throws,
him 198 yards because you had Chikakonkwo, you had Westbrook Akine,
and you had the Ridley bomb, and there's one other I can't remember what it was. 8 yards of his 278 on 4 freaking throws. And what did I say before the game? You couldn't get drunk on shots.
Yes,
and he's going to take shots. Now, I'm starting to get on a rant. So this is what I wrote in Harris Hits. It'll be up later today. This to me, this paragraph epitomizes what this game was all about for your Texans.
Okay.
The Texans had a penalty on a kickoff return that wiped out a 48-yard Dameon Pierce return, an illegal contact penalty on 3rd and 8.
The second one.
That led to a Titans field goal in the first half. That was Aziz. On a delay of game penalty on a punt in the first half. Nearly gave up a touchdown because the returner didn't down the ball and had to dive on it to avoid a Titans touchdown. Dropped the kickoff after the Chikakonkwo touchdown, which they didn't touch anybody, and was tackled at the 18-yard line. had consecutive false starts on third down on the first drive of the fourth quarter, had a holding penalty that cost the Texans field position on a punt to the Tennessee 39-yard line. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Committed a two-men in motion illegal shift penalty on a go-ahead Nico Collins touchdown in the fourth quarter. Committed a holding on 1st and 10 from the Tennessee 11. 3 plays after Collins should have been touchdown. Missed a shorter than an extra point 28-yard field goal that would have tied the game. And finally committed a 15-yard blindside block penalty on the final Titans punt that put the ball at the Texans' 7-yard line instead of the Texans' 24-yard line. That led to a Titans safety for a 32-27 lead. And scene.
That's it. Those are all the mistakes. You just listed them.
It's not all of them.
No, it's not all of them. No, those are the glaring ones.
Those are
really
just the ones that we all knew about. We had 8 penalties in the second half, including. Now remind me, our record is what?
It's 7-5, Johnny.
So we played 12 games.
First place in the AFC South, Brian.
Yeah. Get that drop, Ben. We played 12 games.
Right.
How on God's green earth do we have 2 men in motion?
2 men in motion.
How do we have 2 men in motion?
When I saw it, I was like, ooh, that looks very CFL-like.
But
that looks kind of arena football-ish right there with the 2 guys moving. I hope this touchdown sticks. No, it doesn't.
No, it was down the field.
Dre said on the broadcast, he's like, I saw it.
Yeah.
I didn't want to stop you during the call. He knew it was coming back.
But I immediately looked. I saw it, too, and I was like, oh, God. But I didn't see a flag. So I was like, they didn't miss this,
there were some late flags. Look, I'm not blaming them.
But I never saw the flag on that one. But either way, you're 12 games in. It is absolutely
you can't do that.
Inexcusable to have 2 men in motion, and that puts you up 34-30. Now, Levis has got to go down.
Just don't commit the penalty, even if the play doesn't go all the way, even if he gets tackled somewhere, or if it's incomplete. Now you're moving backwards again. How many times do you move backwards? You move backwards way too often. D'Amico talked about that 2 weeks ago. Can't move backwards. This is basic football. Don't move backwards, move forward, and then good things happen. I'm going to give you the one thing, though, with all the mistakes you just listed, Johnny. You listed a bunch.
I did.
All the mistakes you listed, I feel like this, look, I can't say this is the key, but it's a huge one. I feel like, look, game sack-wise for the squad, Danielle Hunter is 9.5 on the year now.
Yeah, Danielle was tremendous.
And Will is 8.5. Well, no, Danielle is 10.5, right? Wait a minute.
3.
You had 3.
Yeah, 10.5.
10.5. 10.5. So Danielle is 10.5, back in double figures, 5 out of the last 6 years. Amazing. I mean, he's putting together like a Hall of Fame type career here. Look at the numbers. Look at he's about to get to 100, on his career. He's amazing. He's amazing. That day, and everybody else, what they did sack-wise, but they forgot to tackle the running back. They forgot to stop the run on the way to the quarterback because it's sack city on Will Levis. We're going to get the ball out. They didn't. They didn't get the ball out from Levis. I got to give Levis credit for this. He threw the bad pick, but every time he was going down, he was like, I got both arms. I got both of my strengthened arms on this football, and it's not coming out, guys. So he just took his sacks like a man and then stood up and made laser-like throws downfield. I got to give him some credit here.
No. Yeah,
give credit where credit is due. The one throw where he's moving to his left and throws a freaking rope.
Oh, my God. That throw was incredible.
So who was it, Ridley or
Ridley? Yeah, it was Ridley.
Boyd?
It was on the money. He didn't have to.
They've got players, too. I'm looking at Boyd, Ridley. If Levis can do that or something similar,
they will be a problem.
But their line is a mess, obviously. Yet Pollard it was his second best rushing total as a Titan, but it was his best game. He had a touchdown. I mean, it was against the Texans. This defense is supposed to be able to stop him. He goes well over 100, and he has a great day for them. A great day. Because that, to me, if you're able to shut him down and hold him on the yard, say, you win this game. Even with all the mistakes, you still win this game. But they're not hidden yards, but those extra little yards here and there made a huge difference for the Tennessee Titans.
So here, there's juxtaposition of things throughout this game. So you just mentioned one.
Yeah.
So Tony Pollard had 119 yards rushing. That was his second. I know. That was his second best as a Titan.
Yeah.
He had 119 yards and a touchdown, right?
Yeah.
But the Texans had 13 TFLs.
Oh, I know.
Levis threw for 278.
Yeah.
We had 8 sacks.
8 sacks. Yeah.
I mean, Danielle Hunter was incredible.
And let me ask you this. Did you win the turnover battle? Mrs. Lincoln, did you win the turnover battle at the play?
Yeah, okay. 2 fumbles and 3. And
they won the turnover battle. You won the turnover battle. You had 8 sacks, and you lost the football game.
Oh, I mean, I got a whole list of things here.
Look, I am not. Well, I am perplexed because I thought they'd run it at least a little bit better. I wasn't expecting a Joe Mixon bonanza 100-yard-plus game. I was not expecting that.
But I thought there'd be some pops. I thought there were going to be some pops of runs, and there was nothing.
You give me 70 yards yesterday, and I'm not blaming it on him. It's all a collective thing up front, right? Give me 70 yards rushing. Even 70 makes a huge difference. Hey, now you're in 3rd and 4. Give me 70 and cut down on a couple of pre-snap penalties, and you're looking at a different situation. And look, everybody's piling on, and I get it. That was a mistake-filled, horrible loss at home. There's no other way to slice it. Here you are. Everything's right in front of you. All of your goals are still attainable. They're right in front of you. You're 7-5, 2-game lead. We come in here every week, 2-game lead in the AFC South. It's a weird year. It's phenomenal, really, when you think about it that way. But obviously, you got to play a whole lot better if you're going to do anything with the remainder of this season. You've got to clean this up. And the head coach has a real tough assignment because everybody's gassed. It's bye week needed. It's all of that. And you got to circle the wagons for a rested Jags team who just watched the tape and said, you know what? We can get one this Sunday.
Yep.
You better be ready for this.
They're coming off a bye.
Yeah.
They're coming off a bye.
And you're thirsting for one.
Now, they haven't made any changes with coaches or GMs or anything like that, so they're still kind of the same mess they've been the last few weeks, but they should have Trevor Lawrence back, so that should help.
Yes, they're going to get Trevor Lawrence back. And you know what? I said the whole is less than the sum of the parts with them. If they kind of add up, they'll be. Look at the Titans just came in here and beat you. Anything is possible now. You better get ready for the Jaguars.
So in 2021, remember, we went to Tennessee, and we weren't a very good football team at that point. Right. And I went down, and at that point in 2021, there were the Titans had a lot of former Texans.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to be down the field. I think they had DQ at the time. They had a few others. They had Dylan Cole. Remember Dylan Cole?
I remember.
Dylan was awesome.
Yeah,
he was a smart dude.
Great dude.
I loved him and a great player. And I was talking to him, and I just was, kind of jokingly at the end, like, hey, man, take it easy on us today. We're not very good, et cetera, et cetera. And he goes, no. You guys have got some talent. And then he said this, you independent contractors. And I never forgot that. I was like, what do you mean by that? And then I got it. It was like everybody in NFL has talent, but the ones that win championships are guys that take independent contractors and turn them into a full-fledged working unit that comes together. And there are times that I watch us, and I can't not think of Dylan Cole's comment about independent contractors, that it's disjointed and it's guys trying to make a play when it just needs to come together. The band needs to play together.
They've done it at times.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's the hard part, is that they've done it at times.
And I want to say defensively, except on the Chigga Congo.
No, I think defensively they've done it throughout the year. I think throughout the year I think yesterday was a weird defensive juxtaposition of, now they were also on the field for a long time too. But I think offensively more so this. As I was watching the game back this morning at dark 30, and I'm watching it, I kept seeing, okay, well, this guy did this wrong. Oh, this guy did this wrong. You know what I'm tired of saying, Mark?
What?
And this goes to my point about independent contractors. Oh, it's a different guy every single time. It's not the same guy. It's a different guy.
That's a worse problem.
That's a worse
if it's one
problem.
Guy, you just replace him or coach him up.
But I'm watching saying the same thing. Well, okay, this guy missed this block on this play, but he came back and made a great block on this one. But on this next play, this guy missed it. Well, then this guy was not lined up where he should have been. This guy let a guy get beat. I am so tired of saying, well, it's a different guy every play. You know what? It's a different guy every play that's making a mistake, that's keeping this thing from being independent contractors and turning it into a smooth running machine.
Well, that's the challenge, isn't it?
It's a big
for the coaching staff to get this thing together. By the way, to your point about the defense being on the field a lot, time of possession, 34 to 25 and change each way. So a 9-minute differential in time of possession. That is huge. This offense has to hang on to the ball somehow. And it's not like the Titans were demons on third down either. Texans were 3 for 13, which is bad. Titans were 4 for 14.
Yeah.
That'll lose you a lot of games. The numbers don't explain the whole story.
That's exactly right. You can't look at the numbers in this game and go, Oh, well, this is one of those games where the numbers don't tell a damn thing.
But you had
about
five
about
more
the game.
penalties than they did.
Now that tells you a story.
And especially after the half, what was it, 8? I thought it was 9. It was 8 after the half. I mean, that's just huge. 8 second-half penalties. This second-half problem is notable and must be addressed. Now, here's John Harris with the head coach after the game talking about the situation.
Coach, this is a frustrating one even to talk about because there were so many good things and yet some things I know you'd like to have back. And you've mentioned this to me a few times. If the Texans quit beating the Texans, we could be a really good football team. Was this one of those games? Was this Exhibit A of what you've been talking about all year?
Yeah, I mean, nothing shows it better than this, right? We had so many positive things that happened in this game, but, you know, they're overshadowed by the negatives, right? Whether it's running, getting negative yards, getting sacked, scoring a touchdown, getting it called back because of penalties. I mean, getting them in 3rd and long and giving up explosive for a touchdown is just, man, it's just tough, right? And you know, it happens. We gotta be able to own up to it and fix it. And right now, it's just not good ball where the Texans are still beating the Texans.
And defensively, you have 8 sacks. You have a pick 6. I mean, I can't think of many times when you've lost those games, but you were able to, and we talked about this a little bit at halftime, where early on I felt like he was kind of finding a groove, and then all of a sudden the sacks started piling up. You were getting that pressure, and part of that pressure maybe resulted in Jimmy's pick 6. Is that kind of how you saw it at that kind of period of the game when you were really getting that pressure and then getting that pick 6?
Yeah, it definitely affected our D-line, started to heat up. Daniil and Will, they got after their offensive line, which we expected them to do. And, you know, just at times the coverage just wasn't as sticky enough as it needed to be to make the plays we needed to make. But I thought our D-line did a great job of rushing and getting them out of rhythm. Just got to be able to finish.
You started the game so well. You know, you talk about finish, but starting, you get the kickoff return from Damian, then you get the touchdown to Cade right away. I don't think anybody relaxes, but when you get that kind of start after having, after playing the way you did at Dallas, you kind of feel like the momentum might roll a little bit for you there?
Yeah, you definitely felt the momentum, right? That initial kickoff and the touchdown, like that's big time by our special teams, the offense, like 2 huge plays, and that's what we needed to get us started. But to come back and not answer that on defense, that's the tough part.
Yeah, it's tough, and now it gets even tougher because we go to an AFC South foe for Jacksonville. I know you talk all week, and we've always talked to you, and we really appreciate it when you share with us the messages you share with the team and what it means to you and what it means to the team. What do you think your message will be getting on the horse and go to take on Jacksonville?
Yeah, my message, as I say here right now, is just everybody got to man up and do your job, like play clean football, play smart football. And if we do that, and we own up to it, be the professionals and execute the proper way, we'll be just fine. But until we get out our own head, we stop hurting ourselves, we don't want this again. So for us to correct it, we have to self-correct and we have to change.
Coach, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
All right, here's my theory on the way this team is somewhat constructed, because we're only in year 2 of the D'Amico Ryans era, which I hope lasts 20 years, right? I think that these players, and most of them, I would say many, if not most, are in the image of the head coach, right? They are D'Amico Ryans guys. And even if you're not, you can play like one. And if you're not going to play like one, I don't think you're going to be here. I think the guys who aren't like the head coach in terms of passion, pride, intensity, smarts, the way he played and the way he wants to play as a unit, I don't think they're going to be here. And they're going to continually figure out who these guys are or are not. As far as what is going on the offensive side in the second half, look, if it were easy, they would just do it. Apparently not that easy. Now, the quarterback is not having a great year compared to last year, but it's all still there. Charlie Epps used to say about my golf swing, when I hit a really good shot, that's how good you can be.
Yeah.
Right? That's how good you are. That's how good you can be.
Look what you can be.
And we know Stroud, look at some of those throws yesterday. I mean, really tremendous throws. The throw to Dell. I mean, there were numerous others, a couple to Nico, that kind of thing. It's all still there. He was 20 of 33 yesterday. Obviously, the picks are uncharacteristic. Got to get him going again, though. Got to get things going. He's still a young quarterback in his second year, and, you got issues up front. I get it, pass protection, got to figure out a way. And look, if it were easy, they would just do it. Let's hear from Stroud. This is Stroud after the game, asked about the offense and what needs to be done, what the sitch is.
I got to just practice better, play better. I mean, it's no secret. I mean, I haven't been playing well personally from my standard. I have a couple good drives, a couple good plays here, but it's just up and down right now. So I got to just, for me, I feel like it starts with practice, and then it comes to the game, staying focused. And, I mean, I've been focused. I watch as much film as anybody, and it's just sometimes it doesn't go your way. And, I got to be harder on myself and, realize that, games can come down to me making plays, and, I didn't make enough, and I gave up the ball twice today. So I got to just be better, and I know that. So, but it's no time. I'm not going to hold my head down. I'm going to, keep my chin up, chest high, and just, I know I'm still a great player, but I got to just, put better stuff on the field.
Magic Johnson.
I vaguely remember Magic Johnson.
So
yes.
In trying to avoid anything that remotely it was any football or anything, I have a long drive now to my new house, and so I decided to put on a documentary. And so one documentary finished, and it started Lakers Celtics. And so I was like, this is okay. I'll listen to this. This is fine. I'm not watching. I'm just listening to it. It's pretty amazing when you think back to Magic. I got to the part this morning driving up where Magic Johnson was in his second year with the Lakers.
Uh-huh.
And it doesn't go well. In the playoffs, he airballs a layup against the Rockets that knocks the Lakers out.
Oh, that's right. 81. Rockets go to the finals.
That's right. And Magic takes heat. I mean, he takes heat. He was this wonder boy as a rookie. And then all of a sudden, it's like Magic can't do anything wrong or anything right. What is this guy doing? He's too close to the owner, blah, blah, all this kind of stuff. And I happen to think about CJ in that way. Like, look what Magic turned into.
Yeah.
If we got the right guy with the right stuff, which I think we do, he's going to be okay.
It's not automatic. That's the point. He's not a Madden robot here.
That's right. But he's so good. He's so good. Yep. And he made so many good throws yesterday, and he's going to be great. So take a deep breath and realize what you have in this guy.
And the season is not over. I mean, you got to get it together here.
Yeah. That's right.
Like I said, the table's still set for you. Now,
and when do you need to be hot? When do you need to be hot?
Well, later, but, you don't want to be cold now.
I know. You don't want to start losing games a bunch in a row.
I would have taken a lukewarm win yesterday.
I know.
Okay.
Take an ice cold win in Jacksonville.
I would take a frozen. It is?
Yeah, it's going to be in the 50s.
Oh, that's not cold. That's a Houstonian. They're laughing at you north of the Mason-Dixon line.
That Jacksonville's cold. They got the same weather as us here.
I want to talk to Andre about CJ and other stuff as well. Andre Ware coming up, and maybe a little college football. We got the Texas Bowl coming up, but let's talk about CJ and what needs to be done as you head to Jacksonville on Sunday. We're presented by Houston Methodist, and everybody gets injuries, right? And there's a student athlete in your life, maybe, or you yourself. Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine hosting sports injury clinics around Houston for student athletes on Saturdays. Select locations across the greater Houston area. Log on to houstonmethodist.org/athlete for more information. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic.
energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
How that looks, and we came up short.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610, the Texans play.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Here's C.J. Stroud, shotgun. Joe Mixon to his right. First down at the Tennessee 19. Stroud takes the snap. He's got time in the pocket. Floats one right side, end zone. Caught! Stover! Touchdown! Just like that, the Texans take the lead.
Oh, that was so nice. What a way to start. Not a good way to finish, but what a way to start a game with a 7-0 lead, and everybody feels like this is going to be your day. We thought it was going to be a huge day for the Texans after that kind of start. Everybody locked in, focused. But the Titans answered with a field goal, and then they built a lead, and you tied it up, and you know the rest of the story. Anyway, let's get to Andre Ware right now joining us. Dre, let's start right here. C.J. Stroud, what he is going through right now, I am talking about what he's facing on the field and also how to psychologically deal with it as a second-year guy, still a young quarterback. He's done some things, no doubt, but he's got to find his way through this adversity. I hate to hit you with this tough one right off the bat, but this is life. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I think, to play the position of quarterback, the other 10 guys around you have to all be in sync. And so when you have, it's the beauty of playing offense that every player on the offense has got to be in sync with the other, or things don't work. And when they don't work, guess who, the finger's kind of pointed at? It's the quarterback. It's what you signed up for. It's what you wanted to play since you were, Pee Wee League or however long. But, it's through. And it's not his play. I would say all the time there are factors in certain situations that will cause him to play or look a certain way. So, are you going to throw interceptions? Absolutely, because I don't think there's been anybody that's gone a complete 16, 17 game schedule and hadn't thrown one if you're a starter. So it's going to happen at some point, whether it's tipped or whatever. It's, am I in total control? Do I have the time necessary to go through progressions, things of that sort that all factor into CJ's play?
Okay, I'm going to read you guys a number. In fact, I just saw this. In fact, Paul Kuharski just posted this. And I want to just get your gut reaction, both of you guys, to what I'm about to read you.
Oh, boy.
Okay? Going into yesterday's action, starting quarterbacks were 2-33. 2-33 since 1960 when taking 8 sacks and having an interception returned for a touchdown. They are now 3-33 because that's what Will Levis did yesterday.
So you're saying 10% of the time
Not
they win.
even. Yeah, even less than that. When taking 8 sacks and having an interception returned for a touchdown. Dre, I'm going to throw it to you this way. How does that happen?
It's a great question. I've never seen a game where a team has 5 interceptions and lose. That's another good one.
Yeah, that's another one. Jeez.
It's amazing. And so there have been 2 games that are head scratchers. That Detroit Lions game, and then yesterday, you get 8 sacks. I mean, Danielle Hunter's playing about as well as you can play right now. You get Will Anderson Jr. back. He has a couple of sacks. It's head scratching how that could happen, and you're that dominant defensively, and you just can't figure out a way to win it. It's a head scratcher. I don't know that I actually have an answer for you, but for the fact that it's just unreal. I've never seen it in all my years of being around the game.
Dre, Will Levis clearly has talent, and I wonder if he's going to have to consistently do this, or at least do this more often than not on the way out of this season, for the Titans to say, all right, he's our guy going into 2025. But he showed you some stuff yesterday, no doubt about it. I thought that, yeah, he took a lot of sacks, no doubt, probably holds on to the ball too long sometimes, but he did not fumble, which was a huge factor for him. He's got 3 lost fumbles on the year, and he made some really nice throws downfield, no question.
Yeah, you know what yesterday reminds me of? It's one of those college rivalry games that no matter what you do for the season, as long as you win that game, you're coming back next year. That's kind of what I felt like. It's like, don't lose. You can lose every other game, but don't win. And that was Tennessee's approach to the season, to the Will Levis, to their evaluation of the head coach, all of it. I mean, I think that the rivalry has gotten that deep, and so when they're going as far as to bring their home pants on the road to send a message, it's a rivalry. And so as long as you don't lose that game, and unfortunately for the Texans, they dominated the game, yet on the scoreboard it went a different way. And I think Levis is at the very least earned himself another year with a couple of performances this year.
Yeah, I thought the throw that he makes rolling left back across his body to Ridley is arguably one of the top 3 throws I've seen any quarterback make against the Texans this year. I mean, It was that throw. I mean, because I knew he was rolling left, but I couldn't see him. He kind of got blocked out of view. But then the ball got on Ridley so fast, I'm like, man, that thing shoots out of his hands. But he just had all kinds of opportunities. So what a lot of people don't know, I've talked about it because I've coached for a while. Mark coaches his sons. He's been coaching his sons for a long time. Dre, you've been coaching Z, your son, for a long time. As a coach, going into this week, you've got a team that's tired, a team that needs a bye week. I think we all need a bye week. This team needs a bye week, but you've got this big AFC South game. You're coming off a game in which you did some really, really good things, but mistakes just kept kneecapping you all game. What would your be to this team as you got ready to play Jacksonville, another AFC South game, but this time on the road and the last one before a bye week, to make sure you don't just kind of eke into a bye week, but you go into the bye week having played your best football? What would your message be to the team this week to get them ready for Jacksonville?
Dre?
Well, it's a situation where a reminder is needed of what you're trying to accomplish for the season. We're trying to win the division and get ourselves into the playoffs. We got 1 week left before the bye. Let's make sure that we're getting to the training room, getting treatment, the things that are necessary to keep you on the field. Let's make sure you're getting lifts in and things of that sort. I mean, I know that sounds cliche and, coach speak or whatever, but that is the big message right now, is that you've got to stay focused in this thing. We agreed. We all signed up. We put our names on the dotted line for 17 games, and we're close, but we're not there yet. And we've got to make sure that we finish this thing in the right way. And let's make sure we do those two things that we talked about, making sure that we stay focused, as well as getting in the training room, lifts, those types of things.
Yeah, look, I think D'Amico uses a lot of video and a lot of cool ways to relate to the guys. So I don't really know everything that he's doing, but I know he does some of that. I know if I was coaching, I know a lot of guys who teach classes as adjunct professors and broadcasters, former broadcasters, marketing guys. They always try to bring in extra speakers because they want to make things interesting. It's not just them lecturing all the time. And I wonder if a lot of NFL teams, do this kind of thing where you bring in other people. Like, that's what I would be doing. I'd bring, hey, here's Gary Kubiak to talk to you guys for 20 minutes about something, just to give a different perspective. Or a basketball player. Yeah. Like, here's Rudy Tomjanovich. Johnny brought up Magic Johnson in that documentary in the first segment. And Johnson in his second year, Magic struggling, and they fail in the Western Conference Finals, and the Rockets go instead of them. So stuff like that, I thought, yeah, right, Magic in his second year. Yeah, this is CJ's second year. We're having growing pains. That sort of perspective kind of helps you, and you do it appropriate for their kind of context.
Absolutely.
But that sort of perspective can help you as you gear up for a huge game. Dre, this is what I call a virtual must-win on Sunday, because Jacksonville, if they get you, now you're one game above 500 with the gauntlet of Miami, Kansas City, and Baltimore coming up in a very short amount of time, because you're going to have the bye, but then you have those 3 games in, 11 days? Yep. Yikes. Yeah. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, you got that, and you're getting Jacksonville coming off a bye week. So, that's always a factor in teams. We talk about teams needing to heal up at this point in the season. But, you're right. I mean, it's one of those things where it's a constant reminder of, we're leading the division, but the Colts are kind of right there. So the last 2 weeks, they've lost, and then, you put a little bit of distance between yourself with a two-game lead. It seems like a lot, and with what's left, but it could easily flip itself if the Colts get hot, and then we've got this rugged schedule to finish out the season. You just, you've got to stay focused. You've got to understand that, hey, that one's behind us now. After you watch the film today, I'm sure you talk about him using the film as motivation and things of that sort. There'll be some things pointed to in yesterday's performance that from certain guys that it's just unbelievable when you go back and you watch it. That's the type of effort that gets you beat. It's the type of effort, if you take a play off, people can score, and it may cost you a game, when you just take that one play off.
All right, Trey, I'm going to read you something. And we talk about the Colts are 2 games behind.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know it sounds wild, but in 2022, the Jacksonville Jaguars came out of nowhere against a back half schedule that I think was a little bit more difficult than this. This is the Tennessee schedule the rest of the way.
Tennessee.
So think of the Tennessee team we saw yesterday.
Right.
Throw back in a healthy Tajay Spears when he comes back, okay? Just mentally have that in your mind. At Washington, home Jags, home Bengals, at Indy, at Jags, home Houston. Now, they would need to win out. They would need to win out, and then us to fall on our face a few more times.
Yeah.
But it could happen, because if we beat Jacksonville, but we lost those tough games, and then they would beat us in the last one, we would finish 8-9.
Stop.
And then they would go 6-0, and they would finish 9-8.
I'm not feeling so good.
I know. I'm not either, because that schedule, Dre, the Titans team that we saw yesterday against that rest of the schedule, I mean, it's plausible. I know it's not like you're not sitting on pocket kings or anything, but it is possible with the team we saw yesterday playing that schedule. That's not the hardest schedule in the world. What do you think?
Yeah, you get a healthy Tajay Spears back, who I admire a lot. The kid, going back to his days at Tulane, he's a heck of a player. So you get a healthy Tennessee team. The schedule you just ripped off, the best team in that schedule is who? That you would
Probably
think?
Washington.
Bengals are tough,
I would think
though.
the Texans. I think the Texans,
the
are
Texans
the
are
best
team.
of
And
what's left for Tennessee, and
Yeah.
you just beat them. So
Yeah.
it's likely that could very much happen. And you know what I'm saying? It's the best team on the remainder of what's left for Tennessee would be the Texans, and they just took care of them. And then you're going to give them another healthy weapon or two, maybe somebody on the defensive side. I know at safety they're thin, so they may get a couple of players back there. You get them healthy, and with that schedule that's left, they could. Yeah, I believe they could rip it off. They
Listen,
just beat the best team.
I
On
just
the
did
road
a Fred.
at that.
Yep, on the road.
Dre, I just did a Fred Sanford hold my heart thing. Who was his wife in heaven that he was talking to? Dated reference.
Elizabeth.
Oh.
Elizabeth.
Red Fox. Oh, man.
That was a Jeopardy clue the other night.
Is that still your ringtone, Sanford and Son theme on your phone?
Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed.
I love it.
When my man called this morning, that's what I was listening to as I picked up the phone.
All right. Tell me something.
I often thought about changing it, but, when people hear it, the reaction, I'll never change it. It's the reaction you get when the call comes in and you're around a bunch of people. It's like, hey, that's pretty cool. That kind of deal. And I still watch Sanford and Son to this day. Oh,
Yeah,
no doubt. No doubt.
Classic stuff. Jacksonville, not so classic. I've said that the whole is less than the sum of the parts with the Jaguars. And right now the Texans are playing like that too. They're playing less than the sum of their parts. They've got a lot of parts. They're not putting it together the way they want to. They've lost 4 of 6. This is clearly not what they had in mind. But with the Jaguars, Dre, they've got talent there. And Trevor Lawrence comes back from injury. This could be very dangerous on Sunday in North Florida. And the Jaguars want this one badly.
Well, it's always a tough game when you go there. I mean, we've been there when it's raining. We've been there when, through whatever in terms of Mother Nature. But the one constant thing and the one consistent thing you can bank on every single time you go to Jacksonville is you're going to have a physical football game from a team that, they quite honest, they want to beat you every time they take the field. And you're right, there is some talent. Trevor Lawrence, ETN. They've got players that have just not put it together. They've got a coach that seems like he's expecting to be into the season, but the owner just won't do it. And so, which is kind of unlikely in a lot of scenarios. I would have expected Doug Peterson to have been gone by now, just from his reactions at press conferences saying that, new ideas or leadership's needed and things of that sort. It's almost like, he's saying it out loud. But it's a dangerous team because of the weapons. It's a dangerous team because of what they have on defense. They've got some players. They've got some speed. And they can I think actually they have more talent than the Tennessee Titans. And we just faced them yesterday.
I always love asking Dre about 2 of his favorite college football teams, the Texas Longhorns and the Texas Aggies.
Oh, yeah.
But, Dre, this is something different now. This is the rivalry coming back.
Yeah.
And B, it's for a spot in the SEC championship game. A&M coming off a brutal come from behind, thought they were going to win, lost to Auburn, Texas just rolling against Kentucky. We know the rivalry is going to be something crazy, but then all of a sudden you throw in this, oh, God, the winner now gets to the SEC championship game. I don't know that the rivalry could do as much, but what do you think about them meeting in College Station with all that on the line?
I love the fact that they're playing again, first and foremost. I don't care what conference it's in. It just didn't seem right that A&M was playing, what was it, LSU? They tried to replace Texas with on Thanksgiving Day. It's just one of those games that, growing up here, it's one that you looked forward to no matter where you were playing or where you were gonna go to college or where you wanted to go. It's a big game, and it's I don't know that there is a bigger rivalry than those two playing against one another, and that's being just quite honest. I look forward to it. There are a lot of chips on the line for this one, which is how I guess both schools would want it. I think A&M has improved to the point where they're competitive week in and week out in the SEC and not just, a flash in the pan here and there. I think they're they're going to be a team that we talk about for years to come. And I think Sark has built and prepared Texas for the SEC, and we're seeing that. The one thing that would concern me if I'm a Texas fan is you're going on the road in this game. And I think that would be the advantage for either team. If Texas were playing hosting A&M, you would favor. I would think I would favor Texas. But going into College Station, in my opinion, is the toughest environment in all of college football.
Wow.
Just from
All
a
right.
standpoint of, coming out of the locker room and seeing. We were told by Jack Pardee, who played there, when you take the field, do not look up, because they're swaying and all that. I mean, and it's saying things, all kinds of stuff. It's a tough place to play a football game.
Absolutely. Dre, what do you have this weekend on ESPN?
Going out east to East Carolina, who's hosted Navy. East Carolina has just kind of come out of nowhere, winning their last 4. Navy, they've lost actually their last 3. So we got 2 teams, kind of trending in a different direction, so to speak. East Carolina kind of controlling their own fate. They're already bowl eligible. Now it's let's get the 8th win to better ourselves in terms of bowl position. So
And
I think that'll be a good one.
And Dre, East Carolina, just not 5 minutes ago, just named the interim coach Blake Harrell. They just named him the full-time. He just got the job 5 minutes ago.
I would hope so. When you take over and you rip off 4 wins in a row, you're doing something right. And they don't want to really change a whole lot because of the success that he's having. And so new leadership, you're winning games, and let's roll with this guy.
All right, Dre, good luck with that one, and let's hope for the best on Sunday. Thanks for joining us, and happy Thanksgiving, my friend.
Same to you guys. Thanks again.
Yeah, man.
Andre Ware joining us coming up. Top 3 things that need to be corrected before Sunday in a big freaking hurry. And then we'll get to ND Kalu at 9 o'clock. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Now, more Texans Monday.
3rd down and 3 at the Tennessee 5. Stroud of the gun. One back, Mixon. CJ gets the snap. Stroud stepping up, firing to the end zone, and caught Nico Collins. Touchdown, Houston. 5-yard TD pass to Collins. Oh, that was nice. And that throw was it was good. There was a lot of traffic there. Nico comes down with it. Man, Nico's good. And Nico did not have an explosive day yesterday. But, man, if the touchdown counts, okay, I'm going to go here. Top 3 things that need to be corrected. Right now, somehow, some way, and look, you're never going to be perfect. But you know what you have full control over in this world? What happens on your side of the line of scrimmage? What happens on your side of the line of scrimmage, you have control over. Before you snap the ball, you're the one that says snap the ball. You're the one that says line up like this or like that, or you go in motion or you don't. Clean all that stuff up, right?
Yeah.
Easier said than done. I get it. They know it. But, Johnny, we talked about Nico. Had a touchdown taken off the board because of that. Ouch. Clean that up.
That's an excuse.
Correct it. We've been saying it for a while now. Some weeks it's better than others. Dallas, I guess, not so bad, of course. But you've lost 4 out of 6 games. And in those losses, yeah, close games. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Detroit yesterday. But got to find a way to be much better in that pre-snap department. That's my first. Give me number 2.
That's absolutely. I mean, that's first and foremost.
All right.
That is first and foremost.
Give me another one.
You got to set the edge in the run game.
Okay.
That was absolutely inexcusable by our defensive ends yesterday of getting pinned inside on buck sweep and getting pinned inside and not setting the edge. When they set the edge, they came up with TFLs. When they didn't set the edge, it was a 10-plus yard gain for Tony Pollard. It was inexcusable to not set the edge in the run game. And that's
too often he's going around the end. I'm like, well, wait, where is everybody?
That's right. You're not setting the edge. The force players aren't coming.
It's going to be sack time on Levis?
I don't know. But, setting the edge is not – let's name the sexy things in football. Setting the edge is probably like 36.
Okay. Really? It's that low ranked.
But you better do it.
Yeah.
Because you know what that does? Okay, we had 8 sacks yesterday, right?
Yeah.
You know how you get those sack opportunities? You set the edge against the run. You set up 2nd and 12. You then stop them on 2nd and 12, and now you get a pass rush opportunity to go get the quarterback on 3rd and 12.
I know, but they didn't do it often enough setting the edge.
That's exactly right.
Yet they
you
did
have
have
had more than you had 7 sacks in the first half. You should have had more than that.
It's weird in a game in which you win the turnover battle, you still feel like you needed to get the ball out of Levis's hands more, or from Levis. Yep. He gave you one, and it was a big one. It was a pick 6, but you felt like, was there a strip somewhere to be had? Was there some other way to get the ball? Look, that's just one of the many elements. I know this is offense, especially in the second half, but everybody's got their share.
Yeah, that's the only thing. That's the only thing I'm gonna say.
I'll give you another one. You want me to give you number 3 right now?
Okay, you take a 3. I'll take a 3.
Okay.
If mine is different than yours.
Frank Ross and this unit, they're excellent, but they weren't yesterday. All right, they were excellent in the return, opening the game. I mean, you can't get much better than that. Damian Pierce, my gosh. But then he gets another one. But, oh, wait a minute, we're going to call it back.
That's right, penalty.
All right. And then late in the game, when you desperately have to have some semblance of field position, and I guess everybody's trying to make a play, you get another one, and this one's a bad one. It's half the distance, and all of a sudden you're pinned back way deep. And, Tampa was a year ago, and it just didn't happen yesterday. You went backwards from there, and then CJ goes out of the back of the end zone. You ran out of backwards, and they're running Orlovsky on ESPN and fart. I mean, seriously. I don't want CJ Stroud associated with that.
Nope.
And, that wasn't the same thing. Orlovsky's is worse. But, here I am defending that.
Yep.
CJ's too good for that. Deserves better.
Yeah. I'm just looking.
All right, I'm stopping.
No, I'm looking for when you mention special teams because Kamari Lassiter.
I just do that.
Kamari Lassiter had a holding because he had to be in at gunner because Kadar Holman went down. So Kamari got a holding on the shank punt that we would have had the ball at 13. That went back. You had the blindside block on the last punt. You had penalties on punts.
Kadar went down.
I don't know how many penalties you had on.
And we didn't even talk about Petrie.
Petrie being down was a killer, especially early on.
King coming back, maybe.
I don't know. Maybe.
Who knows? All right,
maybe
we'll see.
Miles Bryant. We'll see a lot of things to do. So, yeah, I mean, my 3rd would be right along that. But I think, listen, overarching all of this, offensive line's got to play at a higher level. It's just that clear. Offensive line has to play at a higher level, or this team might be 9-8 and be done.
Well, cut down on the pre-snap, and that'll go a long way toward helping.
It will help you.
I know it won't solve it.
It will help you, but you got to win your one-on-one battles. Okay. You got to start winning your one-on-one battles.
All right. Well, hopefully they can do that within a week when you go to Jacksonville.
Exactly.
And let's get to ND Kalu. He's coming up next here on Texans Monday.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, more Texans Monday. Presented by Houston Methodist.
Third down at 6 at the Houston 31. Levis out of the gun. Ty out trying to scramble, and Will Anderson rips him down for the sack. Welcome back, Will. Second and 10 at the Houston 20. Levis in the gun. Here's the snap. Here's pressure and a sack by Will Anderson Jr. back at the 29-yard line. Will, 2 sacks on the day. A big one at a big time. 3rd and long. Boy, 9.5 on the year for Will Anderson Jr. And Danielle has 10.5 on the year now, right?
We had 8 as a team.
8 as a team.
But we didn't do this.
What did we not do, Johnny?
At 366 pounds, allegedly, Titans defensive tackle Tavondre Sweat is the 2nd heaviest player in the NFL history to record a sack.
2nd heaviest.
2nd heaviest. And I can promise you 366 is a pipe dream.
Wow, that's what he's listed at. But it's not that. Andy Kalu joins us now. Good morning, Andy. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. My gosh, what are we going to do? You got Jacksonville coming up Sunday. It's really tough to deal with this latest loss because it's against a 2-win at the time. Tennessee Titans, Andy. Help. Good morning.
I wish I could, but I want to start off with what John just mentioned. Anytime an NFL player is listed at over 320, you might as well just add another 20 or 30 pounds because that's that mark. Like if someone says they're 305, it's like, yeah, he's probably 305. But once you get that 320 and above, they're typically being kind, and you could go ahead and add, 10, 15, 20 pounds. But to your first question, man, look, the only good I'm getting out of this is when I try to look at a big picture, Mark. And, we all do our predictions at the beginning of the year as far as how the season's going to play out. My prediction was a realistic 10-7 year, go to the playoffs. So you're still on track for that, but you're going to have bumps as you get to that record, as you get to the end of the season, as you get to the playoffs. What's concerning for me is this kind of reminded me of the Detroit game. Detroit, you had 5 interceptions, you still lose. This game, and you played one of the highlights, you have 8 sacks, 3 turnovers, a pick 6, a fumbled punt, that the Texans recover, and you still lose the game. So that's the part that really stings, that with so many big plays, explosive plays, you still couldn't take care of business and win the game.
You brought up 10-7, and this is what I said in the preseason. I said, listen, if you gave me 10-7 right now as opposed to what's behind door number 2, I'll take 10-7 against this schedule. Now, to achieve 10-7.
Yeah, get there. How do you get to 10-7?
You have 5 games left.
Mm-hmm.
You have to go 3-2.
That's right.
You just lost to Tennessee. And I know you don't want to get too wrapped up in what you just did, whether it's something good or something bad. But my goodness, you got to win Sunday. And let's say you get the Titans up there, and you got to win one of those 3. Even that feels harder than it should right now based on where you started this season. So, ND, good point, man. If you can get to 10-7 at this point, I will certainly take it right now. Now, a few weeks ago, I thought, you're easily going to get 10-7. But easily in the NFL just doesn't exist.
As soon as you put the word easy into anything,
well, I didn't say that
with
literally.
The NFL, I know you're not too.
But you know where I'm going.
Indy, how do I say this? Does it look like this team needs a bye in the worst way?
Loaded question.
Absolutely. And it's not even for the injuries. It's not for the idea of getting certain players back. It's almost for a reset, a mental reset. There's no reason why Laremy Tunsil should continue to have these penalties that actually hurt drives and hurt the team. There's no reason where Eric Murray, who I think is a good player, but to miss the tackle that he missed on the 7-yard touchdown pass to Chigo Okonkwo, the tight end. Like the tight end, he wasn't even that fast. And the whole time I'm watching that play develop, it felt like it took 10 seconds, and I was just waiting for somebody to catch up to Chig and make the tackle. So I think it's just a mental reset that they need, and that's why a bye would be so welcome right now.
Well, let me ask you this. If you had to say that there are issues in this game and maybe the Detroit game, any phase of the game, more mental or physical, I think the effort is there. I don't question the effort of these guys. Now, maybe
no. You're right.
Maybe I'm wrong. You guys tell me, but I don't question the effort. I think some of these are, especially pre-snap things, and I was in the wrong spot. D'Amico says that candidly. Guys got to be in the right spot. I'm lining them up. You got to be in your spot. Then you can go ahead and make the play. Don't roam. Don't freelance. Whatever he wants to say. But, Andy, what about that part of it? If D'Amico has to address that with the team, which he clearly does, it's more mental and physical, and how he corrects that moving forward. What does he do to help?
You know, first of all, and you mentioned you don't think it's an effort thing. I will never believe that a D'Amico coach team is not given the right effort. So at least you know that whatever the problem is, it's fixable. And what that does, it puts the onus on the coaches. Because if you have a bunch of guys going out there where you can't question their effort and you're not questioning their try hard and, just putting it all on the line, which I believe is the case with these guys, then it's like, all right, coaches, it's time for you to put these guys in the right position, get the right guys to be in the right position to make those plays. We talked about the Eric Murray missed tackle, and it's definitely not his fault on that 70-yard touchdown, but that was one of the issues. So it goes to, the offensive coordinator making sure they're calling the right plays. It goes to the offensive line coach making sure that he's teaching the right technique so they can open up holes. So our guy, our running back, Joe Mixon, who at times looks like a Pro Bowl running back, isn't having 1.6 yards per carry. Like, there's no reason that should be happening. So yeah, it's up to the coaches. What does he do? I don't know if it's a situation where, you have a moment where you take off physically of practice and it's just all mental and you point out every single thing that's wrong. And then you do the same thing with your assistant coaches and say, hey, these are the areas that we have to clean up. But I figure they're doing that. I'm not saying anything new under the sun. I think every single team, even the freaking New York Giants, are doing that. So do you have the right coaches in place and make sure they're putting these players in the right position? Because the talent is there, the effort is there. Y'all are one-on-one with these guys. You know that these guys have great character and they want to win and they're not going to give up. So when you say all that about the players, then it goes back to the coaches.
All right, so Dr. Kalu, I'm giving you a doctor title. Okay. Kind of like Dr. J. Remember Dr. J? Because he's a doctor of dunks, so he was labeled Dr. J. And I mean, you're my doctor.
What kind of medical degree does he have, or is this like a?
I don't know. That's what I'm giving. I'm giving him
thing?
The title. It's the title from John, so
right.
It's nice. So Dr. Kalu, you get a knock on the door. You're sitting in there in your glasses, and you're at your desk, and in walks C.J. Stroud to sit down and talk with you. And he just says, Doc, help me out. I'm struggling a little bit. What can I do? What should I do? How do I go about kind of getting through this little bit of a slump that I'm in? Dr. Kalu, you say to him what?
I say nothing, John. I stand up. I walk over to my monitor. I pop in the lowlights of Peyton Manning when he had a 5-game stretch and threw 12 interceptions. I let him watch it. And then I show him Peyton Manning's Hall of Fame speech. I still don't say a word. Then I tell him, get out of my office.
Wow.
That's the best. That's the best.
It takes a while. You got to think about what I'm doing there.
I like
a little
it.
Jedi mind trick.
I like it. The Hall of Fame speech.
Yeah, I think that's perfect, though, because I think, I mentioned India. I was driving and I was listening to Lakers-Celtics documentary 30 for 30 that's on ESPN. And I'm at that moment where Magic Johnson is in his second year, so he has his great first year, and now he's in his second year, and he's taking all kinds of heat because he airballed a shot in the playoffs against the Rockets and all that kind of stuff. And I think Magic came out of there okay, so I think you're definitely onto something for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you played long enough and you are a good player, you're gonna have bad runs. You're gonna have it sounds like a day after Taco Bell, but you're gonna have bad games. You're gonna put together a string of bad games. Forgive me for that, but so it happens. And look, I'm not making light of it because I'm in panic mode. I don't want to sit up here and jump on your show and disrespect it and act like everything's okay. Look, you lost to Tennessee. That was the first win that the Tennessee Titans had where Will Levis actually had a complete game. So that's not a good feel for a team that I thought was a top-tier team, a team that I thought could really cause, some commotion in the playoffs. And now you're in a situation where if you lose against Jacksonville, then it's like, oh, man, like, let's take this one game at a time and let's not even talk about playoffs. Like, let's just figure out what's going on. So I'm not trying to paint a rosy picture, but C.J. Stroud is a franchise quarterback. So that's a guy I don't want him to get down because he's had 5 interceptions in the last 3 games. That's going to happen the longer you're out there. He needs to fix some things. And the The offensive line needs to fix some things, and the offensive coordinator also needs to take a long look in the mirror to figure out how he could put a guy like C.J. Stroud in a better position.
How about this? Johnny and I had Devin White in studio last week, former Buccaneer, Super Bowl champion. He said, and he wasn't making comparisons necessarily, but we were just throwing stuff around. So I'm going to pick everybody back up here. Here's an example. He said, we did have the GOAT at quarterback, but they were 7-5 at one point, and a lot of finger pointing. They had lost 3 out of 4. It just wasn't feeling like it was going to happen for them. Then they had their bye, and then they reeled off 4 straight to end the regular season, and you know what happened in the postseason. They actually had to go on the road to win everything, except they played the Super Bowl at home, but they won all their playoff games on the road.
That team lost to the Saints 38-3.
38-3. It was like, this Brady thing is ridiculous. It's not working. Forget about it. It's not going to happen. And then it happened. So there are numerous examples in the history of this league of teams that struggle in the middle part of the season. I know we're past the middle part now, but you got 5 games left and you got a chance. But what about being so fatigued? I hate to put that on them. I don't know how they're feeling. I just can't imagine they're feeling very fresh right now, ND, as you head to Jacksonville. They're rested. You're really not, but you need this one desperately. And I've said this, I'll repeat it again, that the Jags are just not playing up to their potential. They have a lot more on paper than they're showing on the field. And the Texans actually do, too, at this point. They've got a lot more to work with than the record would indicate. Your thoughts on Sunday in North Florida?
I'll tell you this. Yes, they're fatigued, but about every single team in the NFL at this point. But I would bet they're more chomping at the bit to get on the field and just feel the taste of victory. Because one thing I remember, when I played, when you're on a good team and you lose, you're like, man, I don't care how sore I am. Let's just get back on the field just to get that bad taste, out of your mouth. So if you ask each one of those players, I bet 99.9% of them would say, you know what, I wish the Jacksonville game was tomorrow because I don't want to sit there and dwell and have that feeling that we had giving up that victory against the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, I mean, now you got the Jaguars, and as I scroll through X or Twitter, the Jaguars media are like, is the bloom off of C.J. Stroud's rose, or the Texans are pedestrian. I mean,
you're going to focus on the quarterback.
It's time to go down there and just smite them is actually what you need to be able to do. Indy, we talked a little bit about this, but I want to go a little bit further with you because you've played the position. You know how tough it is to go get sacks on a quarterback and do it, as well as Danielle Hunter is doing lately. He has 3 sacks yesterday. He has 5 TFLs. It's one of the best defensive performances I've seen. I don't know how to say it other than what have you thought about Danielle the last couple of weeks in particular?
I mean, just amazing. Well, to do what he's doing and doing it I can't remember. Is he 30? Either way, he's like in year 10 or 11. So to do what he's doing at the age, and he's been consistent. And when I watch him, John, the one thing that I really recognize is his get off. Like, he has great moves. That fake spin outside is an awesome move. Like, I get all giddy when I see him do it. But one thing that's consistent is his get off. There was one play yesterday where I actually thought he was offsides, and he got the sack. But then when I saw the replay, it was just the perfect get off. And time again, whether it's tackle for loss when he's playing against the run, he does such a great job with the get off and playing on the other side of the line of scrimmage. Even if you're in the wrong gap, things just go well when you have that get off and you change the line of scrimmage, and he just does that consistently.
But, Andy, Tony Pollard had his second-best game yardage-wise as a Tennessee Titan, going for 119. But really it was his best game when you consider the opponent, the situation. They're on the road. He played well. So how do you feel as a defender when, all right, we got after the quarterback, got 8 sacks, that ties a team record, yet you allowed the run to happen for the opponent. How does that sit with this defensive unit right now? I got to think they'd give back half or all the sacks in order to just shut down that run and force long down and distance often.
You want to perfect your game, but at the same time, and I think most coaches won't want me to say this publicly, look, when you have 8 sacks, 3 turnovers, if somebody gets over 100 yards rushing, it's like, you know what, we're going to work on this. Okay. We're going to watch film. We're going to see where the gaps were opening up. But that, for me, Mark, that's not that big of a concern because, and I say this a lot, they get paid as well. They're pros. Tony Pollard, I actually was expecting him to have more of these games when he left Dallas, either where he has his breakout game or his best game. But look, I'm not giving up those sacks. If anything, you can keep your 119 yards if I'm getting 8 sacks and a pick 6 and 3 turnovers per game.
Okay.
So, Andy, as a defensive lineman, whenever you faced a quarterback that his hair was hanging out of his helmet, did you ever make it a goal to go get like a piece of golden locks or somebody's hair just because it was hanging out of the helmet? Did you ever have that opportunity? And if you were chasing after Trevor Lawrence, would you go for a sack or his golden locks?
You know what? That's a great question, and now I'm going to sound like an old man because I'm trying to think back in my day, did any of the quarterbacks actually have their hair coming out of their helmet? If anything,
was David's hair ever long enough to be hanging out of the back of his helmet, David Carr?
It did. It did at one point. It wasn't long, but it was.
Remember the build-up to the big haircut? You know, they had him in the auditorium. David Carr's going to cut his hair when they went back-to-back for the first time. And then when it finally came around, he just had like a little tiny bit cut off. He's like, my wife actually likes it long, so I'm going to leave it. But that David Carr hair was a big topic in the early days because, you know, if you were losing – and he'd take off the helmet and, like, you know, throw his head around and flip it back like Trevor Lawrence. It's a bad look when you're losing. If you're winning, you can do whatever you want. Everything's pretty. But when you're losing, that's the kind of stuff people zero in on. Am I right, ND?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they'll talk about that, and a lot of the players are kind of looking around like, why is this the topic? But you know what? If you want to talk hair instead of my missed tackles, then I'm okay with that. But as I was thinking, you know, late 90s, early 2000s, most of the guys that had like hair coming out of their helmet, it was like the dreadheads, you know, the Al Harrises.
Al Harris comes to mind, yeah,
the guys with the long, cool dreadlocks. So, no, we weren't Steven Jackson. I don't know if y'all remember him, running back for the Rams.
Sure.
You know, that was the guy you had to grab any and everything, whether it's his hair, he was pretty good. His back plate to bring him down. So, I can't remember any quarterbacks where we said, you know what, because of the long flowing locks or blonde, you know, golden hair, we have to get after them.
I'm just wondering if that was like on the bounty list that, you know, maybe teams back in the day had. I'm not saying they had them, but it was just a rumor that there were some bounty lists back in the early 2000s that might have included something of that nature. Well, now they would, but I don't know if there are any bounty lists.
We had bounties. Like, we had bounties that, unfortunately, they would be frowned upon in today's game. But
of course,
true story, we had a couple of leaders in the locker room saying, if you snatch this wide receiver's chain, you're going to get an extra $5,000. We had a couple where a guy was dirty and you hit him when he was trying to clean up the pile. Frank Middleton from Beaumont, Texas, played for the Raiders. Like, if you blow him up, you get an extra, cash under the table. So we had those nice real bounties, but ever since the Saints bounty gate, I don't think they have them like they used to.
You know, the statute of limitations has run out on anything that's going to happen. So go ahead, share everything, Andy. We love it.
Now.
We love it. Andy, help me out on this. Why is it so difficult on special teams to not get called for illegal block in the back? Why does it happen so often? It's not just the Texans. And look, it doesn't happen to the Texans very often, but it bit them twice yesterday, right, Johnny? Did they have two?
Two, yes.
Two of those kinds of penalties. And you see it in the league. You're watching Monday Night Football. It happens, whatever the case is. Why is that so difficult to stay clean on, especially a punt situation?
Again, not an excuse, just answering your question, because, one, it happens so fast. And sitting in those special teams meetings, they really emphasize on punt return. Don't let your man be the guy who gets the tackle. So you're really doing any and everything to make sure when you watch film the next day on punt return, that is not your guy making the tackle. And literally, that's just all you're thinking about, even to the point where and they always say, if you could see his numbers, if you could see his name, then don't hit him. But it's kind of a double-edged sword. Don't let your guy make the tackle. If you can see his name, don't hit him. And you're trying your best to get to the side of him. And because things are moving so fast, you end up hitting him in the back. So, again, you have to continue to teach those techniques. You got to continue to find guys who can do it the right way. But they're and I wasn't a big-time special teams player, but I was on a few punt returns. And when your guy makes a tackle, you feel bad. You almost feel like the offensive lineman who gives up the sack on a quarterback where you're like, man, my bad. I'm the reason why you didn't break this punt return. So I really – and many of those guys, that's the only time they're on the field. They're not playing a lot of offense. defense. So it's like, man, this is your one shot. You get it every 10, 15, 20 plays, and you're so eager to make sure it's not your guy. It's very similar to an offensive lineman holding or cut block because they're trying to do any and everything to protect their quarterback.
All right, congratulations, Pops Kalou. Baylor with its 5th win in a row. Knocks off Houston at Houston. 2 road wins in a row. Got Kansas, one of the hottest teams. 2 of the hottest teams in the Big 12 are taking the field. I'll ask you this one. At 7-5, what are they right now? 7-4.
Yeah,
let's say they win or lose this game. What about a possibility of coming to the Texas Bowl? Baylor Bears here in the Texas Bowl. How would that be?
It's funny. My son already sent me, hey, these are 2 bowls we might go to, and the Texas Bowl was one of them. And selfishly, I love that, but I don't like it for the guys who are from Houston on the Baylor team because I want them to experience, just a different, different area. Because the cool thing about bowl games, especially if you're not playing in the big-time bowls, the top 12 teams, is to go experience just a different region, a different place. Mm-hmm. You spend a week there hanging out with your opponent. So for my son to come back to Houston, and a lot of guys on the team are from Houston, it'll be cool for us parents. But it's kind of like, they're like, okay, what are we going to do that we haven't done? I mean, you could only go to Timmy Chan's and Frenchie's Chicken, so many times.
Listen, the Texas Bowl has the top bowl non-game event of all the bowls, and that's the Rodeo Bowl. The Rodeo Bowl is huge, ND, so that would be something. I know they do a great job with the hospitality and everything, so they'll try to make it fun for them. But what about this? You're a Texan, so tell me, Aggies, Longhorns, this weekend, thoughts?
About dang time. Look, I'm a huge, not just Texan, Mark, but a huge fan of the Southwest Conference. It's every time I think of the idea of the fact that the Southwest Conference is no longer, it still just bothers me to this day. And one of the big reasons I really enjoyed watching A&M versus UT. For me, A&M versus UT was bigger than UT versus OU, was bigger than Michigan versus Ohio State. As a kid growing up in San Antonio, I thought that was just the bee's bee when it comes to college matchups and traditions. I hate that it took this long to get it back, but the fact that both teams are playing good ball, UT obviously, has a chance for the national championship, and A&M just lost it with that loss to Auburn, but they're still a very good team. Man, I'm super excited about this game coming up.
Cool. Looking forward to it. ND, thanks so much for the time. We'll catch up tomorrow.
All right, brother. See y'all tomorrow. Keep it up.
ND Kalou joining us on Texans Monday. Coming up, the General, John McClain. His thoughts on yesterday and what is to come and everything else around the NFL on Texans Radio.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Cancer is never just cancer. It affects your entire body. At Houston Methodist Neal Cancer Center, we have the expertise to treat all of you. Leading oncologists use the latest technology, research, and treatments to stop your cancer, while specialists minimize its effects on major organs. There's a better approach to cancer care that heals all of you. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Are you a chronic interrupter? Incapable of letting other people talk? Do those people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have a 120-night sleep trial, so you can get your money back if a bed's not right. That way anyone, even someone like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Texans fans stand for the heart of a champion. That's the desire to be the best. Folks, this is D'Amico Ryans. Desire is at the heart of your best in Texas Ford dealers to make it easy and affordable to buy a new Ford. Easy to own one, too, with Ford mobile service and pickup and delivery. Services that come to you and help you be at your best every day. So Texans fans, stand tall, work hard, and be your best. Ford is the best in Texas.
NRG Stadium will be packed this Houston Texans season as our 2024 season tickets have sold out. If you're not a Texans season ticket member, why not? Join our priority list for the 2025 season and be the first to know when tickets become available next year. Plus, you'll have incredible benefits like front-of-the-line access to 2024 playoff tickets and last-minute Texans tickets, a one-time 15% discount to use at the Texans Energy Stadium and more. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit TDECU.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP,
you deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
You deserve this ice cold reward. Modelo, the Markable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. Just in case you've ever wondered what a subtle ocean breeze tastes like. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume, 2021 compound. New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
The Texans dropped a big division game to the Titans.
Levis approaches the line of scrimmage, takes the snap, takes a knee. It is over. The Houston Texans get upset by the Tennessee Titans, 32-27.
At the end of the day, it's not good enough, right? At the end of the day, we're trying to finish the game with a win, no matter how that looks, and we came up short.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 6.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
We are experiencing right now, that's going to be a legendary play in a bad way in the annals of Texans history when you look at AFC South rivals and Tennessee and all the different games that have taken place over the years. That will go down as a bad moment, no matter what. But, you know, you have a lot of opportunities here to get out of this, whatever you're in, losing 4 of 6.
So we'll get to John McClain here in a second. So if it does, we talk about this all the time, games with names. Is this going to be the Chigakonkwo game?
I don't know if it will be because
he had one catch.
One catch.
For 70
I think
yards.
That, as well as the defense did through most of the game, that was a play that's going to stand out to me because you had the lead. Just protect the lead at that point. Just make them play in the long field. They had 2 huge touchdown drives in the first half as far as length. You know, what was it, 89 and 90-something? I mean,
98, I think.
I mean, my 8 and 9. Stop me. All right, let's get to John McClain here. The General joins us this morning. And, John, obviously a rough afternoon for the Texans. Mistakes galore and a big one with Jacksonville coming up on Sunday. Absolutely have to have it. Good morning. Your thoughts?
Considering what it meant for the Texans and how bad the Titans were at 2-8, hadn't scored more than 20 points but once, and that was 6 games ago, and was averaging 15 points over those 6 games. It was the worst loss of D'Amico's 2 seasons. And they proved yesterday they're certainly capable of losing to the Jaguars, certainly capable of getting blown out by Miami, Kansas City, and Baltimore, and then Tennessee, that last game on the road. It was just, you know, there's a lot of, like you guys have friends that you know, people have told me starting after the game to this morning that they're having a harder time getting beyond that game, trying to figure out how they could play like that than any time since got here. It's only the 5th time in 40 years a team has 8 sacks, 3 takeaways, and loses a game. And let me tell you, I'm writing for HoustonTexans.com today. Who does this remind you of? The team has a fast finish, finishes 9-8, wins the wild card game at home, loses a road game at Kansas City, comes back the next season, starts 8-3, and is 3-14 since, and the head coach is on the verge of being fired. Y'all know who that is?
Yep.
Yeah, the Jags.
You do. Sunday's opponent in Jacksonville. A cautionary tale, I'm calling it. And it's amazing, the similarities. And you like to think the Texans will bounce back and beat the Jaguars. They've won every game there since 2017. But making Will Levis look like Warren Moon is just ridiculous, especially when you're beating him up so bad. You guys mentioned Okonkwo. Geez, he caught it on, the 39? And just outran all the defensive backs. And Fairbairn, has there ever been a bigger anomaly? You take a 54? Was it 54-yard field goal?
54. To
set the all-time record, and then you can't make a 28-yarder when the hold and the snap are perfect. And then all those penalties, 2 touchdowns in 2 weeks to Collins being wiped out because of penalties. And there was one where they had him stopped on 3rd and 1, penalty. They go down and kick a field goal. I'm just amazed. 11 penalties, 81 yards. The lack of discipline by this team on offense, defense, and special teams. Special teams especially. And I'm thinking they wasted an incredible performance by Danielle Hunter. 3 sacks, 5 in 2 weeks, 5 tackles for loss. I mean, he was a monster. Will Anderson Jr. should have had 3 sacks. Oh, penalty. And then the offensive line just getting blown up in the second half. I don't understand. I know y'all don't either. John, you're a coach. You were a coach, so maybe you do. How teams can continually, like the Titans could not get to Stroud in the first half. Obviously, they make adjustments in halftime, come out and get after him all the second half. He's running for his life most of the time. And then the Texans get all those sacks in the first half, 7. Titans make adjustments. They only get 1 in the second half. And so I don't understand what happens to this team in the second half. Defense has outscored the offense the last 2 games in the second halves, and that is pathetic with a capital P. Now, when you look at all the new players who've come in here in the off seasons through trades, the draft, and especially free agency, they got more talent than they had last year. And yes, they're playing a first-place schedule, but it's no excuses to lose to the Titans, none. And now they're going to have to beat somebody. They'll be an underdog too, like Miami. But man, the last 2 weeks, Tua has been fantastic. And so I don't know where it ends because I'm in shock about that game yesterday, just like you guys are.
Well, to answer your question, General, I think when you move up the ranks from Pee Wee to high school to college to NFL, the talent gap shrinks, but the adjustment level grows. And so teams make subtle adjustments, and they can have big impacts. But then again, you can also fatigue. You can also start pressing. I'm at a point where I'm watching the game back, and there's a point, remember Ali Gay's sack?
Yeah.
Well, we're running trap protection. So basically we're blocking down on the play side, and then we're pulling Shaq Mason over to go block Ali Gay. Well, the Titans had shown all game long any play action fake. They didn't buy it. They didn't buy it. They went straight to Stroud. They didn't buy the fake. They went straight to Stroud. Well, we should have anticipated that in a sense, because when Shaq comes across, Ali Gay's got a path right to Stroud. He doesn't take the right path. Joe doesn't touch him, and CJ goes down for a sack. It was just that was the adjustment that they made to how they were going to play this Texans offense.
How'd they shut down the run if they're not going to buy the play fake, right? When you do hand off.
Because the guys on the front side stop everything, and the linebackers.
They're going to stop it anyway, you're saying.
That's right. They're going to stop it anyways because the guys on the front side were that good. And I'll tell you this, their safeties, Darryl Worley played a hell of a game. Dude didn't even know how to play safety. He is a corner.
He just brought him up for the game.
I know, and he played really, really well. He really, really well. I've been kind of into this role play thing this morning, John, and not the role play that people are thinking of, but I made Dre the coach. I made Indy Kalu a doctor. Now I'm going to make you a professor. I guess that's probably the right way of saying it. You're a fixer. You've got to fix the Texans' offense, John McClain. That is your charge. You got to fix it. You're, your car mechanic. You got to fix the car. How do you fix the car when you go in and they say, "What's wrong with my car?" and you say this, and this is what I'm going to do to fix it? What do you have to do?
This would be radical, but I'd let Gerard Johnson start calling plays because what Bobby Sloak is doing is not working. Even when they beat the Cowboys, what looks like a blowout, it wasn't, especially in the second half. And Shaq Mason has not played well all season. He didn't get close to over there. And then you wonder, okay, Joe Mixon was going by him, but I'm guessing it wasn't Joe's responsibility.
Correct.
Two guys moving at the same time, which Stroud took the blame for that. And I'm guessing it was that Mixon screwed up, and he said that he didn't get the thing called in the huddle. But you know what? Joe Mixon's a veteran. He should know that. 3rd and 1, they run the ball right into the strength of the Titans defense. Run Mixon up the middle. One of the things I don't like that Bobby does, when team like the Tennessee, they come hell or high water, they're going to stop Mixon and use him in the passing game. I don't care. But just don't keep handing him the ball up the middle and putting Stroud in those long situations. And that 3rd and 1 call to hand it to Mixon up the middle where he just got stuffed as he had been the whole game. His average per carry was worse in this game than Detroit, and that was a career low. And, when you set your mind to stop somebody, that means other avenues are opening up, and they could not take advantage of them. And what they're doing right now, an offense isn't working. It's broken. Stroud has 4 ratings in a row below 80. At one point, he was like 140 in this game after his second touchdown. Then he threw those 2 interceptions on one was a bad pass trying to get it to Nico that wasn't high enough, and him and Mechie were not on the same page on the first one. But he's become an interception machine now after that 5-1 start. Now they're 2-4, and I don't know what they're going to do. They're not going to put Gerard Johnson as the play caller, of course, but you asked me my idea of fixing it. I don't know what else you can do because Mixon is having a hell of a season. Yes, you get stopped sometimes. Stroud still makes some really good throws. 2 touchdowns called back the last 2 weeks. The long one to Nico didn't hurt him against the Cowboys. And you think, I still go back to Tank Dell being wide open in the end zone, and he throws late and gets intercepted, or they would have beaten the Lions, and we wouldn't be having this conversation because they'd been on a roll. But right now, the team is down, and it's up to D'Amico to get them out of it. 3 scoring drives in the first 3 series for the Titans, and the Titans came in with a passing game that was awful.
Yeah, but it wasn't so awful yesterday, clearly, except for the sacks, but they overcame them, obviously, in a season-high point total for them. And this includes a pick 6 that they gave to the other team. Still, they win by 5 somehow. And the Texans were 0 for 6 on 3rd downs in the second half. General, the Jacksonville Jaguars coming off the bye. What do we expect to be different? We expect Trevor Lawrence to be back. I would assume that Doug Peterson is gone, but is there hope, I'll put that in air quotes, for them to salvage something if they get the Texans and get a few wins here down the stretch?
I would think there is. Mac Jones was awful. Lawrence has had now, he missed 2 games. He's got the bye week. So that would have been a month to get ready. And they are a better team. When he went down, there was people thinking, well, they might be better with Mac Jones because Lawrence has been a huge bust since he was the first overall pick, a generational quarterback, but he hadn't proved it. He hasn't lifted his team since that 2 seasons ago when they won the division. It was consensus picks to win it all last year. So I think they're going to get them fresh mentally And the Texans, they're not going to be fresh mentally and physically with the bye week coming up. So, man, oh, man, they're being favored by 8 over the Titans and losing that game. Isn't it amazing the way almost every game the Texans play is close? It's just, I don't know that I've ever seen that. I know the league is closer, but I look up a lot and see some decisive games. And the Cowboy game was in the end because of the defensive touchdown and the late touchdown. And so, but some teams are able to just, it seems like, operate smoothly, and the Texans don't. And when they win, it's usually close unless they do what they did against the Cowboys. And right now, the Texans and the Commanders, who had control of their divisions, Commanders have lost 3 in a row. Texans have lost their 2 of their last 6, have won 2 of 6. But they beat Jacksonville. They go into the bye week, come out against Miami. They can get after Tua. Tua gets rid of the ball quicker than any quarterback in the league. But they could still beat Miami here, and then that last game get revenge against the Titans. I don't think they have a chance against KC and Baltimore because they've never beaten Lamar Jackson. But they could. They're going to. I think Indy lost. They're going to win this division. They're going to get a playoff game at home. Then they'll probably have to go to Kansas City or Buffalo.
Okay, General. Some news. I want to get your reaction because I look at this and it gives me that dog head turn. The New York Jets are hiring the 33rd team, a football website, to help support the team in its search for its next GM and head coach.
What?
The 33rd team will be represented by former Jets and Dolphins executive Mike Tannenbaum and former Vikings GM Rick Spielman. The Jets and owner Woody Johnson will lead the search. The 33rd team will help identify, vet, and coordinate candidates and interviews. This is the first time this group has helped with an NFL search. General, your gut reaction to hearing that news?
Well, if you say the 33rd team a website, it's preposterous. But that is a website comprised of all NFL people. It's not run by a former NFL person. And that's a website I watch and follow the closest because they are all former NFL people as opposed to these other websites that are not. And so they probably should just say, we've hired Mike Tannenbaum and Rick Spielman to participate in our coaching search. But saying what's next for the next team? Are the Jaguars going to hire Next Gen Stats or Pro Football Focus? I think it's a bad look for the Jets to put it like that. It's just so typical New York Jets. Now, Mike Tannenbaum's on ESPN, and he's blasting the Jets. He's blasting other teams. Now what's he going to do? If they say, Mike, who do you think are the leading candidates to go for the Jets? And he'd be like Porky Pig. He's going to have to get P&E.
Yeah, it's a good point. And I just went to the 33rd team website. The 33rd team launches professional services offering. So they want to get into this business. I got a feeling that Woody Johnson just reached out to Tannenbaum, and he said, listen, I'll help you with your search. We'll get Spielman involved. He knows the division. He used to be with the Dolphins. I mean, no, that's a long time ago, but he knows the league. But just announce it as the 33rd team because we want to boost up our website. We want to boost up our business, and maybe they want to get into this side of the business. Who knows? This is absolutely insane. All right, General, thanks so much for the visit. We look forward to visiting with you. Well, this week is going to be clunky. I'll schedule something with you, okay? Thanksgiving, we have an NFL triple header.
HoustonTexans.com.
Absolutely. HoustonTexans.com.
Information.
Okay, HoustonTexans.com. Happy Thanksgiving, General. Yes, so positive. I can't wait to read this stuff. Well, he's doing the cautionary tale story today, all right, on the Jaguars. And look, you are where you are. You're 7-5, and we're not going to do smoking hot players of the game. Are you kidding? But we will do final thoughts coming up here as the Texans engage in a very, very interesting week to play the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday. Absolutely have to have it. We'll talk about it. It's coming up, Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
At Kroger, an annual Boost membership just got even better. Now you can choose from Disney Plus.
who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Today at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Levis under pressure again immediately, and he's going to be sacked again.
Unbelievable.
Mario Edwards and Daniil Hunter get there to bring down the quarterback. A big loss on the play.
And they gave Mario a half sack originally, and then they took it away from him because you can't have this. But Daniil had 3. He had the hat trick yesterday, and that was huge for Daniil Hunter, who has double-figure sacks 5 out of the last 6 years, and what an addition he has been. And you absolutely have to have that young man, he's not that young anymore NFL-wise, doing some big damage here down the stretch. Look, you have a lot to work with here. You have a lot of parts. You have a lot. You always talked about your chopped analogy. You got a lot of ingredients in the kitchen here. You can make a hell of a Thanksgiving meal here. You know what yesterday was? You overcooked the turkey. You got to choke it down and move on and hope that the next meal is better.
But you crushed the apple pie. The apple pie was tremendous.
Well, look, to me, that's almost a win, okay? Because I don't expect the turkey to be good because I think turkey's overrated anyway. We got to work on this analogy.
Yeah, I know. It's got possibilities, though. It's got possibilities.
It does.
By the end of Thanksgiving, we'll have it down.
The potatoes were good.
Yeah.
But the potatoes and the gravy were good.
Yeah.
The apple pie wasn't that good.
Yeah, maybe
It came apart. The crust wasn't I don't know. Whatever.
What would special teams be in our Thanksgiving analogy?
Special teams is, you know what special teams is? I mean, it can be exciting and make big plays, but it's kind of like John Weeks. I liken John Weeks to the plumbing and the electricity. It's got to be there. And if it's not there, oh my gosh, it's so glaring, obviously, right? And a lot of special teams is like that.
Right.
When you get a mistake at special teams, it's like, wait, whoa, you're not allowed to do that. Fairbairn's not allowed to miss that. By the way, that's the biggest miss in his career, period.
Yeah.
Because he's never missed one with the game on the line, you know? Yeah. And, you know, he's had some misses. He missed at Baltimore in the playoffs, but it didn't kill you at the time. It was, all right, well, you wanted to have that one, obviously, to go into the half with the lead and all of that. He's missed some kicks, but he's never missed one that big. That was, never mind the distance. Wherever the miss was going to be, that was going to be a big miss because you had to tie the game right there to keep playing, and there's no guarantee you're going to win it at that point, but I would have taken my shot at making another stop and trying to get it back and, you know, with confidence line up for a game-winning field goal at some point, maybe overtime, but you didn't have that opportunity. Yet, you stopped them. You stopped them after that miss. Get the ball back. Oh, no, penalty on special teams. There it is.
So what is special teams in our
Bad
Thanksgiving
potatoes, bad stuffing. The stuffing is a major disappointment.
Yeah, I think the stuffing. Because everybody kind of takes the stuffing for granted, but if it's bad, it could lead to a bad Thanksgiving meal. So
all right.
If we were going to give a smoking hot player of the game,
Well, it's got to be Daniil.
It is Daniil Hunter. There's no question. So I want to make sure we acknowledge him. Acknowledge me. But other than that, yeah, it's been tough.
All right, so coming up, it's going to be In the Loop, and then we'll have the D'Amico Ryan Show later after Ron and Clint do their thing, 5 o'clock with D'Amico Ryan's fresh conversation with the head coach in an absolute, I'm going to call it a virtual must-win. It's not
a must-win.
It's not, in fact, a must-win. It's a virtual must-win. You got to get it Sunday against the Jaguars.
Right.
Noon kick. Let's hope for the best here. Ben, thank you for producing. Have a great day, everyone. In the Loop. On deck. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist,
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Faggy, let's hit him, Big.
You lose some, but you live to fight another day.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's do this on a Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, you have Figgy Fig, you have Reginald Atatula. We are here with you to commiserate on what was an embarrassing loss by your Houston Texans at NRG Stadium versus the dreaded Tennessee Titans, 32-27. Lots of things to go around and talk about in this game, and we're going to do all of that with you on this Monday, especially if you get involved on the YouTube and the Twitch. Those are available to you. See our frowning faces on the YouTube, which is Sports Radio 610, the Twitch, which is 610 Houston, and then also text in all the way through because this needs to be interactive. This hopefully can be some level of cathartic if we do this together on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-4610. And where do we start with one? I mean, well, actually, first, we might need to start with ourselves because I think
thank you.
On Friday,
yes,
we had a level of exuberance that I think, sometimes it's just because it's a Friday, but also because it felt like this was a game that was set up pretty well. I thought that this was a team that you could handle up on, right? I did not anticipate everything would go wrong, that they would do all of the bad things in this game. And so I have to raise my hand and say, my bad. Like I diagnosed this incorrectly. But I don't think that I anticipate this Texans team coming out and having like all of the issues that they have displayed at various points during the season, all kind of popping up in the same game and allowing a Titans team to narrowly get past them on your home field.
Yeah. Remember when we said, are we missing anything last week?
Yes, you did say that.
Are we missing anything? Like Will Levis, he's been pretty good last few games before yesterday. The inside guys, we knew that was the big story. They could maybe blow up a game, and they do have a couple of running backs that can play. I mean,
one of them wasn't playing, Tajay Spears, but
right?
Yeah,
but and so we're like
Tony Pollard. At one point, I turned to Patrick Creighton in the press box and I said, "Did Tony Pollard Space Jam Joe Mixon?"
Yeah.
Did he? Hey man, touch this football right quick. Because he 100 plus and a touchdown.
Yeah.
That was what we had said, like by hell or high water, Joe Mixon would come with.
Yeah.
It's not what he had in this game.
Yeah. So I'm like, we were missing something. And then you just said a word that was really sort of I know people use this word far too casually these days.
I do be saying words.
But it was a trigger when you said cathartic. I hope it's cathartic because that's another one of my new favorite things. When Figgy's like, what?
Who? Huh? Make us feel better. Catharsis is like a feeling better. In some ways.
Thing, when people say big words like that, why don't you just say what it means?
That's a great point.
You could have just said make you feel better.
That is true. I could have said that and I didn't. Another instance where I have to apologize. My bad.
But we're going to continue to do it because it is fast becoming one of my favorite things when Figgy goes, what? Huh?
I don't do it intentionally. I promise.
But you did say that. Make us feel better. I won't say cathartic, although I just did.
Yeah, that's right.
And I was like, one of the other things we did last week is we were talking about, like, remember when things could be so bad that they're actually good that you kind of laugh about it, like some of the things. That's not this game.
No, I was about to say, where are you going? Because I don't agree.
That's not this game. It wasn't so bad you kind of laugh and halfway expected it and all that. This was, Reggie, Figgy, this was the low point. This is the low point of 2024. And the reason it is because the worst thing you can do, especially 12 weeks in, guys, it's Thanksgiving week. Forget the 85-degree temperatures today, which is absurd, by the way. But
I don't know how to feel about it. I really and truly don't. I'm wearing short sleeves.
Yes, this is Thanksgiving week. Sorry, ring the bell. I can't reach it from here. You are what you are. You are that, And what the Texans are right now is not just a team that isn't what we expected. This is the bad part. They're regressing.
Yes.
They're regressing.
In all sorts of different places.
Yeah.
That's basically what I was getting to when it came to all we put on tape during the course of the season at various points.
all seemed to rear their ugly heads all simultaneously. And that was the biggest frustration for me, is that when, in a time period where it felt like you look at the schedule and you have Cowboys, Titans, Jaguars, all of whom you can look at their records in the Dennis Green way of who we thought they were, or they are who we thought they were, right? Like, you look at the records and you're like, okay, these are probably not the greatest teams. In theory, this should be this should be the period of time, not just the 3 wins, but you get yourself finding some consistency as you gear up for bye week, Dolphins,
Thanksgiving
Chiefs, Ravens, right? To pretty much end off the season, right?
Yeah.
You were trying to find some level of consistency, and you were hoping that these were the games that you did that. And not only did you not find inconsistency, you found inconsistency in a way that was like worse than anything that you had seen from this Texas team all season long. You had C.J. Stroud throwing interceptions. You had penalties in a bad way. You had a defense that I think we had gotten to convince could be elite. Missing tackles, blowing coverages, right? It's generally not showing the amount of juice that you imagine that they'd have a week after you went to Dallas and showed a level of juice that I thought was going to be able to be consistent, right? It just felt like this team regressed in all sorts of places. And it was really frustrating because not only did you do that, you did it against a team that you really, really, really don't want to lose against. A team that's, in this division that you felt was, woeful. And I know for you in particular, from that woman.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But
it'll come up.
No, and I think it's meaningful that it's Thanksgiving week because you know the elite teams now. You know the teams that are going to be contenders in the postseason. The Texans are not on that list right now, man. They're not on that list. And this is something for either geeks, nerds, or old heads. But there was an old show called Monty Python's Flying Circus. And
geeks, nerds, or old heads?
Geeks, nerds, or old heads.
All right.
You may not be familiar with Monty Python's Flying Circus, but some people are geeks, nerds, and older dudes.
I have heard of it.
Yeah.
I can't say that I have watched it and consumed it.
They do a bit called, it's a famous line from the show, says, and now for something completely different. I thought of that when I saw this defense getting gashed. Gashed early, bad mistakes late, getting cut up by Will friggin' Mayo Levis.
Well, you did say that he had been playing better.
God almighty.
He hadn't been playing like this. You know how it is where, you get a call from your homeboy or whatever because you have to answer for your team. Right?
Yeah.
And
I only call when you lose.
I saw that number pop up, and I was like, all right. Literally, the words that I said to him as I answered the phone was, I was expecting this. And one of the things that we talked about in our 45-minute conversation was if somebody decided to walk up to me and say, hey, man, Will Levis played better than C.J. Stroud, I couldn't tell them a damn thing.
No.
That is a shame. That's a shame.
He threw a pick 6 and got sacked 8 times and cut you up. Cut you up. The 2 longest plays the Texans have given up in this stadium belong to Will Levis. 63 yards to Calvin Ridley.
That's disgusting.
And 70 yards to Okonkwo.
That's nasty work, man.
Let me say that again. The 2 longest plays this defense has given up in NRG Stadium was yesterday to Will Levis.
That brother probably eating through a straw right now. How much he been getting sacked. And he came out with the W and the better quarterback.
Yes.
And the thing that's also frustrating is that he had some big play shots, but like some of those were just like getting the ball out and then you fumbling over your own, and allowing like the Okonkwo play is just fascinating to me. I've watched it many times.
Yes,
and now that there's the all 22, I get to watch it from different angles now, and it's just amazing to me how hard Henry Toto bit. And when you talk about regression, Toto this season was a representation of wow. Look at the progress that can be made with a level of focus and conviction in what you're doing. You and I'm kind of doing this to poke at you, but not like you got to a point where you're like, look, we have to talk about Henry Toto as being good.
Yeah,
Henry Toto did not.
We don't anymore, by the way.
Yeah, it was like he did not. He did not reward.
There is
that
pass coverage thing that's
for
out
you.
there,
and it felt like earlier on in the season. Reading and reacting for Toto had gotten so much better, right? Like he triggered at the right times and he fired in with a conviction of a torpedo, of a heat-seeking missile.
Yeah.
He had the opportunities and the instances where he needed to kind of like react playing space. He was solid. Like, I'm not going to get out here and say that he was like anywhere near all-pro or anything to that extent. But he was solid. This was woeful. And then on that same play, you've got guys like completely missing their assignment or just not really showing a level of effort, a level of swarm. And that felt so disparate, so far away from what this team has identified as or set as their identity, both like from the top down with just the general notion of it, but then displayed identity through the course of the season. That regression might have been the most disappointing for me, just watching this defense. And I understand the defense had 8 sacks, 7 of them in the first half, 1 in the second half that allowed them to just kind of do what they needed to do. And then also, it was another week in which, you could look at the sacks, but those are a certain amount of plays. The other plays, poor tackling, poor effort, and that one stuck with me.
And that 63-yarder and 70-yarder were representative of what you were just saying. And that doesn't even count the 38-yarder for a touchdown where, the secondary was just torched again. That's why I said now for something completely different. The defense was awful. And now for something even completely different from that.
Okay.
If Joe Mixon, if the book is out on Joe Mixon, you're cooked.
And the book might be out on Joe Mixon.
You're cooked.
I saw Seth was tweeting about this not too long ago, maybe like 20 minutes ago. Jeffrey Simmons, if I remember correctly, or actually just go to the beat before I mess around and misquote various different people. But Jared Patterson said that the Tennessee linebackers played them differently than expected, and that led to struggles in the run game. And I think Seth has identified it perfectly, and it's how I felt, and I'm glad that it lines up with a former NFL player in Seth Payne, very smart man. Titans linebackers stayed backside on zone runs, anticipated the cutbacks. And it's like, all right, we know that we have guys in the middle that are going to kind of block up the general run lanes that are created in the zone run scheme. And so we'll just sit on the cutbacks. And they completely nullify Joe Mixon in a way that was disturbing because it was just individual brilliance for this run game. We've talked about it many a times. They're not a consistent, 4 or 5 yards at a time. They are here. Joe Mixon breaks plays, and Joe Mixon didn't break any. 14 attempts, 22 yards, with 8 yards being the longest.
In games not against the Dallas Cowboys, who are horrid and putrid, the 2 other games in the last 3 weeks, Joe Mixon has 39 carries for 66 yards. That's a 1.69 yard average.
Is that good?
That is not good by my little pea brain account anyway. But no, man, that's why we're saying this is the low point. This was regression on a number of fronts, specifically defensively, and you're getting a book on Joe Mixon that, by the way, the Jacksonville Jaguars are reading as we speak, and it's late in the year. There is no more, they can fix this, they can fix that. What are they going to fix right now? What do you expect them to fix is maybe a better way to put it.
That is not a question for me for right now because for this moment right now, what do I expect them to fix?
They'll get better.
Not a damn thing. Because here's the thing,
Bobby Slowick will get better in the second half. Oh, by the way, let's talk about the second half. That is not something completely different. That is something we are quite familiar with.
Yes. There's a level of comfort in that. I know this one. Yeah. I've seen this movie before.
Exactly.
It is. Well, I was about to say it was a comfort watch. Not nearly. But the antithesis of a comfort watch. Your defense is outscoring your offense in the last couple of games.
Yeah.
14 to, 10?
Something like that. Yeah, because they got a field goal yesterday. They had 54 yards in the second half yesterday. They never crossed midfield.
Yeah, man, the Bobby Slowick noise is loud as hell.
And it should be.
And it rightfully is. And we'll talk about that as we continue the show. We'll talk about, there's so many different places that we could go, and the 5 Hour Energy fan line is on all of them, right? Talking about the offensive coordinator, talking about the loss of Stephon Diggs, coaching pops up. Right, it felt like I was watching the Aggies game lose, and then the Texans might do the same again. Right?
Now, why'd you have to bring that up?
Because I don't know. We laugh to keep from crying.
Yeah,
I don't know. 281. When do Houston fans start wearing paper bags on their heads?
Oh wow,
that is the level of distraught you are after this game. I mean, this is a team that is still 7-5, and the way that they are playing, the way that they have gotten to that 7-5, is so disheartening.
Yeah,
and that's the damn shame about it. That is absolutely it. This is a team that you geared up and that reasonable people looked at them and said, okay, now is the time to push towards Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You lost to a 2-8 football team.
You lost to a 2-8 football
at
team.
home.
Yes. And we're going to get to all that implies as well. But, and C.J. Stroud took a large part of the blame.
And he should.
He flirted with a Dan Orlovsky moment there at the end that iced the game. He flirted. There was pressure, which kind of pushed him out. But he was heading out anyway.
Yeah.
He was heading out the back.
Did he officially go out?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But he, had there not been any pressure coming from his front side.
He'd have needed some twinkle toes to make sure that he didn't hit that white.
He'd have walked out. But you still had a 40% pressure rate. And Bobby Slowick, my gosh, I have been defending this guy. I mean, not as much the last month or so, but I've been defending this guy. What the hell are you doing running inside? Like that fourth quarter, they were running right at the two baddest dudes on the defense. Right at them.
They've been turning like this Titanic.
Yeah.
There's a general ethos of we are going to do what we do, and we're just going to need to do it better. And it's been made abundantly clear that you're not going to get better enough.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's grammatically correct, but you're not going to get better enough for it to be sufficient for what you want to do. And so it would seem that to logical people, that would dictate change.
Let me find the two baddest dudes out there, and I'm going to try to run right at them.
What is that? What is that, like prison mentality?
Yeah, I guess. It might have been. Oh, my goodness.
Is that the prison mentality where you're like, yo, find the biggest guy and punch him? Right? Is that the thought process?
Yeah, how does that usually work out?
And appreciate Sean Pendergast, who is the keeper of these books on second half scoring. He made sure to clean me up. Texans D 14, Texans O 13. We shorted them 3 points.
Okay.
My bad, Texans offense.
Yeah.
13 points in 2 second halves. Does that make you feel any better?
No, it doesn't.
There's so much to talk about, and I recognize this, and this is fair. Ben on the YouTube said, geez, Reggie, I thought you said cathartic. Eventually. But this is like one of them real deep tissue massages. It's going to feel bad right now. Hopefully on the back end of it, you'll be able to feel loose and all right again.
Yeah.
We'll try and keep that going.
It's a process. It's process driven.
I say that skeptically myself. I understand, but I appreciate you guys rocking with us anyways on a Monday after the Texans embarrassed us all. Yeah. Let's keep the conversations going, the therapy session going with some OG's passing thoughts, which we'll do next.
C.J. Stroud took
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
2nd and 7 at the Houston 40. Levis in the gun. Pollard to his left. 4-man front for the Texans. Levis is going to throw it this time. Now to the left. Levis in trouble. Levis sacked. Danielle Hunter with his second of the game.
1 of 8 sacks in this game. 7 of those came in the first half. And, of course, the second half is a continual concern with this Texans team. And it was in this one as they fell to the Tennessee Titans, although the first half wasn't great against Tennessee either. But the final, 32-27. And how about the entire game experience from the perspective of one John Lopez? Let's do a little OG's passing thoughts.
Let's do it.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
Did the Texans go in the clubhouse? Which
They did. They did.
I feel like they was there too.
Yeah, that definitely did feel like a little bit of excrement, didn't it?
It definitely did, which leads to the passing thoughts. This is the first passing thought. Of course, it's all,
stream of consciousness.
As the game goes on. This was the healthiest the Texans have been offensively and defensively since week 1. Keep in mind, Bears game is when Mixon went down.
Yeah.
With the hip drop tackle. We've had multiple injuries since then on the offense or defense, whether it's Nico Collins or Will Anderson. Danico Autry had a suspension. We had some injuries.
Like your only real starter this if we're not counting Christian Harris, which, by the way, Figgy.
Is that a real person?
Hey, I'll let y'all know when I get the update.
My bad.
I'll let y'all know when we get the update.
Thank you from
Kenyon Green was going to get benched anyway, so he's outside.
Was he? He should have been benched. I can't say definitively that he would have, but it's Folorunshio Fatukasi was the only one.
He's the only one.
Okay.
This is the healthiest they've been since week 1, and that is actually makes it even less encouraging as because that was a thought I had as the game was starting. I said, all right, they're healthy on both sides of the ball. Let's see them cook. Well, that led to
They put raisins in it. That was what they did. They put raisins in it, didn't they, Fig?
Too much cinnamon.
Yeah. They put raisins in the potato salad.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And that led to my passing thought number 2, and that is I thought it was a bad omen early on. I thought there was a really bad omen early on. You could not have had a better start. I mean, you could not have had a better start to the game.
Scoring on the first play?
You defer, and then you get the ball.
Wait, before we even get there, big time return, huh?
I was going to say you get the ball instead of so you defer.
My bad.
Dameon Pierce goes. How far was it? Well, it was a 19-yard touchdown, so I guess he went 7. Whatever it was.
80, I think it was 80 yards, right?
81 yards, something like that. But anyway, so Dameon Pierce has the big kickoff return, and then you have
80 yards.
80 yards. And then you have a one-play drive for a touchdown. You couldn't have started any better. And then right after that, the Titans go for the field, but they go boom, 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 boom. Big plays after big play. I thought that was a bad omen. You should have run them off the field. You should have taken that, stuffed them, and then just play pile on,
Sure. There's a lot of shouldas in this one, though.
Well,
there's a lot of shouldas.
Woulda, shoulda, coulda.
Yeah.
The Titans scored on their first 3 drives.
Yeah.
Field goal, touchdown.
Yeah. And that led to bad omen number 2. And I was sitting up there with you at this point in the press box.
Don't put this on me.
Well, I am going to put it on you.
What?
The Titans were running the ball the way Reggie wants the Texans to run the ball.
That is correct.
They were going 5, 7, 6, 9. There was the longest play until late in the third quarter, I believe, maybe it was early in the fourth, when Pollard busted a 27-yarder, was 17 yards. That was it. Their longest rush was 17 yards, and yet they were averaging 6.8 yards a carry. That's why I was talking about, and now for something completely different, the defense was just getting gashed.
It looked like they didn't have an appropriate amount of pride. And that was disconcerting.
It could have been pride. I'm not going to disagree. It could have been overconfidence.
It's always really concerning. Like,
Yeah.
I try not to get into these places where you question people's, like intentions or whatever.
Overconfidence is what I'll call it.
It just, whatever you attribute it to.
Yeah.
I'll say it like this. The effort and energy early on, and honestly, for the most part throughout the game, was not there in the right way, as evidenced by the fact that the tackling was poor.
When did you see Swarm? It was individual brilliance.
I heard Swarm. You know how they do they have the crowd chant.
When did you see Swarm? Like Will Anderson was on another level, by the way.
I'll pass on that.
I'll get to that in a minute. But speaking of Reggie, I got one more for Reggie here.
What? This is your passing thoughts. Why am I all in it?
Because it's my passing thoughts, and I was thinking of you. Guess what Reggie said as we're finishing up the first quarter, Figgy?
What'd he say?
You know, that was a really fast first quarter, and I'm like, "What the heck are you doing? Why did you say that?"
I was acknowledging a thing that was there, right? I was just remarking.
That was a really fast first quarter.
It was.
Second quarter went 52 minutes.
I don't have. What you?
That's on you.
What are you implying?
That's on
Are
you.
you implying that I have power?
Yes.
Are you implying that I have power to make things happen? Because I feel like if I had power to make things happen, a 32-27 final wouldn't have been what happened. Right?
Man.
Fair.
52 minutes.
I feel like if I had a power to make something happen, we wouldn't still see tosses.
Why are you?
We wouldn't still see, toss right, toss left.
Why are you?
It's Reggie's fault.
The 52-minute second quarter was maybe not the outcome. You know, that's a really fast first quarter. Oh, shut up! Don't say that. Don't ever say that.
It went fast. I blame the alcohol. It was a lot of it.
Another passing thought here. Okay, remember before the season when you saw the Texans' home schedule and you had quarterbacks like Caleb Williams, Josh Allen, Jared Goff, Trevor Lawrence for what it's worth, Anthony Richardson for what it's worth. What were the odds? And by the way, you still have Lamar Jackson and Tua coming up. What are the odds that Will Levis would have the most passing yards, the two longest plays in your building, a 63 and a 70-yarder, and as many TDs passing as any of those guys?
Actual odds? I'm not good at being an odds maker.
Will Levis.
I would have put that pretty low percentage-wise.
Owns NRG.
All right, calm down. I don't like the way you said that.
Okay, I just gave you the numbers. All those quarterbacks.
You are technically correct, and I don't like
Josh Allen, Jared Goff. Will Levis has had a better game in the NRG than them.
I hate it.
Any other quarterback that has come into NRG this year, Will Levis has had a better game in NRG.
I hate it here.
I hate it here. I hate it here.
Oh my gosh. Here's another one, and this might be a little unfair, but I don't think so. Jimmy Ward had the pick six that should have turned the game. You know, it should have been a wrap after that. You should have gone ahead and just stick a fork in him. But safety play was bad.
Yeah, man, this is where the deep play issues that you speaking about some of those other quarterbacks that, did not play all that well.
Mm-hmm.
It's this entire season for the Texans, especially defensively, as I've come around to the idea of, oh man, this team is really good defensively.
Mm-hmm.
But early on, we were getting to that place where we're like, hey, look at the results. And I was like, okay, but how about all those missed passes or opportunities that have been available over the top that teams had not taken advantage of? This is one of those instances where it was like, hey, that came home to roost in some ways because those deep shots that felt like they were available, especially early on in the season, they were available again.
Yeah.
And then you had Will Levis capable of actually taking advantage of those to Calvin Ridley and to Westbrook-Ikhine, who oddly enough just seems to do this a whole bunch, right?
Yeah.
I think he had a 98-yarder, was that 2 weeks ago, as well as the big play that you have there. You have Okonkwo having the big play in space because dudes are just in the wrong place. That felt like that was something that another one of those threads that was there to be pulled, and for some reason the Titans were the ones to actually come and pull it.
Look, Eric Murray got smoked.
Eric Murray did not cover himself with glory in this one, and I was looking into your general social media space, being like, oh, okay, there are people evoking that name. What name?
Yeah.
Do you know the name
of who?
Justice Simmons.
Oh, okay.
Like this goes back to that conversation that was had in the offseason, and we thought that, hey, no, you've gotten good enough safety play.
Yeah.
That popped up again because Eric Murray had that kind of
That
game.
was on the touchdown to Nick Westbrook-Ikhine, smoked. On the touchdown, Okonkwo 70-yarder, missed tackle. Eric Murray, both of those. And Jimmy Ward, big play. Congratulations. It was very big at the moment, but he whiffed on a couple and got picked on when Jalen Petrie went out.
Immediately when he had to step into that Jalen Petrie role that's very distinct.
Yeah.
He wasn't handling it quite well. He eventually got to a place where it's like, okay, I think this is fine.
Yeah.
Especially like he's knifing in and diving in for a tackle for loss in the same way that Jalen Petrie would. I do wonder, like losing Petrie in that game, Petrie ends up being one of the dudes that brings some of the swarm, at least with some of he played the physicality that feels like it is exactly the level that D'Amico Ryans would call for. And when you watch this game and you maybe saw a lack of physicality or a lesser physicality than was desired, it's easy to look up and be like, Jalen Petrie went on the field,
One more for you here. This is just sort of a personal feeling. When you get performances like you did out of Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, you got to win that game 10 out of 10 times. They had 5 sacks combined, 5 more quarterback hits, 7 tackles for losses. You got to win that game 10 out of 10. You know, we talked about Swarm. This was an individual brilliance kind of defensive performance by just those 2 dudes.
Correct. But I think one of the questions I wanted to ask during this program, were there any Texans that escaped your ire?
Those 2 dudes.
Those were the 2 that immediately came to mind, and I was like, are there any possibles? Yeah, and we got any spades players, right? I got 2. Do you got any possibles in
2
here?
on the possible.
Right,
Yeah.
like, do you have any because those are the ones that came to mind immediately that I was like, yes. And then I was like, I don't know. Are there any more? So keep that in mind. We might run that through and have that conversation, or, might as well. Text in on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-4610. Let me know. Were there any other players in this game that escaped your ire, escaped your anger, as it felt like it was pretty even across the board, which just speaks to how problematic it is. In fact, what you're talking about, your final passive thought there, the idea that you have 8 sacks, you have performances from your edges, your pass rushers at that level, and you don't get a win, is because you had so flatly across the board so many, failure, big or small, from all sorts of guys across this team that didn't allow you to get a win against a team that you probably should. I mean, D'Amico said it, and we'll play it at some point. One of the most frustrating things about this game is that with all of the things that you did not accomplish, or that you did not play up to the standard of in this game, you still had a chance to win late.
Yeah.
Frustrating. 281, why was Lassiter still out? No, Lassiter was in that game, and there might have been some instances where you're like, oh, that 40 time pops up a little bit. A little bit.
Maybe.
We'll talk more about this game all the way through on Reaction Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's time for our question of the day. And if you're on social media, you might have seen people say like the wrong answers only. Right? They'll ask a question that say wrong answers only. Who do you blame for this loss? Wrong answers only. 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that next.
Monday Night Football.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Shoppers John Tier Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the day. Who do you blame for that loss versus the Titans, 32-27? Wrong answers only. That's an important part of this.
Wrong answers
only. Let's have a little fun with this because... yeah, that was embarrassing, and there's a lot of places that you can place blame.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of interesting, though. Sometimes you place it in the wrong place, and sometimes it's funnier to do it that way. It's kind of a social media trend that's happened for some years. Before we get there, though, someone did mention, I asked if there was anybody that escapes your ire in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Nico Collins. Yeah, my bad. I didn't mean to do that to you, Nico. You good.
Yeah.
Right? You can come in.
You can come in.
Well, I didn't mean to make sure you get a stamp. You good.
Yeah.
But yeah, who do you blame for this game? Wrong answers only from the 281. I blame Hannah McNair. Fair enough.
Hey, she elevated this game.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hannah made this game bigger than it was. That's how you do it. Wrong answers only, because that might be one of the furthest people from I would blame for this one.
Yeah.
From the 603, I blame Bud Adams. This would have kept the team in Houston.
No, ouch.
That's a good point.
That's a good wrong answer.
This game, you would have never had the opportunity to be embarrassed by them if they were just your team here.
I blame John McClain.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I blame John McClain.
Why's that?
Just defending Amy Adams drunk consistently, and the Titans, and the Oilers really do like it there. No, they don't. I love you, John. But I blame you. Is that a wrong answer or is that a right answer? I'm getting,
I think it's
I'm blurring the line here.
I think wrong answer. My wrong answer only on who I blame for this game, Tennessee Titans fans. You want to know why? We were doing the tailgate of the game, moving around the various lots at NRG Stadium. And one of the things that you could tell, especially over the last few home games, you can kind of get a sense of the opposing fans and how many of them are out there. I ain't see very many of them out there.
No.
And when we got into the game, it did not seem like there was very many Titans fans in there in general.
Mm-hmm.
I look at not a lot of opposing fans. Didn't feel like there was a lot of energy in the building. Players kind of played with the lack of energy.
Okay. I see
you see the dots connecting there?
Yeah.
Titans fans didn't show up.
Yeah.
They didn't bring enough of that
a lot of Texans fans
opposing
didn't show
energy.
Up.
Yeah, that is also a good point. Although someone did mention it earlier, right? They were like, "Look at this result and tell me why I should be I should be up in there making all this noise." And I was like, "Well, I don't know what I should do there."
I blame holiday shopping.
Okay.
Had a short week. Black Friday week is upon us. Which it's
Black Friday week.
It's not a day anymore. Yeah, it's a week.
It's such nonsense.
And I think the guys with the short week after Monday Night Football, they had to do some shopping. They weren't in the playbook. You know how people always blame, like some guy goes out to dinner with someone and somebody takes a picture like, why isn't he studying the playbook? Because he has a life too.
Along those lines, from the 281, blame Amber Rose. CJ just ain't been right since he, quote, gave her a ride home.
Oh, wow. That might be the leader in the clubhouse.
I need to cross-reference. I need to cross-reference some dates.
Yeah.
That one might be close. I should have seen this coming. From the 832, I blame In the Loop. From 832, I blame John Lopez. From a 713, John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Yeah, that's fair. On Friday, I'll hold.
But they said wrong answers only, so I'm going to take solace in that.
Friday, I was out here and I was like, look, man, this Tennessee Titans team, some of that defense is overblown. They're short fields because their special teams are so bad, which they were.
Yes, they were.
They were, but that didn't do enough.
You know who might have had it right all along?
Are you going where I'm going? Post game show,
Nicole.
Yeah. This is
God bless you, Nicole.
If you didn't think that it was worth listening to the post game show right here on Sports Radio 610 after every Texans game with Clint and Sean, it absolutely is, because sometimes you just get some gold. Like Nicole calling in and having her wrong answer as to why this happened. We'll see. And let's start with cut one here. This was how Nicole started off. This is how she started off on figuring out where she laid blame for this game.
Nicole, appreciate your patience. Welcome in.
Hi, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to air a couple of several grievances that I have. And I believe that the NFL, the refs in Vegas are a cartel that manipulate all the games as they wish.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like some players, such as Kaimi, are subject to being paid off at will because they're so good. He's so good. I don't believe he intentionally loses his kicks. I think he's paid to do so. And potentially, to my next grievance, is that the play calling can also be subject to being subject to the cartel. And that dude, I forgot his name, but he sucks.
Yeah.
That dude, he sucks.
Yeah. Bobby and Kaimi on the take.
Yeah.
They point shaving.
Yeah. Kaimi's on the take.
Allegedly. I feel like I should put something around that because that can just be clipped up like we're saying that. Nicole says.
Out of baby Nicole.
It's the cartels.
Out of baby Nicole.
This is clearly above, this is a level of incompetence that is not possible just organically. There's something happening. There's a conspiracy. Open your third eye, brother.
Exactly. The rest of us don't quite comprehend the complexity of what goes in to an NFL outcome. Nicole does.
Nicole's like, I remember Tim Donaghy.
That's right.
I know what happens. These people can be gotten to.
Yeah.
In fact, she continued. She continued talking about the influence of nefarious organized crime on this football game.
I don't know why he always calls that play where you throw to your left or your right and you have to catch up to the scrimmage. I don't know why he does that. It never works. It never freaking works, and he does it all the time. I feel like he's sabotaging us.
That's right.
He always has Mixon come to drive right into a pile of guys that, I mean, why is it so unorthodox to run out left or right? I mean, I don't know. I'm not a play caller. I'm just a girl. But why doesn't he ever have a play go out to the left or the right? I don't get it.
That's right.
He also could be subject to the cartel.
There we go. It's very complex. We got cartels, we got sabotage, we got game fixing, and we got multiple people allegedly on the take.
I mean, look, Nicole understands the gambling. Like since legalized gambling came into play, there's a lot more at stake here.
Yeah,
clearly.
Yeah, man.
I mean, the Texans were 8-point favorites.
Yes, they were.
Open your third eye. 713 said, I love Nicole and I agree with her. Go off, Nicole. I blame the OG sauce from the 281.
Hey, whoa. Let's not go crazy now. Let's not go crazy.
Weirdly enough, I had OG sauce last night.
That was after the game.
Maybe.
That was after the game. That was.
But the game made me want some OG sauce.
Yeah.
John rigged the game so that I would want OG. I see your game. From the 832, blame the Generals' negativity. From another 832, blame J.J. Watt.
Oh.
Ooh. They said his commercials are terrible, but you could also blame him for not coming back and helping this team.
713 said
you see it? Do you see it?
Yeah, the third eye. 713 says she explained it better than D'Amico.
From the 713, why would it the Titans of Texas? That was clearly the spread, right?
Yeah. Money line, baby.
From the 281, I blame Christian Harris. If you would come up from vacation and start playing, we wouldn't have lost. He's not on vacation.
Yes.
At least I can't say for certain.
Yeah.
I don't know,
yeah.
to be fair. Let's see some other ones that came in. Blame the cruise I just got off of. They didn't show the Texans game. Clearly that person needed to be watching.
Yeah. I blame college football, man.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
I blame college football because there is no elite quarterback worth tanking for, and the Titans should have been tanking. They felt like they don't need to tank anymore. Mm-hmm. They felt they trying to actually win games and not go for the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
So there's no quarterback that's worth doing that. So I blame college football.
On the YouTube channel, Brant says she's actually right. Too much money involved in Las Vegas controlling these outcomes. Man.
Hey, I wonder if is it the same cartel that got Jay Leno?
Oh, wow.
It might be the same one.
Maybe blame Jay Leno.
Hey, we got to protect this team, man. We don't want C.J. Stroud looking like Jay Leno, saying he fell down the stairs.
Oh, no.
I blame Nico Collins for scoring touchdowns when his teammates get penalties in crucial situations. That's right. You got to know when the penalty plays are and not score during those ones. You score during the non-penalty plays.
Yeah, exactly.
Appreciate that insight, 832.
Yeah.
Someone said, I blame my wife for making me spend $200 on teachers I never met. What does that mean?
On teachers I never met.
I don't know what that means.
Must
and
be
I'm
Christmas
kind of
presents, holiday presents, Thanksgiving.
Do the babies still bring in gifts for their teachers?
Yeah, I think so.
Huh.
Bill O'Brien? I'll go with that.
I always blame Bill O'Brien.
Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, Jack Easterby came in from the 7. I was going to use that as my dismount, but that's fine. We'll get that in here. Yeah, somebody said I blame Roger Goodell because it's all scripted. Yeah, those are very frustrating.
Hey, I blame Arian Foster for even bringing the whole script thing up.
Oh,
that's right.
That's right.
100%.
God bless Nicole.
I blame him.
God bless Nicole.
And finally, from Brant, she's actually right. It's too much money involved in Vegas, as you said. Did y'all forget what Calvin Ridley got suspended for? Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Wrong answers only.
It all comes together.
That's who you blame this game on. Wrong answers only, of course. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us.
Some of those might be right.
Was there any? Someone said Murray stinks. Thank you. Was there any catharsis in there? Do we feel any better? Yes. And then I didn't want to let y'all off the hook. Someone said Figgy and Lopez for wearing Oilers gear. They're blaming y'all.
Oh, man.
Y'all gotta hold that.
Oh, man.
Y'all gotta hold that. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Houston Oilers gear. That is true. All of it dated back to when the Houston Oilers were still intact. Not those weird Tennessee Oilers years. That was very weird. All right. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, talk about some of the things that happened, including another game with the Texas team that was wild in the fourth quarter. We'll talk about that and more next.
How did
who cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, real quick before we go around the NFL, in that previous segment, we did our question of the day, which was, who do you blame for that Texans loss versus the Titans? Wrong answers only. Mm-hmm. And you guys came strong. A lot of fun answers and some that kept coming in during the break, like from the 832. I blame daylight saving time.
I like that.
Why?
I like it.
No idea. Another one, HEB curse.
Ooh.
CJ Stroud.
That's a good one, man.
Will Anderson missed some time recently.
That's a good one.
HEB curse.
Man.
And then I also just want to circle back to some, there's been a few people on the 5 Hour Energy fan line who have been like, hey, you guys are laughing at Nicole. And in some ways, yes. It's like, I think, an objectively funny thing that happened on the post-game show after the Texas loss. I do think that she was illustrative of something with this team, which is that, and particularly with Bobby Slowick, is that you don't have to be that well-versed in football. She didn't even have quite the language to describe it, but there's some things that are very evidently wrong with the play calling, as evidenced by her being able to easily identify the idea that you're running your running back into spaces where you do not have gaps, and you are, you're calling plays that seemingly do not have any benefit that even the layman can see. Like, I think that she did have some points there. I'm not trying to, this wasn't just dunk on Nicole. Yeah. It was just funny.
And there is an underlying theme in some circles that, gamblers have influence in certain places.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And 832 is really piling on you two. How come y'all not wearing your Oilers threads today? They won.
Well, we wore it to get hyped up for the Houston game.
That's right.
And the Houston game.
That hype did not.
I didn't realize how much y'all don't like the Oilers colors.
I did not realize that. Yeah, man. I guess people were like bleep. Really went as far as Bleep Bud Adams all the way, where they were like, "You're dead to me." I don't know. Like the colors.
I thought it looked fly.
It did look fly.
Yeah,
it did, and that's why it made it so mad, or made us so mad. And that's what makes it so smelly that you lost to the Titans at home. What, you like my use of the word smelly?
Smelly.
Okay, very good. That's
very good.
Very much true. All right, let's go around the NFL now, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Last minute change of plans and you can't use your tickets? Download Quick Assist from the App Store today. They'll take care of the process for you, and find you the best price on the market. That's QUICKASYST. Quick Assist or Ticketware. I swear I can read. I'll read this, though. There was a wild one between the Cowboys and the Commanders. Divisional games apparently continue to go all sorts of wild ways, as we know very uniquely after that game yesterday. But a game that was 13-9 with, I believe, 5.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, finished with a wild ending. There was 41 fourth quarter points scored, including a 99-yard kick return touchdown, an 86-yard touchdown pass, a missed potential game-tying extra point, and then an onside kick that was returned for a touchdown, plus a Hail Mary attempt at the end that was intercepted or that was caught at the 5-yard line.
Yeah, and what were the teams involved?
The Cowboys and the Commanders.
Of course it was.
It is so expected between those two teams that happens. But yes, that final was insane between the Cowboys and the Commanders, and the Cowboys actually got a win in that game after the Texans really handled them. 34-26 was the final. The Commanders came within one. That was the missed extra point, which is funny because their kicker had missed an extra point or a short field goal, I can't remember which, earlier in that game. And so when that situation came about, I thought that they would go for two and try and win it.
Yeah.
The offense had its issues during throughout the game, but they decided kick the extra point and then try and either take it to overtime or you give themselves an opportunity to keep going. They missed the extra point and forced the half kick and onside kick. That allowed the Cowboys to then return it for a touchdown. It was just a mess, a wild finish. And if you had any opportunity to kind of watch this live alongside the Texans game, I imagine that you had a lot of fun because it was nonsense.
Yeah, and even before all the craziness of the fourth quarter, it was just a weird game with weird plays throughout the game. It was like I don't know if you can say that the Commanders played down to the Cowboys level as much as the Cowboys dragged them down to their level.
That is fair. It also doesn't hurt or help, depending on the way you want to say it, that the Commanders have been on the Cliff Kingsbury slide in the second half of the season, and it also doesn't help that Jaden Daniels, since that injury that he sustained, has not looked the same. And so you have a game where he was picking it up a little bit, 207 yards, 2 touchdowns, but 2 interceptions, and he picked up 74 yards on the ground as by far their leading rusher. Yeah. So yeah, it was a wild game, weird game, and for all of that hassle, the Commanders had the same record as the Texans, 7-5, and the Cowboys, 4-7.
Oh, come on now. Come on now.
The Cowboys are in a fun place in that they clearly are a bad team. They're not going to go to the playoffs or anything particularly, but they have the Giants on Thursday Night Football. That's a Giants team that we'll talk more about here in a second, but the Giants
lost. Get ready for Thanksgiving brilliance.
Yeah. You got a nice nap time there for you scheduled in that middle of the day slot at 3:30 between the Cowboys and the Giants. Then they get the Bengals at home again. Then face the Panthers on the road. They could get themselves in a place where they're actually nearing 500 in this stretch coming up, even though because they are getting healthier and all those things.
I say again, get out of here.
Okay, all right. I'm presenting. I'm again
just mere facts.
I'm again being derided for presenting new ideas. But yeah, that was an interesting one. I did mention the Panthers. The Panthers had a interesting run of it as the getting away with it all-stars continue to get away, but just barely. The Kansas City Chiefs, a 30-27 victory over the Panthers, the Carolina Panthers, keeping it close with the team with the best record in the AFC.
And Mahomes is after we're like, I'd really like a blowout every once in a while, or at least one. But that was more of a red flag than anything. I mean, against the Panthers to not only play a very close game, but let them back into it twice. Like they had a lead early, they got back into within range. Then they had a lead late, and they got back within range. Pretty bizarre for the Chiefs.
Yeah, well, not this season though. It's the things that once you become the Kansas City Chiefs in this run with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes and of course some others, but I think you get the point once I mention those two names. Yeah. They become kind of like Alabama. I say this a lot about those college football teams where the brand is so big and the expectation is such year over year that we kind of treat them all as the same team, even though every different team each year is different. This Kansas City Chiefs team, they are not the team from 2 years ago. They're not the team. You know what I mean? Like this team exists kind of differently, but the red one. So we don't really examine quite how they're letting teams hang around. And to be fair to the Panthers, Bryce Young probably put up one of his best games, if not his best game as a pro. 21 of 35. Not a great completion percentage, but a touchdown, no interceptions, and a solid 7.5 yards per attempt.
Yeah. And as far as like the Chiefs and Mahomes and all that, we've been down this road before too with the Chiefs. They're not quite what we thought, what we thought they were, and then at the end of the year they turn it on. So it's hard to say, but that was probably, as a Chiefs fan, the most worrisome win that they've had.
Shout out to the 832 on the 5-Hour Energy fan line who mentions that you can get a Cowboys-Giants ticket for $30 on Thanksgiving.
I'll pass.
Yeah, I was like, I would much rather just go buy some.
I'd chill with the fam.
I'm good
for that price.
Yeah,
buy you some.
How'd the Giants do this week, by the way?
Woo. Oh, would you like to talk about that game?
No, but just a quick. My goodness, they're bad.
Yeah, the Tampa Bay Bucks beat them 30-7, and that was I'm pretty sure that was 30-0 until the fourth quarter, where then the Giants finally got a rushing touchdown. Devin Singletary, you familiar with this gentleman?
I am very familiar.
He got the lone touchdown for the New York Giants. Malik Neighbors, and I should have gotten this audio. Malik Neighbors was asked about not getting involved, and he was like, you got to talk to Daves about that, which that's always good, right? When you're like, hey, talk to the manager. That is not my department. He also was very demonstrative in letting everybody know, and in that scrum, that it's clearly not the quarterback, because clearly, obviously, the Giants made a quarterback change, and that the offense, the issues with the offense, it's like, who is it?
Yeah, it's the general manager and the head coach. They probably will both go. they'll both be gone.
Yeah, and speaking of that general manager, Joe Shane is who we're talking about. He looks even stupider. You want to know why? Everybody knows why. Saquon Barkley was hooping. Yeah. Saquon Barkley ran for a Philadelphia Eagles franchise record 255 yards in the Sunday Night Football victory over the Rams. In fact, it got to the point where Dallas Goedert actually made sure that he would take it upon himself to make sure that Saquon was on the up and up.
Is it coincidence they're drug testing after a game like this? That's not me. That's not, okay. Dallas try to prove it. Okay, that's a joke. Okay. Yeah, I've been drug tested enough, so hopefully I get away from that a little bit.
Yeah. So if you didn't hear that, the reporter was like, "Oh man, you're getting drug tested." He was like, "No, that's actually not me." Dallas Goedert apparently was pranking him, saying that, "Oh man, you played too good again. We need to drug test you." 255 yards on the ground, added another 47 through the air.
Say that again.
255 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns, another 47 yards in the air. He's in MVP territory, is he not?
He has to be. I mean, 300 right there. You know,
honestly, let's be real. Is he being underpaid at this point?
He's helping a lot of future running backs. He and Josh Jacobs. By the way,
and Mixon.
Another big game.
And he got paid the most out of everybody, too.
Josh Jacobs had how many touchdowns
3
in this game? He had 3. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, man.
And Derrick Henry upcoming again.
It really doesn't help.
Running backs are going to get paid all of a sudden, man.
I bet Joe Mixon feel bad this week because he was like, man, I'm supposed to be one of them. Let the Titans slow you down.
Yeah.
Some other things around the NFL. Did you see this? Apparently, the New York Jets are hiring the 33rd team to support their general manager search. I saw this via Adam Schefter. Now, the 33rd team is another one of these football websites.
I like it a lot.
Being completely honest, early on, I thought it was just another one of these aggregation sites, but they have added a lot of football guys. In fact, it is former general manager Mike Tannenbaum and Vikings general manager Rick Spielman who are leading the charge for the 33rd team. This is a consulting thing that they're basically adding on to their services, and the Jets are taking advantage of this. But I'm sorry, right? I understand the names that we're talking about, the bona fides that they have. But this feels like just such a Jets thing, doesn't it? Like, it feels like Woody Johnson.
But wouldn't you be happy if you're a Jets fan? I would.
You sure?
Because they can't get it right.
Yeah, but again, this goes back to one of the conversations we had about consulting. And I know there's a lot of people that are in consulting, and I don't want to paint with a broad brush. However, feels a little bit like a racket. I'm going to be honest. It just feels a little bit.
I get it, but I mean, again, these aren't chumps.
No, they're not.
They're not chumps out there with Tannenbaum and Spielman.
They're going to provide data analysis and experience to assist the Jets in their search for new leadership. Good luck.
Yeah. At this point, why not?
That's what I'm saying. Well, if I'm a Jets fan, I'm like, sure.
Ain't nothing else work.
Sure.
Well, here's the thing, right? The general manager that they just fired, was he particularly doing things wrong until they went out there and brought in Aaron Rodgers?
I mean, there were some good draft picks.
There were some good draft picks.
Yeah.
Right? And even some of those draft picks that did not work there, someone like Mekhi Becton, the tackle that they had. He's gone on, and he's actually looked more feasible in his second stop.
Yeah, but you can't get over the Aaron Rodgers thing.
Who did the Aaron Rodgers thing?
Oh, that's right.
That feels like that's got some Woody Johnson to it, don't it?
Woody Johnson
right?
to it, yeah.
How much do you want to put the responsibility at these general managers and these decisions? Yeah. And how much is it just Woody Johnson gonna mess it up anyways?
Yeah.
Some other things before we go. Albert Breer made mention of this, that the Detroit Lions have hit double-digit wins in consecutive seasons for the first time in their 95-year history of the franchise. And there's still 6 games to go.
And they're still in a race. In their division.
They are.
They're still in a race in their division.
They are. Yeah. I know a couple weeks back we were talking about, maybe the Texans are just the Lions a couple years behind. How good do you feel about that possibility?
I mean, can you say it with a straight face at this point?
I don't think.
And I don't want recency bias, but recency bias is not even a thing. It's the last month. It's the last 6 weeks.
Yeah.
It's not like, they had a bad game and now you guys are bailing on them. No. I mean, just go back to the last month.
And then real quick before we go, the Las Vegas Raiders, their quarterback Gardner Minshew, he broke his collarbone in a 29-19 loss to the Denver Broncos, and so he is out for the season. That might open up interest for Daniel Jones. In fact, we got odds on Daniel Jones' next team. Who do you think has the best odds to land former Giants starting quarterback?
I would say the Las Vegas Raiders.
Raiders actually come in with the third best odds at 5-1. Would you like to take another guess?
No, who?
Figgy?
I would say the 49ers or the Rams.
49ers nor Rams come in as any of the top 6. The best odds, apparently, the Baltimore Ravens at 2-1. I don't fully understand that. I in some ways, I get it where it's like, hey, he's a dude who has some mobility, and maybe he'd be able to run a similar system as Lamar Jackson. Clearly not the same guy, but maybe. I just think that that's kind of funny seeing him and Lamar Jackson in the same quarterback room. You can say whatever you want about me. You know it's funny. Second best odds, the Minnesota Vikings, which is interesting because I do wonder how that would go for a longer term because I know that, they have J.J.
Vikings makes more sense, right?
They have J.J. McCarthy as a potential long-term situation. The Sam Darnold thing is interesting. I'm not sure exactly what they're doing with that. Is this adding another guy into the pot on just in case J.J. McCarthy doesn't hit? You continue a potential development there? Or is this just
I think this is
add a guy?
The league is speaking to Daniel Jones, and it's telling him you're a career backup. You are a career backup. They're not, obviously Lamar Jackson's not going anywhere. J.J. McCarthy is the future. Bring in a guy that is just going to be a backup.
So there you go.
That's the job description.
Rounding that out, 7-1 odds for the Lions, Cowboys, and Dolphins to be added there. But yeah, that's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Jimmy Ward was the guest on the post-game show. I think that was before Nicole got on the phone and spit her hot fire. But Jimmy Ward had some interesting things to say about this team. I kind of want to go and revisit some of those. We'll do them next.
The Texans' second.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Houston sports leader. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Gets the snap, fires underneath. It's intercepted. Jimmy Ward, right side, 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, pick, 6. The Texans are ready to take the lead. Just like that, Jimmy Ward to the house.
Yeah, that was a nice lead. In fact, that was your 5 Hour Energy, high energy, 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. That might have been the loudest that the building was, and it was an important moment. Like, it gave the Texans a lead again in this game, and it really felt like at that point, okay, cool. This team will be able to get through. It felt like at that point, thinking to yourself, yeah, we got some things to address, but at least you're going to get through this game. Not the case, as the Texans fall 32-27. There were still shenanigans afoot ahead of them in that game, and yeah, that was very frustrating. Jimmy Ward, one of the players that maybe, just maybe, would be in that question that I asked earlier of Texans that could possibly escape your ire, that could possibly be good on your anger after a loss to the hated Titans. He was the player that ultimately sat down with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner on the post-game show. And he had a few things that he was talking about that I found to be interesting. That's one thing I can always appreciate about Jimmy Ward, is that he is going to give you something that's insightful, that's well thought out, that's interesting, being a, 11-year vet in the NFL. And so there's a few things I wanted to get to. And one of those things, he was asked of the fellas, how does this team get back to playing their best football?
Starts from the top. Starts from captains. Starts from the vets. It's just we gotta play good. First of all, we gotta play good, and then we gotta start calling people out. We gotta have that's just how it goes. We gotta have our own players meeting. We had a few of those already. Probably gonna have to have another one, and just try to see what's going on, man. Like, I feel like I don't like to say this, but I feel like we play down to our competition at times. Like throughout this year, when I've been looking at it, it's like I don't know what it is. We've just been taking some of these guys lightly, especially in the first half. Well, no, not take that back. It was the second half slump that we was doing over the last few weeks. But this week, it's like we woke up and it was the second half. Like we can't do that. That's losing football.
Man, there is a lot there.
There
is a lot there.
And I appreciate that he felt like he felt comfortable and honest enough to be able to say that, because you could say that there's very many instances where with this Texas team or with any other football team where you might not get that level of honesty. That being said, the honesty is an indictment still. That there is some things in there that we really got to examine.
First of all, I can't tell you how much I appreciate that.
Yes.
Because so much talking in code or circles, protecting players. We're going to talk about D'Amico Ryans and how this game fits in his career at noon. But protecting Bobby Slowick, protecting the veteran players, protecting players that are not performing well. Well, Jimmy Ward just said the hell with all that. I mean, he said it starts at the top. We got to call out players. It's D'Amico, literally said D'Amico and players. And the fact that they're playing down to a performance, which is reflective of maybe this whole culture and swarm and whatever mentality, press clippings, whatever you want to call it. Like there were 4 or 5 things he said in that one, you just heard that we've wondered about and talked about, and some people believe. Well, he just said it, and I think maybe that's what this team really needs from one of its leaders.
All right, well, let's start and let's go with them. Which one do you want to start with? Or maybe we should just start with the idea of playing down to your competition. On the 5 Hour Energy fan line, which, again, shout out to 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football super fans. From the 281, they said, I made the point that they are not playing down to their competition. They're just not that good. This team has a culture problem of continuing to think that they're better than they are. I think that those are similar in the similar vein. But this team has the capability of being good. Mm-hmm. The problem is that they're not consistent. And the issue is when they are up, it seems to be it's because they get up for these certain circumstances, mm-hmm. right? The Lions game, you played close, but you got yourself up into a place, and maybe you got complacent, you got comfortable, and you allowed them to come back into it. It does feel like, and it's not just from here. Like it feels like that might even come from the building that there's a sentiment and there's a sense that these dudes were not up for this game, that they did not have that energy, and that was something that I could sense. Like, you could feel it watching that football game. I imagine you could feel it on the TV, but you could definitely feel it in the building that, like, yo, the energy is not in the right place. And, like, the physicality, which is one of those things that D'Amico Ryans harps on, was not in the right place. Like, this team is literally not in the right place. Here you go. One of your captains, one of your most vocal leaders is pointing to the idea that he feels like y'all need to come back around and hold people accountable for this. Like, he's like that. That is a clear indication that they know that there's an issue, particularly with not being ready to show up and perform.
I think what Jimmy Ward is illustrating there is, I think there's a sentiment. The whole playing down is it's funny. It's hard to define.
Sure.
Are you not good enough, and that's why it looks like you're playing down, or are you good and not getting it done, and you're playing down to your competition, and hence you become overconfident. I think what he's really saying there was the first part. Like, we don't have to play great. We don't have to be made accountable publicly, because they're going to have our back anyway. Like, it's almost like a comfort zone, like an air of just being, we don't have to, even if we make mistakes, it ain't going to matter. They're going to have our back publicly. It's almost, it's really landing on the feet of D'Amico. It's landing on the feet of D'Amico. Like, I get it. Coaches protect their players and they don't want to call them out and all that. But there is a place and a time where you have to. Jimmy Ward did.
Yeah, sometimes your mama got to come up to that school with the bonnet on and the belt.
Yeah.
She ain't got to whoop you in front of them, but sometimes she got to embarrass you a little bit in front of everybody before you get yourself together.
Yes. That image was a little disconcerting, because now I got D'Amico Ryans and with a bonnet with his robe that he's holding together with one finger right here, keeping that thing together. That was
extension cord.
Oh wow! I hope you was
too much. I'm too much in the sticks.
Were you a bad kid?
Nah, not really.
I was like, man,
I did have one of those times because I was talking too much, and my mama had to come up there to embarrass me in front of everybody.
Yeah, I bet you didn't talk too much after that.
She
she didn't
show their presence.
But Reggie, that's what I'm saying. Like, I get that they're, quote unquote, trying to be a classy organization and not show up players that are professionals and all. But there's a point where you have to. Jimmy Ward just reached that point on the post-game show. I mean, he started from the top down.
They've had players only meetings, and
he was talking there, but that was private. That was private. He just said publicly, "Hey, maybe I shouldn't say this," but and are the Texans doing that too much?
What, the players only meetings?
No, protecting their guys, making excuses, basically.
Yeah, it's a fine balance in that, man. Because of course you want to protect the locker room and all that stuff, but you also got to hold them accountable on some stuff too, man.
Because we're seeing it on the field. When you talk about complacency and playing down, I think it's because the players collectively know, I need to do this job better, but ain't nobody going to hold me accountable publicly. Yeah, they'll get chastised or criticized or critiqued privately, but they just feel like there's a contentment there, like a play. It's not just playing down; it's overconfidence. Like we'll be fine, and it comes from the top.
That's tough because one of the things I always ask myself is, what does accountability actually look like? Sometimes we all clamor for accountability, and I don't know that we are very good at defining it sometimes. And I'm asking myself, I'm with you. I don't think that the way that they handle some of these things are great, is in part because it just feels like sometimes they're saying, hey, we just have to be better. I'm like, do you have an answer, or do you have any inclination or idea on some things to try? We're not seeing a lot of things being tried at times in some of the places we are. So it does, but the idea of kind of shaming guys publicly, I do wonder how far that goes because I don't know. We've seen in our world some instances where if a person does not have a level of pride, what is the shame going to do? You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that's inherently what's happening, but you bring up instances where you have opportunities to call that into question because this felt like. You're coming off, Lopez, you're coming off of a week where it seemed like they got up and they had that level of pride and that level of urgency is the word that I'll use here against the Dallas Cowboys. And then you don't have it when the team is coming into your house as the Tennessee Titans. Yeah. Right? And it seems like that this felt like the real one where you would absolutely have that. And so to have Jimmy Ward be able to speak about that in this instance
there's
was real concerning.
Big difference between shame and accountability. You use the word shame. I don't want anybody to be shamed publicly because the connotation there is like maybe they don't really all deserve all that. Yeah. You know what I mean? You're shaming the poor guy. But there is accountability. I'll go back to something my wife said last night after the game. She was all bothered by the game as well.
Where's this going?
No, I thought it was a good point.
Okay.
She said, you know what this is? And she was mad at D'Amico, which a lot of people are. She goes, this is like when D'Amico said, only the NFL and the presidents get critiqued publicly. She says that's bullcrap is basically what she said.
Okay,
she goes, that's bullcrap. That bothered me at the moment he said it because we all, and I said it here. I said we all get criticized, we all get called out and stuff. That was reflective of how D'Amico does business. Come hell or high water, I'm not going to throw my guys under the bus. Jimmy Ward just said, "The hell with that."
Yeah, I do wonder how much talking has been happening behind the scenes.
Yeah,
and this is where I have a little hesitation here because I understand where I'm sitting here being the one who has a little bit of defense in that performance, and that's not where I want to be. But D'Amico Ryans has talked about tackling, hasn't he? Mm-hmm. That didn't show up, right? Like I do wonder. It's starting to. I'm wondering how much of this has been addressed. These guys just for some reason decided not to come out with that sense of urgency on these things that have been talked about, and it's really insidious because these are all things we talked about when we started the show. There's a lot of things that showed up in this game that have been little things, various points during the season. They all collectively showed up for a 32-27 loss. There's some more interesting things that Jimmy Ward said in that. I'd like to get to more of those, but right now you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. We'll come back around to that. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including a little bit of a split for your Rockets on the weekend, and then also a split for your Astros from a player. We'll talk about that next.
CJ Stroud
up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Reaction Monday after the Texans lose 32-27. I don't know why. Again, we're not even about to really talk about the Texans that much in this segment, and yet I still brought up the fact that they lost. So I apologize. I didn't need to do that.
You
to
hold them
Monday.
accountable, man.
Yeah.
You know what?
Thank goodness for that.
Yeah, because okay, I'm just going to move along from that.
Yeah.
Although I will note that if you are interested in hearing the possibility of if D'Amico Ryans holds this team accountable as well, his press conference, his media availability is at 3 p.m. today. So I have a strong feeling. Actually, I know for certain you will hear that on the drive.
Moved back an hour. Dun, dun, dun.
Ah, that is a good point. I knew that, but I didn't. When you said it, it made me actually think about what are the implications of moving it back an hour. Huh.
Usually 2 o'clock.
That is true.
It was posted at 2 o'clock yesterday.
It was, and now it's 3.
Dun, dun, dun. Plot twist.
Did we see somebody walking out of NRG with a box full of their stuff?
Hell no. Did you not hear the last segment? Unless they're changing the way they hold people accountable.
It might be somebody.
Yeah.
A programming note on What's Poppin'. Tomorrow, the In the Loop, I was about to say the drive. In the Loop will be out and about, actually at NRG Stadium, helping the Texans hand out turkeys. It's turkey time with the Texans presented by Kroger. It's a Thanksgiving distribution event. So Texans players, Toro and Texas Cheer will be distributing 1,000 meals provided by Kroger to Houston fans. So it's going to start at 10 a.m. while supplies
1,000
last.
turkeys?
I believe so.
1,000 meals.
1,000 meals?
I mean, I feel like what's a meal without a turkey, though?
You got to have a turkey.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we will be out there broadcasting live.
Pan out that stuff.
Man. I'm ready for it, man.
Yeah, so my bad. Let me read that again.
Yeah.
It is a Thanksgiving distribution event where Texas players, Toro, Houston Texas Cheer, and Figgy Fig
There we go.
will be distributing meals. So, yeah.
That's a cool event. Well, by the way, if you're going to be out there, we're going to be where they do the pregame show, right there on the southeast corner.
Yeah, so we'll be out there. Is it going to be warm?
Actually, I think it'll be pretty good.
That's
tomorrow.
an off-air conversation.
Yeah.
An on-air conversation, 10 win Indiana fell.
Mm-hmm.
10 win Indiana fell 5 spots in the AP poll. Obviously, we'll get the college football playoff poll tomorrow evening. They're 10 in the AP poll after Ohio State. A convincing 38-15 win. Figgy had no reason to be worried.
It's a damn shame what they did to that dog.
All right, it wasn't that bad.
It really
I honestly, watching that game, I was like, Indiana shot themselves in the foot a decent amount. I think that would have been a closer game. The Ohio State probably still wins, but it would have been a lot more competitive. Indiana did not do some boneheaded things.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was a
big return.
Yeah, I think there was at least one fumble in there that was just inexplicable.
Tell you what, after that first Indiana drive, when they went boom, 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 touchdown, I was like, oh boy.
Eyes raised. Eyes did indeed raise.
Yeah.
Another college football thing, A&M slid 5 spots as well to 20th. In the AP poll, again, college football playoff poll will come out. Although, I don't know what they're doing. 43-41 thriller in OT.
4
overtimes. That is right. And, of course, my favorite part about this, just because I like bothering Lopez, is that the game-winning 2-point conversion. Strobe like that, come on out.
Dude, it was all day long. I was getting sick. Like it I don't know how anybody could be on the side of, oh no, it's cool. It's cool in the stadium. It stinks on TV. Like all game long.
Did you write a letter?
Dark. I'm going to write a strongly worded email. Maybe a letter.
To Kyle Field?
Maybe a letter.
To the A&M football program?
Auburn. It's Auburn that was doing it.
Oh, that's right. They were at,
Yeah. Those dogs.
War Eagle?
War Eagle.
There you go.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was the college football stuff. There we'll do the full CF vote tomorrow out at NRG Stadium. But yeah, those were the big things. Our beloved 10-win Indiana NFL. And so it'll be interesting to see how the college football playoff handles that and what that means for their continued push towards the college football playoff. There was a split by the Rockets. They faced off against the Trailblazers. A little bit of a Friday, Saturday back-to-back. They handled them easily on Friday. Saturday, not so much. They fell to the Trailblazers and 104-98. That saw Fred VanVleet get ejected. Ooh. He nearly poked ref John Conley.
He would have poked.
If John Conley didn't bob and weave.
Yeah, I thought he did for a minute.
It really did. There was a lot of people doing the Zapruder film on social media trying to see if he did indeed make contact. But really the thing was, it was jarring because Fred VanVleet, he can get into it, refs. It doesn't but he's generally a really calm dude, especially for this team. He is a calming figure on a group of a lot of youthful folks and Dylan Brooks. You know what that means. And he was the one who lost it. Apparently called John Conley and the rest of the officiating crew a B.
Leaving the floor was awesome.
Yeah, man.
You suck, and you suck.
And I'm out.
Pointing at him.
Yeah.
Sometimes it be like that.
Yeah, man. But the thing for me in that game was that this is one of the concerns, and I think we'll talk more about it maybe tomorrow, that I have with this Rockets team. Incredible defense. Like, the principles all make a lot of sense, and they have the personnel to execute it. On offense, when they need to roll the ball out there and get a bucket, that is something that they're still lacking in some ways. And it felt like down the stretch they were getting the ball to Alperen Sengun and just trusting him to work out of the double team or either make something happen or pass out, and it just didn't quite work in the way that you wanted.
You and I were talking about this when we were tailgating this yesterday. We're going to have another Jalen Green conversation, aren't we? I mean, we just are at some point, but they split that. VanVleet, I loved the optics of the whole thing with him and He's going to get fined for sure. Like probably a pretty decent.
Yeah, and someone asked any news on that. I have not seen anything. I don't think it would be a suspension, especially without making contact. But yeah, the fine feels like it is on the way. I imagine that he's got a check already signed up, and he just has to fill the amount in. I imagine that's how that's going to go.
Yeah.
I mentioned that was a split when it came to games on that back-to-back with the Trailblazers. Mind you, the Rockets still third place in the West, 12-6, and they will get back to playing tomorrow evening against the Timberwolves. There was a split of a different sort. We learned today will no longer have the services.
Different kind of split.
Yeah, different kind of split. You say the free agent pitcher will be playing with the Los Angeles Angels this upcoming season. In fact, he and the Angels agreed on a 3-year contract. I believe that's 3 years and was that 63? Let me double check. Yeah, 3 years, $63 million, reported by John Heyman first. And so, yeah, that is we got to say goodbye to our beloved.
I thought we loved Kikuchi.
You said
We love Kikuchi!
Do we still love Kikuchi?
I think I still do.
I think I do too.
How y'all feel about that trade now, man? Because that was really a rental.
Really, really a rental. They gave up. Like they not that the coffers were that deep, but you made them that much more shallow, and it can really come back to hurt you, especially if Bregman isn't back, and now you're really trying to find a solution for third base with empty coffers. Like I think that's where it might get to be.
It's a good point, Figgy.
Yeah, I thought he was a good pickup, but I just felt like it was such a missed opportunity because you didn't even get out the wild card round.
No, you didn't.
He got a cool 63 though, man.
He handled his business, right? Like when you just come down to the way that he played very, very well.
Yeah.
In fact, he played better than a lot of people expected when he came in. Obviously,
more than I did.
In Toronto, his numbers were not good. They made some adjustments in the way that he was in his stuff or in his pitch selection.
Yeah.
And you saw an increase in production for him. And
paid for it.
Exactly. That enabled him to walk over to say, give me the money, which they did. So salute to you, Kikuchi.
I was kind of hoping they try to keep him, man.
Yeah, a lot of people were.
For sure.
But they've got a lot of things that they're dealing with. And obviously, I think it seems first and foremost that they're trying to make sure to get Alex Bregman back. We'll see.
And then they have other guys down the road.
They
and if you're doing a multi-year, it does also beg the question, all right, who the heck is going to be on this rotation?
Right now, the projected starting rotation for the 2025 season per Fangraphs: Framber Valdez, obviously, Hunter Brown, Ronel Blanco, Spencer Arrighetti, Luis Garcia, with some other guys in there, J.P. France, Christian Javier, I guess Lance McCullers.
Lance McCullers, baby.
I guess. Like Lance McCullers, I treat Lance McCullers like I treat things that I'm loaning out. I long was told, just loan something out and don't expect it to come back. Right.
Oh, especially, hey, can you spot me $100? I'll pay you next week.
Yeah, man. If you ain't got it to give it away,
back.
Right, if you don't got it to give away, don't loan it. That's always been my philosophy on things. So I'm like, here, I'll loan this to you, and if it comes back, cool, and if it doesn't, all right. That's how I feel about Lance McCullers. It's like, if he ends up playing, all right, cool, but otherwise, I'm not expecting that to happen, which is a damn shame, but it is where we are. It does make me wonder, though, if that, and I've already been in this boat, but that Framber Valdez value being, hey, man, used as a trade chip, it feels more and more like that it might be something that you need to do to help yourself.
And they're counting on guys to get healthy, that had surgery. That's what they're hinging their starting rotation on, and Lance McCullers.
I don't think anybody's hinging things on Lance McCullers, as I just detailed. Let me know. Are you hinging anything at all on Lance
McCullers coming back?
Hey, now.
With all due respect. All right. You're on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, someone sell me on Fred VanVleet. I thought he was corny since he was a Raptor.
I like his game, man. He's been huge for this team.
He's got a good game. He's a consummate pro, right? Like there's not a lot of those guys that you view as just like, just a pro's pro. Fred VanVleet absolutely is one of those, which is.
He lost his head.
Super. Yeah, and it happens. It happens, and I think the reason why it was such a big deal is because he is so frequently somebody who does not lose their head on a team full of youth, and a team that has a lot of energy. He is a calming force, so I think that ends up being very helpful to be a floor general, as they say. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get back to this Texans team on a Reaction Monday. That was probably the worst loss in D'Amico Ryans' tenure. Have you lost any faith in him? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that and more next.
every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
season. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610.
Feeling a little loose though.
It is a little loose right now after a really disappointing 32-27 loss versus the Tennessee Titans at home at NRG Stadium. And wow, there's a lot of things that we can talk about. I did ask. If with this loss, which one of the worst, if not the worst, in DeMeco Ryans' tenure as head coach here, changed your level of faith in this team at all. But I did want to go back. We got a text that came in from the 832. I blame y'all for the Texans losing. What is it with this? We need to blow this or that team out to be satisfied. Who the hell are we as Texans fans to think like this? Well, I appreciate you texting on the 5-Iron Energy fan line, friend. The place that comes from for me, I can speak for myself. You guys feel free to, agree or disagree as you want. It is more about being able to predict future performance.
Mm-hmm.
If I see a team that you are better than and you treat them like you are better than them by, handling your business to the point of blowing them out, I think then I can predict performance. I can predict that is a level of play that maybe you can sustain when you go out and you play better teams. Essentially, also, when you play in the playoffs, you'll be playing better teams.
Yeah.
When you do not play up to the standard in certain situations, or you play just well enough to just get by a team that you were clearly better than, I can't then predict that performance forward. That's my general mindset.
Sure.
That's how I operate in that, and that's why I talk about that in the way that I do.
Well, and I can tell you that's going to tie in directly with the conversation we're about to have with DeMeco Ryans. Now, certainly, we talk about, and not just us here in the loop, you, me, and Figgy, but also our station and a lot of people around town, people who cover this team, that we need to see better. We need to see more. They need to win more convincingly. We've talked about style points or not style points, but just show what you can do. I can, with great confidence, like great confidence, it's not just us. It's not just us that want to see that. It's them. It's in that building. Like they want to see it as well. So we might have that opinion, but I can tell you, I can assure you that from the top down, they feel the same way. They feel like they've let games go that they should have won. They know that yesterday's performance was one that should have been not just gone the other way, but was set up to go the other way with how the team started with the big kickoff and the early touchdown and at home and all that. So, yeah, yes, we'll take the blame, but it's not just us. And I think it ties in directly with what we're about to talk about here. You raised the question, and I'll give you my answer. That was the worst game of DeMeco Ryans' career here. I don't even think it's close. I think there are too many, little pieces. That doesn't mean we don't have confidence in DeMeco Ryans moving forward. It doesn't mean we don't have confidence that these players are going to reach a level, and hopefully within this season, but if not this season, very, very soon, where they can be at that elite level. But I'm just telling you where we are right now. That was the worst game of DeMeco's career.
Yeah, and the things that were concerning within that, some of them come back to places where I go, that is the responsibility of the coach. And one of those, I think, for me, was having your players ready to play. It's a very general statement, but look, there's not really a great way to quantify this, but you could sense that these players did the same enthusiasm, the same physicality is one of those places that you can absolutely get to, especially with DeMeco Ryans and his defense and the swarm mentality that he establishes.
Mm-hmm.
It did not feel like that was in the cards. And then, this is where we can start talking about the things that are quantifiable. Penalties start showing up again, and that's when we start talking about an undisciplined team. And there was quite a few of them. Let me get that number for you right quick, just so that we are absolutely, statistically correct when we talk about this. But you had a lot of penalties in that game. One of them, I know that the Laramie Tunsil one popped up, and Laramie Tunsil, again, the most penalized player in the National Football League. That it was funny because I was like, CBS was ready with that graphic.
Oh, it was in the barrel.
They were waiting for that one.
The safety was not on. It was in the barrel.
But on that play, you could have called that on 71 instead of 78 because on the other side, you had Titus Howard, who moved early. But yeah, you had penalties to the accounting of 11 penalties, 81 yards.
Yeah. Well, let's start right there. Okay, let's start right there because I think it speaks to D'Amico and you used the magic word what coaches hate, but it is absolutely accurate, and I was going to use it too. This team doesn't have discipline. In that very one specific place, how many times early on in the year when it was really bad and then it got a little marginally better did we hear, D'Amico and others, but especially D'Amico say, we got to clean that up. Got to clean that up. Well, it's a mess. And, you might have cleaned it up a little bit, but it's a mess.
It's like when my mom tells my little brother to clean his room.
Yeah.
He's like, I did. It's like, no, you didn't.
He shoves everything under the bed. Yeah. That's a great analogy.
It's like, no, you didn't.
You got to, and he just pushes everything behind the couch or under the bed. That's what's going on here. That's a reflection, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wish I wouldn't this way, but it is absolutely. These penalties were the worst timed, the most debilitating of any penalties that the Texans have had this year. One nullified a touchdown. There's one right there that nullified a touchdown to Nico.
Correct.
Another backed the team up deep in their own territory. On special teams.
Yeah.
And they had back-to-back penalties, back-to-back on Laramie Tunsil and Juice Scruggs that were, just horrible. And you said it. You have the number one most penalized player on a team that is tied for the number one most penalized team. And I'll go back to what I said and how we started the show. It's Thanksgiving week, man. That ain't going to change.
Yeah, week 12, man.
That ain't going to change.
And, in the thing about discipline is like tackling is one of those things that, is preached. And this is where I can understand if you go, all right, D'Amico Ryans, it's his responsibility, but also there's some other places that you need to look because D'Amico Ryans has talked, there's some things that D'Amico Ryans will talk about, in a public setting and especially in like a general way. And tackling is one of those things. He's like, we got to be able to tackle. And that was one of the things that was clearly missing in this game.
Yeah.
And so I know that he's definitely talked about that without having to do very much. I know that he's talked to these guys about that, but it clearly did not resonate enough to show up on this particular occasion. So that's one of the things that's frustrating for D'Amico Ryans. Another one that shows up, and it shows up periodically, not a lot, but I do wonder if we have to have some level of consideration about it, is some of the decision making at times. This is D'Amico Ryans cut 10 here. There was a play. It was very early. I think it was their first offensive possession in the third quarter. Was it not? Coming out of that halftime?
Yeah, we were in the suite.
And you have...
We watched the first game, the first half in the press box.
Yeah.
Went by to see our friends in the suite, and then I went back, to the stands and all that stuff. And you went back to the press box. Yeah. So it was clearly early in the third quarter.
Yeah, but you have a possession where you get the football, and 3 plays, 9 yards. It's 4th and 1. It looks like you're going to line up to go for it, and ultimately you punt. D'Amico Ryans, what happened on that play?
Nothing happened. I decided to punt the football.
Okay.
There's been some instances where the decision making on playing for field goals or
I said
deciding.
Okay, sarcastically.
No, I know, and I hear you, but there's been some of these instances where the decision on when to go and when not to go has been a little interesting, and it felt like if you can't pick up 1 yard in that instance, especially after that team double dipped. Now they only double dipped with field goals because your defense showed up well enough to kind of slow them down. But after they double dipped, if you can't pick up a yard there, that one says something very strong about your offense, or in your belief in them. Or maybe it just says something about how strongly he believes in his defense. But this is one of those things where it feels like, hey, we're coming back around to a defensive coordinator in D'Amico Ryans who maybe not operating as much like a full head coach as you would hope.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me put it this way. So I'm going to kind of just go through some of the things. And again, we believe in D'Amico. That was the worst game of his career. And let me kind of line it up for you this way. There was uncertainty on 4th down that you just mentioned. That's uncertainty. I don't care how you look at it. That's uncertain. They're out there. It looks like they're going to go. Second thought, let's get them off the field. There was the lack of discipline with the penalties, which it reared its ugly head again in the worst way. And we can't forget his defense was shredded by Tony Pollard and Will Levis. Now, Pollard, respectable player, big time, respect. But, he was gashing you. They averaged 6.9 yards a carry well into the third quarter. And then there's this, and this sort of pushed the old buttons a little bit as well. He protected his OC again. after the game.
Yeah.
And I want to follow up on that, but let's hear from
first. So this is D'Amico Ryan's Cut 5 here. Is there a growing concern that you guys need more from the offense?
The concern for me is we need to play complementary football, right? We play complementary football, we win games. When we don't, we're not relying on one side, right, to carry the entire team. So whatever happens, like our offense gave us enough points to win the game.
They didn't.
So that starts with the defense. We didn't do enough to stop them. We didn't stop the run, and we didn't run the ball well. And we gave up way too many points on defense. So our offense did plenty. They gave us enough points. In defense, we had to be able to stop them.
And he knows it, that they didn't. You scored 27 points. One was on a pick six. Another was on a short field after a turnover.
Yeah.
They didn't.
And I think Seth made a really interesting point this morning, Payne and Pendergast, saying that sounds like a defensive coordinator and something that you would say to your defense as opposed to like the entirety of the team. Because that is one of the places where I will absolutely say, you are showing that you're absolutely going against the accountability for that offense because the offense did not do. The offense was clearly not sufficient.
Yeah.
As evidenced by the fact that you looked at a 4th and 1 and you said, we got to punt it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like we do not want to take this. We don't believe we can get this 1 yard. Coming out of half, man.
Yeah.
And that was a deeply frustrating thing from D'Amico Ryans. I haven't lost complete faith in him. Like this is
I have not. I'll tell you flat out, I have not. But that was bad.
Yeah. And I think that it's interesting to see the people for whom they're losing faith because a lot of them, when they point to the idea of losing faith in him, it's because of this one here. Mm-hmm. It is the ways that he has protected the offense and Bobby Slowick in this the way that it's gone because the offense has clearly been bad and people are raising the question: is it time to change the play caller? And whether or not you answer yes or no, but before we even get there, I don't know that I think that D'Amico Ryans would be willing to make a change at play caller.
I can't see it, to be honest. Based on the fact that all evidence to the contrary, he just continues, and more so yesterday than ever before. Protect the offense, defend Bobby Slowick, not throw anybody, I shouldn't say under the bus, but not hold anybody accountable. Even remotely publicly. I mean, his starting safety is more so than him. Jim from him earlier. The offensive line still giving up pressures, and you're still saying that it's not a problem. Look, it's starting to get to the point where he's protecting his guy and holding the line as an old school coach to his own detriment.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where because I've had a little trouble with this. Is I understand the people are like, oh man, he doesn't owe you an answer. I understand how you get to that place, but I would like answers sometimes because it would assure me that you have the answer or that you have some idea what the problem is. Mm-hmm. Brandon on the YouTube gets to this by saying they can't fix the problem until they recognize the problem. They refuse to show that they recognize the problem, and that's the thing that concerns me a lot of times because that right there felt like either a unwillingness or an incapability of recognizing that your offense is absolutely was a problem in this game.
Yeah.
And there's no other way to cut that. And that is a frustrating thing because I don't know how you get better if you don't acknowledge the fact that this offense was an issue.
Yeah.
And there were multiple aspects going into it, including your quarterback not playing well, including your offensive coordinator being somewhat predictable or being lighting plays on fire where the margins are razor thin.
Yeah.
Understandably so because your offensive line is not as robust as you would want it to be and all those types of things, right? It's deeply frustrating to see that D'Amico Ryans had a level of protection there for Bobby Slowick, who is a grown man and is willing to, in his availabilities, mind you, he speaks on Wednesday this week, stand up and say when he gets it wrong. I kind of find it to be interesting that D'Amico Ryans is not willing to point to that as well.
Yeah, and again, starting to bounce back on him, and that's something that is and it's not just like, okay, so we went through the uncertainty on 4th down, and his defense was uncharacteristically, maybe characteristically at this point, shredded by a quarterback named Will Levis, and he protects his own offensive coordinator. It's also the accountability of the players that he's just hell bent on just keeping everything looking positive. When you see it, you see they still gave up a lot of pressures. You still see like the offensive coordinator. I mean, the offense in the second half. How do you say they scored enough points when you've outscored your offense?
The defense has.
The defense has outscored the offense in recent weeks in the second halves of games. That is going to bounce back on him, and it should at this point.
Yeah, so I think there is a growing like when I say losing faith, I don't think that they're losing entire faith. I think that there's still, and there should be, a lot of appreciation for what D'Amico Ryans does. Like the even just like the messaging of the team, it clearly resonates with the team. Jimmy Ward on the post-game show said it, and I believe him. I don't think that he's lying, right? He has seemed very forthcoming and honest with us and saying that there's no like kind of chatter amongst the team. Like I always think of the Jacksonville Jaguars, what was that, 2017, when they went to the AFC run, and then the next year you got the defense absolutely hating the offense because they are doing the heavy lifting on these teams. You're not getting anything like that, according to Jimmy Ward. It seems like still together. And so, like, I think that is a credit to the head coach, right? Yeah. Everybody's still buying in those things. But there's clearly issues that in Week 12 are not being addressed, as evidenced by a lot of these issues, all these issues that we could talk about, the lack of tackling, the penalties, various other things. I can keep listing them. They've all shown up earlier on in the season, and they've all been responded to with, we have to be better. And now you come back around and they're still there. I think
they're still saying we got to be better.
It's reasonable to then go, okay, are you going to be capable of fixing those things?
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. The Bobby Slowick one is the real interesting one because it's reaching a fever pitch with him, and it'll be interesting to see if at any point there is any consideration for some real change to happen there. Coming up next in the loop, we'll get to our lunchtime confessions as we typically do around this time. We'll do that next.
Yep, it's that time.
Introduces the Scan the Fan limited edition cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm not gonna lie. This is the epitome of a confession that just popped up during our show. I'm pushing back D'Amico's press conference an hour does have me thinking.
Yeah,
a little bit. It's got me thinking a little bit.
I don't know what it could be.
I don't know what it could be. Well, it's funny you say that. So D'Amico generally speaks 1:30 or 2,
right in that range.
Usually right at 2, and we got notice that they pushed it back an hour to 3. Could be, hey, he's got something at home he's got to take care of, and then come on in and do that. Maybe they're doing a longer film session. But this is Confessions, and it does have me kind of going down the same road we did it with the question of the day. Wrong answers only. Why did they push back the press conference from 2 to 3 p.m.? You play caller? Is that a wrong answer?
I don't. It feels like a wrong answer.
It does feel like a wrong
But if it happened, I would understand how you get to that place.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't talk about it in that last segment. One of the things I wanted to get to is like he's also responsible for hiring Chris Strasser. Like it's under his, and with all the complaints about Bobby Slowick and then the offensive line with Chris Strasser, like that's under your purview, hiring your staff and hiring a dude who had no experience with the offense that you wanted to call.
Yeah.
And, technique issues and some communication issues were part of the things that we were talking about early on in the season with this offensive line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it get you thinking just a little bit? Just a hint.
It got
Figgy,
me.
just a hint?
I mean, I don't think I was
because if he had something, they could have worked that in the schedule from yesterday, right?
This is true. Like when we got the notice of the 2 p.m., we would have had 3 p.m.
I feel like this is like an unexpected meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So usually you on time for everything, and somebody, hey, step in my office. Let's talk for a little bit.
Let's talk a little bit.
And it's like, so now we got to change. We got to move back a little, an hour or
Just
something.
Got me thinking.
I'll be worried that now. It's funny because take this how you want to take it, but former Texas Steven Nelson tweeted, "Oh, no coffee with Coach today."
So there was not.
Well, I mean, that would happen later.
That's what he said. That's what he said. But he making it seem like, they cancel it today.
Lopez, time to start doing that journalism.
Yeah. And I'm not taking everything he says serious. But it do have you thinking like, dang, what's going on?
Okay, so it's not just me.
Yeah, it did get me thinking there.
Yeah.
And you guys are really good at this wrong answers only. Somebody said Bobby and CJ got into a fist fight. That is definitely wrong answer. Definitely wrong.
Or maybe they having that meeting with that what's that mob or whatever Nicole was talking about.
The cartel.
Yeah, maybe it's the cartel guy that got hemmed up a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nicole.
It ran a little long.
Hey, when we start seeing Bobby Slowick on the injury report, that might say it all.
You said the cartel meeting ran a little long because Nicole was on to him? Is that what you said?
Yeah, Bobby fell.
Bobby Slowick's going to look like Jay Leno?
Very much.
Yeah, he tried to take the shortcut and fell.
Very much wrong answer.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I pride myself on incredibly rarely in my life, I can count on one hand the number of times I've been drunk. I was not drunk yesterday, but I was tipsy.
You were trying.
I was
You were
leaning,
trying.
brother. I was leaning, and it was definitely more than I should have had. Shout out to all the fine folks, the tailgaters. Where did we go? Red Lot?
Red Lot.
Shout out to the Red Lot.
All of them.
It was nice. It
Close
was
competition.
Yeah, man. It was cozy, but it was a lot of good folks. Close competition. They had some Thanksgiving food out there that was hitting for some too, and we had a lot of fun. And then me trying to be a man of the people, I then after the 3 tailgates that we do with the actual judging, I went and hung out with the Big H tailgaters as well. They
Shout out to the Big H.
Yeah, 2-time tailgaters of the year. In fact, they were tailgaters of the year last year. And actually, before I even got there, right, because we, I do an interview that will then air on the pregame show.
Right.
They had one more shot with our Texans legends. Before then, I went to Big H tailgaters and had 2 more shots.
Yeah.
And I could feel it. I was in the second half, like, okay.
Yeah.
Like during halftime, it wasn't halftime, but at one point during the game, I had to throw my head back and I was like, okay, you're feeling it.
Yeah, you got to drink some water.
I went home after the game and I took a nap.
Well,
which I don't typically do. I typically want to jump right into like post game stuff and all that. I had to go take a nap, and I was like, okay, yeah, you might have did much.
I think I only had like 2 drinks the whole time. But that doesn't make me. The only reason is because the Aggie game went into 4 overtimes, and I was drinking bourbon. So I woke up with a little bit of a lean, and so that's why I was a little bit of.
I was wondering. I was like, Lopez doesn't seem like he's hitting it that hard.
I wasn't, and there was a reason for that. But no, it was a blast. Good.
Somebody said you should be taking naps regardless. I mean, I don't have enough time.
It's hard to try to get a nap in.
It
man.
is
just like those planned naps.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think I officially reached a point where I'm a little bit worried about C.J. Stroud, man. Like I know a lot of people are looking at Bobby Slowick or the offensive line and all this other stuff, but he's officially having a bad season, or at least a drop off compared from the season before.
No, he is.
So I'm officially worried, wondering what is the C.J. Stroud we gonna get going forward, because I know like he having a bad year this year. I don't know if last year was the fluke or was last year the C.J. Stroud that we're supposed to see going forward. So I'm a little worried. Like, man, it's like I still got all the faith in C.J. Stroud, man. That's my Ohio State brother. But I'm a little worried. Like, man, is this the C.J. Stroud we gonna be seeing going forward?
You're not alone, Figgy.
I'm a little worried. I don't want to put all the blame on Bobby Slowick and the offensive line and all that stuff. I wonder if this. Is this what C.J. Stroud is?
Well, you're not alone, and that's a fair confession.
Yeah, I don't think that this is what C.J. Stroud is, but he is handling kind of that time period where a lot of great quarterbacks have to like work through all of the responsibilities and stuff. He's handling it poorly. He's handling it poorly.
And then my thing is, you've seen a lot of quarterbacks had great rookie years, and then that next year not so great, and then they ended up. I don't want this to be like an RG3 type of thing.
Oh God. And it won't. Why'd you have to say that?
Yeah, it won't be. It won't be that. But I think RG3 has some more stuff going on. But I'm a little worried. Like, man, are we gonna get that rookie C.J. Stroud again, or is this what we're gonna see from C.J. Stroud going forward?
Hesitated to mention David Carr syndrome, but he's feeling something.
I'm a little nervous.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Not going to bury the lead on this. Fantastic weekend with my 9-month-old granddaughter. All's well that ends well. It was absolutely a blast. She was great, much fun. But my confession is, it's a young person's game, man.
What, dealing with babies?
9-month-old by yourself, just me and my wife. It was great. I would do it over again. I miss her already. We had her since Friday morning all the way to last night. 24/7 baby life. We did it 3 times. We had 3 kids.
So you mean y'all ain't having no kids no more?
No, we ain't. Wait, I'm done.
What?
I'm done.
Come on. Oh, man.
It's a young person.
How about one more?
Getting up early, I took care of that problem at its core. And so.
Come on, do a Vince Carter. I got one more left.
One more in me.
I would have to have a certain surgery reversed, and that ain't going to happen. But no. you get up early in the middle of the night, then why is she crying? Oh, she's got some going on with her eyes. She had like an allergy or something, and I'm like, oh my gosh! And then you're running and swinging and you're holding and you're feeding and I'm like, oh man, I don't know how we did this crap, but it was great. It was great altogether.
Gotta love the babies, and everything went okay.
Perfect.
She was happy.
Perfect. Happy as could be.
There you go.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't even know if this counts as a confession. I'm still perplexed.
Mm-hmm.
And what the hell happened on that kickoff where Dare just let the ball go?
Oh yeah.
Right. Obviously,
and they were bearing down on it.
Yeah.
I forget who the defender was, but
I was listening to Mark and Andre on the radio. And all I heard, he got to go get that ball.
Yeah.
He got to get the ball. That's a live ball.
I think that they thought the ball would just back the end zone, but why are we not making sure? They were walking away. Dare was trying to play it cool.
Yeah.
I wonder though, what turned him around, because obviously you don't get like audio of the field level. I would love to see what turned him around, if that was just like someone on the sideline hollering or what it was. Because when it clicked in, he got back there. He barely made it shake to get to that football and stop
that was
it.
an snap moment.
Yeah. And there was quite a few of these where this game could have went so much worse if just one thing broke a little bit worse, and that's probably the chief one amongst those, where if he just does not pick up that football, do you know how stupid everybody looks?
Oh my gosh, everyone. And Frank Ross's head would have exploded.
100%. Absolutely. I cannot believe that ball was laying out for free.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So Sean Pendergast tweeted something, I want to say it was like 3 days ago, and my tweets are still going from this.
Really?
Yes. So I got to confess, I'm not prepared for NFL draft talk.
Yeah.
I'm not at all. So Sean reposted something.
Yes, I remember
guess
this.
ESPN, like a mock draft of Ashton Genty.
Yeah.
They had the Texans getting him at number 23. And Sean reposted, yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people are like, I don't know, they was just down on it like, no, we need some help in the trenches. No, we need some offensive line. We got more needs stuff.
Yeah.
And I retweeted that. I retweeted Sean, was like, I don't know why everybody mad and think this is a little disrespectful to Joe Mixon. I'm like, that would be great to have two running
you want
backs.
them. Yeah, you want them.
I'm like, I feel like that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
they lighten you up?
It's a lot of people that agree with it, but this tweet is still going on, and I'm like, I'm not ready for draft talk, man. Draft talk is the worst. I feel like the evergreen thing a team needs is interior help.
Yeah.
Or offensive. They need to build for the trench. They need to protect the court. I feel like we've been having that conversation for like 15 years now, man.
Yeah.
It's like, when is that over with?
Mm-hmm.
That's the beauty of draft talk.
They need more they need more help.
That's the beauty of draft talk. There's always more
That's
always
not
more
a need.
Yeah.
Especially because of the salary cap. You always need to add young talent, so the draft is always relevant.
They got more holes to fill.
I'm with you. I don't want to be doing any of this right now.
I'm not ready for it, man. And I know it be coming up in February and all that stuff, but I'm not ready for it at all.
And that's why it's even more frustrating when this team loses, man. Like, I think you're getting more and more to a point where people are starting to feel like, oh, okay, they're not actually going to go and do like really interesting things in the postseason. Like, all right, you're going to win the AFC South and be the 4th seed, and then what's going to happen? And then here come draft season.
Yeah.
Like that, I would much rather have that long season where you contending, you playing well into January, maybe February, and then you can start talking about it. Then you're only doing a couple months.
And then the worst part about it is like sometimes like people do these draft stuff that kind of have fun with it, but then it's always somebody, oh no, they got to get a left guard, or they got to draft. I'm like, man, who want to sit here? They're not about drafting a left guard.
That was
man.
a bad example.
Hey, at 23, I'm like, let's have fun and let's get a running back.
I'm with you on that, but when you said left guard, I got a little bit.
Let's have some fun. How did that work out the last time?
Maybe a right tackle too.
Hey, how that worked out the last time we drafted a left guard in the first round?
Not well.
When was the last time that happened? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, King Green.
Oh, you're in the loop.
And that was 15 overall too.
Yes,
yeah. Don't start talking about who was drafted around him. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. All right, I said don't. I think I clearly said the word don't in there. All right, Coming up next, is this low-key the worst part of losing that particular game on Sunday? We'll talk about it next.
The Texans' second half.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It is indeed a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday after fall. The Tennessee Titans, 32-27. Just a real frustrating loss. The Texans to 7-5. Really felt like this was a period of time during the season where you had an opportunity to get yourself playing better football, build some confidence, and get yourself towards the bye week before you headed into what has always been the stretch of the season that you've been concerned about, where you go Miami, Kansas City, Baltimore, in what is it, like an 11-day stretch, something like that. It's a real quick succession of those games, and I almost wonder, like, is there any possibility that they overlooked this game?
Well, I mean, they look like they played as if they overlooked it, or at least were overconfident, as we've been talking about.
Yeah.
I don't see how, though, given the rivalry that this game is.
Yeah. I think they did overlook it, man. I feel like they looked at the Cowboys game as more of a rivalry, more of a reason to fight. Man. This one, I felt like, I mean, I hate to use the word trap game and all that stuff, but trap game. I felt like they just looked at this like, oh, it's the Titans. We got this. Well, it's Will Levis. We got this.
You say that, Figgy, but as much as they look like a team that was overconfident, I don't think that was the reason they were overconfident, because they looked at the Cowboys as a bigger rivalry. And you know this, Figgy. They hate the Texans at the very tippity top. I mean, they hate the Titans. At the very
Texans hate the Titans?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, see, at the tippity top, yeah. But how do those players really feel about that rivalry, though?
They know.
I mean, do they know?
Titans players knew.
Yeah, well, that's the question. Right? Does that make this the worst part of the loss? Right? Obviously, you lose one game in the division. It's the first loss you have in division, but you still, I mean, the Colts lost as well. As I realize, this is typically where we do around the AFC South. So I guess let me go ahead and sneak that in real quick. The Colts got a loss to Detroit, 24-6. Of two of their first three possessions, they got into the red zone, but only got a field goal, and that ended up being the only points that they put up. The Lions obviously hit them pretty hard. And tell me if this reminds you of anybody. They were penalized 10 times, which negated plays of 21, 19, 7, 30, and wiped away a fourth down conversion.
Yeah, it does.
So, the Colts doing those things. So you maintain the two-game lead in the division over them. Plus, don't forget you have the tiebreaker as we continue moving forward. Their next game is New England, in New England for the Colts. But, yeah, you had that. But still, like when it comes down to it, you still have that lead. It feels like your path to the playoffs is still going to be, you win the AFC South, you probably end up as the number 4 seed. At least that's what it feels like right now, just off of the vibes that you had there. But it felt like you let Hannah down a little bit. It felt like you let down the opportunity to beat the city rival in that Titans team. Like the Titans, I don't even know how much the rival is the Texans, but the city, because they took that team to Tennessee. And you mentioned that the players seem to know this. This was Jeffrey Simmons talking about the importance of this one.
We have a lot to clean up, but, man, this feels good. Not just for us, for Miss Amy. We know the history behind everything, and just to sit here on this locker, with tears in our eyes, how much this means to her. That's the reason why, we, especially myself, like, go out there and give it my all. We had a mindset last night. We talked about it. Let this game mean a little more and play for our owner.
I mean, it's sickening. As a fan and as a noted hater of Amy Adams Strunk for what she is and what she's done and what her dad did and all that, it's sickening. And that's why, Figgy, I do disagree with you on that. Texans players absolutely knew how important this game was. I'm sure it was made clear, as it was made clear to the Titans players. Jarvis Brownlee's a rookie. And he, the coaches came in, Brian Callahan came in and told him about it, told the team about it. And this was him talking about that.
Our coach gave us a speech, this week about how much it meant to her and her family, and just told us the history about it, and that was the main goal. That this game is a little more personal, not just because of the rivalry, but because of Miss Amy too as well. So man, we just really wanted to go out here and give it our all, for Nashville, for Miss Amy, and everybody that's a part of this organization. Man, they deserve it. So kudos to them, kudos to her.
So a couple things with this, Reggie. First of all, she got a game ball. She showed up with an Oilers belt buckle on, and she went in the locker room and was in tears, got a game ball. Brian Callahan said afterwards, it's okay to admit sometimes that these things mean more, about certain games meaning more than others. So they absolutely knew from the top down in Tennessee this was about, Miss Amy, as they call her. And
don't say what you call her. Please.
I'm not going to say what I call her. And that it meant more. Same thing is true here. These Texans know, Cal and Hannah and all of the city, how the city feels about it. And the whole uniform debacle, they know about that.
Yeah.
They know absolutely about that. So it really this was a very much painful loss for Houston. But let me ask you this, because this is where I'm kind of going with this.
Okay.
Could that lead, because we're talking about an emotional flashpoint, an emotional disappointment that you lost to them and her. We're talking about the human element, raw human emotions.
Okay.
From the top down, this hurt, right? Could that lead to more of an impetus for maybe some
change,
some moving and shaking?
Well, I mean, I've mentioned before how when you hear a certain talking point pop up amongst multiple folks, that you know that this was something that was discussed. And listening to some of the locker room audio, whether it was Titus Howard or various other folks talking, you heard them, say, we have to decide who we want to be.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I wonder how much of that is like the losing to the Titans specifically, or just the way that they lost, and it felt like there were so many of the issues that have happened in the past that popped up again, where it was like, hey, guys, we can't keep doing these things that have gotten us in trouble at various points, especially can't do them all at the same time. You have to want to be a team that doesn't do these things, or if you want to be a team that does this.
Yeah.
I think that this is absolutely going to be an emotional touchstone, right? You had, as we mentioned earlier, Jimmy Ward kind of talking about how, hey, man, we gotta get together and kind of talk about this. Like, clearly it means something, and these guys understand that. The question that I have is, all right, all of that is fine and good. What are the changes that will happen, and will you actually implement them? Because
and does this impact it? That it was such an emotional, rivalry type game, and this, guys. I don't know how many of our listeners do. Like, generally speaking, most organizations, the general manager and or the coach speaks with the ownership like Monday or Tuesday early or something. They have a meeting, just sort of updating on everything. That's a very difficult conversation this week. Because whether it's Nick or D'Amico or both or some combination of them, when they sit down with Cal and Hannah, that's difficult because this game meant a lot to them. So does it maybe, owners have feelings, just like everybody else, they're emotional. Do they start maybe pushing a little harder to, hey, we need some answers. What are you going to do?
I think it's a little more than that too, because not only did they lose to the Titans, but they got a tough stretch coming up, man.
Yeah.
I know you play the Jags next, and you can't take your eyes off them for real. You gotta come and play against them, and then you got that Miami, that
Kansas City, Baltimore before you finish off week 18 with the Titans again.
Yeah,
there.
So like, not only was you wasn't supposed to lose to the Titans, they were 2-8 or whatever.
Correct.
But not a tough stretch, man. You're supposed to win these easy games. You're supposed to win against the Cowboys, Titans, and Jags, and then you step into that tough stretch.
Yeah.
So now, like,
what do you think?
You ain't no telling if they gonna win any of these games in this tough stretch.
Yeah, and it's also worth remembering. I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, this is the first you gave Will Levis his first win in division. Is that not correct?
I think so. Yeah.
Right.
And that was CJ's first loss in division, right?
Like all these things that I imagine, like points of pride. I think they end up being kind of jarring. I don't know that is what shifts them, but it does, as you mentioned it does make it more important that you win that Jags game, right? And making sure that you win these division games becomes even more important once again. Man, This was, I don't know that this is the absolute worst part of the Titans' loss. I still default back to the fact that it was all of the issues that you've had at various points, some of which they felt like you had you'd fixed or cleaned up in some ways that came back up, that you were the evidence that you were not past. So some of those things, the evidence that you were not past the penalty-laden game that's going to get you in trouble, the evidence that you're not past a situation where, undisciplined eyes get you falling for play action and opening up giant lanes for tight ends to gash you. The idea that you're not past missed tackles, allowing situations where you should have a play stop for a certain amount of yardage, pick up a whole bunch more. That hits me as being the worst part. But this definitely isn't far behind it, right? Because the energy and the emotion of this team is one of the things that's carried them. The swarm mentality, the physicality, that's all that seemed to buoy this team in some ways. And this felt antithetical to that.
And it was the hated Titans and Amy Adams Strunk. And I think that matters. Like I said, difficult, probably the most difficult conversation after a loss, after this one.
Yeah. So, a 7-5 Texas team losing to a Tennessee Titans team wearing the damn blue.
Yeah, they were. Oh, by the way,
on the field.
That was reported as well. Oh, I forgot. I'm glad you brought that up. Amy Adams Strunk picked the uniform this week.
I bet she did.
Yeah.
No, it was reported. She picked it.
No, I'm saying, but they didn't have to report that.
And then she comes in here and wins.
Of course we knew.
Hey, it was more important than them.
Yeah.
Ooh, it just meant more is what you're saying?
Oh,
yeah.
I don't like that.
Hey, it was more important, man. You could tell.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio.
At least we beat the Cowboys.
Don't do that. From the 832 on the 5-hour Energy fan line. Concern on CJ's play is legitimate and justified. We have to start sugarcoating just how subpar his play has been. All right, you know what? Let's talk about it next.
Yeah.
In the loop, Sports Radio 610. CJ's play slump is confirmed. We'll talk about it next.
Oh, wow. All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing right now.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. In a Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
All right, let's talk about the play of the quarterback of this Texans team, C.J. Stroud, after a 32-27 loss to the Tennessee Titans at NRG Stadium, pushing the Texans to 7-5. C.J. Stroud could reasonably say, it could be reasonably said about him, rather, that he was outplayed by Will Levis. I understand the quarterbacks don't play against each other. They're not guarding one another like it's hoop or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But Will Levis, 278 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. C.J. Stroud, 245, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Both of them not very good interceptions either.
But not very good, and Will Levis threw a horrible pick six, but it's still the most yards than any opposing quarterback, including Josh Allen and Jared Goff, and who knows what the ones that come, has ever thrown in NRG this season, and as many touchdowns as has been thrown at NRG in this season. Did I mention it was Will Levis? Yeah.
And look, the thing for me with C.J. Stroud in this game is when the conversations about C.J. Stroud sophomore slump or whatever, when those things have come up, the easy way to kind of wipe that away has been talking about the pressure the offensive line has allowed. And the pressure rate did still go up. I think it was near 40%, if not at 40% in this game. There was still definitely pressure arriving for him. But even in instances where he has been clean, he is clearly missing guys. I mean, as evidenced in a big way by the John Mechie, or the one that was designated for John Mechie, the intended receiver, and he just completely misses him. It seems like there was a misunderstanding in there, and maybe you go, is Mechie supposed to run a slant, but no, there's a mirrored route by Tank Dell on the same kind of sit down in that soft zone, but maybe Mechie just didn't hit the mark. But even then, it just felt like CJ missed so far away that Mechie couldn't even get a finger on it. It's not like it was out of position, away from the the middle of his chest, and it was just out a little bit. It wasn't that. This was well outside of his range of catching it directly to the defender, and that's not an anomaly in this game. It felt like CJ had a lot of misses. Some of them were evidenced or were affected rather by like pressure where he couldn't set his feet or he couldn't fall through, but some of them was just poor throws that didn't get to the right place. And it feels like it's obvious now that C.J. Stroud is not making the most of even the little that is there for him.
You can say what you want about C.J. Stroud's future, and I think we all feel pretty good about it.
100%. I still think that he is the C.J. Stroud that we believe him to be.
But in the present, I mean, if you'd be lying to yourself if you said he didn't look like a quarterback that got rattled. I mean, he got rattled, and he gets rattled and misses targets, which is so uncharacteristic for a guy that's that precise as a passer, generally speaking.
And you still see the precision in sometimes. There's that pass down the right side to Tank Dell where he just fits it in the tightest of windows. Now some of that is like just being maybe a split second late getting the football out there, but even then, like gets the ball there just in time. And then you see other instances where he is just flat out
and his
missing.
Numbers. And you were sharing with me before the show, like just his numbers alone. Some of them are not just like general stats, yards, touchdown. It's like how he compares in the last 6 weeks.
Yes, since week 6, and this was dumbfounding. I was just messing around with some statistics when it comes to his EPA per play, right? His efficiency on any play, whether he's adding value. He is very low, and then when you compare this to what they call completion percentage over expected. So what's your expected completion percentage? How much better or worse are you doing compared to that? He is by far and away the worst quarterback in meeting his expectation, or he's underplaying his expectation on completed passes by a very wide margin. I mean, he is far ahead of Jameis Winston, who is the next closest. I'm talking about Aaron Rodgers. Been better at meeting his expectations. Caleb Williams, Gardner Minshew, Daniel Jones shows up on this way far ahead of him, right? Like C.J. Stroud is not meeting the expectation of what is expected in these situations, and that's understanding that whatever the play calling or the plays being drawn up are, the inability to run the football, which That one showed up in a big way. Congratulations to the Tennessee Titans completely figuring out how to handle Joe Mixon's ability to bounce off. They're like, hey, these guys are going to handle the middle. The linebackers are going to sit on the cutback, and then what you going to do? And the answer was nothing.
Yeah.
Right? All those understood. Even with that, C.J. Stroud's play itself has suffered, and that's deeply concerning.
But that's a very scientific sort of proof of what we're seeing. We can even move it back forward in the game toward the fourth quarter and in the second half. I mean, clearly Bobby Slowick is cares right now, and that is undeniable. But there have been opportunities when you get the ball in good position and C.J. Stroud is just a little bit off, and that matters. And even the clinching safety was Titus Howard, getting put in C.J.'s lap within a second or two. Which that's not CJ's fault, but the dude gets that rattled that quickly. I know I'm using that word deliberately because he looks like a guy that's just rattled in certain plays, and runs out the back of the end zone. Clearly, he was kind of pushed as well, but I'm not so sure he wouldn't have run out of the back of the end zone if they weren't pushed into him because he was just trying anything to get out of the pocket, and then, of course that's the safety.
Yeah, and I don't say this to put it entirely on CJ, right? But I think that's some of what is happening here, and it's one of the reasons why I'm okay. I still feel strongly about CJ Stroud's aspirations as a quarterback in this league. We've seen a lot of great quarterbacks have that moment where they're like, okay, now it's the time to take on more responsibility, especially in a situation like this for CJ, where you look around and you see that your team, there's deficits in the way that this team operates in various places, right? Offensive line is clearly one of those where you go, okay, maybe now it means that I have to hold on to more of this responsibility and shoulder more of this responsibility myself. And that's a lot to handle. It's a lot to juggle. The NFL is not an easy thing for quarterbacks playing. There's literally probably people that we think that do it well. 12, 13, 14 in the world at this level. It's not very easy, and taking all of that upon yourself is difficult. But with the responsibility he's having, it's not manifesting well in the outside of it. You know what? Seems like somebody's on the phone. Let's welcome in our guy, Larry and Stafford. Larry, what's happening, brother?
What's going on, Reggie J-Lo? Great show today, man. Y'all are talking about a lot of things that fans have already expressed, man. And this isn't a C.J. Stroud problem, man. This is a coaching problem with Bobby Slowick and that offensive line coach. And the issue with what we're all seeing and what we're watching is that C.J. is trying to overcome something that we know is almost impossible to do to make up for what they're putting out there. If you look at the Texans offense, Bobby Slowick is running probably the most elementary version of the Shanahan-Kubiak system. And I say that to say this. If you know that, and I said this a couple weeks ago, if you know a team like Detroit is here or the Titans are here to stop Joe Mixon, you don't have the wherewithal or the flexibility to understand that you have to revamp your entire thought process to make this a passing game versus a run game, and then that help open up the run game. They were supposed to run DeAndre Sweat ass from sideline to sideline with that passing game. But he tried to force that ball down the middle of the field where they are the strongest at. And I continue to sit here, and I'm not out. Let me make sure everybody understands. I am Team DeMeco Ryans and I'm C.J. Stroud. What I am not is Team DeMeco Ryans keeping Eric Murray's sorry ass on this football team. Because we have watched Eric Murray survive 3 regimes and still can't figure out why the hell he does a bite on a tight end. There's not a safety in the world that'll bite on the tight end like that, man. And we was talking about Nick Ash should have went out and got Justin Simmons and other safeties out there that would probably be a lot more veteran-like to not have to have us subject to this kind of stuff. Here's the thing, J-Lo. This is contamination over there on Kirby now because everybody finna start having some questions. If I'm DeMeco Ryans, here's what I'm doing. I'm cutting Dalton Schultz ass today. Then I'm going to go over there to Bobby Slowick. You are relieved of your duties as offensive coordinator and figure out who you want to put in there, either Gerard or Ben McDaniel. I don't give a damn who it is. And then what I am going to do, I'm going to make Titus Howard big ass figure out if he really want to play right tackle or not. Because if he is going to continue to play right tackle the way he's playing right tackle, his ass needs to be gone too. See, I'm in the business now of results now. And if you're trying to tell me that we got 3 or 4 games coming up with the Dolphins, the Chiefs, and the Ravens, and you're going to subject the fan base to this kind of crap that we watched for the last 12 games, I am going to tell you our ass is going to be in trouble in making the playoffs. And then if you think that seat is hot now, you wait till your ass do something real stupid and not get us in the playoffs, and I'll holler.
All right, so look, I absolutely agree on some of those things for sure with Larry, and specifically, you have to do everything you can to equip C.J. Stroud to not crumble anymore, to regain confidence. Maybe it is something like a switch in play, even if you don't announce it publicly. There's somebody impacting play calling different, doing something differently, and they're also protecting C.J. Stroud from an offensive line that really hadn't gotten that much better. Forget what the sack numbers are. He was pressured still a lot.
Yes.
He was still on the run. He was still rattled. He was still missing guys. So is that Strasser? Is that and Strasser is a conversation that needs to be had.
Yeah, it's one of those questions. Just like, hey, how did you end up hiring a guy who doesn't have an experience in this system? But this is where I will push back on Larry on one of those things. It's not a C.J. Stroud thing. It's a coaching thing. I think this game showed why it's in all of those things. Yeah. Because it ends up being kind of what's the more layman's term? Because the word that came to mind is confluence, and then y'all gonna tell me that I'm using big words.
Confluence is good.
But it's kind of like it is a converging of all of these things, right? 832 on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. Do the Texans own a quick pass game? They do need to use more of that. Don't get me wrong. But that interception that we were detailing earlier, where you had that sit route to Mechie, that's quick passing, right? Like that was a quick game, and you end up throwing an interception. If C.J. Stroud is not going to be able to get the ball out accurately to these short passes, that also hurts what you're doing here. And so if you're not giving him enough of the situations, opportunities to get himself into short situations and work from 3rd and short or 3rd and manageable, that also hurts, right? It is a kind of a vicious cycle of sorts that this offense is in, and something has to shake to change it.
It is so many things, man. It's so many things. It's part Slowick, obviously. It's part C.J. Stroud getting rattled. It's part that offensive line. Our guy Aaron, engineer Aaron, came in, and I thought made a really, really good point. Like, when was the last time you saw any of these offensive linemen do something really nasty to an opponent? Like pancake someone or get angry or play mean. And that's part of it too. It's also the personnel. I mean, talk about difficult conversations. Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard at the end of the season. You better make a decision because they're not nasty, and that's so crucial. So is that coaching? Is that them? Is this how they're wired? I don't know, but it all affects the two most important things, and that's the bottom line and your quarterback.
Real quick before we go, how'd you feel about the Eric Murray thing? Because Eric Murray, I looked at that Westbrook-Akine touchdown quite a few times, and I was like, what is he biting on? And there is the slightest wiggle of Will Levis's shoulders that maybe he had his eyes in the backfield, and that's what got him. But even then, man.
No, you don't do that.
This game in particular, Eric Murray felt like the mark, and that's something that you just can't have, especially with like the history. And I understand where he is here. You got to be on your P's and Q's, and this one was far from it for him.
No, he had a very bad day. And by the way, last thing, the whole approach running the ball right at Simmons and Sweat consistently, especially late, that Larry brought up. I mean, it's inexplicable.
713, why is Mixon not getting the ball 20 to 30 times a game? Well, first of all, before he was getting like 20, 24 carries. And then in this game, he got to 14, and he had all of, let me make sure I get this number right so I'm not lying to y'all, 22 yards, 1.6 yards per carry. The Titans had that thing completely eaten up. And this is, again, one of the things that we've talked about with this running game, man. Like, it has not been that you have opened it up in incredible ways. It has been that Joe Mixon has done a good job of bouncing and finding space. Yeah. And all those spaces that he would bounce into were clogged up. And then there was nothing to go for him from there, which, again, points to the various issues that were there offensively in this game. A really deeply frustrating game for the Texans all the way around, but particularly offensively. And I got to imagine that this is one of those that Nico's looking at like, he's like, man.
Yeah.
I did what I could, man. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Thank you for hanging out with us on this Reaction Monday. Coming up next is about the time where we hand it off to Figgy for the mixtape. What you got?
Yeah, so I think a lot of people are not as confident in the Houston Texans season right now and how it's going or how it would end. So what are some moments in life where you started off feeling confident and towards the middle of it, you just like, this ain't a good idea. This might end bad.
Okay. We'll talk about that next.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
leader. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to you. We got some Texans breaking news.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Don't get too excited. It's not going to make you happy, I don't think. According to Aaron Wilson of KPRC2, and I'll read it verbatim. Sources, Texans nickel Jalen Petrie suffered partial tear of the pectoral. That's what we know as of right now. It's possible that is what pushed D'Amico Ryans' presser back from around 2 to 3 p.m., which is when you will be able to hear it on the drive here on Sports Radio 610. But again, Jalen Petrie, that kind of nickelback safety that you have on this Texas team, very unique role, and it looks like you're going to be without him, or you likely could be without for a decent amount of time, maybe for the remainder of the season, depending on how that slightly torn pectoral, how they go about dealing with that.
Yeah.
That is a problem, but that is a problem that, again, a place that you knew that you needed depth. And that guy in particular, now if he is unavailable to you, Jimmy Ward slides fully into that role. And your safeties are Eric Murray and Caleb Bullock consistently.
Yikes. They're not sure about surgery, as you mentioned, but they're still contemplating that. I think either way, it's going to be a big ask to get him back, any semblance or even back at all by the end of the season. That's partially torn or not, pectoral muscle.
Yeah, especially, and then look, that part of the body, he's using that part of the body to inflict a lot of force in the way that he plays, right? So, again, if you're just tuning in, Jalen Petrie, slightly torn pectoral is the news, and we'll see what that ultimately means. I imagine that is one of the early questions to head coach D'Amico Ryans when he meets with the media at 3 p.m. You'll hear that on the drive. Back to you, Fig.
Yeah, let's sign Desmond King. Let's go, man. Let's bring him back.
Are they going to play him if they bring him back?
Yeah. Keep him on the practice squad like usual.
Okay.
In honor of the Texans, speaking of the Texans season going kind of, I want to say a little sour. I want to say too sour. They're still in first place in the division, but it's not how we expected. So in honor of that season not going as planned, what are some moments in life where you started something? It could be anything you started something, and it didn't go as well as you thought while you in the middle of it. So I got a couple examples. Doing a new recipe, trying a new recipe.
In there.
When you start, you seen something on TikTok, you like, all right, this is easy.
Yeah.
And right when you in the middle of it, you like, this ain't going as well.
It's not happening.
This is not about to end well.
And you know what stinks for me is oftentimes my issue is I just forgot something.
Oh, sure.
So I'll be midway through and I'm like, damn, can I run to the store while this is on the stove?
Yeah.
Because I forgot this part. Like, how do I stop the process, right? Do I got to take this off the fire? Will that work? Yeah, exactly. Just didn't.
Or can I get away with this?
Yes. Right, or can I get away without it?
Yeah.
Is there a substitute? And now you just messed up a whole thing of food. And you bought all that special because you was trying something new. It's like, am I going to ruin this food that I bought particularly for this just because I forgot one thing?
Exactly.
Yeah. What about DIY projects?
Oh, yeah.
So you start saying, I ain't about to call nobody out to put this TV up. I got it myself.
I have I respect myself, as us Nigerians would say. I have a very low estimation of that. I do not pretend that I'll be able to do things well above my status. And so, I don't find myself in very many situations where it's like, I'm just going to do this myself and then end up SOL.
Figgy, the new homeowner, he's going to come. There's going to come a day, Figgy. You don't think it is, but it is going to come where you're like, you know what? I think I can put in that new wood floor.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Hell, that happened before we officially moved in.
I'm telling you, it happens with new homeowners. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and take out that wall.
Yeah, right when you're in the middle. God, dog, maybe I shouldn't have did this.
Exactly.
It's not going well at all.
At all.
What about dating? I've been there before where you go on a date with somebody and right in the middle of the date, you just like, I do not ever want to see this person again. Like, this is not going well.
Ever.
And we just getting started.
But
the food didn't even come out yet.
That's where it's and that's why you kind of got to see if you can find yourself the date that it's easy to bail on, right? Like not saying that you are planning on bailing, but give yourself a little wiggle room.
Yeah.
Life, I feel like, oftentimes requires you to have yourself a little wiggle room.
Little backup plan?
Yeah, man.
Don't pick her up. Have her meet you there.
Oh, for sure.
So that way you could bail out and say some emergency happened, so I got to go.
Or you could just, I always appreciate the instances where you could be real honest and be like, look,
this ain't going to happen.
I don't think you feeling this need, are you? You know what I mean? Like, look, this is not an indictment of you as a person. This just ain't happening.
Yeah.
It's
I'm not
cool,
wrong,
right?
am I?
yeah. It's not you, it's
we
me.
good.
We good. What about starting a new workout program?
Oh, for sure.
That is me all the
That
time.
happens
I
all
got
the
this.
time.
That is me every time. How long do they say it takes for you to build a routine?
I think I'm going to start, Orange Theory or something. Hell no.
Yeah, you be in the middle of it. Man, it'd be 5 minutes in, and you like, oh my God,
This is over.
We got another 40 minutes.
That's going to happen a lot coming up.
Oh my God,
coming up here pretty soon. Getting those New Year's resolutions.
That's right. It's what did they say? It's like three weeks or something to develop. That's about. I get just to that level, and I'm like, do I really need abs? Like, what do I need abs for?
What are abs going to do?
I
for
work
me?
on the radio.
I wear a shirt all the time.
Exactly. Who's this for?
Yeah.
What about doing a road trip? So you start a road trip. Oh yeah, 8 hours. That ain't that big of a deal.
I love that.
About 3 hours in, about 3 hours in, you just like, oh man, I should just turn around and go back home.
I like driving. I want to put a little twist on that.
Okay.
Because I like camping too. But you take someone camping for the first time,
and if they're done,
it could be the most miserable thing of their life.
Yeah.
I say this as someone who has not gone camping. And you want to know why? Not gonna find myself in that situation. We invented Inside for a reason.
I did a camp as a kid, like a one of those week camps.
Yeah.
You stay there all week, and it was one night where they said everybody got to actually go camping, like in a tent. That was the worst sleep I ever had in my life, man. Dog, it felt like everything kept crawling on you.
My man had his head on a swivel.
Yeah, you wipe it off of you, and they get on somebody else, and they wake up, and it just trickled a whole assembly line.
Yeah.
Everybody just waking up.
I get it.
Man, that's rough. What about hosting a party? Have you ever been to a point where you say, I'm a host dinner, and then get to that point, you like, man, I don't know why I did this.
I feel like that's definitely for the people that, like, there's some people that they only have so much of a social battery, and then then you're done.
Yeah.
When you get to that point where you're like, oh, they still here.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go to sleep. Right? Like I feel like that's the big one where you're just like, hey, so y'all don't want to go somewhere else now?
I think you're either wired or you're not to be a good host of a party. Some people
don't
just
disagree.
enjoy it. Some people just aren't equipped for it. I'm old enough now to, and I don't know if I've done this recently, but I've done it before, where I'm like, hey, I'm going to bed, have a good time, and leave when you leave.
Yeah, you got to believe that you got some real good guests, though.
No, my pops is that way, man. Every time we have a cookout, and my mother be cooking all the food,
he just be gone.
He be out there for a minute. Next thing you know, where Eddie? He in the back.
No, I'll stay up.
He out. For
you just in the other room watching TV?
No. I'm saying I'll stay up for a long time. It's not like I bail early, but the younger kids and all that stuff, they want to just keep going. Around about midnight or 1, I'm like, I'm out.
Midnight
Y'all
one
have a good
is
time.
crazy, man. Like, if y'all get y'all ass out of here so I could go to sleep.
Right, like, I mean, what kind of party you think this is?
Yeah. What about this one? I'm guilty of this too. Ordering too much food.
I do that
because
all
you
the
be
time.
in the moment, you hungry. You like, ooh, I want that burger. I get a side of wings too.
Didn't I do that Thursday?
You did it Thursday.
I did it Thursday at the Buffalo Wild Wings. I went out to see the folks, the drive.
Yeah, you had a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I had a little bit of everything, and it really was just a little bit. I was like, all right, go ahead and give me that box to go.
Yeah. Last one. And I've been through this before, where you said, man, I ain't taking my pets no groomers. I could do this myself.
Oh God, no. That's one that you do not do.
Yeah, you start doing it in the middle of it. You like, this is not going well at all. And buddy, I'm sorry because you look like a fool.
You look like your mama gave you a haircut, right? Like you look exactly like that.
You look bad, man.
With the rainbow hairline and everything. Yeah, no,
I apologize to you, man.
I recognize that not everybody has the luxury, but that's one of the instances where I was like, if you got it,
not a pet.
If you got to remember, there some things, reason why they created professionals,
Yeah,
right? Just
yeah.
so that you don't have to handle that.
So
And I
your dog
imagine
doesn't
that's
look
one
like
of it.
Edward Scissorhands.
Yeah, no, that's always a bad look. But those are just a couple things in honor of this Texans season we were so hyped about.
Very hyped.
In the offseason, and it's not going as well. And low key, I kind of
You kind of want to eject Osito?
I kind of want to. I kind of want to hit Sim the end. At
That's
this point,
great.
man.
Yeah. Can you foresee any circumstance that gets you back in? Like they go and beat Kansas City or something? That you're just like, oh,
It would
back.
have to be postseason.
We back. It would have to be.
I don't think I'd buy it. I don't think I'd buy it if they somehow beat Kansas City.
It got to be like consecutive weeks, man.
Or postseason.
Kansas City and Baltimore. I raised you.
Yeah.
Kansas City and Baltimore. You back like you never
Hell,
left.
if they get Miami,
Maybe.
If they get Miami, if they looking
All
like
three?
if they looking
All
like
right, you asking for a lot.
if they looking like the offense that Bobby Slowick should be running, then I'll be like, all right, they found something. They must have kicked Bobby in the ass. Said,
Damn
"All
it,
right,
Bobby."
I'm about to go out guns blazing at this point. So if they looking like that, then I'll probably be all in.
That's a very big ask.
And that's probably it. It's probably less about like the actual wins and losses and more about like the style of play. Are you playing a caliber of play that looks like it's befitting a team that can actually go out and win in the playoffs?
Yeah. So let me ask y'all this. Have y'all ever been in a situation where you know something bad was about to happen just when somebody walk in, like a boss walk in? I kind of joke around with our boss Parker like that. Every time he come in this studio, I be like, oh, man.
Here it goes.
Yeah, I be
Finally.
like, here's my day.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of happened with Joe Douglas, former GM of the Jets.
Yeah.
And Jay Glazer, who was on Fox, he actually broke this down how it kind of happened. And Joe Douglas was joking around like, hey, if you don't see me, just know it been real working with you. But it really happened.
On Tuesday, they're in the middle of their last practice going into the bye week. And then owner Woody Johnson flies in on his helicopter. And everybody kind of looked around and said, well, this can't be good. And Joe Douglas, the general manager, turned to Jeff Ulbrich, the head coach, and said, well, if they pull me off the practice field, it's been an honor serving with you. And they kind of laughed about it. Oh, wow. They pulled him off the practice field, and that's the last they really saw of Joe Douglas.
That's tough.
Awful. That is awful. Yeah, this could be it. Well, it was it.
It's been nice.
Yeah. No, I be look, man. We work in radio and stuff like that happen, and everybody always say, "Oh, you should think like that." I know a day gonna come soon where it's gonna be. I don't know if it's budget cut or if I'm not living up to my standards, but it's gonna be a time where we like, hey,
no, never.
Come in, shut the door.
Hey, that's one thing I've always said about myself. Like, no matter what praise anybody wants to give me, and I appreciate any that it does come. It's like, yeah, but you're not above it, right? Like everybody's day can come, and you mentioned a big one is that sometimes it's not even about you. Sometimes it's just budget cuts.
Yeah, sometimes and it's very unfortunate, especially being in our field. But man, that's a scary thing, man. Every time, like I'm hoping Parker don't come looking through this window now, man.
And the thing that sticks is that Parker is such a hands-on boss, right? Like he likes coming in, talk about some of the things that we have been talking about on the air. So you see him walk down the hallway, and you're like, here we come. I hope it's a good thing.
Yeah. Because like every time he come in here, it's never about anything bad. He might be talking about what we was talking about on the segment and wanted to weigh in on it. But just in the past, every time you see like a boss come in or, hey, can you come in and shut the door? Hey, I just want to meet with you. It's just like, oh man,
here we go.
Like it's been good working with you.
That's typically when I blame Lopez.
Yeah,
go ahead, blame me.
That's why I'm like Lopez did it. Whatever it is.
And the funny thing is, y'all need, I don't know, a self-esteem boost or something. Because I'm always telling.
We got that
Reggie,
real.
My thing is
real. We know what time it is.
My thing is, it is what it is. That's part of the game, man. Like NFL players athletes go through it all the time, man, where you never know when your day will come.
Yeah, but not Figgy, not Reggie.
That's what Joe Douglas was saying. Not Joe Douglas. Except yes, Joe Douglas.
Yeah, I thought he was doing the okay job.
No, don't worry about it. We'll send you your stuff.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and walk with security here.
Doors that way.
Yep. And can you make sure to give me your badge, please? We want to make sure that we got that too.
Yeah, and take that hat off too.
That's great. The hat is great. That is property of the New York Jets. I'm gonna need you to hand that to me, sir.
No, it's funny when you see them press conferences afterwards, and they got to wear another hat. Or a hat that's not a team hat. Like seeing Bill O'Brien without I think he had a regular white hat on. I was just like, oh, he could have worn
like Rob Lowe.
Yeah, he could have worn the Texans, man, you let them wear it in the press conference.
In that instance, they were like, "No, please don't wear this."
Yeah, don't wear. Matter of
You have
fact,
worn enough Texans gear. You're done.
Don't wear none of our stuff. Just take all that stuff off.
Right, even the stuff that you bought. Just bring that back up here.
Look, the sneakers too.
Not the sneakers.
Sneakers too.
That's wild.
Yeah, go full blown Rico from Paid in Full.
Oh,
sneakers too. All right, I'm gonna get y'all out of here on this, man. It's been a lot of discussions on the timelines and all that stuff about DeMeco Ryans and he got to go, and is he the right coach, and he don't know what he's doing, and all this other stuff. Apparently, up in Pittsburgh, they kind of feel the same way too about a certain head coach.
Oh wow!
So here's a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, very upset about the Steelers losing to the Browns.
And I even wore a Mike Tomlin shirt today because I thought things might be different. Mike Tomlin, special, lose to a team that we should beat with ease. Play down to our opponents. Fire Mike Tomlin. We need a coach that's going to win these games. This is why our seasons always end up terrible.
Man, if
Go
you
ahead and
thought,
block your blessings if you want to.
Hey, if you thought we had it worse, man, look over at Pittsburgh, man. They want Mike Tomlin gone.
That's just.
And I don't want to say they because it was just her, but some people tired of Mike Tomlin, man.
That's just a spoiled fan base. That's all that is.
I don't even know if it's just reactionary. I think every fan can be prone to this. I was just talking about this with T-Mill. It's like sports make you dumb, right? Like is there any other form of entertainment that like half the time you pay for something and half the time you come out and you mad? I mean, like, do you go to a concert and you like, man, I hated that, man. I can't believe that like it doesn't end up in that same way. But sports take you to that place sometimes. And so I think that I am trying to give all the fans a little bit of grace for maybe going a little too far on some of these, especially with coaches that I think have done well, including DeMeco Ryans. Even though we were talking about some of the places that he definitely needs to be better, it's far from the place where you're going to start calling for DeMeco's job.
Yeah, but it's just funny. They've been kind of calling for Mike Tomlin's job for a few years now.
And how's that worked out?
Yeah.
Just keep winning.
Yep. He ain't going nowhere.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You are right.
So that's the mixtape. Every weekday at 1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, we got the Drive, the guys of the Drive. Before they get going, we'll mix with them and a little bit more information on the Jalen Petrie news, as he has a slightly torn pectoral muscle. We'll give you more information there. Plus, I think let's revisit some of Jimmy Ward talking about the defensive big play issues. We'll talk about all that next.
How did Coach
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Ray Adatula.
It had been a great show up until this very moment. No, I was just playing. It's In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That was a joke. It was going to be a joke for all of three people. See, I didn't need that. But we appreciate you rocking with us on a Reaction Monday. I did start the show by saying hopefully it'd be cathartic. Let us know on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-4610. If you've been rolling with us, has it felt like you felt a little bit better going through the show with In the Loop today? And I'm sure it'll get even more cathartic. Make you feel even better hanging out with the Drive. They'll join us here shortly as they get going from 2 to 5 on Reaction Monday. They also will have you'll hear from D'Amico Ryans. His media availability will be played live on Sports Radio 610 at 3 p.m.
3 p.m.
That is when he is available.
They normally do it at 2 p.m.
Yeah, and it seems like it got moved back, and I think we were wondering, what is the impetus for that? Another one in big words. What made that happen? And it seems like that might have been the news that Jalen Petrie, your nickelback kind of safety guy, he is dealing with a slightly torn pectoral muscle. That is what took him out of the game on Sunday, and it seems like it will keep him out, according to Tom Pelissero, for, quote, multiple weeks, close quote. What does that actually mean, right? Like, supposedly they are not looking at surgery just yet. I imagine we're getting more information on that. They're going to probably get more and more tests and such, whatever is necessary
Hold on.
to determine.
What did you say?
What is that?
More information?
Yeah.
You said that?
Yeah.
From the Texans?
Well, for them, they're going to get more information. Are they going to pass it on to us? No. But they're going to try and get more information on it, I hope.
Who's asking for the Jalen Petrie update today, by the way?
Ooh, that's a good question.
And what is it going to – you got an update on Jalen Petrie? And what's the answer going to be?
I'll let you know.
I think he gonna get more of a detail, not detail like what happened and all this other stuff,
like of what it is.
I think what he gonna do, he gonna try to jump in front of the bullet. He gonna, before anybody asks a question, he gonna come out
the old statement to open up.
Hey, before we get started, I just want to say Jalen Petrie, he torn his pec, or he had a bruised pec. And we're evaluating.
You know what? I think you might be right.
He's going to jump in front of the bullet on that one.
Simply because there's actual reporting on what happened here.
Yeah, you
as opposed to Christian Harris, it was sort of ambiguous the whole time, you know?
Yeah, you actually seen what happened.
Yeah, you're probably right. He's probably going to get in front of this.
He's going to jump the gun, though.
I'm sorry, but continue.
No, you're good. Just according to Tom Pelissero of NFL Network, no surgery as of now. Exact timetable is TBD. Petrie could end up needing surgery later. But a return to play in this season is still on the table, allegedly. Allegedly was my ad. He didn't say that, but I am adding the allegedly.
That's a tough ask right there. And what is multiple weeks? You know, that is going to remain ambiguous.
Yeah, what exactly?
No one really knows.
How many weeks of football do you have remaining? Right,
6, 7?
6 weeks of regular season football, and then it's anticipated that you'll be playing postseason football as well.
So maybe the postseason. It's a big ask for that kind of injury. Now, like a lot of injuries are, debilitating and can season, but that's one that he uses a lot. Your pecs. It's the type of game that he plays that is leverage and power, and that's a big ask. Now maybe it is just going to be a few weeks, but usually these types of injuries require surgery. They usually require surgery.
Yeah. And I think what then this brings up is the depth that in this defensive backfield that we've talked about over and over again all season long. It becomes front and center once again. You don't have somebody, or I guess I was about to say you don't have somebody that you feel great about in that slot situation, in that nickel back situation. But that is Jimmy Ward's place. He stepped in, and he played that role prior. But that role really felt like it molded so nicely to what Jalen Petrie does. And even then, we still had some concerns about coverage at times. Now Jimmy Ward slides into that. Immediately when sliding into that, it looked a little rough, but he settled in during the course of the game against Tennessee. He's there, but now you only have the safeties, Cameron Bullock and Eric Murray. I guess you have like Miles Bryant or whatever that, can spell them at times, but you are really, really thin in the defensive secondary, and that's something that you already knew, and it only becomes more so now.
A couple of things that are just sort of, bitter, kind of leaves a bitter taste in your mouth. First, on a personal level with Jalen Petrie, he was just really starting to get, the proverbial flowers, like playing really high level of football and impacting games, and stinks that he's going to be out for a while. And then the other part is more of I don't know if a complaint, frustration, whatever you want to call it. We were talking about the safety room in July. In July, we were saying, the only thing they really might need is a safety. They might need some depth there. They might need an upgrade there. There were safeties available. There are still safeties available. And that's the frustrating part. Yeah, there are going to be injuries in football. You were already thin. Now you're relying on Eric Murray. And Kalen Bullock's been great, or at least great for a rookie, but that's asking a lot.
And speaking of Jimmy Ward, one of those safeties and the man who will kind of take over fully that Jalen Petrie role, I assume, He was on with Clint and Sean on the postgame show after the Texans lost to the Titans yesterday, and he was very insightful. But I thought Clint asked a fantastic question on asking Jimmy Ward to walk us through the issues with the explosives when it comes to this defense.
Offensive coordinators get paid, so they watch a lot of film. I'm gonna state that. I'm gonna just talk about my play, for instance. I feel like I should have been more inside, and I try to stay square because I feel like a lot of them like to run. A lot of wide receivers like to wear double moves. Okay, I'm on 0. 4x1, stir. Okay. So they did a great job by taking the stir safety away with the first over. And what I should have just opened up inside and just start running to the post because I could speed turn to the 7 because it's a harder throw to the 7. I can get to the 7. It's hard to run 40 yards to the left and get to the post. Yeah. See, that's what happened. That hurt me. And I don't feel like it wasn't. I wouldn't even blame the D-line. Wouldn't blame the linebackers. That's something as a vet. That's something that I got to play better as a player. And that's the play that could have hurt us. And just talk about how good our corners are good. Like they low passing rates. And they sticky. Yeah. So offensive coordinator sees that and they jumping route. So what's gonna happen next? Double move. Okay, that's one. And then the other thing comes down to, we just got to tackle. Everybody got to swarm. That's our mentality. We got to swarm to the ball. We got to tackle. We just got to tackle about it. That's it. And I feel like that tackling erased a lot of stuff. Yeah. We can just tackle. Everybody can just run to the ball because them guys get paid too. We gonna miss tackles. Mm-hmm. But we just got to limit it.
Now, he got into the weeds with the football, football depth. Actually breaking it down, but ultimately what he came down to was found something very interesting. One of the things you talked about, how good the cornerbacks are, which we all know. The idea that double moves are there and understanding and expecting defenses to then challenge you deep. And it felt like in this game, for some reason, they were not prepared for those deep challenges. They were willing to bite on things that were underneath and give up those big plays.
And it wasn't just after Jalen Petrie got hurt.
No.
I mean, the first, the 38-yard touchdown was really bad, and Petrie was still on the field. Look, it's very enlightening, very refreshing to hear from Jimmy Ward. He's always real honest about things, and if they were going to be falling victim to double moves in the past before. They definitely are now.
Yeah.
Because they're a lot thinner at safety, man.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's going to be a place to watch throughout the remainder of the season, as it already has been. Mm-hmm. I think we had gotten to a place where maybe we fooled ourselves into thinking, all right, well, they have some level of ability to, even though these guys are running a little bit free deep, that they're not going to get beat. No, that has been put to the side, and now that is something that you absolutely have to be concerned about. And I know you're going to get more of that conversation with these fine fellas at the drive. It's Clint. And I believe Ron is here. I don't see him. Of the drive. What's happening, fellas?
Man, I'm good. Yeah. I'm good. Ron's in KC, so he's down the line today. He's down the line today.
I'm here, baby.
So the game went so bad you had to get out of town.
He said, I got to get the hell up out of here after that Tennessee loss. Ain't no doubt about it. So, but yeah, man, all is well, man. All is well. There's plenty to talk about with this crew. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Reg. First off, them braids is awfully nice.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
You got them sitting in there real tight, baby. There you go. I like what I see there. But no, man, it's a rough one. It's a rough one. What's the feel? What's the feel in the city? What was the feel on y'all show from fans after that? I thought the Jets was rock bottom, but this clearly is worse.
If there was a theme for how my takeaway, it's this is the low point of the season so far. Secondly, it's kind of hard to avoid. This was D'Amico Ryan's worst day.
Yeah. Not fun. Now, it did feel like a lot of people were also championing Nicole, who was on the postgame show, as a woman of the people, and some of the things that she brought up. And I went into Clint as soon as I saw him today, and I was like, "What went through your mind?" Because you're live, right? You're sitting there with Sean and listening to Nicole bring up the fact that the NFL is compromised in this game in particular.
The Texans, the Texans, and at first I thought, oh, here we go. She had a little too much to drink, and she's She's off in the deep end.
Yeah, she did.
Well, yeah, but no, I'm just telling you where my mind's at. And then as she went on, I'm like, man, she's dead ass serious. Like she put some thought into this right here. She got a laundry list of how they're compromised, not just who, but how.
Cartel, sabotage.
Yeah, and then I thought, boy, this is a good shtick. It's funny. It's a good way to stand out. And then all of a sudden she got emotional. I said, wait a minute, she's dead ass serious.
Yes, she
is. She feels like somebody has compromised her squad, and they're all bought and paid for. And she's gonna have a rough year because of it, man. So yeah, it was interesting.
Hey, Sean had enough. Sean
he did.
Hey, Nicole, let me cut you off because you're getting emotional. But, hey, hold on, no, real quick. She didn't say everybody was bought.
Yeah. Oh, she named names.
Oh, she named everybody but CJ. Yeah. Everybody but CJ. It was CJ. Now CJ ain't getting bought. It's the others around him.
Yeah.
And everybody but CJ. The kicker's being bought. The coordinator's being bought.
Yeah.
Everybody's compromised. Nah, just CJ is just a rest of a force. I love it, baby.
God bless her.
Shout out to Nicole bringing some passion. Bringing some passion to what
she
we're
made
doing.
Vegas a fall guy. That's right. This year.
That's right. We're done here on The Loop on Reaction Monday. We leave you in the capable hands of these fine folks. It's Clint, it's Ron, it's T-Mill, it's The Drive. You're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. You see Clint there having a good hair day. You see Tyler right there as well, who I'll be honest, folks, I've been worried about Tyler.
You should have been.
This
pretty crappy weekend.
Ron, the visual of Tyler right now says you should be worried about him, and you were in the right spot being worried about him this weekend. Looks like he's been rode hard and put up wet.
Clint, I told you when I saw you. And
it wasn't frying that turkey either. Don't blame it on that damn turkey, Tyler.
No way. If Tyler would have come in with his eyebrows shaved, I wouldn't have been surprised at all. I wouldn't have thought anything different. Because Clint, I said it to you when I saw you in the press box at the start of the game, coming off a Saturday night, and what happened in the Plains. I said, well, I'm worried about Tyler. And then the way this game was going, I said, oh, God. And then I see a post about 4 hours ago from Tyler who has Will Levis doing that full split on those mayonnaise bottles. And I think that may have taken him over the top.
Yeah, that guy. That's the guy that came in NRG yesterday and beat your ass. That's the
It is detailed.
First AFC South win ever for old Will Levis.
There it is.
Gotta love it.
Nah, yeah, I was worried about you, man. And listen, you'll be able to let it out. Many of you will be able to let it out as well. Those of you on our 5-hour Energy Fan text line, 5-hour Energy Fan line, 5-hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football super fans. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, fire away as well, as we love to hear from you. Mind you, a lot of this show is going to be with our guy, D'Amico Ryans, the head coach. He is coming up at 3 o'clock sharp. I don't know if it's at 3 o'clock sharp, but that's around the time we expect to hear from him, and we will carry that live. Remember, it is Monday, so the D'Amico Ryans Coaches Show will take over at 5 o'clock. So make sure you program that to hear what he's got to say. So you'll hear from him multiple times during the show and then right after our show, Clint. And I would imagine he will be talking about this latest breaking news, and it is not good news. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'll get your all's thoughts on this. And again, Clint, I continue to be worried about Tyler as more of this news continues to circulate. An MRI that was conducted on Jalen Petrie, who had left the game, which was called a shoulder issue. It is a tear of the pec, not a full tear, according to Wilson, but Jalen Petrie had an MRI conducted, and they will check to see if surgery will be something that is needed. This from Tom Pelissero, that Texans standout safety Jalen Petrie is expected to miss multiple weeks in a partial pec tear suffered in the game on Sunday. As we said, no surgery as of now, but they will determine that on a later date. And listen, since that Jets game where I would say, Clint, he was put in bad situations. He has been one of the best players, if not the best player on the defense. He has impacted the game in an amazing way. And when I say they, D'Amico and Coach Burke have done really good things to put him in the best positions possible. And now it looks like reports are he may be gone for an extended period of time.
Yeah, this is rough. I mean, this is one fan favorite, great dude. I mean, gives you everything he's got, and the only complaint you have about him is the inability to do certain things over the years, whether it be at safety or nickel defender. You know, the play is all that you have really to ever say negative about this guy. And that's not to say his play is negative, just it's hard to play this game and not have negative moments, and especially as close as we cover it. So a fan favorite that plays the game the way you want him to play the game, that is easy to root for. And when those guys get injured, even when you're in a pissed off state that most fans are and should be after a Tennessee loss, you got to feel for each. And then you jump to the player. As you mentioned, this is a guy that was trending in the right direction, a guy that has always had tremendous instincts, was using those instincts, making impact plays. I'll argue even over the last couple of years, he was in position to make big-time impact plays that would have shifted the outlook on who he is as a player, but he didn't always make those plays, right? And so it ended up being a negative. He was trending in a way this year where he was making more of those plays and he was missing. He was starting to get the love that he deserves, and to see him go out is tough, given the fact that he was trending in the right direction. And then you just look at it as a team, and you look at the nickel defender position. Once again, the Texans, I don't know why, while we spend a lot of time applauding D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio for what they've done, this nickel position has been a real doozy, man. You just let a guy like Des King go, and I believe he's now with Baltimore.
He's with the Ravens.
Unless Baltimore's let him go recently, he's with the Ravens, and you let him go, and now you're in a spot again where you got to bring Jimmy Ward out of his normal position of safety and bring him down and have him play nickel, which when he got here, he said he didn't really enjoy doing. He wanted to play safety, and now he's right back in that position of having to play that. And there were better options out there within your organization, and for some reason, we're sitting here again trying to figure out what they're going to do with the cover defenders. So hate to see it for the player, hate to see it for the trajectory the player was on. And the really what matters, Ron, is moving forward. What does this look like for the Texans? And they got cover defender problems once again.
Yeah, you said Jimmy Ward may slide down, and they'll have Jimmy Ward, Eric Murray, and Bullock on the field all the time now with this injury. So. Yeah, that'll be interesting because Jeff Okudah didn't dress yesterday. He was inactive and didn't show that the slot seemed to be his deal in the short period of time he got in Dallas.
He looked like hell. Kadar Hallman got hurt yesterday. I don't know what's going. I haven't seen the extent of what happened to him. He is a guy that D'Amico has relied on in the past. But now, I mean, all of a sudden you've got depth issues at safety, and you've got where, I mean, I just don't. Ron, you and I have talked about this, and look, we are clearly Des King guys. I do understand, however, that Des King has some issues. What I believe, I've been led to believe, are off the field that just don't align with Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. Which typically you would say, okay, well, they're going to let that. They're going to let last year when they released him, when we were all going, what the hell are they doing at cut date? They released him. Right? You let that go the other direction, but you keep flirting with the guy. You keep bringing the guy in. You keep taking whatever risk is associated with him being on your team and him not buying in and him having some issues off the field. Whatever risk is associated, you're willing to take those time and time and time again, and then you let the guy go at a time when, hell, he should have been playing, if we're being honest. To some degree, should have been playing. But let him go, and literally within 2 weeks, not even 2 weeks, I mean, hell, 8 days, you're at a spot where you desperately need that guy to keep this secondary together right now. And so
it feels similar to the Cam Akers situation, to where you cut a guy loose that felt like he at times should have been higher up on the depth chart, and then you cut him loose, and then bam, you're back up. And Damian Pierce gets hurt again, and you're stuck without having his services and needing a backup running back. This in a similar vein.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now Cam Akers, to be clear, Cam Akers, I don't believe has any off-the-field issues that would steer Nick and D'Amico from him.
Yeah, just strictly meaning you cut him loose when
Yeah, I mean, to me on the outside, it's one of those that it just doesn't. It doesn't make sense. There's no rhyme or reason other than there's clearly a blind spot for Dameon Pierce with this football team at the running back position. And for whatever reason they don't see it. Now injuries have also played into it at this point as well, and you got a guy in Cam Akers that was at the very least, whether you're a fan or not, is a very, very good backup to Joe Mixon, because now not only are you without Cam Akers, now Joe Mixon is having to play more and more snaps than you would like for him to play. So. That's very similar. Those are the two moves with two guys this season that they're head scratchers when they happen.
When it happened, and now
they're biting you in the ass.
Yeah. All right. A lot to get to. I do want to hear from the people on this one, because I thought, Clint, you brought up an interesting thought, and I'm really intrigued to see where you are on this. And this to the people as well. Those of you on the text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, go ahead and jump in on this. Where are you at on this with the team right now? Are you in the place where you're closer to the point of, hey, it's a long season that has ups and downs, and the Texans are just in a really strong down right now, but things can get turned around and fixed and can compete at the level you think? Or are you closer to, man, Jalen Petre's injury is just the latest piece into this thing falling apart. The sky is falling. Where are you on that? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Clint, I don't know about you, man. I feel like I'm getting by the day closer and closer to the sky is falling portion of this thing.
Hell, I'm in the sky is falling pool, and I'm in the deep end. I'm telling you.
Oh my God! It is tough to look at this stretch right now and watch the way they're playing and what they're doing and what has happened to the team and be in the, hey, they can get this thing fixed territory.
Well, Ron, here's the thing, Ron, is that this shouldn't surprise anybody, right? And the loss to Tennessee should surprise everybody, but the outcome, what watched unfold. I mean, I've been hammered on social media. By the way, at Clint Stoerner on Twitter, at Clint Stoerner on Instagram. I'd greatly appreciate the follow right there. But I've been hammered on social media for wanting D'Amico Ryans to not be Mr. Nice Guy, for wanting C.J. Stroud to quit talking about joy and happy and be and have fun and all this kind of crap. Right? I've been begging for Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans to talk about the lack of physicality on this offensive line and the real issues that are there. Time and time again, and now again, everybody, what do you want them to say? Look, here's the deal: is I don't give a damn what they say to us. What I want to see is I want to see a football product that is the Houston Texans, that it is blatantly obvious that these guys have been held accountable, that these guys are going to be disciplined and not get 9 penalties for 83 yards in the second half of a game that you should have skull-drugged the Tennessee Titans, right? The same issues that we were having 2 months ago, we're having with the Texans right now. The same damn problems. You know what that is? You're either coaching it or you're allowing it. Like I said back then, what do you want? What do you want them to say? I want somebody to step up there and quit talking about, oh, well, we're doing the same things in the second half that we're doing in the first half. It's all execution. Figure it out, right? And when you don't do that, when you go about your business as, well, it's a long season, man, one game at a time, we're on to the next, we're happy to be here, we're lucky to have this play football for a living, right? When you take that kind of approach, you look up and you're running out of time and no problems have been fixed. No problems have been solved, right? And it's just that is why I absolutely hate the way that they approach things. And again, I'm not even talking about necessarily what they tell us. The problem is what they tell us mirrors exactly what happens on the field. So you look at it and you go, either the team is getting the same message that we're getting and everything's going to be okay. And, hey, Laramie, hey, Titus, don't worry about it, man. You're going to be all right. Hey, Shaq Mason, don't worry about it, man. We're going to be just fine, right? It's a long season. We'll get this figured out. We just got to execute better. And they're going out there and doing the same stuff over and over again. Or, right, which that's pissy poor, or – there is D'Amico is putting his foot down and he's holding these guys accountable and he's preaching physicality and he's preaching strain and he's preaching finish, and they're going out there and not doing it and they're not being held accountable. Like, which one is it? Take your pick. They're both negative. You can't win football games like that in the NFL. You can culture your way to 8 or 9 wins, and I think they do that. I think they find a way to get to 8 or 9 wins.
Well, they better win one more.
After yesterday's performance, where you at on that?
You're right.
I mean, how many games they got left? What are we, 7-5? What is that, 12 games?
Well, yeah, they got 5
They got 5 left. What do you got, Jacksonville, Tennessee, Miami, Kansas City, and Baltimore?
Yeah.
Hey, I hate to break it to you, but
they're capable of losing, though. If you look at it, they just lost to Tennessee at home, so they're capable. They better not lose to no damn Mac Jones. But they just lost to Mayonnaise.
Bingo. If you came to me a week ago and said, "Hey man, you got to bet a house payment on it. Does this team lose to Mac Jones? They're going to lose to one. Do they lose to Mac Jones or Will Levis?" I'd say Mac Jones 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
10 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
Because Mac will have Mac has the ability to Charlie check down you to a bunch of field goals and beat you. I didn't think there was any way in hell Will Levis was going to quarterback this football team to explosives to beat you. I didn't.
But he did go full Will Levis and still.
He tried. Their special teams did too. I don't know who tried more better or harder. I don't know who gets the game ball, Will Levis or the special teams.
They were trying to work with you. I'm seeing a lot of people here, as we said, where are you at? Are you at the deep end, or are you still in a space that there is some belief that they can kind of get this thing right? Someone texted in and said, hell, I'm deep in the deep end, right with you, Clint.
Somebody will throw us a noodle and a Coors Light. We'll be all right.
The sky is falling, and CJ looks like he's turned out. He is turned out with his OC. The head coach is communicating too much and not enough to the coordinators. I think they can get things right after the bye. Someone texted in. It does look like a lot of people are pushing this thing to playoffs, and I'm interested. Someone just texted in deep end show. It's Ron. But I'm curious. Let's get where the most positive person I can think of. Tyler, I know you're struggling, and maybe this ain't the best day to do it with you because maybe Tyler needs a day. Are you in the deep end?
I mean, what's the deep end?
Are you
knowing that we were sold BS?
Okay,
with what's going on with this football team in our town right now? I'm off in a hell of a big part of the deep end. Yeah.
So you don't get this. You don't get the sense there's turning this thing around.
Not right now. Hell no. Why would I? Why would any of you? And I like to be the optimist, and I like to think of myself that I hold some optimism on most things. But why would anyone who isn't insane? Why would you think that right now? Why would your mind work in such a way to where you would think, yep, after this bye week, we're going? No, there's nothing good that came out of yesterday except for a defense that got 8 sacks. You still couldn't get the dub, and your defense is going to be exhausted one more game into this season. So, listen, no, I ain't got a lot of good to say.
God dang. The Texans and Austin lost Tyler right here.
Let me tell you where T's at right now, Ron. We done got on that Guadalupe River. It's about a 5 to 6 hour float, and over that first little waterfall, our cooler that had the tube that had our ice chest in it flipped over, and there was a bunch of them scoundrels down there with masks and everything. They were stealing our beer and everything. So we're down to about a 6-pack with to go, and then we get another hour into it, and Tyler's inner tube pops. So now we're no beer and a popped inner tube. Somehow we got to get 3-4 more hours down this.
Hey, but you know that tube's fixable, man. Is it fixable?
Yeah, and somebody from the shore's yelling at you. Hey, I can fix that tube for about.
Got some duct tape over here, bro.
Things are fixable.
Hey, Tyler's in a bad spot now. Hey,
I knew it. I could feel it. I didn't even need to be there.
Is there a worse place to be in though, Tyler? Right there, about a 6 hour float. Drop your beer over the first waterfall, and then somebody's inner tube in your group, and not a female, by the way. We've had that happen with a female, and it was actually turned out really well for you, boy. But when it's not a female, it's one of your buddies' tubes pops.
Oh, it's awful.
That is terrible.
It's steaming ass hot outside.
The only thing make it worse is if about another hour into it, the sun, it's cloudy and it starts to rain a little bit, and that cold ass river is tearing you up. Oh yeah, Texans are in a bad spot. I'm in a bad spot, Ronnie.
Good Lord, Tyler. You lose Tyler, boy, you're in a bad spot. All right. Let's hear from Jimmy Ward, a guy on the team, and what he had to say to Sean and Clint yesterday. Do you think he's right, or do you think he's delusional? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, hey, y'all check this out, man. A good night's a great day starts with a good.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on a Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into this Reaction Monday as we are reacting to a really just almost unbelievable, hard to fathom loss yesterday from the Texans.
I'm sure they vomited in the stands.
They might have, Jim. To what we expected them to be and to what the Titans are. But as I said, I'm worried about Tyler, worried about many of you. This has been tough. I'm seeing some people on the text line talking about I've been a fan since I was 6. I'm 29 now, and I'm just numb and have to laugh to keep from crying. And you know, there's more now. I'm worried about Clint now at this point. As we look, Clint, you know we lost Kikuchi.
Yes, I saw that. We lost Kikuchi to Cali.
And he's and now he's in the division. So now you got to root against that Kikuchi.
That's all right. I mean, we've all turned on good Kikuchi before.
Yeah.
Yes.
Didn't mean that you wanted to.
Fair. Fair.
And, well, that was fun. And so you lost Kikuchi, too, as well as he is going to be.
Fun while it lasted, boys.
It was with the L.A. Angels. So just a rough weekend. But you got a chance, you and Sean in the post-game show, got a chance to sit down with Jimmy Ward, who had a big game. You may hear him a little bit later on the show as he had at least a big moment in the game where he gets a pick six and D'Amico looked like he was going to beat him down the sideline to the end zone on that pick six. So a huge play to give the Texans a lead there, which felt like the game had changed and that they potentially would get out of there with a dub after that until the next offensive play for the Titans. But he talked about, and you guys talked to him about this, talked about maybe what potentially are the issues when they're playing in these games and playing in a game like they played yesterday against the Titans.
Starts from the top. Starts from captains. Starts from the vets. It just we gotta play good. First of all, we gotta play good, and then we gotta start calling people out. We gotta have that's just how it goes. We gotta have our own players meeting. We had a few of those already. Probably gonna have to have another one, and just try to see what's going on, man. Like we can't. I feel like. I don't like to say this, but I feel like we play down to our competition at times. Like throughout this year, when I've been looking at it, it's like I don't know what it is. We've just been taking some of these guys lightly, especially. Well, no, take that back. It was the second half slump that we was doing over the last few weeks, but this week it's like we woke up and it was the second half. Like we can't do that. That's losing football.
All right, Clint, I'm gonna let you go here.
Don't say Jimmy.
I'm going to let you go here, Clint, but, brother, I can tell you right now, I don't need another damn players only.
Good God.
We don't need 4. Hell, you just said we'd had a few of them. I know you led about it. I know you called at least 2 of them. Don't need another one. The 4 team meetings in a month, not just team, players-only meetings in a month is a little over the top. Maybe that's not the solution to the problem. But when you hear that, it seems to him it's his truth. But do you get the sense that they played down to their competition the way he kind of talked about that?
Absolutely. I mean, how the hell else do you explain what's going on? I mean, I mean, now you can take that whatever direction you'd like to take it however you want to take it, but there's no doubt that yesterday for damn sure they played down to their opponent's ability, to their opponent's standard. And it's unacceptable. The reality of Jimmy Ward last night in the post-game presser is the most refreshing, the most, I think, real communications that we've heard come out of this organization. And the truth of the matter is, Ron, I mean, as much as I greatly appreciate Jimmy Ward being honest, the truth of the matter is that it's not a very good football team, and they do things on and off the field that losing football teams do. And it's blatant, like the whole feel good stuff that you get out of D'Amico and Nick and CJ and all that. Like that's all smoke and mirrors, man. That's all. That's why it's so silly to continue through hard times and really at all to live by this. Oh, we're just always going to be positive to protect everybody approach to the media or to your fan base or anything like that, is because the minute something like this comes out is, it's blatantly obvious how real it is. And so I just, it's refreshing to hear somebody just flat out be authentic and real about what's going on in the organization, because I think everybody can see the things that Jimmy Ward talked about. I think everybody can understand when you're having multiple players only meetings, like you got real problems. Like it's not everything's not just
3 in a month.
Yeah, everything's not and need another one. Everything's not just hunky dory and boy, everything's fixable, right? When you're playing down to your opponent in the worst division in football, there's obviously major problems. We saw that happen yesterday, right? Taking teams lightly. I mean, it's just it's refreshing to hear Jimmy Ward, be so transparent yesterday and say the things that are so blatantly obvious about this football team.
Fellas, my thing with this is, all right, I want to go ahead, but I just start saying stuff out loud like their offensive line sucks. They can't pass protect. Like when I say can't pass protect, like struggles in a major way that is just beneath NFL teams. Even the bad ones. They can only run the ball with one player, and that's not always the case, as we've seen 2 out of the last 3 weeks. Their quarterback is become up and down and just got outperformed by Will Levis and has struggled, especially the last several weeks. They've had a ton of injuries. They give up explosive plays. At least, if not, they give up explosive plays, Clint. They have given up the opportunity for a lot of explosive plays that also weren't completed, and that has been since the first game of the season against the Colts. Like, they just, and they are got to be up there, Clint, as one of the most penalized teams in football. They had their the most of the year last on Sunday, and that comes off the heels of having reset that multiple times. They had about 4 or 5 games early in the season where they had double-digit penalties, and yesterday was the most. I almost wonder how much they're playing down to their competition. If maybe they just ain't. They're a little closer to this competition that they're playing. To me, when you just start saying all of those things out loud, I'll give it. I cannot believe they aim yesterday. But, boy, when you start saying stuff out loud, bad O-line, skittish quarterback right now, not disciplined, gives up big plays. I don't know how many –
penalties, add that to the list.
Yeah, discipline. That's just it. Not discipline. I don't know, man. They're closer to we said they're closer to the Titans than they are to the place that they want to be. And I think they're better than the Titans, but man, they do a lot of things that teams like the Titans do. All right, coming up, we do it every single day after the game the Texans play. C.J. Stroud's grade. What was C.J. Stroud's grade in yesterday's game? 20 of 33, 247, 2 touchdown passes, 2 interceptions, passer rating of 78, and had 18 rush yards. What was C.J. Stroud's grade? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys out there, you know it's football season. And listen, I know.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
CJ under immediate pressure, looking, throwing over the middle, and intercepted at the 45-yard line and brought down at the 39-yard line. Murray, and there's a flag down to the backfield.
Yeah, it's going to be a hold, so the interception will stand. Tennessee going to have
offense number 71. That penalty is declined. Result of the play is an interception by the defense. First down.
All right, that was the second interception there for C.J. Stroud, as he had two of them. And we like to do this. Remember, coming up here in just a bit around 3 o'clock, we look to hear and carry it live from D'Amico Ryans. What is your grade for CJ? What is your grade for CJ yesterday? Rough outing. If you didn't know the numbers again, 20 of 33, 247, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. One interception to just completely set up the Titans to score in the red zone. And then another one later on in the second half. 18 rush yards, passer rating of 78. And into context, Will Levis with his game, his passer rating was 123. So your grade for C.J. Stroud, Clint?
Yeah, I'm going to go with a D here. You know, you look at really kind of how the game played out. I mean, you had a couple of drives that ended in points. I mean, reality is you were given a short field twice. One of them ended up in a field goal. One ended up in a touchdown. And from there wasn't a whole lot of positives, if you will. But you mentioned the 2 interceptions that were just extremely costly. And if you look at the way in which the interceptions happen, one of them he clearly explained he tried to explain both of them in the post game presser, but one of them, he's throwing a spot route to John Mechie and he can't seam, so he throws it blind and he's back to in that situation. You just can't do that. It happens. Like I don't know how much he's protecting John Mechie. He may have not sat down in the window. It appeared that Mechie sat down and CJ expected him to keep going. Yeah, but I mean, he may be protecting him, but based off of what he told us, that's a major issue. You just can't take that. You can't be throwing the ball blindly, backed up in your own territory with the game on the line like that. I love the aggression. I love the Bobby Slowick and D'Amico and even CJ's confidence and trusting and just saying, let's go, man, let's go score some points. I love that. But as a quarterback, you can't turn the football over in that situation, especially throwing up what should be a 10 out of 10 times 100% completion right there, the way the defense played it. And then the second interception, he said all he's got to do is get a little more air on it and get it over that linebacker. And while that's true, as we're watching it unfold, I'll argue that's what gets this offense in trouble. And not necessarily talking interceptions, but that's what gets this offense in trouble is you're max protecting, you're throwing a deep dig, the linebacker gets depth at 20 yards damn near and is running stride for stride with your receiver. To attempt that throw is going to get you in trouble more times than not. So, I think both of those are big-time negatives. And then, Ron, at some point, we have there's got to be a CJ accountability with this offense. 9 penalties in the second half for 83 yards. right? At some point, I don't care who's responsible for what. At some point, you got to look at the quarterback and say, "Hey, man, it's week 12. You know, it's week 12. Somebody else isn't getting in these guys' ass and getting it corrected. Then you've got to get it corrected. At some point, it's your offense. You're on the field with them. You got to get that right." In the second half, 29 plays, 54 total yards. 29 plays, 54 total yards. That at some point we've got to look at the quarterback and say, hey, this is a major issue at the quarterback position as well as everything else around him. Not minimizing anything else going on around him, but that has to be a real problem. At some point in time, the great quarterbacks, that they got to fix that. Even if the pieces around, the people around them aren't going to, they've got to make it right. They've got to fix it. And CJ has yet to do that. So then you look at the critical situations. We talked about the end of the first half. If you look at the end of the game, not being able to get that offense going in those situations, this is there's problems with CJ. I think there's trust and confidence problems with CJ, with Bobby Slowick, and with DeMeco Ryans. And I'm talking about all in CJ Stroud. I'm talking about all these from the perspective of the quarterback, because that's our conversation. I think DeMeco and Bobby and CJ himself all have trust and confidence issues going on right now with the quarterback, and I think it showed yesterday. So I can't get above a D, man. I'm gonna stick with a good solid D, not a D plus, not a D minus, good solid D.
Text line coming through: CJ's grade F plus, C minus, D plus, F absolute garbage, CJ grade C minus. What else can you give him? I want to give him a D. Horrible plays. C minus. C minus. C minus. Listen, I am so tempted to give him an F.
Hold on, so
because that was just awful yesterday.
His bottom, CJ.
You just can't help him. You can't match Will Levis with his Will Levis-like plays. And I know you just talked about the interception, so I'm not going to, just continue to harp on that. But it's also the misses. He has had blatant misses that would have extended drives, just easy throws that would have extended drives. I heard you talked about on the post game yesterday. He had Nico for a third down conversion that was easy as pie. Then he just threw it into the ground, and had multiple misses like that, where it's just like, what in the world? And just decision making. And I think a big thing is he is not instilling confidence in anybody with how he's going about his business and the way he is playing. So I'll go with D minus. Because he did have 2 touchdown passes. That was a big throw in the back of the end zone to Nico. But for him, knowing he was playing against Will Levis, he made more mistakes than Will Levis did. And that's just what you couldn't do to help him. All right, coming up, let's hear from the head coach, hopefully. We'll take off here. And DeMeco Ryans has had a little time to look at the film. We'll hear from him as he addresses things and to say the latest of Jalen Petrie and that injury. All of that is coming up next right here live on The Drive. But before
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
HD2 Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we're awaiting to hear from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, as he speaks to the media for the first time today. We will also carry the coaches show a little bit later on at 5 o'clock. The coaches show with DeMeco Ryans. He will be taking over after we get done. So we'll get a lot of DeMeco today in this post loss to the Titans. And Clint, I really don't know what the sound's going to be like today, to be honest with you. You clearly see he was annoyed yesterday, and you would have. I think we may potentially get the closest to annoyed and short that maybe you've been kind of surprised that you haven't seen yet.
Yeah, look, I don't. I'm looking more towards, for me personally, like I care more about the Wednesday, Thursday audio than I do. I fully expect him right now to be in a bad spot. I can't help but, and I didn't even hear the audio this morning. I just saw the caption of Kyle Shanahan saying, "Well, that's how you get embarrassed." You know, talking about his team getting embarrassed by the Green Bay Packers. Like that. That's what I expect DeMeco at some point. At some point, DeMeco has to say, "Hey, man, this is embarrassing. Like this just ain't it. This ain't Texans football. This isn't the standard. This isn't what we work for. And damn it, we got to get this better because we're running out of time. You know that. Like at some point, that has to be the message from DeMeco. I fully expect him to be. He was in a bad spot. I think he took the podium last night as a defensive coordinator instead of a head coach. To be honest with you, with some of the things that he said, which we'll cover, I think, at some point today. But being the head coach today and having looked over all the film, there's no way DeMeco Ryans gets up there today and says, "I think my offense did enough." You know, offense did enough to win. Now, you may think the points on the scoreboard were enough to beat that football team, which I agree with. But overall, you can't be happy or even shape your mouth to say anybody did enough, right, to win that game. So we'll see what he says. I expect it to be like you said, the tone that maybe I've been waiting on. I expect it to be closer to that than
it looks like, boys, that DeMeco is ready to go.
All right, let's hear from the head coach.
Oh, just all across the board, we got to be better. Expect them to make that kick. Unfortunately, it didn't go through.
It seemed like a lot of things were going wrong, not just one particular area. You mentioned putting a lot of it on you. What changes do you feel like needed to be made this week to ensure that those things don't continue to spiral?
Yeah, for us, we just got to go do it. We got a lot of cleaning up to do, which we go through the film, and our guys understand what we have to do. But we just have to go do it. As I told our guys, we don't need a big meeting, or nothing needs to be said or talked about. We just got to go do our job.
Coach, the way that CJ played his rookie season, coming into his sophomore season, do you think that there was more added pressure for him to be, I know better than what he was? You always want to see improvement, but do you think that the bar was set entirely too high for him to be able to grow into that?
Yeah, for me, when it comes to the bar being set, who sets the bar for someone? Like there's no higher bar set for us as coaches and players than the bars we set for ourselves. So there's added or external pressures that raises the bar. We have to live up to some expectation. Our expectation is always for our players, our coaches to continue to grow and continue to get better, and that doesn't change.
One of the things that I heard you say, and then the guys all said, they said you got to be more locked in. What is that? How do you do that? Yeah, the locked in piece is I just look at it as being intensely focused on your job and being where you're supposed to be, executing the minor details of your job. Like, it all comes down to minute details that you get exploited if you don't do them the correct way, and teams find those and they make you pay, right? And a lot of the things, as I talk to our guys about, is things that we can control, and that's where I place our focus on things that we can't control, clean up the things we can control, and we'll be better.
With these five on the offensive line, or are you open to maybe changing some things along there?
Yeah, our guys did a good job in the protection aspect of giving us time, and we can still clean some things up in the running game.
After the game, you mentioned that you thought the offense gave you enough points to win. After looking at the film, do you still feel that way?
Yeah, overall, as a team, I think we all have things to clean up, right? All three phases. Like, when you look at our tape and look at the game and what happened in that game, right, there are a lot of positive things that we would love to be highlighting today. A lot of big plays being made, explosive plays by our offense, scoring points for us defensively, getting takeaways, special teams, right, explosive returns, creating a take. There are a lot of positives that happen with our team, but on the flip side of that, there are also a lot of negatives that negated a lot of the positives that we had. So for us as a team, collectively, we just have to clean up the penalties, clean up the negative plays that are happening, and everybody made enough plays. Our team made enough plays to win the game. Just the negative plays kind of overshadowed all of the positive things that we did.
About Jalen Petrie having sustained a pectoral strain. Do you anticipate him being out for the rest of the season? Like, what's kind of like the thought process?
Yeah, Jalen has a shoulder injury. He'll be out for some time.
How do you put that into perspective for your players? Even for, like, fans who, when they see the negative, I'm sure players go through the same thing. But, like, how do you put that into perspective when you do have good things and you probably want to build off of it, but there are negative things that continue to happen? Like, how do you put that into perspective for them?
Yeah, for me, as I talk to our team, it's no perspective. I just tell it like it exactly is. So it's like, that's what it is. We put out really good stuff, but the negative stuff is just, it continues to hurt us. So there is no hitting agenda or anything. It's just get it cleaned up and get it fixed.
What led to the struggles in the rushing attack yesterday? Jarrett mentioned after the game there were some things that maybe Tennessee did that were out of character for what they had been playing on defense. What kind of led to some of the issues with the run game?
Yeah, what led to the issues in the run game, we didn't block them well enough, and we didn't finish. We were on guys and we didn't finish. It was nothing that they did. Like, we just got to finish our blocks, especially when we're on the second level. We have to stay attached. Like, a lot of times we're getting up to the second level, but we're not staying attached on the linebackers or the safeties, and they're shooting the gap and making those plays. That doesn't change in all of football. Like, you work up to the second level, you have to finish, or the guy's going to make a move and make the play. So that's just the mindset for us. We didn't handle the edge as well, or well enough to get the ball on the perimeter as well.
You're listening to Texans head coach D'Amico Ryans live from NRG Stadium.
Titans linebackers were kind of sitting, waiting for the cutback zone, the cutback lane that Joe likes to hit a lot. He scored a lot of touchdowns off of that. What challenges does that present when a team is kind of taking away the cutback lane for an offense in the run game?
Well, for me, is that as you look at the running game, I don't think you per se take it away. If they're taking away, or we want to say they're taking away the cutback, then you continue to press the ball outside. So it's we just have to, again, be instinctive and play off of what we're seeing, right? Defenders are going to move, right? Whether it's falling back or playing too heavy over the top, whatever those second-level defenders do, we just have to be instinctive, finish guys, be on the right spot, and then just play off of that.
Coach, the way that
Will and Daniil played on yesterday. They were very destructive as far as getting to the quarterback, making some sacks, making some plays. Who would you compare those to that you may have seen or played against?
I don't. They're two, and they're making a name, so I'd put them in any other category. Some of the things that Daniil does as a rusher, I haven't seen anyone, do have the moves that he has and the wiggle that he has just with the rushes, the plethora of moves that he has. It's just, I'm wild every time I watch him rush. And then the impressive close that he has as well on the backside to show the speed that he has in Will. He's just continuing to get better and better of finishing, right, escaping at the top of the rush and finishing on the quarterback. Like, those guys are doing an exceptional job for us up front.
Derek Stingley Jr. was saying that communication is sometimes at the heart of the deep strikes that the other team has had. What did you see in terms of interacting with those guys and also your film analysis of the deep balls?
Yeah, with the deep balls that we've given up, it comes down to making a play, right? It's being on the details of where you're supposed to be in coverage, right? And you got to make a play, right? And that's what it comes down to. It's nothing else, no other way to cut it. Like, we're in position, you got to finish and make the play.
Earlier in the year, you said that one of the things you wanted to do the most in year two was listen to your coaches more, listen to your assistants. As someone who's been a defensive guy his entire career, you've been a successful D coordinator, still doing a good job on defense. Is there any extra challenges, like when an offense goes through the struggles that they're going through right now, as kind of the overseer of everything, to where maybe you want to oversee it a little bit more than you usually would when you were just focused on defense before?
For me, as I look at our entire team and being over the entire team, it's on everybody, as coaches and players, to just make sure everybody is on the same page with what we're doing, and as players, make sure we're executing what we're asking to get done, right? And if we do that better, that's how our team will improve in all three phases.
I know we've been talking about for the past several weeks, the second half. Well, what is it that happens where the players are not executing or more locked in the second half? Like, what can you put your finger?
I wish it's not just, it's different plays at different times. I think when I look at it offensively, like being there in third down and having 2 pre-snap penalties to put ourselves in third and long, like, that can't happen, right? And those are things we can control, especially being here at home. Like, we have to control those things, and it goes back to the point of being locked in onto the snap and what we're going on, if we're going on 2, whatever it may be. We all have to be on that. Like, that takes no effort, right? And we have to be on those things. And those are things, little things like that set us back, like, or being in the right spot on a route, whatever the case may be. It's things like that we're still hurting ourselves. So is that those things happen in the first half as well, right? There are mistakes that happen all throughout the game, but just the second half, for us, we haven't scored enough points. We haven't stopped enough people in the second half from scoring points on us as well. Defensively, second half, like, we have to make sure we play well and outscore a lot of points in the second half, and that got to keep them off the board, and we got to be able to score in the red zone.
Speaking of mistakes, CJ seems like he's taking on a lot of responsibility as far as the mistakes are made. How do you tap in as you're, step away from being a head coach and tap back into your player days to teach them how to flush those mistakes out and move on to the next play?
Yeah, it's my job to help all of our guys to make sure, as the head coach, it's my job to make sure we're all locked in. It's not just CJ. Of course, he owns up to his mistakes, but it's not only CJ, it's everyone on the entire team. Like, it's not just him. Everybody has their one play here or there that can end up hurting you. But at the end of the day, mistakes happen in football, right? That's the game we play. Mistakes happen. Teams exploit mistakes sometimes they don't, right? But it's about how you finish the game. And we still had an opportunity there to finish the game, and we didn't.
About some of the deep passes, how difficult can it be for example, the touchdown that Eric Berry got beat on to Westbrook? How difficult can that position be for a guy being off at 12 yards, having a guy come clear at him? Like, what's kind of the balance of you want to play your coverages, but also not put your guys in so much of a difficult position because the guy going vertically at somebody at 12 yards off, that feels like a tough cover from your perspective. Was kind of like that balance of still want to run what you want to run, but also playing people's strengths.
Yeah, we're going to run our defense. We just have to play the defense the right way. Like, so our underneath coverage in the best spot, so the guy isn't just running free. So underneath coverage has to be better, and our rush has to be better. So everything is tied together. It's not just highlighting one guy. That's not on E. Murray. That's on the entire defense, like of playing the scheme the proper way.
We got time for a couple more. Be out for some time. What are you missing? What did he bring to this defense this year that you'll miss for however long he's out?
Well, Jalen has brought this. He's been a true impact player for us. Just being around the ball, just causing interceptions, forcing fumbles. He's just been really active, very instinctive player for us. He's been all over the field, and he's made a lot of plays for us, and just miss his instincts, miss his playmaking ability. We're going to miss that, all right? So we got to pick it up, and we got to go. We got to move forward. We got to press forward. Whoever else steps in, we got to hit the ground running.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. That is the head coach speaking about a variety of things there as he closes it out. If you are late to the party, Jalen Petrie has a partially torn pec. Not sure if this is going to need surgery, but he is going to be out for some time. That's confirmed from the head coach as well, also with reports earlier today. One thing he didn't get into, Clint, not surprising, is, what they're going to do in terms of how they fix and fill the void of Jalen Petrie, how it goes about. I think we could speculate how that it is something that clearly they're not going to be able to use or have someone who could do the same things that Jalen Petrie can do. As he said, he finds his way around the ball. Do you get the sense that this is Eric Murray that just slides into that spot?
No, I think it's Jimmy Ward.
Jimmy?
I think Jimmy Ward slides into that spot like he did yesterday. And then you got Eric Murray and Kalen Bullock at the two safety positions. That's what I would think. And now the problem is again, D'Amico and Nick have to be looking at this thing at what's coming down the pike here, and whether it's you're talking about Baltimore and Kansas City and Miami for that matter coming down the pike here, or you want to talk about giving yourself the best chance to win ball games in the playoffs or early next year. I don't know the extent of what's going on right now with Jalen Petrie. I expect him to obviously be back next year, but like if you're going to give yourself a real chance to win a playoff game, I don't know that is the way to move forward. I've got to believe that they've got some other wrinkles that they'll throw in there at some point in time. But right now, Jimmy Ward is the fill-in, I would imagine.
All right. Speaking of D'Amico, we just heard from him, and you'll hear from him a little bit later on at the Coaches Show at 5. But he said something yesterday that I know a lot of people on the post-game show had a weird thought about. I know Clint reacted to it. I know Sean Pendergast reacted to it big time. Let's react to it and maybe a day later to see if there's an understanding where it was coming from when he talked about his concern or lack thereof concern with the offense. We'll discuss that as we continue on this Reaction Monday right here live on The Drive. But before we do that, fellas out there,
flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
From your couch. Experience them with thousands of other fans. Live. But hurry, tickets are going fast. Secure them now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The concern for me is we need to play complementary football, right? We play complementary football, we win games. When we don't, we're not relying on one side, right, to carry the entire team. So whatever happens, like our offense gave us enough points to win the game. So that starts with the defense. We didn't do enough to stop them. We didn't stop the run, and we didn't run the ball well. And we gave up way too many points on defense. So our offense did plenty. They gave us enough points. In defense, we have to be able to stop them.
All right, that's D'Amico Ryans, and I know I was riding, I was taking Bear to the to his little stay at home spot while we're going for the holidays, and I'm listening to that, and I couldn't see Sean Clint, but I could tell Sean was touched by those comments. I heard it from you as well. You weren't as touched as Sean was, but I know those were some interesting comments from the head coach there. And I got to be honest, I really took it from the standpoint that you did, which made me understand and agree with where he was coming from. As you said, I think the big part of it is you, man, he's a defensive-minded coach, right? Like, it'll been the same thing to me. I think Kyle Shanahan would have walked up to the podium and said, if we're playing that Titans defense and my defense scored, they did enough. They scored and got another turnover that led to points. They did enough. I think whatever is your expertise is what you tend to lean towards, and I totally agreed with the thought of that was the defensive-minded guy saying 20 points should have been enough. 20 points against this team, Clint, by the way, who has not cracked 20 since September. This is the first time they've had a game where they've scored more than 20 since September. It's Thanksgiving. So when you think about it from how you put it of this has got to be an old defensive-minded mindset, then it made sense to me.
Yeah, look, I think that is exactly what it is. You look up at scoreboards, you got 27 points, and as a defensive-minded coach, you say we win that game. I don't care if the defense scored 14 of them. I don't care if they scored 21 of them. At the end of the day, 27 points against that offense that D'Amico Ryans had watched all week long to exhaustion. that's 27 points is enough. He's got to believe that and feel extremely disappointed in his defense for allowing that offense with Will Levis and the Titans to go outscore 27 points. And I just think that was the defensive coordinator. He forgot to take the defensive coordinator hat off before he took the podium in a postgame as a head coach. And I think that's where it came from. Now, you can look at it, which is exactly how Sean looked at it. This is the head coach. I mean, you can't forget to put your damn head coach hat on when you go speak, right? So you look at it. I don't know how DeMeco Ryans, in terms of taking all his little notes during the game and talking to the team at halftime and talking to the team in the postgame, I don't know how you even get remotely close to patting either unit on the back, if we're being honest with you. And I don't know that he directly patted on the back, but the thought of saying that either one of these units did enough to win that football game, which he really reiterated today in his comments with the media today, and saying we did plenty to win, but we did more to lose. Basically, I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. Like this isn't a time for me, Ron, whether it's immediately in the post game or it's after you watch the film and you're speaking to the media today. This isn't a time for me where you need to be recognizing the good that did happen. You were thought to be a top 3 team in the AFC at one point in time. Like, we don't go around patting ourselves on the back for not turning the ball over. Like, we don't win, and I know you did. I know they turned it over twice. You don't go pat yourself on the back.
You're doing things you're supposed to do.
Yeah. I mean, come on, man. Like, in order to mention that you had 9 penalties and 83 yards in the second half, you got to tell everybody first how good they did. You got to build them up, real, because you're scared. You don't want to hurt their feelings. Let's talk about how good we were. But then, man, these things like we're just not in a spot. I don't believe where we need to preface everything with how good we are and how that the bad came with the good kind of thing. So. Yeah. I just think last night, that audio, he forgot to take his head coach hat off, and it's a bad look when your offense went out there and ran 29 plays and had 54 yards or whatever it was.
Yeah, the offense was bad, and he knows it. But I don't even know if he's taking his head coach hat off like that. He has got to be beside himself that his defense gave up the plays that they gave up. They had 8 sacks, 2 turnovers, including a pick 6 for a score. And they gave up a 70-yard touchdown to a tight end that just kept running and didn't get tackled. They gave up big plays to Ridley. They gave up big plays to 15. I can't remember his hyphenated name. They gave up. Pollard had multiple big plays, including a big run in the second half. They just gave up big plays that led to scores. And like I said, they hadn't cracked 20 since September. And this team, with Will Levis, walked in and beat, which I think he's got to have understood now, just like everybody else has talked about, Clint. This is going to be a defense-first team. We've been fielding texts. This is a championship defense. This is a Super Bowl caliber defense. We fielded calls and texts of that. And I think he believes it. And we had Will Anderson back. We had Kamari Lassiter back. And we gave up that. And we couldn't hold Will Levis and them down under 32 points. Like that, he's got to be beside himself. And when you talk about, see, the offense, yes, I understand what you're saying. They got to be better than that. But you expect that the Titans ain't going to score 15 points in a game. They ain't going to score 14 points. And not just they score points, with ease. With ease. They did it with Will and Lassiter out there. So, I mean, he probably still hadn't slept that one off. He probably still had not slept. I cannot believe we just gave up a passer rating of 123 to Will Levis. I just that's got to be. We got to win by defense, and we can't stop the Titans. I feel like that was what's coming in his mind, which has got to be just driving him insane.
Well, it happened. Believe it.
Oh, he knows. He ain't slept a wink, man. He didn't watch that damn second half repeatedly. I bet he watched that tight end touchdown 30 times yesterday. time yesterday. All right, coming up. Listen, there was some big moments for the Texans. We will, despite I know Clint doesn't want to, but we will do our 5-hour energy play of the game and remember that. And then Tyler, I'm sorry, but we got to go here. What in the hell happened in the SEC on Saturday? But Tyler, but as much as this has been tough, there's a bright side. There is a bright side because of what happened in Norman and what happened in Gainesville and what happened everywhere. There's a bright side for you. We'll discuss what the hell happened in the SEC coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, if you're out there and you're buying a vehicle right now, man, I'm telling you, you got to look into First Service Credit Union. Get an auto loan from First Service Credit Union.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
6 a.m., you get to wake to the sound of your neighbor's leaf blower. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
3rd and 11 at the Houston 40. Levis shotgun, Pollard in the backfield with him. Levis gets the snap, fires underneath. It's intercepted. Jimmy Ward, right side, 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, pick 6. The Texans are ready to take the lead. Just like that, Jimmy Ward to the house.
Well, that's one way of stopping a field goal attempt.
All right, that was a huge play there. Jimmy Ward, pick 6. To give the Texans the lead, and it really, really felt like they were going to take control of the game right there, but that did not occur as Will Levis was able to help lead the Titans back to that lead. But that was a huge moment there. That is why that was your 5-Hour Energy high energy play of the game. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. So, that was a big play there. If you are just sliding in and you're unaware, the Texans are going to be without their safety, and as D'Amico described it, impact players, Jalen Petrie. He has a torn pec. They have not determined if they are going to do any kind of a surgery. That will be made. A decision will be made later on. We will obviously keep you updated on that. But D'Amico said, as reports said, that he will miss a couple of weeks. So that is kind of the big news coming off of yesterday's game. Is Jalen Petrie is going to be out for some time. All right, Clint and Tyler. Let's get to things. And college football again was wild. Like, I don't know how many times we've had, hey, upset Saturday, because it's been a ton of them this week, and in particular, the SEC just went crazy, and it is the Big Ten that's going to be the beneficiary. I watched an Indiana team, Clint, that look, man, they've had a great season. And they deserve to go to a Citrus Bowl or something, but they're not a playoff team. And it is clear to me, if they played a tougher schedule in the Big Ten, if they played a Big 12 schedule, if they played an SEC any SEC schedule, they wouldn't be sitting here at 11-1. And I know this is probably pissing Adam Spillane off, but you could clearly see that they weren't in that league. But they're going to benefit from it. Just like Penn State, who barely beat Minnesota 20-25, they're going to benefit from it because, Clint, it went crazy in the SEC. Alabama was supposed to be a big favorite on the road in Norman against Oklahoma. They got mollywopped. Ole Miss went in and just continued to screw things up in Gainesville. And when they lost their top receiver, they really, really struggled. And then obviously A&M had a heartbreaking loss. I don't know how number 5 didn't catch that ball. I don't know how they were in that situation to begin with, but they also lose. So all 3 of those teams, Clint, have 3 losses. And, I mean, anybody is on the verge of having 3 losses, Clint. I think Tennessee's probably the only team that's in a really, really good spot because they're not going to play in the SEC championship game. I guess Texas is in a pretty good spot, too. I think if they lost, I still think a two-loss Texas team would get in if they lost to A&M. But it was insane what happened this weekend in the SEC in particular.
Boy, where am I going to start on this, T? I completely disagree, by the way, Ron, on your Indiana take.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now, I agree with your point that
you watched them and thought that's a team that should be in the top 12.
That's not the deal here. I've watched them all year long, and what they've done, I think they have earned the right to be in the top 12. Here's the problem with Indiana. I agree with all your points. I agree with everything. I agree with the way they looked. To be honest with you, Ron, but the reality of it is you can't take Indiana, who's got one loss, and go, they don't deserve to be in, but then look at Boise State's schedule and what they've done and say, well, they do deserve to be in. Look at SMU's schedule, and this is my boy Rhett now. Look at SMU's schedule and who they've beaten and how that season's gone and what the ACC looks like, and say that they should be in. So while I agree with all of your points, and hell, your end game may be very true. They may have no business being in. As they lay out those 12 games, it's not just going to be Indiana, Ron. There's going to be 3 or 4 teams that you look up, and the strength of schedule is going to be a major issue if that's where we want to stick.
Oh, they're going to get in. I'm just saying that, like, this was the only game they played anybody that was remotely – I mean, their toughest game – their other 2 tough games were Nebraska and Michigan.
Yeah.
This is the only game where they remotely played, and it was closer than it should have been, and Ohio State should have blown the doors off of them more. They got stopped at the 1. They fumbled, or they threw an interception in the red zone. Like, this thing could have eased. It was 31-7 really, really late in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
This thing could have even gotten out of hand. But you're right. But to me, at least Boise and SMU ain't lost yet. I mean, these guys. They played their one game against a good opponent. And
Boise lost to Oregon, and SMU lost to BYU. Those are their losses.
Yeah, Boise lost to Oregon, but it
was close. It was tight.
I was going to say it was close. It was a very tight game. Mm-hmm. Like, they showed better than Indiana did, but you know, they didn't lose in their conference. So,
well, to your point though, Ron, is and I love this conversation, because what it's going to come down to is we're literally cussing and discussing the 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th ranked team in America, not the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. So I love the improvement that's been made. But what you end up looking at is a South Carolina team that's 8-3 right now, that's coming on strong and has played and had some good wins of late, and there's obviously a much better team than they were earlier in the year, sitting at, I think, 16. In the AP poll, they were 16 last week. They're going to be close if they can keep winning, right? If they beat Clemson, especially next week, what do you do with South Carolina if they beat Clemson in that matchup right there, right? So you've got some. I'm telling you, man, those teams, A&M. If A&M beats Texas, I mean, right now they're sitting at, I don't know what they were. What were y'all, Tyler?
It was 15.
Were you as high as 15 in the last?
That is correct.
Okay. So yeah, you beat Texas, you're in, right? I mean, I don't know. You still got to go win the SEC.
They got to win the SEC championship, but they control their own destiny.
Yeah, they control their own. But the point is just those 8-3 teams are going to come into play against some of the weaker, 10-1 or 10-2 or 9-2 football teams, and it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Now, to get to your point about the SEC. Boy, we talked about upset. I'll be honest with y'all. I had Oklahoma and Alabama on my upset alert, but I took it off because I didn't think there was any way it was going to happen. I didn't want to put it on the table about Oklahoma beating Alabama.
And didn't see it either.
And boy, did they ever. That most convincing one, right? But it's the 12-team playoff it's not any sexier in any conference than in the SEC right now, when you've got all these teams that were right on the bubble with 2 losses that got upset, man, and it was a hell of a weekend. Tyler, I hate that your Aggies took the brunt of it. I cannot believe that football team really, I can believe they lost after watching. I can't believe they dug the hole, the 21-0 hole that they dug. They were
real quick.
That's the fear with A&M though, Ron, is that you don't, like, with your issues, and I don't want to say issues because I'm a fan of the Reed kid at quarterback. I think he's got a real chance, but right now this particular A&M team, where they're at, can't afford to fall they can't afford to get behind early 14 points and play chase from behind. They damn near did it against a bad Auburn team. You just flat ass can't do it against a better opponent. So that's the scary part. But if they can keep it close and not make mistakes and not give up big explosive plays, they're going to be hell to deal with for Texas in Kyle Field. That's for sure.
But this is the crazy thing, Tyler. When you look at A&M, and A&M fans have to ask themselves how realistic it is. You control your own destiny.
Yep. Still,
you just got to be. Yeah, you would be the team. Like I think the only team, Clint, that has 3 losses that can still get in. But can you beat Texas at home and Georgia in consecutive weeks? Can they be that consistent to put that together? Because if they can do that, if they can do, sure, there's a chance. If they can do that, Clint, hell, they can win it all. They should be the favorite if they can pull that off.
Well, look, I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, the thing is you beat Texas next week, and regardless of what happened, Elko will be sitting high and mighty in terms of where he's got A&M sitting right now. There's some disappointing losses, obviously, but what a hell of a year they've had if they can go out there and beat Texas. But that's we'll see. I think it's a much tighter ball game leading up to it than many expected. I know it is for me. And it's going to be a hell of a watch, man. See, I'm stoked.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you. I'm glad the stuff happened around the SEC to make sure this game still matters the way that it was going into it. Because you're sitting there thinking, damn, that game is just going to be about spoiling it for Texas, really. But now everything is still on the table because Jalen Milroe went out there and showed you why you can't draft him early. And then I feel bad for saying that, but that's just exactly why. You just can't put an organization in his hands for what he did. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
It's easy, man. I'm calling an audible here after hearing D'Amico Ryans speak a little earlier here on the drive here on Sports Radio 610 Live. I've got to react to a couple of things, Ron. I've been steaming, chomping at the bit since we played that, since we heard that audio. Things we got to address, got to let the people hear it, and then we've got to address. And we'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do it, though, I got to tell you about Daisy Dip, man. I'm talking about that old sour cream company.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Yes, Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Hey, Show, grab me another silver bullet, Bob.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, you're going to need another Coors Light. I need another silver bullet. I need a little bit of that chill. Ain't no doubt about it, boy. You got to choose chill on a Monday like this. Reaction Monday. Texans get that ass whooped by the Tennessee Titans, the lowly Tennessee Titans. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not a real emotional guy. I don't put a lot of stock into the color of the jerseys. I really don't care to go out on a limb and speak harshly to the ownership of the Titans, and it just really doesn't do a whole lot for me right now. I've been in the game for about 5 or 6 years. I'm a little bit over it, to be completely honest with you. But it's painful to listen, or more so. I'm a social media thumber. It's painful to thumb Will Levis, and some of it's Will Levis himself, and some of it's just the Titans social game and the Titans fan base and their social game. It's painful. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's really painful. But grab you one of them cold Coors Lights.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
Yes, I mean not quite that, Tyler. But gut punch, absolutely. I feel like I saw this one coming. I almost have to be blindsided for it to rip those off. For that to get that particular feeling. Guys, I want to go back real quick and because I'm going to do something that is probably a little bit dangerous here. But I'm going to speculate a bit. I feel pretty confident in it, or I wouldn't do it. There's some reasons why this team is pissy poor. There's some reasons why this team is nowhere near one of the top teams in the AFC. And all you got to do is listen to the head coach. By the way, the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, 3 o'clock was on right here on Sports Radio 610 live with us. If you're listening via the Odyssey app, AUDACY, if you're not, make sure you download it. You can hit that rewind feature and go back and listen to DeMeco Ryans when he speaks. But he's telling us, guys and gals, he's telling us, giving us a little peek behind the curtain, what's wrong with this football team. Right? What I want you to do, number one, Tyler, let's start on the offensive side of the football, all right? I believe the question was, not that it matters, but I believe the question was something about the second half problems for the offense. And I want you to listen up real close to what Devens says here, and in particular, how elementary the things are that he highlights throughout this soundbite right here.
I wish it's not just, it's different plays at different times. I think when I look at it offensively, like being there in third down and having 2 pre-snap penalties to put ourselves in third and long, like that can't happen, right? And those are things we can control, especially being here at home. Like we have to control those things, and it goes back to the point of being locked in onto the snap and what we're going on, from going on to whatever it may be. We all have to be on that. Like that takes no effort, right? And we have to be on those things. And those are things, little things like that set us back, like, or being in the right spot on a route, whatever the case may be. It's things like that we're still hurting ourselves. So is that those things happen in the first half as well, right? There are mistakes that happen all throughout the game, but just the second half.
See DeMeco let his guard down right there, because Miss Kim was the one asking the question. You heard that tone change.
She lulled his ass to sleep.
Yeah.
Lulled him to comfort.
Well, I just think there's a respect factor there with Miss Kim. Miss Kim does her thing, rightfully so. She deserves it, and I think DeMeco let his guard down a little bit.
For years, yes.
Yeah, I think DeMeco let his guard down right there a little bit, right? So think about what DeMeco Ryans just said. Gave you a little peek behind the curtain. What happened on the Nico Collins touchdown that would have gave you the lead, right? You got Tank Dell and Joe Mixon moving, right? What happened a little bit earlier in the game? I think 2 drives before that, when you're in 3rd and 6, right? First down, Nico. Second down, don't run it. What the hell are you doing, Bobby Slowick? He runs the football. He gets your team to 3rd and 6 because he ran the football. 3rd and 6, what happens? Laramie Tunsil moves early. Boom, back it up. Now you're 3rd and 11. What happens? Juice Scruggs moves. Now you're in 3rd and 16.
At home.
And everybody, right, at home. That's the key right there. This football team, think about this, Ron. This football team right now cannot, because it's not. They didn't just happen once, not twice. It happened 3 times, and that's just off the cuff right now. I'm sure it happened more than that. This team cannot simply go on 2 in their own damn house. And you want people to believe that you legit have a chance to make a run in the playoffs.
And this week, Clint, it wasn't because the other team's fan base took over.
No.
This was just y'all.
No, hell no. This was you. This is your. It's a lack of focus. It's a lack of discipline. It's either you're overwhelmed with the moment. Take your pick. None of it's good. You don't have a chance to make a run in the playoffs. What does a home field advantage matter? What does it matter if you have a playoff game? Your ass can't go on 2 in your own building, right? Or how are we working on that in practice? How many reps are we getting on the old basic, the old simple things done savagely well, like going on 2, using your snap count as a weapon when you're at home? This team, your head coach just told you, this team can't simply stay on sides in their own building when noise is not a factor. And we're talking about Joe Mixon, Tank Dell, Juice Scruggs, and Laramie Tunsil. We're talking about 2 wild vets that are in the league, and 2 youngsters, second, third year guys that have a lot of game under their belt now, right? We can't go on 2 in our own damn building. You ought to be embarrassed. It's not ha, it's week 12, we'll get everything fixed. Your ass ought to be embarrassed, right? Let's go to the next point that he makes, right? Not getting to your spot. I know a lot of people let that fly right under the radar. What did C.J. Stroud tell us last night after that football game, right? He couldn't see John Mechie. He threw the ball blind. It turned into an interception. So here we are, the coaching staff, right? hey, we got confidence in you, man. We trust you. Let's go get points when there's just seconds left on the board at the end of the first half. We like what you're doing, man. We feel good about it. The offensive coordinator dials up a quick. He's got a guy wide ass open, and we can't get to our spot. You know how football 101 that is? You know how football 101 it is on a spot route to not get to your spot. Again, whether that's on CJ or it's on John Mechie, you know how football 101 that is. You know how basic that is in the game. If you can't simply get to your spot in the pass game on a spot route, and that's not 10 out of 10, 100% completion, you have zero chance of winning a playoff game. You have zero business being in the top teams in the AFC conversation. Those are two simple things offensively. Tyler, let's move to the defensive side of the football. Here's DeMeco Ryans from a little earlier, and he was asked specifically about the explosive plays, and he was asked specifically about his explosive play that he gave up on the big touchdown.
Yeah, we're going to run our defense. We just have to play the defense the right way. So our underneath coverage has to be in a better spot so the guy isn't just running free. So underneath coverage has to be better, and our rush has to be better. So everything is tied together. It's not just highlighting one guy that's not on E. Murray.
Look, we're underneath. I'm really focusing on the underneath coverage has to be in a better place, right? What that's telling me. Here's the reality, and I asked Jimmy Ward about this last night, and Jimmy he just yes-sirred me kind of deal, and didn't really to go into any depth on the answer. But here's a reality of the Texans defense, right? You are a pressure defense. DeMeco Ryans is willing to take the risk of giving up a big play, and he's going to bank on his rushers, his pass rush, to get there. And when I say get there, it's either a sack, it's a pushing an offensive lineman, drive him into the lap of the quarterback. It's getting a free shot, and right as the quarterback starts to deliver the football, you hit him in the chin, you're at his legs, you're in his chest, and the quarterback can't finish the throw, so it's an errant throw. That is who the Texans are defensively. We sit around here and talk about, well, hell, there's been receivers behind these DBs all year long.
Yes.
Right? And Ron, you and I sit there and talked about it multiple times. Like, somebody at some point, somebody's going to hit one of these, and it's going to cost you a point. It's happened all year long. It's exactly who the Texans are, right? So stick with me here. If that's who you, and that's what you've been practicing all year long.
That's what's going to happen.
Right? And all you need is your underneath coverage. Because, look, the pass rush is different. Like, they can protect you with 7. They can protect you with 8. They can slide. They can do things. Like, you got to a lot of that is reactionary in the box. But from a coverage perspective, I know exactly what my coverage is when the ball is snapped. Now, the formation and the motion may change up what I do, but when the ball is snapped, I know exactly what I'm trying to do and I'm trying to get accomplished, right? Whatever the defensive call was. This is the Eric Murray touchdown over the top that I'm talking about. When DeMeco Ryans says underneath coverage isn't in the right spot, you know what that tells me? That tells me in a pressure defense, Jalen Petrie's ass should have been out there and able to at least disrupt the release of the receiver that ends up catching the touchdown. Because here's what happens. When you don't disrupt that release, which he ran out there and the release did have to go around him, but there was no contact, there was no stir of the feet, he clearly didn't get the job done, right? And so now what happens is if the pass rush doesn't get there immediately, that receiver is on the toes of your safety who is expecting pressure to get there, expecting the ball to be either dead or the ball coming out. Now that receiver is on his toes immediately right now, and boom, he's beat over the top. Right? They had, think about that. You dialed up a pressure. DeMeco just told you the pressure's got to get there. You dialed up a pressure and a wide receiver because your ass wasn't in the right spot to disrupt a release and a stem on a wide receiver. That receiver was able to make a double move at 12 yards deep. May have been deeper now. I think it was 12 to 13 yards deep. Think about that. And win on a double move, not a 3 or 4 yard slant and go, sluggo, not a 5 or 6 yard hitch and go. No. A deep double move route on your safety. As I've said before, we can sit here and bitch about Eric Murray. That is not on Eric Murray. It's not maybe he's coached to grab him and he should have grabbed him, but that is the basic. And where I'm going with all this is we just talked about the offensive issues. Defensively, if you're a pressure defense and one of your starters, your true blue starters, can't be in the right spot to disrupt a vertical stem, your ass is not winning a playoff game. And the result, Ron, is exactly what you saw happen. Right? Because you can go over to Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward mentioned. I asked Jimmy Ward that question in the post game last night. I didn't realize Jimmy Ward was one of them that gave. I wasn't thinking. I was just asking him the explosion.
Yeah, he said, "Let me start with my play."
I didn't. I mean, obviously, I knew it happened to him, but I wasn't. That wasn't where my mind was going. I just wanted him to explain from a secondary perspective the issue. Right? I mean, the route that they ran on him. I mean, he been defending that route since he was 10 years old. It was verticals out of trips, right? You got a crosser, you got a vertical that gets on the safety, and you got a vertical down the sideline. It was football 101. Every high school in America runs that, right? I mean, it's hell. I ran it in high school and at Arkansas. That's how old that concept is, right? And he comes on there and tells you, yeah, right. I gave the guy basically what he was saying, by the way, is I gave the guy the wide side of the field, knowing that I can't run with that guy to the wide side of the field. Right? I mean, like if we can't do, and I know
he did against the Colts,
right?
Yes.
Well, Ron, look, things happen. I get it, man. People make mistakes, but we like literally, it's just one after another with this football team. And the problem for me is that it mirrors exactly what the hell the coaches, the general manager, the OC, the DC. It mirrors exactly what they say. Hey, man, just got to execute. Hey, man, we just got to. How in the hell do you have guys that don't know the landmark on a snag route?
Yeah, and that's why, to me, I have said, and I've said this the last couple of weeks, and I know specifically going into the Cowboys game, I made a point that we talked about it, like, this has got to be some ownership of the players in this thing. And yes, the coaches have to get their piece of it, because hell, you're coaching it and you're allowing it. What do you say if they're?
You're either coaching it or allowing it. That's it. That's the yes. They don't just happen.
Yeah. And they got to get their point to it. They got to get their parts of it. But I mean, to some of the stuff you're saying, hey man, we're at home. We're going on 2. You gonna jump off sides? Y'all gonna jump off sides or false start back-to-back times? Like you don't know the count? Like, come on, man. I hear you. Like CJ, you got to get on their ass, and Bob, you got to get on their ass. There's some grown ass dudes that are playing the National Football League that have to be able to go on 2. Like we got to be able to. we got to be able to do it. Like and I don't know how much that should be on CJ. Stuff like that should be on CJ and Bobby. Like, I'm not saying some of it, but come on, man. Like you said, you know Jimmy Ward, you can't run on that. You can't run outside with him right there. Why would you not get your position?
Well, but Ron, my overall part to saying it is not to just single these guys out. I think what I want to drive home is this is exactly who you are. Right? I mean, you are a pressure defense. Like, if you're going to be a pressure defense in week 12, your ass better be able to get in the right spot. Right? Like the number one conversation that you have with your defense in training camp is like, guys, we're going to be a pressure defense. Jalen, if you don't disrupt this vertical stem, if you're not where you're supposed to be, he's going to hit his damn head on the goalpost. We cannot have you out of pocket here. And it's just like, again, it's it's one
but you
thing.
Don't think those points are driven?
No, I don't. Like I said, Ron. If they're driven home and it's week 12, my ass would be on the numbers after guys give up these big plays. Like I just don't. I don't. It's the damnedest thing, man. It's so frustrating. And this is the first time that I've heard D'Amico speak, and just kind of maybe it's the first time I've listened this intently, but like and heard him give. Like football 101 stuff, man. I mean, it's just sickening. I broke down a film that Texans Cap actually posted on social media and asked somebody to break it down to him like he's a fifth grader, I think. So I gave him about 3 paragraphs on this thing. Check it out. I reposted it at Clint Stoerner on Twitter, and it's the most basic protection that you can have in football. It is a 5-0 protection, man protection. It's blatantly obvious. They're bringing 5 guys. Every one of those guys are in a track stance on the line of scrimmage. The easiest thing to do is to big on big, bob that sucker. And you put your big offensive lineman, each guy takes one of the 5 that's coming. You fan both sides, and you play football. And they somehow slide it, ask Dare Ogunbowale to block a guy twice his size with a running start. And it's just one of those, like, this is the most basic stuff that you could possibly do. And they screw it up. Like, the thought of that football team that's doing those kind of things week 12, being a playoff, like a legit playoff caliber football team, to me is out of pocket.
No better way to transition for that than to find out who our players of the games were. All right, there's some good moments in there. 713-572-4610. Those of you on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, and those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you could jump in on it as well. Who in this brutal loss, though, is your player of the game? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Mokaram Law, baby. Contact them day and or night. They've been helping us for over 25 years now. 281-222-2220.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
To experience Houston's sports leader. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on this Reaction Monday as The Drive is live. Remember, coming up after us, the Coaches Show with D'Amico Ryans coming up at 5 o'clock. We're out early as he will sit down and you'll get to hear what he's got to say. And he's a man that you want to hear about. And maybe he goes in a little bit more depth on the not just the game, but the Jalen Petrie injury. If you're just stepping in, Jalen Petrie is going to miss some time. Partially torn pec. There is a potential for surgery, but that has not been decided yet. But maybe you'll hear what D'Amico has to say about that as we continue rolling through. T. Mill's best bets coming up a little bit later as he had a great week last week. See if we could build on that again. Clint, are you still wearing them old ass headphones?
I am. Wow, what happened? Is something? Are they?
I'm just telling you, man.
What happened?
Man, you got to step in and get some new ones, man.
What brought that up? What happened?
I'm just saying you never know until you get new stuff. Clint, shout out again to Experimex with us, Houston. I am rolling with this new Mac that I got from there, Clint.
Yep. And
I mean, it's a damn shame, fellas. And listen, this is very LeBron of me with the hair, or that gentleman I sent you a photo of. That got his haircut. it's a damn shame that I continue to roll through with that computer I had before.
That was
warped.
Yeah.
That was halfway open on the side.
Mm-hmm.
It's a damn shame. I mean, it's a whole new life right now. I mean, it is. I'm telling you, Clint, you just get you some new headphones. You'll feel. I mean, I feel 100 times better.
Fair.
Shout out to Dave and Tristan. I mean, y'all don't know what y'all done for me.
Well, Ron, anybody that has those products at those prices, those are the kind of people that you want to spend time around, man. Those kind of people that you want changing your life. And clearly they've changed your life, and indirectly, Tyler, Expermax has changed your life as well as mine, because now Ron can work more efficiently and has just way more at his fingertips. Just so much more at his fingertips to get creative with and really, yeah, that guy right there, man. Expermax has changed his life.
I was near times when people told me, and they were dead serious, nobody's cracking smiles, that thing might blow up on me. That thing might catch.
Look here. I thought I was gonna get caught in the shrapnel.
Hey, I looked because it was kind of bulging open on the side. I looked, there were so many crumbs and stuff on the side. It's a damn shame, but so go get some headphones. By the way,
they got headphones over there?
They sure do.
Hey, man.
They got headphones. They got headphones over there, so you might.
I need to update my iPad too, man. They got big time products over there.
I'm just telling you. You put a brand new set of headphones on, Clint. You will be like, what in the hell have I been doing?
Yeah, I gotta have something that reminds me where I started, man. You know, these were stolen from the studio 4 years ago, man.
That's it.
I feel like it's the right thing to do. I've refused to put glue on the.
No. You're really dug in. You've LeBron'd it. You're really dug in on this thing. All right, let's go to our Man Eye Institute players of the game, and I see some people texting in. Someone texted in Stephon Diggs because he didn't suck. That's that Tyler Milner spirit in you when they play games like this. No, but who is your Man Eye Institute of the game? I'll start with mine, Clint. Mine is the guy who I picked for Mad Dog Mud Days, which I've just wasted. Danielle Hunter. He had 3 sacks in the game. You heard D'Amico said.
Bad MFer.
Danielle Hunter does some things with his pass rush moves that he's never seen anybody do, and that man's been around the league for a long, long time. He led the team in tackles as well, Clint. Tied for the team lead with 6 tackles, 3 sacks. He has been on a tear here of late. He was dominant in the front 7 against the Cowboys and dominant yesterday. So in a tough game that the Texans had no business in the world losing, Danielle Hunter was a special player a lot of the times in that game.
Monster. The sacks were huge. The TFL right there, Ron, on the Titans' last drive to force the punt. Because if you remember correctly, I think they went and got 8 or 9 on first down. And D'Amico calls a timeout, and you're like, uh-oh, they convert this. It's going to be ugly. The very next play, they try to run the football, and somehow 55 is in the backfield and gets them for a 4 or 5 yard loss on a damn run play. I mean, he's an absolute monster, no doubt about it. He was by far the best player on the field yesterday. And I mean on the field. I mean both teams. He was an absolute monster. I tell you what, I'm going to go with a guy, and I'm taking a little unorthodox approach here. I'm going with Nico Collins. I'm going with Nico Collins. Ron, he did everything he could to win this football game for this offense that couldn't get anything going. We can start with the touchdown run. I mean, this is a guy that catches a ball over the middle of the field. He cuts it up the sideline, and I believe it was a touchdown. I believe the ref signaled touchdown. Now they may have reviewed it had it not gotten called back. But I thought we were going to lose him for a concussion. I mean, he lowered his shoulder, and it was a nasty collision right there on the goal line.
All for nothing.
Earlier in one of the drives, a critical drive, maybe in the last drive. No, it wasn't. It was next to last drive. He's wide open on a 3rd and 4 on a 5 or 6 yard route. CJ throws it at his feet. I mean, this guy did everything he could, with the exception of dropping the screen coming out of halftime on the little boot. I guess it was a little boot throw, not a screen. He did all he could to help this offense actually move the football and score points. And so I'm going to go. I'm going to go. My player of the game was somebody that was that had we not committed so many penalties, would have been absolutely in the running with another 100-yard game and another 2-touchdown game run. So I'm going to go with Nico Collins just to be on the other side of the football. But Will Anderson had a monster game. There were a couple of guys on that defensive side of the ball that had monster games as well.
Shout out to Dominique Collins, who had a big game. All right, Tyler, who is your
Dominique Collins? Who is that?
That's his real name.
Who?
Nico. So I didn't know it either. Had to look that up.
Hell, it took me a minute after you told me. Okay,
Dominique Stefan. All right, Tyler, who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
Yeah, the fella that Clint just mentioned and the fella that was rushing the passer along with your guy, Daniil Hunter, Ron. I'm going with Will Anderson Jr. He had 2 sacks on the afternoon, and he had the highest PFF grade of any Texan in Week 12, so I go with Will.
Yeah, and big for him coming back, and looking just like himself, right? That was one thing we talked about, Clint, is, all right, hey, you initially said it may be into December. It may be down for the stretch run, and then that's to pick up pace, and he came back this week, and I know we talked about it. Is he going to look like the guy that he did prior? And I'll be damned if he didn't. 2 sacks picking up right where he left off. So, yeah, that's a good one there with Will Anderson, who played his tail off. You found somebody on offense. Good for you, Clint.
Trying, man. I'm trying.
There you go. Yeah, that was
boy.
I thought Dalton Schultz ran some good routes.
Do your job. Be where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there. Not have guys more than Nico do that pisses me off. So Nico gets it.
Yeah, he gets it. All right, coming up. T. Mills' best bets. We will get to those. And I want to revisit something we talked about earlier because I didn't give my thoughts on that, and I think some others maybe didn't give their thoughts on it as well. Where are you at with this team? Are you in a space where they can still fix whatever it is these issues are, and when they get a chance to get into the dance where they will host a game that they can make a run, or is this thing over and the sky is actually falling? We'll discuss that. Coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, got a public service announcement. Grannies, all the grannies out there, you
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Mayo game day be delicious with Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, T-Mill's best bets coming up. What did you finish last week with? Let's say 19 to 27, 70%. Not bad.
Yeah, man, 70% mark. That's golden.
Not bad. Not bad. He was 25% the week before, so that's a real jump up. I don't know if it was that low. So, but big jump up. So get on that money train. Get on that money train. Some of you, if you continue to try to just go and fade him and go the opposite, you screwed up last week.
Yeah, you did.
So T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a bit. Remember, we are out at 5 o'clock because of D'Amico Ryans and the Coaches Show. They will come up right after us at 5 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. And a really, really good and a really, really important Monday Night Football game for Texans fans to watch, because I think these are the two most likely opponents right now for the Texans in the postseason to come to NRG. The Ravens at the Chargers, the Harbaugh Bowl. So stay tuned and make sure you check that out and listen to that right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, Clint, we had the discussion there earlier about, where are you at as a fan? And I see some people here chiming in as well on YouTube and Twitch, also on the text line here. And where are you as a fan? Are you in a place where, hey, it's a long season? Hey, you feeling Astros-like? It's a long season. All right? They still can fix these issues they have. Or are you in a space where the sky is falling? And I know, Clint, you said you deep off into the deep end right now.
Treading water.
Tyler to me was in the deep end the way he was talking earlier without a life jacket.
I like the river floating analogy though, Ron. I like 6 hour float on the Guadalupe. We're 2 hours in. We've lost most of our beer and we've had an inner tube. A male's, in my case, one of my buddies, not a female, a buddy of mine's inner tube has busted and we're in a bad spot. We got 4 hours to go.
Yeah. Yeah, 4 hours to go and it ain't looking good.
Rain is the only thing that can make it worse.
Listen, let me tell you why I am I am closer to the sky is falling part. And, like, I would never get to sky is falling, Clint, and Tyler, if I had the same confidence in C.J. Stroud that I had to start the year. That to me is where I have the sky is falling. Because I have seen it, maybe not with the Texans, you have seen it with different teams all in the history of the NFL. The quarterback can fix problems. And you may have some struggles, but a quarterback that is a fixer can fix problems. And right now, I don't think he has confidence, and I can see that it is starting to get into a place where the team is questioning some sort of confidence they never did before. I mean, if you look at it, Clint, we had 1 week coming out where he's talking about he's got to be himself. He's got to play like himself, and he's got to get back to the joy and whatever. And then the next week the team is pumping him up and pumping him up and pumping him up and pumping him up, and he's still blaming himself for everything, and the play isn't changing. And if not changing, it's getting worse. He made 2 picks last year, Clint. I don't think he ever even came close to throwing balls like that last year when he was on route to, as you have said, the best rookie season you've ever seen. For me, the biggest reason, he is not the biggest reason, if this makes sense, Clint and Tyler, he is not the biggest reason, but for me, the reason why I've moved to the sky is falling is I just don't have the confidence now that he is the dude that played last year, and he is the dude that can fix things. And the CJ play is why I am in a space where I'm closer to the sky is falling.
Oh, that is very fair. I mean, because no matter what goes on with this team, if you've got the fixer at the quarterback position, you can win. You can overcome some major issues. And the reality of it is he's got the fixer in him. It's just not the move around with your feet, keep plays alive, create with your. It's more of I'm going to beat you between the ears, and for whatever reason, the aggressive stuff has really taken a toll on that. So, yeah, look, I agree with you, Ron. That's a part of it, but I think it's and that's the tip of the spear, if you will. But boy, I mentioned it. I mentioned it in the segment. Breaking down D'Amico's, his audio. I mean, you got a football team that just can't simply go on 2 at home. There's nothing more football 101 basic is you've got a team that is not disciplined enough to use a snap count, the basic snap count at home. Like that is a major preparation problem. That is a major focus problem. That's a major discipline problem, right? You were one of the most penalized teams in the league early on, and that went away for 4 or 5 weeks, and here we are again, 9 penalties, 83 yards. You're undisciplined, and I just don't know how many things we have to put on the list that the check engine light is flashing on all these different things before we are literally treading water in the deep end, like everybody. Like we got to get past this. It can be fixed, and we got to be better. Like you're running out of time, and you got a lot of things that you got to fix.
Texting coming in. I am sky is falling. I think everything is fixable for the Texans, but this team seems disgusted at the idea at doing things differently, and it's frustrating. As you said, man, it is. There are a multitude of things. It is not just one thing. But like I could hold on the whole way if it was the CJ who just nothing seemed to bother him. He could make anything work. He could fix anything. He could work like it. But that part is gone, and it makes everything else heightened, right? And that's a big reason to me why I'm much closer to that place. Someone text in, I'm out until they make coaching changes. All right, we're there, baby. We're there. Listen, I can't. You lose to the Titans the way they did yesterday. I at least give you a day. I'll at least give you a day to blow off some steam. Hopefully tomorrow, maybe we've taken it and we're in a better place. Remember, coming up behind us, the Coach's Show with D'Amico Ryans, and then Monday Night Football coverage beginning right here at 7 o'clock. As soon as that's over, Ravens at Chargers. All right, Tyler, let's hear it. What are the best bets tonight?
Yes, Monday Night Football tonight. Ravens at the Chargers at SoFi Stadium. And I got 6 best bets for you. If you're new to sports betting and you don't know this kind of benchmark, you want to aim for 60% at minimum success on any amount of wagers you do. If you do that, you're supposed to walk away at either even or a little money in your pocket. Last week on Best Bets had 70% success. So follow these bets, get you some money. Houston, I got your back. Just follow me. Follow the leader to the money.
I need you to stay at 70%, T. I'm not in this thing to break even. I'm going to win.
Okay, 6 bets. Wow. Here we go.
Okay.
God. First one, I'm on the Chargers plus 3.5 tonight against the Ravens. I teased that a little bit, so the odds are a little higher, but plus 3.5 for the Chargers. I'm on the under for this game tonight, under 51. And then I got 4 player props for you. Here's the list. Rashad Bateman, Ravens receiver, under 3.5 receptions tonight. Isaiah Likely, Ravens tight end, over 25.5 receiving yards tonight. Lamar Jackson, I got him throwing at least 1 pick tonight. The interception prop at plus 115. And then my last one for you is the other quarterback in this game, Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert. I'm on over 1.5 touchdown passes for Herbert tonight, 120. Those are the best bets. You got 6 of them. Clint, Ron, which ones you like?
Clint, my favorite one is that Herbert one.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Yeah, that's one he's been rolling. By the way, my man's got 1 pick on the season. It happened in week 2. But he has been rolling of late. Like they were slow out of the gates, Clint, and they were much more of a running team. And that's where they were built around. No surprise with what Jim likes to do. But here of late, Clint, I mean, my man right here, in the last game against the Bengals, 297 and 2 touchdowns. 2 weeks ago, 282, 2 touchdowns. The week before that, 279, 2 touchdowns. 350 he threw against Arizona. And this is, I know for most of the year, has been the worst secondary pass defense in all of football, the Ravens. So I feel like he has a field day today.
I like the Justin Herbert over 1.5 touchdowns as well. Boy, I tell you what, this defense, Baltimore's pass defense, If they ain't worst in the league, they're 31st.
Let's keep the heater going.
So yeah, I like that Justin Herbert.
Likely's not a bad one either. It's just sometimes it goes up and down with it. Likely is not a bad one. I feel like Lamar is probably going to go off tonight. He's had to sit here and just listen to this Josh Allen stuff for a full week. And what happened with Pittsburgh. I think he may go off tonight. All right, Clint, great job. Appreciate D'Amico Ryans for joining this show, kinda. But we are handing it off to him right now. The D'Amico Ryans Coaches Show coming up right behind us. Monday Night Football is after that. I am Ron Hughley, as always, Houston. We love you, baby.
When the day that lies ahead of me seems impossible to face.
You're gonna get hard.
Bundle-rooski, bundle-rooski.
The Texans' second-half demons reared their ugly head again in a 32-27 loss to the Titans.
So you're talking about 7 second-half touchdowns by the offense in 12 games this year.
You know, clearly, to your point, something's broken.
Yeah.
Whether it's the execution or the calling or the whatever, something's got to be fixed.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
Sportsman is sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. What a dreadful weekend it was for some of the top dogs in the SEC. Jalen Milroe was horrible as Alabama got blown out by Oklahoma. Jackson Dart got intercepted twice late to lose to Florida. And Texas A&M lost in an overtime heartbreaker to Auburn. And all three of those teams now have 3 losses and shouldn't make the playoff unless the committee decides to screw over a 2-loss ACC team in a few weeks. I'm Zach Gelb.
Lowe's knows you want to get even more value for the holiday. That's why as a MyLowe's Rewards member, you get new member deals on holiday decor, tools, and you earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards to help you save on holiday and more. Not a member? Join for free today at Lowe's.com/MyLowe's Rewards because Lowe's knows deals. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast from my friends with Flight by Yuengling, the best light beer on the planet, and I want to thank you, everybody who joined me and the Flight by Yuengling crew for all of our college football watch parties this college football season. Big special thanks to our friends at Texas Mattress Makers and Living Designs Furniture for the amazing prizes that were given away after the college football season ended. Happy holidays from Flight by Yuengling. Drink responsibly and don't drink and drive this holiday season.
A cancer diagnosis can be overwhelming, but when you choose MD Anderson Cancer Center first, you'll have the nation's leader in cancer care with you every step of the way. Our world-renowned subspecialists collaborate across teams and disciplines to develop personalized treatment plans for every patient and their cancer. This unmatched expertise, delivered with the utmost compassion, brings hope and healing even in the most complex cases. Choose MD Anderson first at mdanderson.org.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. All kinds of beers and thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
Harbor Freight knows tool people like to keep busy. But with our Black Friday sale coming up Thanksgiving weekend, you'll want to free up some time. We're talking deals like our 5,000-watt generators under $800, 17-foot ladders for $99.99, and 40% off Icon Pro socket sets. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 12/2/24. While supplies last. Limitations apply.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
When it comes to football season, play the energy in the field. But off the field, everyone knows it's the real fans who deliver an irreplaceable energy of their own. That's why 5-Hour Energy created a Stand the Fan 5-Hour Energy Shot, a special flavor we call Fan Fuel. Available on 5hourenergy.com. Shipped nationwide.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, sports fans, if you're not calling John Anthony, you're simply missing out. To prove it, I'm releasing your Monday Night Report absolutely free on recorded message line. 1-800-244-5506. Baltimore at Los Angeles. Baltimore has a potent offense capable of explosive plays both through the air and on the ground. LA and their talented receiving corps can stretch the field and make the big plays. Tonight is going to be a monster game. Outside and total. That's 2 big plays. John Anthony has you covered. Call now. Hear him for free on recorded message. 1-800-244-5506. Information wins. Call 1-800-244-5506. You want the information? I've got it. Baltimore, LA, side and total. I love to go 2-0. Get the next 7 days for free on me. 1-800-244-5506. That's 1-800-244-5506. Or go to johnanthonysports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The D'Amico Ryan Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amity Bank.
All right, Texans fans, it's the D'Amico Ryans program, and it's great to have you with us tonight. And I know it's been a rough 24 hours plus following the Texans' loss to the Tennessee Titans, and we are here to get through that and get into Jaguar Week because this is huge with the Texans taking on Jacksonville Sunday at noon. Gotta have it. I've called it a virtual must-win. D'Amico Ryans is going to talk about how important this one is for this team to get it right on Sunday in the division, playing the Jags for the second time this year. They're coming off a bye. But before we get to that, some of the post-game yesterday, C.J. Stroud, we usually start the show with him. Let's do it. Choice cuts here from the quarterback on the offensive struggles. Where do the biggest struggles come in? He was asked after the game.
You can point a lot of places, but I always point at myself. I'm the leader of the offense. I got to get us rolling, get our rhythm, and we got to find a better way to end the first half better, start the second half better, and that's ultimately starts with me and taking care of the football and getting into a rhythm, running the ball well, getting us into the right reads, the right looks. So. I would just say that's why. That's how we're going to get better. It's just I got to be better.
Also after the game, somebody asked him how you make sure you get back on course going into the bye week. Don't ask them about the bye week. Next week, ask them about the bye week. It's all about the Jags right now. That's my message, not necessarily theirs, but I think they share that feeling. Here's Stroud's answer.
Got to practice really hard. Got to be really on each other. Everybody has to look themselves in the mirror and try to get things fixed. So that'll be the plan for this week. Practicing, getting better. Personally, I got to get better. As a team, we have to get better. Trying to go to Jacksonville and get a dub before bye week.
Another question, was there a sense of how are we in this situation again with second and third and long and really tough down and distance situations?
Not necessarily. I try to one-play mentality as best I can and try to execute the next play. Whatever down a distance it is, I try to put my team in the best position in the first or to get an explosive or whatever we need to, to help the team. So that's just my mindset when it comes to that.
Another one for CJ from the post-game media session. What do you have to do to improve to help the offense get back on track, get to where they were at times this season and last year?
I got to just practice better, play better. It's no secret. I haven't been playing well personally from my standard. I have a couple good drives, a couple good plays here, but it's just up and down right now. So I got to just, for me, I feel like it starts with practice, and then it comes to the game, staying focused. And I've been focused. I watch as much film as anybody, and it's just sometimes it doesn't go your way. And I got to be harder on myself and, realize that, games can come down to me making plays, and, I didn't make enough, and I gave up the ball twice today. So I got to just be better, and I know that. So, but it's no time. I'm not going to hold my head down. I'm going to, keep my chin up, chest high, and just, I know I'm still a great player, but I got to just, put better stuff on the field.
He's not, and he can't hold his head down. Too important. These games coming up, 5 games to go in the regular season. You still have the 2-game lead in the division, but you have to play better. We all know that. What can the Texans do differently? And we'll get to the head coach after this final C.J. Stroud comment.
Got to keep practicing and keep playing. You tell me. I don't know. That's all I know how to do is just practice better, play better, meet better, do everything better, and when it comes out like that, it's not fun, but, it's part of the game, and we'll use it one game out of the year. That'll teach us a lesson. Sadly, we have to learn right now, or it'll teach us in future years. And for me, I'm just, going to use this as a time where I need to look myself in the mirror and get better. So, yeah.
Well, another opportunity on Sunday against the Jaguars. Let's get to the head coach now. John Harris and I visiting with D'Amico Ryans. Coach, how's it going? Good to see you.
Good to see you guys as well.
Happy Thanksgiving week. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's review a little bit about what happened against Tennessee. And I know you want the guys playing loose and making plays like they did. How do you balance that out with trying to correct some of the mistakes at the same time, but keep that big play-making ability?
Yeah, we had a lot of explosive plays being made. No bigger Damian opening the game with a big return, what we wanted to do in the return game. We knew it was there for us. So for him to get the explosive Cade to get the touchdown, what a way to open the game. Yeah. There are a lot more explosive plays that we made with Nico, with Tank. We have the explosive playmakers, right? Mm-hmm. We can protect it and give us the opportunity to have those plays, but we just have to make sure we clean up all the things in between. Mm-hmm. And all of those things, when it comes to the mistakes and things that happen for us, is all things that we can control. And I'm encouraged by when I watch the tape and showing our guys, every thing that happened that was a negative, it was something that we did to ourselves. It wasn't anything, no slight to the Titans. They did a good job of finishing and winning the game, but a lot of the things we can control, we can clean up, and we have to clean that up moving forward. And I'm excited to see our guys, take ownership of it and making Jacksonville.
Coach Danielle Hunter, the last 2 games, 5 sacks, 8 TFLs, maybe so, something along those lines. It's been an unbelievable performance, what he's given you off the edge. When you went back and watched the film, was it as dominant on film as it looked from what we were watching it live? Did it look that dominant the way he played yesterday?
This was Daniel's best game he's had thus far this year. It was extremely dominant, and that's what I would love to be highlighting. Yeah, right today. It's just the performance that he had, the rushes that he had. Not only the rushes, everybody sees the sacks and those things that happen, but and the way he played in the run game, the way his effort to the football, it was just a phenomenal effort by him, phenomenal game by him. Would love to be giving him a game ball right now for what he did, but he continues to wreak havoc for us, and just, so excited to have him on our side. Such a great signing for us, and he's shown up and proven to be that impact player that we knew he was.
Along those lines, Coach, how are you seeing teams start to adjust for him? Because obviously you've got other guys that can get to the quarterback as well from a lot of different spots. But how are you seeing teams change? Okay, that's 55. Okay, we got to do some different things to maybe account for him.
Well, we try to move those guys around a lot. We try to move Daniil and Will to different sides. But what you see teams do is they'll try to get a tight end or running back in, and they'll try to, we call chip them. Yep. So they'll try to give them a shot in the chest to slow them down a little bit. But even sometimes on the chips, we kind of convert those chips into a game on the inside. And Daniil and Will have been doing a really good job of not a chips to stall their rush, but they're still continuing to press forward and get after the quarterback, even though we're seeing a lot more chips than we've seen earlier in the year.
Yeah. You're able to get all those sacks, Coach, but I know you want to do a better job against the run by and large. So what were some of the difficulties you were having in that aspect?
Yeah, in the run game where, Pollard got out on us, a lot of the runs were on the perimeter where we have to set the edge much better. And a lot of those runs, they did a good job schematically pinning our defensive end, and now they're getting offensive linemen out on our corner. and the corner has to step up, even though it's a bigger body guy. You still have to step up and just keep your outside arm free and turn the ball back inside to the rest of the other 10 defenders. And so we got a couple runs out like that, and a couple of the inside runs we just didn't tackle well. One, we were backed up. We had Pollard, tackled behind the line of scrimmage, and felt like there was just a little let up where somebody else thought he was down, or you thought the other guy made the play. But as I try to teach our guys, you always have to finish. Like, you make sure you wrap up, secure the tackle, and make sure we finish him. So some missed tackles there that we can clean up, and some perimeter runs where he got the edge on us.
Coach, I don't know if what I'm about to say is a good thing or a bad thing, but I'll let you kind of run with it. Will Levis threw for 278 yards yesterday. 198 of those yards came on 4 pass plays. So he had those 4 completions, and you gave us some big pass plays, but basically the rest of the game he had 80 yards passing. How could something like that, where he did get some explosive plays, but basically everything else with the rush and with some of the coverage, you're ever really hold him to 80 yards if you don't have those plays. Unfortunately, he did have those plays.
Yeah, he did have those plays, and I give credit to Levis. That was his strong suit of throwing the ball deep, and our guys knew that going into the game. But we give up 1 touchdown there once they cross midfield. We got a guy running free. Our coverage isn't right. We're not deep enough on the inside, and the guy is free on our safety. And another one on 3rd down, we get him in the 3rd and long situation, and there's Ridley running across the field, like the rush there. That was the one play our rush wasn't as effective. Like, probably one of our worst rushes of the game from a D-line perspective. Gave Levis a little bit more time. He puts the ball in the air, and we're not deep enough at the safety position, allow him to get a big play. Yeah. So, most of those plays, I try to give him credit, but a lot of those are things where we just have to be in better position. And we have to be able to make the play when the ball is in the air.
You mentioned opening the game with the big kickoff return. Then you find Stover right away in the end zone. Great to see the rookie get his first career touchdown and all of that. Great start to that game. And CJ made numerous other good throws in the game. But sometimes, obviously, it wasn't there as far as was it pass protection, or just the opportunities didn't present themselves in the passing game to score as much as you wanted to?
Yeah, we had a lot of opportunities. And when it came down to it in a passing game, like, there were some misses that we would like to have back. A couple, like the 3rd down miss, turnover. We would like to have those throws back. Those are throws I know, and I told CJ today, I trust that he'll make those throws 100% of the time. I put him back in the same situation again, and I know he'll make those throws because I believe in who he is as a person, and I believe in the talent that he has as a quarterback leading our team. So some unfortunate mistakes that happened there with the ball placement. But, for us, and I tell CJ, you keep going, right? You keep going after it. You keep punching, keep playing aggressive, and we'll make those throws. I thought the O-line did a good job of protecting. For the most part, we had a couple, miscues there. We got beat, but for the most part, we held up in protection, and we had time.
Coach, the last couple of games, we've had Nico back, and unfortunately for the 2nd straight game, he has a touchdown called back. But it just feels better when he's in the lineup. I'm sure you probably feel the same way.
Tell me about it.
Because he can catch that dig route. Yeah. I think he caught it probably about the 20-yard line. And it's like, boom, he hit the boosters, and he was in the end zone. And also, you got the lead. Of course, there was a penalty on that play. But what is he giving your offense being back? Not just the numbers, but just being out there and the threat that he possesses against the defense.
Yeah, he's going to garner the attention of 2 guys. They have to make sure they account for Nico. Man, and people fall asleep on how fast Nico is. Like, he's a big receiver, big target, but man, he has some wheels, so he can roll. And there's just having that threat of the deep playability. It opens up a lot of the intermediate throws in the middle of the field that we're able to connect on. Like, we caught one with Tank going across the middle. So Nico just opens up not only the deep threat, but you can give him a screen, and he can take that to the house as well. It's just unbelievable talent, man. He's having an outstanding year. We just got to make sure his touchdowns count. Let's not hurt ourselves. Make sure his touchdowns count by just playing cleaner football.
You talked about the running game in your press conference a little bit, Coach. And is it kind of a chicken and egg thing? You got to be better on 3rd down so you get more opportunities to run the football, get more snaps, more attempts at it. Is it that kind of thing in a way?
Yeah, it is. When we're running the football, like, we have to be able to control the line of scrimmage. And Yesterday, we did not control the line of scrimmage. Right? We wanted to press the ball outside. We didn't handle the edges well enough to get the ball outside. So you saw Joe putting a foot in the ground and cutting back. Well, we're cutting back right into the teeth of their defense, into the strong part of their defense where both of their D tackles are. So, we're not going to have a lot running versus those two guys. So we just didn't execute on the edge the proper way, and we didn't stay on the second level well enough. We didn't sustain our blocks, and now you end up, you're second and long, right? You're third and long, and now you're fighting that uphill battle again because now you have to run deeper routes. You have to protect a little bit longer, and now they're able to put more guys in coverage, and it's hard to win those now. So we got to be able to stay in third and manageable or stay out of third down. That's where I want to be, staying out of third down and, getting those more positive plays on first down. But too many times yesterday where we go out, we have a big play, we have a positive throw completion on first down, and we turn around and we're going backwards. We just have to eliminate the backward plays.
Coach, we talk about this all the time, the 24-hour rule, dealing with wins. Hey, you got 24 hours, and you also talk about it with losses. But in a loss, and we've got to know you, well, Mark's known you for a little bit longer than I have, but I've got to know you. I know that the game, you're always thinking about it. How tough is it to actually apply the 24-hour rule and really let it go before you move on and get ready for the Jacksonville Jaguars? How tough is it to really, is it really 24 hours? Do you have to, say, okay, I got to get my mind on something else. I got to do something else, so I've got this one behind me. How tough is it to kind of apply that rule for yourself?
Oh, this is extremely tough, and I'm not letting this one go. This will be a week-long one that I make sure we all remember. And so, we got to change. We got to play better. Right. So this one is going to sit with me all week until we get the opportunity to go out and compete again versus the Jaguars. So I want this to sit. I want this to sting all week for our guys, and I want everybody to feel. I know that's how I'm going to be feeling all week until we were able to go and change it.
Yeah. Oh, we've got a lot more coming up on the D'Amico Ryans program, and also a visit with Jimmy Ward, who checked in with the Texans post-game crew, Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. You're going to hear that a little bit later on. Let's keep it rolling here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough, that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amagine. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amagine will be there for me for my next steps.
Amagine Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
When you're a fan of the Houston Texans, you stand for big plays, winning drives, and exciting comebacks. When you're the head coach of the Houston Texans, you stand for leadership. Folks, this is D'Amico Ryans. When it comes to leadership, there's one brand I stand for, Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks. My Ford F-150 offers capabilities that help me be at my best every day. So Texans fans, stand tall, work hard, and be your best. Ford is the best in Texas.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The excitement is building for the 2024 Houston Texans season, and as a Lux member, you can access the Texans like no one else. Entertain your top clients and employees in a Texans Lux Game Day suite while cheering on C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Texans. Limited memberships are still available, but going quickly. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com now to schedule a with our Lux team and secure your ticket to the best game day experience available.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Something amazing is happening. Data is powering insights and innovation. Network security has cyber attacks playing defense. Devices are improving the quality of work and the quality of life. That's what happens when you partner with CDW. Our experts help you get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it so you can do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at CDW.com.
Gearing up for game day? Look no further than King Ranch Ag and Turf, your local John Deere experts. Whether you're a farmer, landscaper, contractor, or homeowner, King Ranch Ag and Turf has you covered with 14 dealership locations to serve you. Right now, score big savings during our exclusive season kickoff sale. Get unbeatable deals on mowers, tractors, construction equipment, and so much more. Let us help you prepare to tackle your next project like the pros. Visit online at KingRanchAgAndTurf.com or stop by one of our stores where Texans gear up for success.
Ready to take your grilling game to the next level? Texas Star Grill Shop has you covered with Big Green Egg Charcoal Grills, the ultimate cooking experience. Big Green Egg offers unmatched versatility, perfect for grilling, smoking, roasting, and baking. And right now, don't miss out on the huge sale on Big Green Egg Charcoal Grills. Visit one of the 4 locations across Greater Houston or check out TexasStarGrillShop.com. Texas Star Grill Shop. Great barbecue begins.
How did Coach D'Amico describe the Texans' 32-27 loss to the Titans? Frustrating.
The most frustrating part about it is, out of all the bad things that happened, we still had a chance to win and finish the game, right? Everything that could go wrong, it went wrong. But we still had a chance there, to tie it up, and finish the game, but we didn't.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Back to Texans Radio, the D'Amico Ryan Show.
Keeping it rolling here on the D'Amico Ryan's program. Mark Vandermeer with you. Great to have you with us. Couple of number checks before we get back to the head coach. Stats, yards per game. Nico Collins still leads the NFL in yards per game. Yes, he missed 5 games, but he has 101.9 receiving yards per game. Had a nice game yesterday statistically. I know we wanted more. We wanted that touchdown. Wasn't his fault, but he leads the NFL in yards per game as a receiver, and he's top 15 overall. What about rushing? Joe Mixon had a rough afternoon against the Tennessee Titans. They weren't able to get Joe going, but he's 3rd in the NFL still in yards per game. That's amazing. Behind Saquon Barkley, who's lighting the world on fire with his rushing ability right now, almost 1,400 yards. Wow. Derrick Henry is 2nd, and Joe Mixon is 3rd. These are guys you can build around for sure as you look forward to correcting some mistakes, getting some offensive fireworks going for the Houston Texans. C.J. Stroud is 4th in the NFL in passing yards. Wow. Well, in passing yards, and he had some games where his yard total was really down, we thought, but when you look at the body of work in the season, it's holding up yardage-wise. But again, you want more points, you want the second half touchdowns. We get it. I'm just giving you some stat facts here. Now, what about interceptions? He has 9 on the season now, and obviously that is not ideal. But let's see who leads the league. Geno Smith from Seattle, they're having a nice year. Patrick Mahomes is right behind him with 11 interceptions. Wow, Mahomes with 11 picks, and they have only 1 loss. Jordan Love, Green Bay having a nice year. He has 11 picks. Sam Darnold, they're having a nice year, obviously. He has 10 picks. The difference with Darnold and Mahomes is they have a lot more touchdown passes. Love as well, as CJ has 14. Mahomes and Love has 18 apiece. And again, you need more of those second half TDs, obviously, to help the cause. So we'll see how it goes. Defensively, Texans still 5th. They're top 5. So I say still. They slipped a little bit, but they're a top 5 defense. Tennessee still 2nd in the NFL. I'll give you some Jacksonville stuff later. Let's get back to the head coach of your Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans, as we were discussing playing the Jags on the road this Sunday. It's the second time you face them, and they're coming off the bye. What about that aspect of it? A team coming off a bye because they do self-scout or whatever else they do. I know they can't go wholesale different, but there are going to be some wrinkles maybe. How do you look at that kind of thing?
For sure. Coming off a bye, you do have the advantage. Being the team that's on the bye, you have an advantage to look at yourself, see kind of like you say, self-scout to see things where you can improve, things you can change, and they had a little extra time to watch us. And so a little extra time to scout us and see where we're weak, what areas they can try to attack us in. So you really have to be on it. Nothing different for us to do. We just got to go out and execute. But for them, they may have some more wrinkles. But I always believe in if we play our rules the proper way, if we execute and we're on the details how we're supposed to be on the details, and it really doesn't matter how much they've studied or how much they watch, they still have to cover 12. And and that's always a difficult matchup no matter what adjustments you make.
So faced him earlier. Now you face him again. Trevor Lawrence hasn't played for a few weeks. I know we talked about it when we faced him the first time and what type of quarterback he is. Now he's been out for a few weeks, and we really don't know if he's going to play or not. He's dealing with the shoulder issue. What are your thoughts about facing potentially Lawrence, but then getting ready for Mac Jones, potentially a quarterback as well?
Yeah, for me, as I go in, we're prepared for Trevor. We'll see how the reports go throughout the week, see if he's playing or not. But we have to look at both guys, right? Be ready for Mac and be ready for Trevor. But to me, it's this week, man, I'm not even –
That's not even the word.
It's not even my focal point is who's playing quarterback for Jacksonville. My focal point will be strictly on, the Texans.
You talked about this in your press conference, and I know we've talked about this before. And you talk about defensively in particular. If we play the defense the way it's supposed to be played, we've got answers to the test. How important is it for you as a coaching staff to make sure players understand that, hey, look, there are answers right there. Just apply them properly. I mean, obviously that's the heart of coaching. Right. But in the season, bodies are fatigued a little bit, mentally fatigued. How do you make sure that they do run the defense in particular the way you want it?
And that's the thing. You have to overcome that mental fatigue of you're doing the same thing. It kind of get monotonous over and over again. And I get a little relaxed in this area, and I decide to, let's say, jump a route when I shouldn't be jumping a route, or I decide to not get as much depth when I should be deep. And those just come back to bite you. It's nothing that I always look at. It's nothing that the offense did because, we understand the issues and the plays that people will run versus our scheme. A lot of times we see a lot of repeat plays. Yep. So there are other teams that hit plays on us. We'll see those plays again. We call it, copycat offenses. They'll try to run the same thing because structurally we're not changing defensively. So we work those issue plays. Right. And so we hang our hat on being a stickler for the details and being on it to the point to where we know what the offense is running and we're going to defend it better than you can run it.
Coach, what can you tell the audience about the difference between, say, a Monday team meeting and a Friday team meeting? And I know a Monday team meeting after a loss versus a win, very different, but what can you share with us about those meetings? Because we can't get inside the room.
Yeah, a Monday meeting like today, it's very quiet. It's a very quiet meeting today where I go through and I cut out some plays from our game and the entire game, the special teams, offense, defense, and I go through just let's call it a rundown of the game in sequential order just to show you guys, okay, what really happened in the game and how did we lose. So I go play, highlighting the good things that happened and also highlighting the bad things. Like, hey, if we were just on this small detail, could have been, I don't know, a potential touchdown for us, right? Or this could have been a potential takeaway for us. So I go through and highlight that. Today I probably had about 50 or 60 plays, a little long-winded in there today, and the guys had to sit through it or suffer through it, however you look at it. And then our Friday meeting is definitely more upbeat, energetic meeting. Friday meetings, we're going kind of around the league, and we're seeing things that happen in the previous week around the league of things we can learn from mistakes other teams made or some really good things teams did that we can highlight, and just so our guys have a really good understanding, a grasp of the game, because there are a lot of situations and things that come up around the league that may not happen in our game or may not happen but only like one time a year, but we get the chance to teach off of that from other teams. So it's more of a teaching meeting. And also in that Friday meeting, we have a third down compete period. And so I put those 4 plays up and go through it, offense, defense, and we highlight, who wins the down, who loses the down. And we always have a little friendly competition amongst the offense and defense for third down.
I love that. Competition in everything you do. When you were a player and you knew you were having one of those Monday meetings where you knew coach was bringing 45 to 50 plays to show you, was that one of those where you're like, man, I hope he missed that third down that I missed? Did you ever have that kind of thought like, man, I blew that third down, I hope he doesn't?
For sure. Your head's down a little bit, like, hurry up and get past that play as quickly as possible. But it's
it's a teaching moment, of course.
It's a
and now you
teaching
can
moment,
look back at it. It's valuable.
It's always tough as a player. You know it's coming, and you can't. You're waiting on that moment. You just hope it is not as severe as you think it will be. But I always try to do it in a way to make sure I'm encouraging with it, and just, hey, if we were just one step better here, or if we were just had our eyes right here, like, just think about what it could have been.
Right.
Like, I know everybody understands the mistakes, and I don't try to go back and overemphasize the mistake, but I emphasize what we can do different.
Going on the road is one thing, and you've been on the road, but you haven't been on the road in the division since opening day. And there's just something about that, isn't there? When you're facing a division opponent, you just faced a division opponent. You saw what they brought to the table. So what about that aspect of it?
Yeah, excited to get on the road. Excited to get on the road again, especially versus our division opponent and in Jacksonville team. We know this is a big game for us, right? Mm-hmm. This is one we have to go out. We have to win this game. We have to clean up all of our issues, right, and make sure we go out and play the game the right way. So just so we're able to compete. I think for me is the main thing is getting out of our own way. Yeah. And let's go and compete, and may the best man win, but let's go out and play Texans brand of football that's operating with precision, effort, and physicality, right? If we do that, that travels on the road, right? One thing I know going on the road, we've ran the ball well for whatever reason it's been. We ran the ball well on the road. So hopefully that shows to be able to travel with the run game. So let's play well in the run game. Let's play good defense, and let's make this a win for the Texans.
And we're back outside on grass, which is something we don't do
that's
often.
Rare, huh?
I know, it's really rare in the NFL now. Coach, you mentioned your press conference. Earlier in the game, we lost Jalen Petrie. What is lost with Jalen, and how do you go about replacing all the different things he did for you?
Yeah, Jalen will be out for a couple weeks with a shoulder injury. Man, it's a gut punch to me. He's a guy that he did so much for me defensively, and what I was able to call, what I was able to do, just with the different things that he was able to do, whether it's blitzing or covering, like fitting in the run, like being a nickel and being able to fit in the run fit. The way he fits in the run fit is just you don't see that much. Most people are trying to keep him out of the run fit, but I'm trying to get Jalen into the action as much as possible. He's just been such a dynamic playmaker for us all throughout the year. So we got to pick up the slack there. It's going to be tough. That's because how active he was, and just how instrumental he was to just how our scheme started to shift and change throughout the year. So we'll pick it up. We'll pick it up and try to hold it down for him as long as he needs to be out. But, man, praying for Jalen to have a speedy recovery.
So somebody's going to have to step up. And you have this a lot where you have to either elevate a guy from the practice squad or dress a guy who might not normally dress or hasn't dressed that often. How do you deal with those guys? What do you say? Is a guy might be disappointed he's not playing this week, but he's got to be ready because he might play next week. A guy on the practice squad could be elevated. Tommy Togiai has a sack in the game against the Titans. Right. How do you address those guys?
Yeah, how I address them is everybody has to be ready. Like I always tell our guys, practice squad, you're not just a practice player. Like you're one play away from being in and playing, just like Tommy was, and Tommy has been playing really good for us, right? And is you can never relax. And that's the main message to all of our guys. You can never relax because it may just be your moment. And you won't know if you're ready for that moment until you get thrust into the moment and the bright lights are on. But it's not, I always try to let our guys know, like any given moment, everybody prepares like you're a starter because you are a starter. And our guys have taken that mindset and that role. And sometimes you don't even know as the week goes on. Sometimes guys have nicks and injuries throughout the week, and it may change at the last minute. It may change on Friday, all right, if a guy's getting elevated or a guy is not. So I don't know. They don't know, so we don't have time to, worry about, are you ready? Did you prepare all week? No, you're taking the same notes in a meeting just as if you were a starter, and we'll see on Saturday sometimes the guy, hey, we got to elevate this guy on Saturday. Is he ready to go?
Get on the plane.
Get on the plane. Let's go.
Coach, we've reached now one of it can be a magical time of year. It can also be a difficult time of year because it's the holiday season. Thanksgiving is this week. Some great holidays are happening over the next how many ever weeks. Well, we also got a job to do. You got to go out there. You got to coach. We got to do our jobs. How tough does this time of year become because of the holidays and families and all the different get-togethers and all that kind of stuff? Does that become more difficult, or do you kind of welcome the challenge in some respects?
Yeah, it is difficult. To be honest, it is a difficult time because it's such a distraction, right? You have family in town or whatever the case, it's a distraction to guys because our week really doesn't change. It's just like we have another game to prepare for. And what I don't want our guys or coaches to get distracted with the holidays and try to make that bigger than it needs to be. Like the big game for us, the big holiday for us is next Sunday in Jacksonville. That's my holiday, and I want our guys to have that mindset to prepare the same way. Our preparation doesn't change. Like, we'll adjust our schedule, of course. I'm not just oblivious to the fact that it's Thanksgiving. I want guys to spend that time with their families, right? So we'll cut our guys loose after practice, right, to give them the afternoon to hang with their families. But it's also like, don't overeat, don't stay up too late, like all those things. Like, you still have to show up on Sunday. Your family's going back home, wherever they come out of town, and you got to go perform on Sunday at a high level. So don't overdo it on Thursday and allow that to affect you.
All right, speaking of which, the M&G Bank Ask Coach question of the week. Now, last year we asked you what your favorite dish was, which I forgot already, so I'm sorry about that. So refresh our memory.
Favorite dish? Thanksgiving, probably sweet potato casserole.
Okay, beautiful. But this year, we're going to ask you to replace turkey. You're replacing the starting quarterback of Thanksgiving. Turkey. What else would you serve other than turkey? If you had to, Coach.
If I had to replace the turkey, let's get some, I guess you go with the ham. You go with the honey baked ham. Yes. Or you go with some, man, I would love some jerk chicken. That would go really well. That would be awesome. Can we do that?
I'd rather have that.
I would rather have that
every day of the week. Sounds awesome.
Yeah.
We're going barbecue?
Yeah, well, I
brisket,
said brisket. That would get people excited.
You can never go wrong with brisket.
Can never go wrong,
especially here in Texas.
You can brisket every day of the week.
A lot more coming up on the program, including a conversation with Jimmy Ward on Texans postgame with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. How did that go? And a little D'Amico postgame with John Harris. Always an interesting conversation. It's happening here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio.
The same things that help your favorite team win are also the same things that can help your family business win. Things like hard work, dedication, and knowing how to make a big play. It's how teams win and how businesses succeed. And to secure your success, adding a committed, dedicated team member like M&G Bank. Because when you do that, there's no way you can lose. We're here, we're available, and we're ready to go to work. M&G Bank, we put the family in business banking. M&G Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
Are you an oblivious person hogging the sidewalk like a large dying snail? Do people stuck behind you ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have tons of quality beds at every price. So anyone, even people like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all. You. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
The Texans' second-half demons reared their ugly head again in a 32-27 loss to the Titans.
So you're talking about 7 second-half touchdowns by the offense in 12 games this year.
You know, clearly, to your point, something's broken.
Yeah.
Whether it's the execution or the calling or this, whatever, something's got to be fixed.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Don't you love the sounds of the holiday season? The bells, the sleighs. Woohoo! If so, your holiday's now even more magical because now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, you can take home your favorite Hyundai with some of the season's greatest savings.
Drive away now in one of our most popular models with 0% APR, no payment for 90 days. Only during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 469-405-7740 for details.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swagger,
And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Hey, Texans fans, Toro wants your kids ages 12 and under to join Toro's Kids Club. Toro's Kids Club is free to join for the young Texans fans in your life. Kids Club members get to enjoy exclusive events with Texans special guests, contests for chances to win game tickets or autographed items, special offers, and so much more. Parents, don't wait. Sign up your kids today at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
Now, more Texans Radio, the D'Amico Ryan Show.
Moving into Jaguar Week, welcome back to the D'Amico Ryans program. And as we often do, we feature players on this show as well. And one of them, kind of a coach on the field, Jimmy Ward, who had a pick 6 in the game against Tennessee. And, man, that could have, would have, should have been it. You got the lead, hang on, win the game. Didn't go splendidly all afternoon, but you got the dub. But you didn't get the dub because the Titans retook the lead later after you built it to a 4-point margin. We all know what happened. Now you move on to face Jacksonville. But Jimmy Ward was a guest on Texans postgame with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. And those guys, when they huddle up with a player in the studio, it's always interesting, especially with Jimmy Ward.
Take us inside the locker room. I know it's been a rough patch for you guys here. You're one of the vets on the team. How's the team holding up right now, just given some of the struggles?
After a loss, how a lot of guys with the head down, but it's being around the league for a long time, 11 years, it's any given Sunday, like any team can win. Like you got to come each day with your hard hat and you got to give it your all. Because if you go out there and you take a team lightly, this the outcome that happened. So you just got to reset, take the corrections, take coaching, and watch film and try to get this bad taste out of my mouth next week.
How do you address the inconsistencies, if you will? Because it's the ups and downs, and obviously it's a long season, and that's we hear that a lot, and understandably so. But at some point, right, being a veteran leader, like at some point, it has to be, hey fellas, we've got to get this thing right. The playoffs are right around the position enough to have a pretty good shot to get in. And when we get there, we're going to be playing our best ball. We're not playing our best ball right now. So how do you – I know it's week to week, and I know it's take the corrections, but at some point, right, it's got to – the rubber meets the road, and you're like, hey, man, we're running out of time. We got to get this right.
Starts from the top. Starts from captains. Starts from the vets. It's just got to – we got to play good. First of all, we got to play good, and then we got to start calling people out. We got to have our – that's just how it goes. We got to have our only players meeting. We had a few of those already. We're probably going to have another one, and just, try to see what's going on, man. Like, we can't – I feel like – I don't like to say this, but I feel like we play down to our competition at times. Like, throughout this year when I've been looking at it, it's like – I don't know what it is. We've just been taking some of these guys lightly, especially in the first half. Well, no, take that back. It was the second half slump that we was doing over the last few weeks. But this week is like we woke up and it was the second half. Like we can't do that. That's losing football.
Yeah, you got Jimmy Ward is joining us in studio. We were just talking about that, Jimmy. You guys play in a lot of close games, and your record in these close games historically has been really, really good. What is it? I guess, can you take us down onto the sideline at all or inside the huddle at all as to why sometimes the foot comes off the gas pedal a little bit maybe and these games end up being a little closer than they should be?
I really have no clue why we get comfortable and why we take our foot off the gas. Maybe we probably feel like a team is going to quit. Like, for me, I don't stop. I don't necessarily – I know it's a 4-quarter game. Can't speak on the team, and that's the thing that we got to figure out. Yeah. We got to figure out, like, how can we play four quarters and finish a game.
What is it? I mean, you've been on I didn't study y'all's film in San Francisco, but I'm willing to bet y'all pretty much finished games and did a lot of things well while y'all were making those runs. Obviously, you pulled from that experience quite a bit, I would imagine. I mean, how did you guys operate then, and how can you bring that here? How have you brought that here?
Just being a vet, no matter what position I'm in. Like, obviously, me and E been rotating, so I've been telling E some of the stuff that I went through, and like some of the stuff to look out for, like Petrie, when Petrie's in the slot. Like, I got a slot experience, so me just telling people stories and just helping them to with my experience of being on the field, telling them, okay, this you might be expecting this, you might be expecting this, and just being a vet. Telling guys, continue to take care of their body and this and that, and just letting guys know, like, especially like CJ, like sometimes defenses may not be it may not be a defensive game. It might be a shootout. Bunch of high scoring points on both offensive sides of the ball, and sometimes it may be a shutout. Maybe there's no score, and the defense may win. And sometimes you might win off special teams. And one thing I tell the guys is, like, good teams find a way to win. That's it. Especially around this time, it's like we need to start clicking. Like, we got 7 wins. Got a lot better, and we got to figure out, like, we just got to win. No matter, like, defense, offense, special teams. Obviously, the ideal is, like, we just play great football all 3 phases, but it doesn't work like that all the time.
Yeah, of course not. Jimmy Ward joining us. The offense has had its struggles. You mentioned the second half. The offense has struggled quite a bit in the second half of football games, really over the course of the season, but of late too. And you guys have really had to pick them up when you guys have won these games. Can you talk to us about just the need to not point fingers and how important leadership is in terms of keeping all sides of the football together? How is that going in the locker room right now?
Well, to me, it's going well. I don't really hear any chatter. I don't hear it. Like, from former time. When I was in 49ers, I used to hear a little chatter sometimes, and and if you're that guy, you're not playing as much, and you want to play, or somebody goes down and you got to get in, and if you're doing all that chattering, all eyes are gonna be on you. Yeah, you basically putting a target, like, okay, like, you've been talking, okay, this is your op. This is your chance. So if you go in there and things don't go good, you like, bro, what you was doing all this talking for? So that's one thing about I haven't seen about with this team. So that's good. Like, everybody, I feel like everybody's great team. Like, there's a lot of great teammates here. A lot of great people in the building.
Well, walk us through the explosive issue with the defense in the secondary. There's been a couple of games where it's really stuck out and allowed the offenses haven't been very good previously, score points and stay in the ball game. And I think that's a real obvious to all the listeners out there is the explosive plays today were a problem. And here's what I like to tell folks a lot of times, Jimmy, is with D'Amico's defense, or let me say the way D'Amico's having to play defense right now here with y'all's personnel, is they're going to pressure. They're going to pressure. Guys are going to sit on routes. Guys are going to play a little more shallow than they typically play, expecting that pressure to get there. And when that pressure doesn't get there, at least get in the face of the quarterback, cause an errant throw or sack him, then it's leaving DBs on an island. Now, you being a DB, I know you don't want to take the easy road out. I know that's not. But that the give and take there, just talking defensive football here, the give and take there is a part of playing a pressure defense, correct? Now, yes, now, talk us through the explosive issue that pops up every now and then with this defense.
Offensive coordinators get paid, so they watch a lot of film. I'm gonna state that. I'm gonna just talk about my play, for instance. I feel like I should have been more inside, and I try to stay square because I feel like it's a lot of them like a lot of wide receivers like to wear double moves. Okay, I'm on 0. 4x1, stir. Okay. So they did a great job by taking the stir safety away with the first over. And what I should have did, I should have just opened up inside and just start running to the post because I could speed turn to the 7 because it's a harder throw to the 7. I can get to the 7. It's hard to run 40 yards to the left and get to the post. See, that's what happened. That hurt me. Like, it wasn't. I wouldn't even blame the D-line. Wouldn't blame the linebackers. That's something as a vet. That's something that I got to play better as a player. And that That's the play that could have hurt us. And just talk about how good our corners are good. Like they low passing rates, and they're sticky.
Yeah.
So offensive coordinator sees that, and they jump in route. So what's going to happen next? Double move.
Yeah.
Okay, that's one. And then the other thing comes down to we just got to tackle. Everybody got to swarm. That's our mentality. We got to swarm to the ball. We got to tackle. We just got to tackle better. That's it. And I feel like that tackling erased a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
We can just tackle. Everybody can just run to the ball because them guys get paid too. We gonna miss tackles.
Mm-hmm.
But we just got to limit it.
Yeah. Jimmy Ward joining us. Jimmy, I want to make sure before we cut you loose, talk about a little bit of positive stuff. Take us through the pick six, which we just listened to coming in here. Huge play that turned the tide of the game at that point.
Pick six, I think it was great pressure by Hunter, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was on the right side. I just felt, when it's zone, you can see the D-line, you can see the rush. And it was quick game. So when you in cover 3, you push out on quick game. So he looked to my side, so I push. I didn't feel the slant, but I could just tell where his shoulders open up at, and then I just had to catch the ball. I almost dropped it.
I thought the same thing. I'm glad you said that.
It's about pushing under those throwing lanes, man. I realize when you play zone, if you can get in a throwing lane with a lot of passes, screens, out routes, comebacks, if you get in that passing lane, he's not thinking you're going to jump right in front of the ball.
Yeah.
A lot of guys like to chase the wide receiver, but if you can just chase and jump down in an angle, he's going to pit it. He can't pit it he can't pit the ball too high, or it could be a lot of times it's either low or he got to throw it like wide left or right. And that's kind of what I figured out over the years.
Dude, this is vet talk right here, man. This is vet talk.
Jimmy, you've been playing a double slant like that since your Pee-wee days, man. Come on, them dudes try to throw a double slant with you just sliding. You just slid right up underneath the first one, right in the throwing lane. Easy money. It don't get no easier, man. You've been doing that since you was 10, man.
Oh yeah, I definitely did catch a pick doing that when I was like 10. That's funny.
Could you pick a better scenario if you're running back a pick six and they have Daniil Hunter blocking on the quarterback right there to get you in?
Hunt lit up on him. Oh my God!
Yeah, well, Levis let up on it. He didn't want any part of Daniil Hunter. That's about as good as it gets as far as the red carpet into the end zone right there, right?
Yes, thank you, Hunter.
Big number 55. All right, hey Jimmy, man, appreciate your candor, man. This was a good conversation. Best of luck to you guys next week in Jacksonville. Let's get back on that winning track and let's get back to playing some playoff football.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Man, I love Jimmy Ward. That's Jimmy on the post-game show with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. And there are so many lovable, likable guys on this football team. And you hate to see what they're going through right now, having lost 4 of 6. But I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's all right there in front of them. They have a remarkable opportunity here still, and they have the people in the building to do it, have to put together. In fact, that's the theme of the post-game conversation John Harris has here with D'Amico Ryans. The Texans are often their own worst enemy. You saw it yesterday with all the penalties, self-inflicted wounds, helping lead the way to a painful loss, a chance to correct some things when you go to Jacksonville this Sunday. Here's Johnny and the head coach after the game.
Coach, this is a frustrating one even to talk about because there were so many good things and yet some things I know you'd like to have back. And you've mentioned this to me a few times. If the Texans quit beating the Texans, we could be a really good football team. Was